I always think, like, if something happened to us right now,
Saturday night.
what would really be left? The real problem is everything is either on paper, and there's not a lot of it on paper anymore. It's on hard drives, and those things would get cooked. If there was just a massive solar flare, something huge that took out our power grid and destroyed all of our cell phone towers and all our satellites, no more electricity.
And even if it didn't get cooked,
Yeah,
we should do it. 10,000 years.
Exactly.
Found that, you wouldn't know what that
You
was.
wouldn't know what that was. You would have to devise a new version of Windows to read it. You know, it would take so long, and it would probably have been corroded and wasted away. It wouldn't be long before that. Especially if something happened, it was underwater. Especially if the entire world's on fire because we get hit with a comet. There wouldn't be much left. This is like a really shitty way to store information.
It does feel like a bit of a risk, doesn't it?
It's a giant risk.
Everything we've ever
Yeah.
discovered and thought about.
Well, you know what happens when your phone dies and you don't have a backup phone? You're like, oh, no, I don't know anyone's number.
We do that with our entire civilization.
Right. And so then you would have just stories and myths of what things used to be like. There was an all-female flight crew in Delta. You're like, what are you talking about? What does that even mean? Oh, they had satellites. What are you talking about? The thing is, like, I wonder how many of the satellites would still be in orbit when their orbit would deteriorate and come crashing down to Earth.
I think they would decay quite quickly, I think.
Yeah, let's Google that. How many satellites that are in orbit today? As you've put this into AI, how many satellites that are in orbit around the Earth today will be there in 100,000 years? Does Perplexity have an answer for that?
I think it's unlike a bit when I was doing like space travel and stuff. So I feel like I don't think there's anything, for example, with you always see that.
Yeah, that's the weird one, right? There's pieces of the dark side of the moon and watching I'm sure. Well, then there's the weirdness of the moon itself. It's the absolute perfect size, the perfect distance to completely block out the sun.
That is weird, isn't it?
Real. I know it's real weird because it's not kind of right. It's perfect and precise. It's very precise. So you would have the precise size and the precise distance.
That's weird.
And there's also the fact that it stabilizes our atmosphere, it stabilizes our environment.
Yeah, I guess the argument for that is we wouldn't be here if it wasn't right. If it wasn't exactly right, it's the best answer instead of but that's the thousands of satellites burning up each year. Yeah, this shit is what I got to the end of.
Oh, so thousands of them crashed out. Yeah, for sure. So how long did they last?
That's the first. That's why I was trying to track that down. The first one lasted 3 months.
So Sputnik 1, Soviet Union in 1957, 3 months later it fell out of orbit. They worked out to a 25-year rule where they don't expect it to last that long. So in 25 years there's nothing left. That's why I was trying to write how long it took the last one. If they stopped looking up how long until the last one crashes now, it seems like 25 years. That's why then I was just figured it out. Did you put it in AI? That's asking questions. I know the answer to. I just like to see how it thinks. I like to see if it's gonna just bullshit you and lie to you, or if it's gonna. That's how it happens. Well, it's also basing all its information on websites.
Yeah, I don't know what year it was trained on. I was watching people talk about sports cards like it's not updated in the last 3 years, so you don't even use the data. It's not the data.
Oh, really? Which one was that? Exactly. I don't know which one you're talking about. There's so many AI opportunities out there. It's funny watching people on Twitter use Grok and try to get Grok to say things it doesn't want to say. And you realize, oh, there's an information blockade. What Grok is allowed to talk about.
You can just make it. You can kind of trick AI to say whatever you want it to say.
Yeah, I've seen people do that, like trick it into saying like how would you make a bomb.
Yeah, and that's almost the value about it. Is you can kind of become your own American chamber after a while if you want to. Kind of convince it.
Well, we've done a really terrible job of taking care of those people, and when they give these people access to the kind of power that AI provides them, they're going to ask odd questions because they're not living in harmony. Because we're a selfish being. We're a selfish creature.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's mad.
Well, it's also we're in the middle of it. It's happening right now, which is real weird. So, like, in our lifetimes, we're potentially witnessing the biggest change in civilization since the pyramids.
Even in my lifetime, like I was born in '97, didn't really have. I had to dial up the internet, I remember when I was a kid, and then smartphones came around, things like AI, it is pretty ridiculous.
I was 27 years old before I ever got online. And that was when I first got a computer and I got AOL. Got mails like that. Yeah, you could go to chat rooms and read about stuff. You could download information, like print stuff about UFOs. Like, this is the future. We're living in the future. And we're very fortunate, I think, that we got to see what life was like with the primitive use of the internet to what it's become now, to a quantum computer who go back a second in time, to what is coming next. We don't know. What's really weird is imagine if this has been done before. We're assuming that it hasn't, but imagine if the Egyptians had figured out something similar. It kind of makes sense. I mean, it sounds preposterous that they did, but why? Why if we can do it? Why if we can do it? If maybe it's just a thing, if you leave it that's undisturbed for a long enough amount of time, you start figuring stuff out. You can keep them from killing each other, and maybe that's the beautiful thing about the way Egyptian technology had advanced. They didn't split the atom. Maybe they figured out something else that they couldn't turn into a weapon.
Yeah, I mean, they were definitely doing some pretty bad stuff. And if you look at those kind of credit boxes, they clearly had some form of technology that we don't actually use. I think that's undisputed. It is disputed. I don't see how you could logically kind of look at what they were doing and not think they had some kind of technology that we don't traditionally attribute them to. But whether that means they were like some crazy advanced civilization or there was some other advanced civilization, that's hypothetical. They were clearly doing stuff that we can't appreciate today, so that logically is something that we don't understand.
Right. And when you find from 2,000 years ago, it makes you just really think, like, what did they have?
Well, ancient Greece was very inspired by ancient Egypt, so I think we all come from there.
Exactly. Yeah. We're just guessing. We're just lost in guessing.
That's the thing, it's all about interpretation. All of history is about interpretation. It's not a hard science like, physics or non-physics. If you have the story, it's kind of linked to this. It's linked to this ancient civilization stuff. It's the idea that there could have been an advanced civilization on our planet 100 million years ago, a non-human one, that was advanced and industrial, which wouldn't see any trace because of how long ago it was. They could have been here, we just wouldn't know because it's been so long. It's kind of like where I come from when my human idea is time span, but it was proposed by two physicists. That's why I just thought of it just there. It's a guy called Adam Frank.
That's a problem that happens all the time. Like, we've had a lot of that. I know we have episode 11. I just wanted to check because I happened a lot before work. We talked about a guy like who's that guy. I talked over 3 hours. Yeah, it's happened before. But so this idea is that something else other than human beings,
Which is the idea that if it had, we wouldn't know. And because the Earth's been around for so long, complex multi-cellular life, and relatively early, like 4 billion year history of the Earth, I'm not sure what it takes, but we've been around, the Earth has been around for so long, and we know that intelligence can emerge because the evolution of us have a relative quickly. Look at the kind of massive timescale the Earth's been around, multi-cellular life has been around. So the idea is kind of like, well, what if, civilization become, the dinosaurs had, become very advanced in industrial society, and they say that we would see absolutely it's like, when I'm talking about human civilization, we would see some potential evidence, like, rock carved or whatever, but they would say, you wouldn't see major waste of because it's that long ago that nothing was there. And I think about that, and I think, well, isn't it almost more likely that something did happen, considering we know that intelligence can emerge relatively quickly. Multicellular life has been on the planet for so long. Limited understanding of the fossil life. Why can't something happen before then? And you start getting a bit stoned about it, you start thinking, maybe they're still here because that's what I hear. I like to go interdimensional. And I think, like, well, you do have these quantum computers that go back 1 second in time. You can move forward 1,000 years from now, they're run by AI. What can they do? I mean, do they cease to, do these beings cease to exist in this dimension? Do they own the ability to be trans-dimensional? Do they no longer exist in our space and time? Is that like the emergence of this new life form and then they observe us? Is that what's going on? I feel like if you guys survive, you have to get to a different level of intelligence, then why would you need the kind of physical body? Why would you need the realm? And why couldn't you kind of diverge different dimensions if such a thing is possible? Like, certainly can imagine that taking place somewhere else, on another planet with a similar atmosphere that supports life, and given maybe they live in a solar system that doesn't have an asteroid belt, right? I'm sure there must exist where they're not getting pumped all the time. We're just in a shitty neighborhood. We're basically in a neighborhood that gets shot up all the time. A shooting gallery, yeah, it's a shooting gallery. Imagine them achieving where we are at, but then plus a million years, and you go, oh yeah, well, I guess all bets are off in terms of what's possible. You know, 100 years ago, people were freaking out if they saw a car. Now we're sending video from a tiny little screen on your phone, so yeah, instantaneous. It's nuts. And we don't even blink at that. We actually get pissed off if it doesn't work. And like, there's this going on instantly, like, and you know, people are addicted to staring at it. It's like it's pulling you into its gravity. And so it's all very, very weird stuff. And we adjust very quickly to real quick. Technology develops, and it's just getting faster and faster and faster, and it makes you think, where will we be in a couple of years, 5 years? Yeah, where will we be? I think there's somewhere really weird, but I'm hoping that as we do advance where we're going to be, it'll help us understand where we came from. Like, you know, like if AI and super intelligence starts examining the history of the human race, then things can get very interesting, and maybe it can give us places to look. Like we need physical, human beings or drones on the ground excavating certain areas. This is like prime place to look. Yeah, I kind of flip between like quite pessimistic outlook and quite optimistic outlook on these things. Like sometimes I think like it's just gone. I mean, it's been played for as much as we like, but it's gone. And then sometimes I think no, like there's so many places that are just completely unexcavated, completely unexplored. But it's not like the Sahara or
production film by these classical themes. Yes, thank you. And there were these places that we haven't explored, and as you say, technology like AI. Thank you. Cheers. Thank you. I think sometimes maybe we are going to make like massive discoveries that are going to completely shift our understanding of history. And you see the kind of keys. There could be I'm always looking for that, but then sometimes I think maybe we'll never find it. Maybe I'm just speculating for no reason. So, have you seen Ben on Uncharted X? He has a very recent video of these. I don't even know how you describe it. There's these underground structures in Egypt that he says are bigger than the Giza Plateau, that are underground. I've seen that on this channel. There's a historical record of these things where people are talking about them, like, way back. Even explorers have visited them and found them to be more spectacular than what is actually on the ground. And the underground thing was even crazy. And that begs the question, why underground? Why do we find all this underground construction around the world? Was that Shout out to China. Yes, to talk about this very thing. He's really awesome. He spent so much time down there. So, he did something. He did a video on the unknown site said to be greater than the pyramids, confirmed the satellite scheme. Just coming up.
So many different techniques. The geoscan and Merlin Burrows satellite technologies, they're vastly different techniques. They seem to be aligned with telling you the same things. So they found something like there's something down there. What is down there seems to be also quite a mystery. The central object is hard to classify. It appears metallic, not stone. A freestanding, 40-meter-long, metallic tic-tac-shaped object, approximately 50-60 meters below the ground in a huge big open corridor or atrium. Come on, this is a remarkable claim.
It's crazy, man. And he goes deep into the history of people talking about these sites, and ancient explorers who wrote about visiting Egypt will talk about how it was even more spectacular underground. This is, how do you say it? He's written up because he was not written about it's Flanders Petrie. Yeah. So are those the names of the sites he's talking about? Hawara, Arsino. So it says, on that space can be erected the Great Hall of Karnak, and all successive towers adjoining it, and the Great Board and the pylons of it. Also the Temple of Mut, and that of Khonsu, and Amenhotep III and Karnak also. The two great temples Luxor, and still there would be room for the whole of Ramessia. What does that mean? In short, all of the temples at the east of Thebes, and I'm sorry for butchering these names, and one of the largest of the West Bank, they're in the one area in the ruins of Hawara. Certainly have a site worthy of the renown which the labyrinth acquired. So this is an ancient explorer who was talking about when he actually got into this area. The problem now is it's all submerged, so it's been flooded, and it's very difficult to do any kind of archaeological work about. Because he was one of the first. They're like crawling into these like holes and swimming in now. It's real weird. It's like you can die in there. So someone's gonna figure out how to get the fucking water out of there. What is that? So this guy is accurate. What he's talking about. Again, explain that. Explain how you get something that's even greater than what you're seeing above the surface, underneath 50 meters down in the stone. Why? So much harder. Exactly. What were they doing? Were they hiding? This is what happened when cataclysms took place. They said this, we need to develop a way to survive these things. Let's get underground.
So maybe everyone feel well as well. People always, ancient people always building underground construction. You can't explain how they did it, who did it, or why they did it. Again, no one in the mainstream really kind of looks into it.
Yeah, that site in Turkey wasn't supposed to house like 10,000 people. And then I think like 2,000 people.
It's like I can't remember off the top of my head, but it's huge. Then I think it might be 20,000 people. That's all. That sounds more so. But it is massive.
They don't know how they did it. They carved it out of stone. There's no evidence of the stone being left anywhere. It's like just a big pile of it outside of it. It's real weird.
Yeah, 20,000
20,000 people together with livestock and food stores. So 20,000 people with livestock and food stores extending to a depth of approximately 85 meters underground. And now we're losing nobody.
The kind of argument is that they built it to protect themselves from army, but that was never made sense to me, because if you're attacking those people, you just bomb the entrance into the
Start fires. It seems silly. It seems like more likely what they were doing was escaping whatever the fuck was on the surface.
Because again, it's stuck the supply for so long.
Right, and also, did you build it after a cataclysm? Like, how do you do it? Do you know it's coming, and that's how you build it? No, you don't know it's coming unless it's happening, unless it happens regularly. And they realize the only way to survive is to get underground.
I guess you can, create the remnants of a culture that was once out. Right. They have like a memory of being passed down through the first time they made it. Yeah, exactly.
That's so bananas, dude, that's 85 meters in the ground.
And it's so crazy. And not the great one is long caves in China, which is just, there's just zero explanation of what that is or what they're doing. There's no record of its construction.
Yes. Yeah, pull that out. That's
Absolutely crazy.
How old is that supposed to be?
It's just no place there. They don't know who built it. There's no record of who built it. They don't know what it was for. There's no deposits of stone. There's no tools found there.
Yeah, but theory of the timeline.
I think it's okay. It's in China, so it's kind of like it's not. It's farmer. It says 24. Like that.
Wow. 24. Go to a video of this so you can see. Because they have caves when people walk around with the camera.
There's 24 distinct ones that look like that. It's just like, how am I doing that? Why?
Still visit China without going to jail? What happens?
This is my comments. It's great.
Yes. Does all that stuff about that.
Yeah, that's
Very weird. That man Montana thing is very weird. I go back and forth on that one.
Yeah, that's the case for so many like these things. It's like it could be natural, but then not this one. It's still not good enough.
Can you imagine in 1992 some farmers are just fucking around and they find this 1/24 and they're like, what if we find?
I think the carvings are from the parallel worlds. They don't know what they are. They have no idea why they're parallel worlds. The kind of carvings that they like mystical stuff is a modern edition of like brand new. Yeah, but yeah, it's like since they discovered
Really? Like even those ones on the wall right there? That's so gross.
I think so. I
Oh, I hope they didn't do that. Oh, gross. You imagine?
That's always baffled me. Because again, if you look at Wikipedia page for science, it's just like 3 lines. It's like
Yeah. So the carvings are really old, or are those modern? Well, you think that they're modern?
because I did a video, I mentioned this in the video, I do my research on that.
So the research found that they're modern. Okay. So the lines, it seems to be, the parallel lines seems to be like how they dug all this stuff out one layer at a time. Would you think that?
Yeah, like how we're using what? Right. 24. And also, they're all so precisely identical. It's like, what tool were you using to make sure this was so identical?
Right. Like what tool Carl stole with Joanne King. One particular cave stands out for its detailed carvings of dragons, animals, people, and figures, closely resembling ancient immortals from Taoist mythology. These depictions suggest a deep connection to Taoism. Whether these carvings were part of the original structure or added later after the caves were rediscovered in 1992 remains a topic of debate. After close examining the carvings and noticing the unique method used to chip away the rock from these images, it seems likely that they were added later, perhaps turning the cave into a sacred place reflecting their religious beliefs at the time. Oh, so some gross people carved into it in 1992. It's so crazy that you did that, guys, because that's probably what people have done throughout time. I bet that's, probably the people that like put their dead body in the pyramid.
Yeah, and that's the thing with all the other things in Egypt is people carve hieroglyphics onto them, but that doesn't mean that that's what the original thing was built.
Can you go back to the video place, Jim, of that site so we can see what it looks like when you're walking around? Because the fact that they don't really know how made it, and the fact that these farmers found it in 1994, when you see the scope of it, that's what really sets it up. Yeah, because I think like images are cool, but the way this guy's walking around here, at the time that was like, imagine those farmers telling
Stairs.
oh yeah, all the stairs are added for right? The stairs in that guy's
Again, what was this for?
yeah, all this shit looks new. Yeah, why did that? What is this?
Also, maybe they're trying to make the carvings make it seem like it was older and would wonder what made tourist attraction.
Like maybe without art, they didn't think we'd get enough people to visit.
It's also to kind of connect it to kind of, contemporary cultural China rather than because who knows how old this could be.
That's crazy. That's so crazy. The fact that they just found it, just stumbled on it. That's what's the weirdest thing about some of the discoveries, because it's the same. Go back to Tempe. There was a sheep herder, right?
Someone found Göbekli Tepe in the 60s and they were really? Yeah, it's like that guy from
No way.
yeah, some American archaeologists found it in the 60s. What do you find? I can't remember, but they found something like a little bit of it, and they were like, oh, this is clearly just some contemporary Bronze Age society.
The guy must have shot himself. Because there was a guy who just found like a stone, right? Yeah, here it is, 1960s. It's a survey conducted by archaeologists from Western University and University of Chicago found some flint and limestone bags, but they didn't perceive the site as anything more than a medieval cemetery. Whoopsies. What a slip up. So, the sheep herder that found it, I think he just found like a corner of something, and he like kicked it with his boots, like, what is this? They started looking around, scraping it off, and then I think once he realized it was really big, they started, he was like, you gotta call somebody. Call somebody else.
The whole 5% excavation thing is so puzzling because, to be clear, that's kind of how, that's like normal practice, I think, for archaeology, but I would think the Göbekli Tepe is like a bit more of a, it's a special case, it has such implications.
But it's also, you make a lot of money off of tourism, with people visiting it the way it is, and that would disrupt everything if you had a bunch of eggheads digging into the ground all around you. I see that, but then they start doing weird stuff like planting olive trees above the ruins, and everyone's telling like, hey guys, if you do that, these trees may grow roots, the roots are going to destroy what's underneath them. Yeah, that's like, no, everything's going to be fine. And they realize, oh, it's actually destroying it. That's like a microcosm of the problem with a small section of very local kind of Archaeologists about tree controls in Quebec and Tempe. It was Jimmy, right? Jimmy played Brazil. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Why did he go there anymore? You know, nothing was surprising. Mine's not being recently. Yeah. I think he's banned from the country. I think he's banned from the site at the very least. It doesn't make sense because we're mad at him for telling the truth. Why do you think Jimmy, he was right? Let's find out if he's banned. I don't want to get Turkey mad at me. I think Turkey's probably that's probably the birthplace of civilization. Of what we think of as civilization. There's so many different things that Turkey has started leading people to think that we're in that spot. Maybe we, you know, there's probably a bunch of places left out in the Middle East where civilization has emerged from whatever happened before. What do you think about the Richard? Let's get to that in a second here. Oh yeah, Turkey should have banned me. They had a chance. It went so crazy. My prior work on correctly Tempe upset them. What I will share in the coming days, weeks is going to take things to another level. Because we were cutting around various security protocols and aided with exceptional timing, we got the footage. Our ancient history belongs to humanity. I agree. But anyone that opposes that has no place controlling our lost history.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think about it? He was right about the trees, and I found that the Allies people coming out defending the trees and saying the trees were good for archaeological sites. Just
yeah, I don't know what Jimmy has to do with anything, but he clearly knows a lot about ancient history, and he's really interested in it. And this, again, this game's big. If you watch his videos, and he constantly spam with all sorts of different horrible claims that he's this, he's that. It's like, if you watch those, you know that's not true. He's just a guy who is very fascinated and deeply informed on a lot of the timelines, all these different things, and how interesting they are. And he likes to make videos of them, and that's a good thing.
why should he be allowed to speculate? He's just a guy speculating, and he's
really fair and balanced with how he talks about it.
and he's good at it, man. He puts together arguments really well. Especially the reconstructed thing. I watched his videos on that. It's interesting how the way he kind of connects with what I was saying about Atlantis and brings it to Richard is interesting stuff.
It's very interesting because it's also, he talks about how Plato would talk about the mountains to the north and the rivers and stuff. It's like his whole idea. Like this concentric rings in the same size as was described as Atlantic.
And that's how it runs the race system just about. Actually, was surrounded by walls.
Because you can't prove it. Well, it's also because this YouTube guy's like, if they admit that it's right, that would drive them fucking crazy.
That's it with the trees.
Yeah. So, but I think he's right about Atlantis too. I think he might be right. There's something about that that's weird. It's also weird if you look at it from a satellite perspective. The satellite imagery, you get to see where it looks like it's been washed over by water. Like the whole thing looks exactly like sand looks when the tide comes in and then goes back. It's all rippled and it looks like it was pummeled by water. Exactly. And also, like, how many stories from ancient history depict floods? There's so many. Like, we can't ignore all of them as myth.
I feel like the myth doesn't hold any kind of use in understanding the past. It's just ridiculous because the myth is powerful because it's the thing we've collectively remembered as a species, isn't it? So, why would we dismiss that as a kind of historical record? I think you've got examples of like indigenous cultures that remember kind of scientific information through myth. I always go to this example of these islanders during the tsunami in 2004, and they went to the Andaman Islands, and kind of Western scientists whoever went to the island after the Boxing Day tsunami. Points out why the tsunami were fine because they had this myth in their culture that when the sea recedes, you get to high ground because the waves are going to come and will be wet. And that myth, that is encoded scientific information regarding tsunamis, and that saved their culture's lives. Like, okay, west of the
Everybody else is like, wow, look at all the sand. I thought the beach was over here. Yeah, they were fucking
and these people, that is, lots of information survived.
There's a guy who was hiking in Russia when the most recent tsunami hit, and he was on a cliff, and you see the ocean come in and like reach the top of the cliff where his dog is. See if you can find it. It's crazy because he films the thing coming in. Like this guy is way above the ocean when it starts, and then the water is reaching where he is with his dog.
It's just a testament to the power of nature. We just constantly underestimate nature.
That was just a little bit on the ocean. That's just a little wiggle. Just a little earthquake. Little eight pointer. Think about some of the shit that's going on in Japan. All the time on Earth. Comet impacts. Like that. So look how high this guy is. Right? Like, way up, right? And so as he's up here, you know, he's seeing the waves come in. Now, he must have known that this was going to happen because everybody knew this was going to happen. So watch how it's coming in now. And now it keeps coming. It keeps coming all the way to the top where he is. It's nuts. Look at his ocean. This dog's like, yo. I would be freaking out. I would be running out of that, man. I wouldn't trust it. What if it goes over the top where you're at? You're just guessing. Bro, look how high this water gets. The dog's about to get jacked. I mean, if you get trapped in that, like, bitch, you are not swimming to shore. That's your life. It's over. I don't care if you're very Hamilton. That's what it is. But isn't that nuts? That water got all the way to the top of that hill. So that is like, doesn't even register that. Yeah, it's just like, that's a thing that happens. It's like a thing. Like, no big deal. No one will remember that in 5 years. No one will remember that in 10 years. But if a fucking comet slams into the ocean right there, or slams into a glacier, a comet the size of, you know, a few city blocks, that's a wrap. That's a wrap. You have a massive flooding, like instantaneous millions of gallons of water tearing through the landscape. No more ice cap. It's all gone. Yeah, just any kind of culture that was possibly around. It's just points. You're Dunsville. There's nothing left. And that's real. This isn't speculation like that. We look at the Tunguska Impact, and that was the same sort of comet storm that we passed through at the same time of year, and it flattened like this enormous chunk of Siberia that still doesn't have trees on it. And that was the class of thing. Yeah, and it didn't even hit his air bus that he had. So I found out that they were saying that's like the So that could be happening on this planet on a regular basis. Yeah. These conflicts that get hit by stuff. Yeah, we're always finding a crater like, oh, this was 3 million years old. Look at this fucking crater. 3 million years ago, everyone's fucked.
If that estimate is correct, then we're hit by a cataclysmic impact once every 100,000 years.
Well, that's where it gets really weird if you're talking about like advanced civilization, like, millions of years ago. Like, imagine there was some sort of advanced life form millions of years ago, and then something like that. There's like a wheel. It's like 300 million years old. It's like a preservative. It's just like a wheel. Jamie, could you please search 300 million year old wheel? Are you on TikTok a lot? Like, where are you getting this from? I'm just seeing that, but like, it looks like a wheel. It doesn't think it's a wheel. Well, there's some of stuff from... Yeah, that's the thing. It kind of looks like a wheel, and they found it in a mine. They flooded the mine, which is there's a couple of images of it. That's to be on this page, but yeah, there you go. That's the thing. It's just like smokes and a wheel. It could be natural, but Now, what are these fossilized tracks?
Yeah, these are also road coffins.
Again, found in Turkey,
Yeah.
right? Including Sofka, where they cover an area approximately 45 by 10 miles. And how do you say that one? There's a lot of words that you don't know how to say. Cappadocia, home to several clusters of tracks. The discovery of these ruts around the world sparked debate regarding the purpose, age, and origins in Malta, especially due to the proximity of the tracks to megalithic structures and the fact that some are now submerged beneath the sea.
Yeah, I've seen some of that. The golf cliffs.
Many researchers suggest these fossilized lines indicate significant antiquity. So if there's like mud that they were pulling these things through, or dirt that they were pulling these things through, and then it eventually fossilized in tracks, like what else would be the explanation for that? What's exactly tracks? Is there a natural explanation for those kind of formations?
I've seen one provided.
No one has a. No one has a.
I didn't read about the ones on Motel because I went there and I researched it, but those ones that didn't dispute that, definitely not made.
They're definitely man-made, because listen to what this says. I first saw tracks in stone, fossilized car or terrain vehicle traces, usually called cart ruts, on Neogen plantation surfaces, Penapline and Phrygian plain in May of 2014. They were situated in the field of development of middle and late Miocene tuffs and tuffites. And according to age analysis of nearby volcanic rocks, had middle Miocene age of 12 to 14 million years.
Yes, this is talking about but again, I mean, these cars that look like, some sort of track, and it's 30 years old, and they have like that wheel nearby.
That's fucking crazy.
I want to look at what this says.
Cultivan holds the region that Dr. Cultivan studied is relatively obscure, with guidebooks offering little to no information about it. While mainstream researchers argue that the tracks merely petrified remnants of cart ruts left by wheeled vehicles pulled by donkeys or camels. Cultivan holds a different perspective, rejecting these conventional explanations. He stated firmly, "I will never accept it. I will always remember many other inhabitants of our planet wiped from our history." His research does a deeper, perhaps forgotten history of Earth and its past civilizations. Like what?
Because again, it's not necessarily as if it was millions of years ago.
Imagine millions of years ago, people had something, whatever they were, was pulling things on wheels. And they had cart ruts in the ground, so maybe they didn't have. This is fucking crazy. Cultivan theorizes that the civilization responsible for driving these heavy vehicles likely built the numerous identical roads, runs, and underground complexes scattered across the Mediterranean region more than 12 million years ago. It acknowledges that petrification can occur relatively quickly, but points to the heavy mineral deposits on the tracks and signs of erosion as evidence of a much older timeline. It also connects these tracks to surrounding underground cities, irrigation systems, and wells, which he believes are millions of years old.
It's not like so what if they're not using
This is so crazy. On his website, Cultivan wrote, "We are dealing with extremely tough, liquefied, petrified sediments covered with a thick layer of weathering that takes millions of years to develop, full of multiple cracks with newly developed minerals in them, which could only emerge in periods of high tectonic activity." Whoa. That's the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life. That's crazy, because I knew those car ruts existed, but I didn't look into them. I didn't know what the timeline was. I didn't know that there's anybody that's even speculating that thing looks like a fucking wheel.
And it's right in saying, well, this fossilized wheel with this fossilized car runs from
The wheel was printed in the sandstone of the roof. Guys, drifters tried to cut away the fine with the pick hammers and try to take it surface, but sandstone was so strong and firm, having been afraid to damage a print, they have left it in place. At present, the mine is closed, and access to the object is impossible. The equipment dismantled, and the given layers are already flooded. Yeah, they get in there. Why would I?
there's something to do with it. I think it's like some conspiracy, like the wheel. I think it's more just like a practice of what you're finishing deadline. They can take really looking at it, the wheel because they're working together.
If that's a real wheel, if someone can carve that out of there and realize, like, if scientists look at it and get a 3D scan of it and go, we have to completely rethink everything. If something had a wheel 12 million years ago,
The rabbis, however, including his brother,
what are we talking about?
It would be like the saloon hypothesis. It would be enough that it would be human. Particularly if you like everything about it.
What is that? What are we talking about?
It's just a different intelligence.
What species? So maybe there was something like us that lived like medieval humans. Yeah, it was 7 years ago.
It's the same problems. Like, yeah, like if they're living on Earth, they don't have the same kind of physics. They have to do so. Like, why would you not come up with
That's what's interesting too. We're always finding new dinosaurs. Like, that's a common thing, right? And if these were a type of human being or something similar to human beings that buried their dead, what are we gonna find? What are we gonna find after 12 million years?
Except for maybe a fossilized wheel.
Yeah, like his wheel tracks. What is the conventional explanation of his wheel tracks?
I don't know about the one. I don't know about the ones that also they definitely say they're man-made. I don't know about these ones in Turkey. I haven't really looked into it.
But those are crazy. And the fact that they go to underground structures,
I don't think they directly need to like guarantee or anything, but they're nearby, and then so then you start to think, what if technically it was like, to be fair, I think that's probably man made. It's stone, so
well, I'm sure it's man-made, but like what kind of man?
but it could have been adapted. It could have already been something there.
Changed
That would be fucked if we found out there was another type of human that existed that did all that 12 million years ago.
It could be a kind of right. It's just intelligence.
Right, but there's no evidence that anything other primates have been that capable of manipulating their environment other than these primates, right? So, but we also know that there's certain, we're finding new ones all the time, right? One that they found, I keep fucking Julian's, is that it? From this road too, the Homo Julian's. But this one was larger than us, it had a large brain capacity, and they know that they just, I mean, this was just published in December of 2024. So they know they're constantly finding new branches of the human tree.
Just the Greek classified like Dragonland scholars. That's so huge.
Yes, so Juliensis. Yeah, because it's really like a big hidden archaic humans. Bigger than us. Big ass heads. And big brains.
It's like giants and stuff, and like giants have been real.
Seems like that's a giant.
Exactly. There is giant primates that have been like confirmed like gigantic figures. So it's cool.
Yeah.
You have hobbit humans like do you have hobbit humans? You have giant primates. Why can't you have giant humans?
I think they did. I think that's what giants are always inspired. I think this thing, how possible that they found Juliensis? So this one existed alongside, I believe, alongside some versions of many. Does it say how old it is? 300,000 or million. So that would start going else then. 300,000 years old. Right. So, but here's the thing. They don't have a lot of this stuff. They don't have a lot of evidence. So, right. So they have, I believe it's one site. Is that correct? So one site where they found it? Yeah. So how many have they not found? That's the real problem with us in this whole fossil record thing, is that we're dealing with a very limited amount of information. It's very difficult to become information. It's very difficult to become evidence, especially when you get onto these. It's the presidential right. You get this far so hard. You should see what this thing looks like. You look at 3D image of it. First well, they make it look super perfect. They cover it with hair. It looks like this freak. But whatever it is, it's way bigger than us. And it's human. They live alongside us. So, David and Goliath, it's right there. He's also he's called the big compass, which is, that's what it looks like, supposedly. They want to go look out there. Everyone's stupid. Yeah, everyone's stupid. Oh, I've heard of that too. I heard that was the song. It doesn't make sense. I'm just going that. It's 1936, and they put the box around it. Yeah, someone had an explanation on it in Texas. One in Texas. Yeah, someone had an explanation for that. I don't remember what it was. Discussing it. Why don't you look up London? Word of God. Sure, someone would want just want their life to say that it's real and fake. There's not a lot of explanation on how it's found. The wooden handle and the geological analysis of logs of the idea of extreme antiquity. More details, the artifact of wooden hammer is a metal hammerhead with a wooden handle found partially encased in a concretion. Hard compact mass of pale matter. The claims some have interpreted the hammer's presence in the rock as some advanced ancient civilizations, or a year is pointing to the seemingly anomalous placement of a modern-looking tool in ancient rock. Evidence against the antiquity radiocarbon dating of the wooden handle has placed its origin within the historical period, not in millions of years. The geological processes, the concretion itself is not necessarily ancient. This is what I read. Minerals in solution can harden around objects dropped or left on the surface of soluble rock according to Gaia. Out-of-place artifacts. The concept of out-of-place artifacts can be intriguing. The London hammer doesn't meet the criteria to be considered an out-of-place artifact, as its geological context and dating suggest a more recent origin. One of the things that I always go to in Egypt is those really bizarre little things almost look like a part of a machine, like that wheel thing. Something, I don't remember what it's called, some kind of a disc. It looks like a part of something, like almost a fan. You're looking at like, okay, what is that thing doing? Is that a turbine? Is that in water? Is like something, like what is that? The fact that that's real, that might drive me nuts. They changed exactly something that's roughly right on the ship. Jesus Christ, he's going to put everything cranking up in the water. This place is going in a very unique way. Yes, I don't know if that's, they use it. Let's see if I get an image of the actual one. Because I think there's some of them recreated because I think it's a very valuable thing. So when people look at it, a lot of times recreations. None in particular tended to be whatever it was. No one can figure it out. Right? It's cargo. So how? What are you doing? Was that thing looks like a part of a machine. It looks like a part. Like if have some ancient machine that does a bunch of things.
Right. But I mean, if you're right, it's going to fix that stuff up somehow.
That's true, actually, right? But it's probably just one of many different tools that we're missing from that. If that is just their stuff for making what they call beer. Brian Rescue is the guy who wrote the Immortality Key. I don't know if you ever read any of this stuff, but a lot of it is about ancient Greece and Eleusinian mysteries. Yes, yeah. But a lot of it is, what we think of as beer and wine, all that stuff was laced. It was all laced with a bunch of other stuff. Psychedelics that we haven't really identified yet.
Yeah, they combine that with spirituality.
Yeah. That's what they built, the society that they built, which is the craziest thing about, our weirdo technological advanced society is disconnected from that because it's illegal.
Disconnected from the stars as well.
Yeah, it's light pollution. Yeah, and we're just all kind of rushing around. Just like,
For all the jealous mother, we shall spread out to the west, east, north, and south. Birds spread Torah and sacrifice everywhere. For all the Egyptians have an outrage drive, especially connected with Egyptian
so we're assuming that the Egyptians had a drama.
They have
the master Jew, was that they? Yeah. People are all like normal.
followed by heavy
Explain that away.
All cats tend to be likely programmed, especially towards Israel.
Put like a thread around the show. Yes. Yeah. And he also estimated the revolutions per minute that would take to do something like that. So you're talking about something that like is going into extremely hard rock. And it looks like it has some extremely hard tip that can cut that rock. Like, what is it?
These engineers that are saying this kind of thing, the problem is that, people just need to a certain type of person who don't have the expertise in recognizing machine artifacts.
Also, they're dorks. They don't connect with people because they're so arrogant in the way they talk about these things. And it makes them not listen. This is, I think, the thing that frustrates them the most about alternative historians like Graham Hancock. He's a really interesting guy. He's got Helen, he's a great communicator, he's a great communicator, wonderful guy, and people love him, and they go, fuck that guy, he's right, he says this, he says that. Yes, that's what drives them nuts, but it should be exciting to them because it's stimulating people's desire to know where we come from. And that's supposed to be your business. That's supposed to be what you're into.
All he's doing is asking questions. Like, great. So like certain this could
he's got some ideas that I think are a big stretch, and then he's got some ideas that they're dead on the head, but he'll tell you that himself. He'll tell you that himself. He's just trying to figure this out.
That's the position he always has come from.
Yes.
But then you kind of see it, and it's like, how dare you claim that you have proof? And I don't think he's ever said so.
Insensitive person. Like this stuff really fucking hurts his feelings. Gosh, it's not necessary. Everybody should be working. They really should. And the academics, everyone knows that you have a limited amount of information before, and there's more information now. Like your students are not going to hate you if you say, listen, everyone look on this. This is so crazy. I'm so wrong. They respect you. You're wrong. Yeah, the thing about it is that that book is still out there, and academics like to point at it. They fools at each other. They really love to do that. They really love to. I see them do it to each other on Twitter all the time. They'll dismiss someone's credentials and say it's work genuine. God, they're such bitches. It's like some of that group's each other. Yeah, like high school girls, like talking shit about each other in chat messages, or high school boys that do the same thing. But it's more awful when men do it, obviously. These guys are just like that. But it's also, I think some of these guys are socially stunted because they spend so much time with their head in academia and their head in books that they don't realize the rest of the world sees that behavior in a very transparent way. If you're acting like a bitch online and all you do is say mean things about people, that's not You're not hiding what you are. Every reasonable person sees that and instantaneously knows what's going on. This is irrational behavior. You're calling people racist because they're questioning the timeline of human civilization based on evidence, based on really bizarre things that no one can explain, based on water erosion on rocks, how you phrase it. What are you talking about? It's just a way of like shut down the idea. It's exactly what it is. It's exactly what it is. But it's done by people that are socially stunted, and they don't understand that most normal, rational people who see and behave this way are never going to listen to their cat. By doing this ditchy thing, you have discounted your own participation in any true intellectual discourse, because everybody in their bad faith has to do that. You're a bad person. You're saying things because you're trying to shut down a conversation instead of saying, tell me what you did. You get to this. So what does he say? Water erosion. Whoa. Water erosion. Fucking hell, that does look like water erosion. Okay, maybe we should bring you in to teach. You know, like, what are we doing? We're gatekeeping. We're gatekeeping information because it's protecting fragile egos of socially stunted people. I mean, that's we should have a state for fucking up. Yeah, people maybe have to talk about these things. Make sure you imagine when Harry and the math department, when you've been shitting on string theory, and now it's like, oh, look who's wrong about the timeline. Oh, it's Mike the fucking genius. But shit, he's throwing coffee at each other. Everyone's like marbles. It's like any other group of men. You know, there's a human thing, isn't it? We're just human. Sure. Chess players cheat. I don't like even genius ones. I don't sound like these people. It's like the thing was like the biggest thing they're like, yes, they don't want to take it away. They don't want to take it away, and they don't want to deal with those other academics who can stick in their face. 40 years, Bob. 40 years you've been teaching lies. How does that feel? How about all those college kids that left with a real fucked up view of human history because of you, Bob? Poor Bob. Poor Bob's getting just like one of the note balls praise out. Bobby, I said, no, I hope that things are going to shift the time. Next decades, we're going to see one funeral at a time. Yes, that is the max time. Why does it have to take that long? I wish people would shift their positions because, well, again, I think people come in. It's like a lot of things, you know, people come in, they have new ideas, the old dinosaurs. I think it's our adherence to these ideas has kind of distorted our understanding of history and kind of prevented us from looking at things because, you know, we assume that these things are always real, still freaking me out. It's crazy, huh? It's crazy. There's still these things. Have you seen any of Jesse Michael's stuff? He's the kind of UAP kind of guy, isn't he? Yeah, I haven't really. I do kind of delve into that, but I don't like talk about it. His latest one is Tridactyl mummies in Peru, where they've done scans of them, and they have a fully intact bone structure, looks like an actual creature, fully intact, 3 feet, 3 toes, shaped head, the nose. Whatever it is, like, and also 1,700 years old. Like, what is that? So what's the like? Well, there's some of them that people have made that seem to be a complete fabrication. It seems to be some of them they've pieced together bones and created like a fake artifact and tried to sell it off. But then there's these other ones that were found that don't look like that at all. They look like they're huddled up. One of them has a fetus inside of it. And whatever these things are, show them the video when you see the scans of it. American Alchemy, Jesse Michaels, awesome. Yeah, he's cool. I wish to show him. He's awesome. Amos.
Isn't there also, I might make this up, isn't there also like depictions of this in kind of ancient?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like,
Yeah, ancient artwork, 3-fingered, 3-toed people, big heads. When you see this thing looks exactly like these. This is it. This is an actual scan of his mummy. Look at the size of the head, the shape of the head. Look at the ribs, everything. That's fucking right. Now, Jamie showed me what it looks like before the scan. So they found them encased in, I think it's narcotics or so it was. How long are they? Some of them are 700 years old, and some of them are as old as 1,700 years old. But look at that thing. So this thing, that seems to be an actual mummy of a real creature. And here's the thing, like, no, yeah, Jesse's right there. Jesse is doing real journalism on this. This is what it sounds crazy to everybody, including me, as it comes out of my mouth. But then when you look at that scan, not crazy, the one that's one, the smaller one, but the bigger one with the big head, that one right there, that one's crazy. Like, what the fuck is that? If that was a person that would run for the hills, with a head that shape, with 3 fingers and 3 toes, and the fact that they have artwork depicting these things that goes back.
Yeah, because if it was a fake, then how are they depicting it?
Right, what is this? What did they have? Look at the scans of the foot. Go back to that. This is crazy. It's almost like it defies the possibility of it being fraudulent. It defies it. It's like, make that. You show me how you can make that, where you can scan it, you see the tissue, and the ligaments, and the tendons, and the cartilage, and the joints, and they're not human shaped. But they're in this. These are real creatures that existed at one point in time alongside us, and they're just not finding them. Now then you get to ultimate weirdness. It's like, okay, what's the Nazca lines for? Because that's the same part of the world.
Yeah, it is, but there's also a way of like, it's the locating.
Well, this one of the Nazca lines looks like a fucking spacesuit. Looks like a guy in a spacesuit. And also, like, why would you make artwork you can only see from the sky? That doesn't make sense. Weird. So weird. The same part of the world where you're finding these things.
They're like perfect. Yeah, they're perfect, like lines and shapes. Weird geometry. They keep finding new ones.
Yeah, it's very strange.
I mean, South America is just, you know, it's like South America, Egypt / Turkey, but two areas that are just kind of, you know, mysterious, and like there's so much going on there that I think we haven't quite acknowledged how much mystery there is still left. Yeah, fascinating, especially when you throw this in. I mean, I haven't really listened to this until crazy. What
if they find out that's not a human? I mean, it could be.
I guess it's kind of
bizarre mutation, right? Like those ostrich feet people in Africa. Have you seen that?
Yeah, so.
It's possible that there's some weird mutation, and this is a bunch of people with big heads and 3 fingers and 3 toes, but it doesn't seem like it. It seems like something different. Also, what are you doing with your fingers? You're operating electronics only. Like, you're not picking shit up. You can't do anything. You don't have opposable thumbs. The idea if you have something that looks like us, it doesn't have opposable thumbs, like,
That's like a big evolutionary kind of advantage.
what is this thing doing? What are you doing? Unless all you do is like put your hand on a machine and you control everything with telepathy, and you just control it by touching it. Yeah, you don't need, maybe it gets to a point where we stop using our thumbs and they just fucking drift away. We only need a couple of digits.
So what is like Jesse's fingers?
Oh, their fingers have an extra digit too.
What's that mean?
So you know how like your finger bends a certain way. They have what is an extra phalange, what would you call it? An extra little. They have like 1, 2, 3 bones. They have a fourth bone, so you can type quicker. With 3 fingers. It's like That's not us. That's something weird. The skull shape is weird, but it looks like a real thing.
Yeah, that's real. Got it.
Changes everything. And you don't hear it in the New York Times. You're not seeing it in the New York Post. It's not in the Wall Street Journal. But they might have actually found a life form in modified form that's not us. That looks a lot like these fucking aliens that people have been talking about since the beginning of time.
Why is no one talking about it?
I don't know, man. Look at that. Look at that X-ray. Look at see how there's an extra little thing in there. That's not our fingers. That's a little extra joint. And it's not, the fingers aren't even, you have to be like the freakiest long finger from the front that's ever left. That finger's not long. Those are weird. It's not us. It's something different. Again, anybody who tells you that we know it all, they're full of shit. If that's real, you don't know anything. Yeah. If that's real, if that becomes mainstream, if this is from Jesse, and I hope it does, and they do genetic testing on this thing, and someone figures out what it is, it's got different chromosomes in us, and different DNA in us, like, now what? Exactly. Now what?
Chances we have got everything. Because these people seem to think, we've got it all worked out.
It's zero. The chances are zero.
And we've always thought we've had it all worked out. All the way through history, it's always like, oh, now we know the answers. And there's always a major paradigm shift. Exactly. Something like this. Or the ancient.
Yeah. Well, it's so fun, though. It's really exciting. It's a really exciting time to find things out, because if this had emerged 15 years ago, 75 years ago, there's no Jesse Michaels, there's no YouTube, there's no podcast like this to talk about Jesse Michaels and say a bunch of people go watch it. More people know, the better. Let's look at this. This might be real. This is crazy.
And that's why it probably is coming out in this kind of day and age, because the internet's not been around for very long.
But why isn't MSNBC covering this? Why isn't CNN covering this? They should all be covering this. They should all be going, look at these scans that this YouTuber Jesse Michaels did. If this is true, this seems like something that's not human being.
I know, it's just too.
Aliens are real.
2017, someone found just our hand.
Bizarre three-fingered hand. 2017, mummified hand found in a tunnel in Peru. Wow.
Unlike the bonus 3. Mummified hand is made up of bone and skin, suggesting that it's not fake, unless there was somehow made using real bone. Flesh and skin.
How would you do that a long time ago? Oh, so strange. And in that part of the world, they've had stories about these kind of creatures forever. That's why they have all this artwork about them. Not only that, that is an exact replica. Like when, if you ever see the movie Moment of Contact, the James Fox movie, it's about an incident in Brazil in 1994, 96. The Virginia, Brazil incident where there was a crashed UFO. These police officers went to go and see this crash. There was some sort of electrical storm. And then they found this creature that seemed to have been injured from the crash. The guy picks it up, takes it in his car. They bring it to a hospital. The hospital refuses to treat it. They bring it to another hospital. That hospital, they don't know what happened with the records or what happened. But they do know that the guy who carried physically died of a horrible bacterial infection that they couldn't cure. They said it smelled like sulfur. It had 3 fingers and 3 toes. It looked like that thing. It had a long head. And this, whatever this creature was that is, mummified, looks exactly like what these people were talking about from this Virginia Brazil. It's the entire folklore of the town. They have a UFO enter into the town of Virginia. They have like this giant statue of an UFO. Like there's still people alive to this day that live in that town that will tell you the story. And you can go across town, you go here, they all have the same story. There's multiple UFOs in the sky. One of them crashed. They found 2 creatures. One of them was alive. They think one of them was dead. This, whatever this crash site was, they bring in the movie moment of contact, they bring this police officer to the site and he starts weeping. Like, if that guy's, if he's a liar, he's the great actor of all time. The guy starts freaking out when he starts telling the story of what he found in the 1990s. Like, brings him back to that moment. The women who saw the beat, they're like in their 40s now. They were little girls when they saw it. And they all have the same story. Three-fingered, three-toed, looked like that. Looked exactly like that.
If I wasn't doing the ancient history thing, I'd love to talk about this stuff.
It might be the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. But like, to like make the next connection. The thing is, I just don't want to give it more ammunition to the company.
They're coming after you, buddy. Don't worry about it. Yeah, there's only two after all the nonsense that we talked. But it's fun to talk nonsense, and this is definitely fun nonsense, but that bot is not nonsense. The Virginia thing, I don't think is nonsense either. There's a really match that's still down, but not a good match to not fight. That's huge. Not just that, but biblical stories about creatures that are demons and smell like sulfur. Yeah, right? If you're terrified of something, and you think you've decided that it's a demon because it's actually an advanced life form from somewhere else, and it smells like sulfur, like whatever they have that got on this guy's skin that gave him this horrible bacterial infection, the guy died. He was a young, healthy soldier, and he's dead within like a couple of weeks. Yeah, that's not cool. They give him antibiotics. It's a knife. It's not like that. You know, they're treating him with modern medicine, and he's fucked. He dies. Yeah, this is the guy that was carrying an alien. Are you fucking kidding me? It smells like sulfur, and it looks exactly like a thing that's a real thing. They have a real mummy in these things. See if you can just get an image of an artist depiction. So they had these kids describing the song, and they drew this three-fingered, three-toed little, it's like almost like a thing. Do you think that's linked in any way to what this kind of mysterious construction we find in South America? No one can really explain it. What is the image? The thing that was curled up in the ground. Yeah, that one. That was the red eyes. No, yeah, that one. That's what it looked like. Somebody actually made a sculpture of that. Exactly what it looked like. Gave it to us.
The thing is, it was negative. Why would it look so good? As it came from this planet,
But does it look evil? Maybe that's just like maybe that's a constant thing when you evolve from primates. And maybe there's a thing about the alien gray too that's always been like this archetype of what we eventually will become. Yeah, so this is how those guys describe it. This is how they describe what it looked like. That looks an awful lot like that creature. Big eyes, the whole deal. The weird spindly body. That drawing mark there where it's hunched over your cursor. Yeah, that's my favorite. It's like, what is 1996? I don't know. I don't know what the hell that is. But what if it's real? And what if those things in Peru are exactly that thing? And what if, this thing has visited human beings multiple times in history? So would you say it's from another planet? Who knows? Might be from here. That's my thing, because mine is going to be primate. It might look, if these things they're finding these mummified remains in Peru, clearly if it was here, why would we assume it's not from here? Maybe we just have a really inaccurate timeline of life on this planet. Maybe some things went undersea, which sounds nuts. But then there's all these fucking videos of things coming out of the water. That's what I would if I was trying to if you imagine you have you create a bubble around everything you are, you travel through it without any resistance whatsoever. If clock things going underwater, they're going 500 knots underwater. I have no idea how it does that. Yeah, we're some kind of it's like my only exposure to the kind of UAP thing was traditionally through a big fan of Blink-182 and Tom DeLonge. He's the third. Yeah.
It's a good thing to say. I've always, I'm in a band. I've never known Tony.
I thought he was crazy. I thought he was crazy when I had him on before.
Yeah, I'm like, damn, I think he might be doing something. Well, he's so cool. He's always just had an inspiration for me. Like, I make music, I used to be inspiration for me, but he always got me into, he kind of got me into the UAP thing. He's all in.
Yeah, he's all in. But I do have to say, if I was the government and I wanted to like spread a bunch of crazy stories about UFOs, I tell them to people like Tom, and I tell them to people like me. I mean, I think people do that on this podcast. I think some of the information that gets shared on this podcast is probably bullshit. To hide things, yeah, and to prime people for disclosure. And I think if I was in charge and if I had done the how put off thing, what how put off was designed to do is, so they gave you numerical value for all these things that would be positively influenced by disclosure and negatively influenced, and you assign a value of 1 through 10, what's going to happen in religion, what's going to happen in politics, banking, all that stuff. And this was during the Bush administration. So Bush essentially said to how put off. Bush administration said, we have been working on a crash retrieval program. We have vehicles that are not from this world. We are not alone. If we release this information to the general public and disclose it, what will be the negative impact? What will be the positive impact? Is it overall positive or is it overall negative? And everyone, there was different independent people that they assigned this task to, and everyone came up with much more positive, so they decided to not disclose it. This is how I can't tell you if it's true or not. But when I see it, it was negative. Just the impact, the shock, the complete lack of any real faith in authority figures. Like, why would you listen to the president of the United States when there's fucking UFOs reading your mind and traveling instantaneously here from wherever they're from? Like, all of our systems of power and control, they all go away because we don't. You're not in control anymore. Clearly, the aliens are in control. People worship the aliens.
But do you think they're kind of like drip feeding us and then at some point come out? But then isn't that going to happen anyway?
I don't think it's totally organized because I think most things in government are not totally organized. I think there's a lot of chaos going on at all levels of the government. I really believe that. And to think that in this top secret UFO crash retrieval world, there's not a lot of chaos. It just is chaos and everything's chaos. There are problems. It has its own problems. Every organization has great people and a bunch of clowns. It's a bunch of people that don't want to lose their positions of power. There's struggles, inter-office bullshit. And every organization has human beings. So for sure, that's the same thing with UFO disclosure. And then I think there's also the problem with if there really is a crash retrieval program that's been going on for a long time. And without congressional oversight, easier to lie, easier to be, and you guys jam. Everybody's fucking dead. So what's the best way to kind of slowly trickle out the information, and you gotta mix it up with a whole lot of bullshit, a whole lot of nonsense, and then fly some drones over people and say how they respond.
There's something recent about that, wasn't it? The New Jersey thing.
Yeah, there's giant drones over New Jersey, and they try to find it with fighter jets, and the lights would shut off. Was that they fucking know? Yeah, they say, oh, it's ours. Like, they didn't even tell us exactly what was going on. It was almost like a national emergency. It was a national story. I remember Trump saying he was not going to go play golf in New Jersey because they were flying in New Jersey. Was this pre-election? I think it was during. Was it during? Yes. I think it was. I think it was December. I don't think he was the president yet. But it was in post-election. It was post-election, right?
We've been saying that since a couple of years ago, they were waiting for that this year and they just disappeared a few weeks later.
Yeah, but what was that? Maybe it's just a grand show that we put on for us to distract us from some other stuff. Maybe there's some banking fucking decisions that were going on at that time that we would have probably paid attention to. Yeah, that's a real thing. I would do that if I had some drones. If I was trying to pull off some shenanigans.
Couldn't they just get like advanced weapons and technology that we have all over
He is the
owner of this. It doesn't have to be anything, just for it to be like more advanced than
most of it. I would imagine that a lot of what we're dealing with is advanced American military craft. And probably done through some top secret research that was real shady. Probably a lot of people spent a whole lot of money doing this stuff, and there's probably some. This is people that have gone to ask for and talk about it. You can't. It's all anecdotal, so you never really know if they're telling the truth. But there's been people that have no reason to lie that say that they have technology that is 40 or 50 years past anything you can imagine right now. And they've been spending shit piles of money making the wildest things your mind can ever conceive of. And they already have it. It probably looks super alien when they take it out.
why would they tell us the most advanced thing? They wouldn't public information.
Exactly. Career history. So the idea, you know exactly what happened 5,000 years ago. Shut up, bitch. You definitely don't know if you find a total wheel with 300 in it.
We don't know what's going on now, so we don't know what's going on.
So the wheel was 300 million years, but the car tracks or whatever.
That's what this guy said.
It's all fun. It's all fun. It's very interesting, and I'm really glad you're out there because I've binge watched your show. You do a great job. It's really informative and interesting and speculative and fascinating because I just love the subject, and I think you just do a great job. So I hope you get a lot of views and you keep doing it. And I'm happy that you're doing it. I'm really happy that you came.
Thank you, Joe. It's been a great honor to be here, to be out in Boston. I've loved it. It's an incredible experience, and yeah, it's been really fun talking to you. I super appreciate the opportunity. So thanks so much.
My pleasure. So tell everybody how to find you on social media stuff.
Just put my email on Michael Button and on YouTube, I guess. They'll probably find me if I'm doing my job correctly. That's me on the screen. Michael Button 1, yeah. There's someone else out there who's got my name.
Yeah, so don't go to Michael Button. Michael Button 1. This seems so silly. Yeah. Michael Button. That's me. All right. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Thanks for being here.
Central David has moral failure, but also experience.
Trying my day, Joe Rabbi podcast by night, all day. I've enjoyed your show. Well, first of all, how long have you been doing music?
Ancestor of King David and civil righteousness and redemption. King David probably
Growing up in a
desire
family,
or
is there just something you picked up on your own?
firstborn to the man
Everyone.
former neighbor Genesis 4, party life of jealousy and fratricide.
Oh, okay.
David Paula Hebrew for God's symbol of loyalty, loyal hearted. 1 cent by
Like, what kind of art did your family do?
Persian faith and inherited Henry number 13. 14, Joshua 14.
House and stuff.
Cyrus Torah, Persian Nancy, son for Rome. King of Persia allowed Jews to return and rebuild the temple Henry I.
And all sorts of fun stuff he used with as well.
Considered like a important figure in time
They
reign.
were artistic
Daniel spoke for God is my judge.
but they didn't.
Prophet and saints in the Babylonian exile, 6 CBC.
So, I only know of you from the that he put up on Instagram. Specifically, I think it was the United Healthcare guy was the first one, right? Which was really so the lyrics and the timing of it all, you captured the moment, and that song to me was like, yeah, that's what the fuck is going on. That's what's really going on. They don't give a shit about you, and they're just trying to make money. And that's why when this guy got shot, there was this reaction from people, which is very rare when someone gets assassinated and people are celebrating. When someone's not, when it's bizarre.
I mean, it must mean something, because if people are celebrating,
Yes.
something's dead.
Yes.
Something is wrong.
And all kind of across both sides of the aisle. It's not a political thing. It is a human thing. Like these people, they take your first money, you pay them, and then when something comes up, you don't get covered. And there doesn't seem to be any repercussions. And to fight it, you have to go to court, and you usually don't have the money to go to court. And they have a lot of fucking money. And they, been doing this for a long time, and now they're using AI to make sure that they pay less. So they're using AI to improve cases. And the numbers are even lower than they were before. So United Healthcare always have lower numbers than industry standard, right? Now it's even with AI, they're able to chop it down even lower. It's like, at what point in time does this become against the law? Like, at what point in time is this like, it's a gun game? Like, you're paying, you're thinking you're gonna get covered, and you're like, nah.
Also later figures
It's just
the
that
same
it had to be revolutionary. I mean, you can have that for profit at that point. You have to socialize the
Which I agree with up until a point. The problem is human nature. And what if you hurt your children and you want to get involved in Operation Control? You want to go to a guy who does the liquors. You know what I mean? You want to go to a guy who is like, this motherfucker is the cream of the crop. He's dialed in. He's been doing this forever. He's super focused and motivated. He drives a fucking Mercedes, right? The reason he drives a Mercedes makes a lot of money doing what he's doing. You don't want someone to not feel appreciated, not have the motivation to continue to get really great at their craft. Like there's a thing with just human beings. There's a financial motivation that people have because it's a quantitative thing. It's you can see it on a ledger. You know that you're making more money because you're doing this and you're working harder and you're getting this reward, whether or not it makes sense or not. As soon as you eliminate that, everybody gets the same amount of money and everything. You lose all the killers. You lose all the.
You just don't want to go to it costs $500 to get back at him.
100%. That's a giant scam.
So, but that's a scam that so many folks are stuck in.
That's only part of the scam. The healthcare scam goes so deep. There's so many different layers to this fucking horrible den of vampires. Because it's whenever you can make profit off of people, you're involved in a corporation, and the corporation has an interest. Its stockholders want more money every year. They want more money every quarter. So that's what they try to do. That's their focus. They're doing that with people's lives, people's health. That should be. That's where it gets fucked.
I suppose it's what folks were doing. It was upsetting to see. I felt like I actually had kind of an unpopular opinion about it. Why are we celebrating somebody's death? That seems far out.
Not only that, I believe unrelated to him. In his case.
How far out is that? So I didn't want I make these tunes, but that one in particular was how to adjust this. What do you even say?
So how do you approach something like that? You sit down with pad and paper and you start writing it like that. How do you start saying
Stepwise, avoid the work. So I would have small jogs, so Amazon instead, put up like Amazon Santa Claus, and keep sitting there, and it kept getting the situation snowballed. Here is like, okay, you're right. And it's really certain. Yeah, let's write 2,000 words. We have 300 essays. And boil down the essence of the issue and make it rhyme and put a jolly tune behind it. That's really, that's kind of how that goes about.
That sounds like super similar stand-up comedy.
Yeah, I think boil it down. Yeah. It's punchlines. So find the punchline of everything. Find the punchline of everything. I never had the attention span to tell too much of a story or anything like that. So I just keep punchline. So I always like, mention Steve Ryan. We're so good at that. Just come out and lay a bunch of punchlines.
Yeah.
On the next one.
That was the dawn things of their act, which is so impressive. So every subject is, every time they open their mouth, it's a new subject, which is kind of crazy. It's a crazy way to do comedy. But when you're an absurdist, it's probably the best way because it's a certain way to think. Right? You're just going from one subject to the next. First, somebody asked me if I want a frozen banana, and I said no, but I want a regular banana later, so yes. It's a ridiculous joke. I used to love listening to him in particular when I was in traffic because it would like chill me out. The girls got to the airport in LA, it was just fucking clusterfuck. I always just throw on some bitch hamburger and just start giggling. It's just silly.
He's one of the coolest.
He was awesome. Let's play that song. Jamie, can you find that one? The United Healthcare song? I want to play it so people know what we're talking about.
Several CEOs come and go.
Fuck yeah, dude, that's a great song. That's a great song. And it's interesting to me how few people are doing what you're doing. I don't know of anyone else. I'm sure there probably is a few people out there that I miss, but I don't know of anybody else who takes things that are in the zeitgeist, these big stories that come up, and turns them into a catchy tune, and does it in a way where you laid out, really the problem and the whole thing, like you said, punchlines.
There's a lot of folks doing it right now, and more every day, but there was, there's a precedent for that kind of work. Especially as far as like what he got through his I was reading a Woody Guthrie biography,
19.
And
For my messenger.
my old man was in the hospital.
Last
He
effect
had
well
just had a
minor
heart attack.
problems
And
with
we didn't know what way it was going to go or whatever. Anyway, I just seen him all hooked up to that stuff.
for talking to predict.
If you were,
Ancestor of God, one NASA Genesis 41.
I've hardly had any time to even know him. He's hardly had any time to know anything. We don't get very long down here. And I'm reading this weird autobiography, and I was just like, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna sing with you. Because that's really what was kind of doing it is, because there's folk music around, team up with pizza, and he was on radio programs, and you couldn't play, he had the choice, you couldn't play standards, you couldn't play country western music, and stuff like that. Making folks laugh. And he liked telling me how it was. I like both those things.
I saw a video of when I was a little kid in San Francisco.
Arlo?
I think what? Which one was mine? Back then, was it Arlo? Okay, so it must be Arlo. So it was 19. Just I was 11.
Yeah.
So, yeah, 10 or 11. No, San Francisco, so it had to be, I lived there until I was 11, so I was probably around 9 or 10. Yeah, he performed live. God, I wish I could remember more.
I mean, Arlo played this kind of
which is super great.
he carried on the band for his own band.
So what he got, what he
He said he got a hunting disease and was laid in home for a while to see Billy speak. What is a hunting disease? It's some weird genetic disorder. I don't really know what it does other than like he's pretty great telling nerve cells in the brain. Yeah, his father also suffered from the same illness. Yeah. So why do I have bad lugs? Maybe not. Maybe one of there's some environmental toxin involved. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's still he's passed. Pennsylvania. No, I'm getting out of trouble. But I mean, well, obviously it's a different time, but there's just so many parts of the country that are polluted by industrial waste. There's so much horrible shit. Maybe he was running on trains and boxcars and stuff. There's no telling what they were hauling around and that sort of thing. But he, he played the political tunes. And maybe he's a continuation of a long-standing human tradition of like bards going from town to town and singing the news. I don't know, maybe there's somebody who was going around singing about the king, you know, and I don't know stories, because I don't know if it's uniquely American tradition, but when I do it, I get romantic about it, and I think it is a uniquely American tradition, because you have the freedom to do it. And no one's gonna be down in the field there or anything for anything to say, you know. So I get to,
That's why now when they do anything the way you do it, they were doing it about the king. Just like, I gotta do the nights going out to one. Yeah, maybe a few guys tried, but I bet they killed one.
Or maybe you hired, you go off to the bar, you turn them into your fool, and then you sing songs for you about how the neighborhood king was.
That's a different guy. I think you're dealing with a different guy. The guy who is the jester, the fucking vampire familiar. You know, like in Blade. You guys like getting vampires. Which one they want to be a vampire? They promised it. But that's always the Dracula story. There's always a familiar. There's always a Dracula that does the bidding of the vampire. Yeah, perfect. Exactly. Same kind of guy. Questionable hard drive. Was he? He's so old. That's him now? Yeah, that's what I'm That's a great right, people glorify that. It's like we need more health institutes. That's why there's so many homeless people on the street. But definitely more mental health when 100% of those people need care. But do they need the kind of care that they were getting before they were released on the street? When they were giving people electroshock therapy before they cooking their brains.
At least whatever's going on in cookies, this is essentially a prison.
Well, they're all electroshock. Oh yeah. Yeah, lobotomies. Like 67. Yeah, they were just cooking people's brains with one. Get in there and scrambling up your brain. They did lobotomies for decades. Yeah, decades. Until enough people have their loved ones turn into zombies. They're like, hey, maybe we should probably fucking stop that. Kennedy. Yep. Apparently, she was just wild.
Yeah.
That's all it was. First of all, I don't know if you would, yeah, probably. I mean, first of all, the men were wild. She was wild sexually. Is that part of the accusation that she was very promiscuous? They had a problem with her, and they wanted her to calm down, so they fucking scrambled her brains. And apparently, she became non-functional. Like, they really had kind of, they dialed it up to 10. So, and that was it for her. This part of the show where I talk about AG1, which I've done for years. And usually I like to talk about routine, and don't get me wrong, because routine is super important. AG1 is exactly the kind of daily, easy routine that can help you feel healthy and help you get the nutrients that your body needs. But even if you love a routine, isn't it nice to switch it up a little? Well, here we go. After 15 years of the original AG1 has introduced 3 new flavors: tropical, berry, and citrus. It's still daily, it's still routine, but it's no longer one flavor fits all. And honestly, the best part is that's the only thing that's changed. Besides new flavors, we're talking about the same science, the same 75 plus ingredients, and the same exact benefits. I partnered with AG1 for so long because they're committed to constantly improving. And now that includes offering 3 new flavors. Subscribe today and choose tropical, citrus, berry, or the classic original variety. If you use my link, you'll also get a free roll of AG-T3K2 and AG1 welcome kit and 5 G1 travel packs with your first subscription. Just go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan or head to the link in the description to get started with AG1 and try the new flavors yourself. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. We can't wait for doctors told her father lobotomy to help calm and stop her occasional violent outbursts. So Joe Sr. decided to Rosemary should have lobotomy. However, he did not inform his wife, oh my God, until after the procedure was completed. The procedure took place in November 1941. Since the father book 1996 biography, James W. Vaughn, who carried out the procedure with Walter Freeman of George Washington University School of Medicine and Health Sciences, described the guest as follows. After Rosemary was mildly sedated and went through the top of her head, Dr. Watts recalled, I think she was aware. She had a mild tranquilizer. I made a surgical incision in the brain through the skull. It was near the front. It was on both sides. We just made a small incision, no more than an inch. The instrument Dr. Watts used looked like a butter knife. He swung it up and down to cut brain tissue. We put an instrument inside, he said, as Dr. Watts cut. Dr. Freeman asked Rosemary some questions. For example, he asked her to recite the Lord's Prayer or sing God Bless America or to count backward. We made an estimate on how far to cut based on how she responded. When Rosemary began to become incoherent, they stopped.
What a tragedy.
Timeline.
Holy cow.
Build 1,270 BC. Plains of Monet.
Scroll back up. Go
Joshua
back up.
Hebrews 8.
Scroll up so I can hear.
The Lord of salvation.
The nuns of the covenant thought that Rosemary might become involved with sexual partners, that she could contract a sexually transmitted disease or become pregnant. Her occasional erratic behavior frustrated her parents.
Build 1,240.
So she got expelled from summer camp, and she was staying, it says, and staying only for a few months at a Philadelphia boarding school. Kennedy was sent to a convent school in Washington, D.C. Kennedy began sneaking out of the convent school at night.
Build
The nuns in the convent thought that she might be involved with sexual partners, and that she might get an STD or become pregnant. And so then they decided to give her a fucking lobotomy. Imagine that, you send a young, healthy girl to a convent with a bunch of fucking creepy nuns, and she just like breaks out in the middle of the night, go to hang out with her friends, or go meet up with a guy, or fucking something. So they go, well, the solution to this is to cut her brain and have her talk until she can't talk anymore, then we know when to stop cutting.
That's insane.
Solomon divided
Yeah, these guys, that wasn't even awesome in his experience.
Yeah, they all were. The fun was, like, I don't know whether it's true or not true, because we used to say it, and there's been things disputing it, but of course, who knows how much money is involved. This first one, but supposedly, Kennedy Sr. was involved in illegal liquor during the time where there was prohibition in this country. He definitely was a newspaper, which was what helped his son win Illinois. Yeah. She's like, I don't know what's true and what's not true in terms of him being a moonshine hunter, but it tracks. You know, and the whole family seems like an incredibly lucrative business to prohibition. I don't know who would be counting like this, especially when they control the police. You know, especially when you had light and you were involved, your foot dipped in all sorts of organized crime. And you had souped up NASCAR cars in the area that you drive. That's where NASCAR comes from. Somebody for cops, they weren't for Joe, we would have had one head Dale. You're right. We would have it's just a crazy practice that they did for a long time, just to get rid of people that were problems. So what's the modern law? What are we doing right now? And we're going to reunite with I'm sure transitioning children. I'm sure that's going to be on that list. Like prescribing benzos and stuff. That's what I know for sure. It's just like a chemical lobotomy. Well, benzo doesn't give you a chemical lobotomy, but it does make you 100% hooked on it. Yeah, well, it's just the difference. The stress you would undergo getting out of the addiction, you might never come back from it because you're not way back after an addiction. Well, I know several people that have that problem, and it is a real struggle. Right. Like Jordan Peterson, his public talked about it. It took him over a year to recover physically. Just from being injected. And that's actually going to rehab and stuff like that. Like a lot of folks say, they are going to get off and inject themselves to death or do cocaine or do something else. Or, you know, or the psychiatrist puts you on some new kind of pills to satisfy whatever fucking you want from the first It's a real problem. And once it gets on that ride, it's hard to get off. It's hard to get off take this pill to fix it ride. That ride is a very popular ride.
Yeah, right.
Story offering best loyalty and acceptability.
Have your doctor tell him
Timeline.
it's alright.
Built 1,150 era. Presentation. Hyphen Holocaust.
An authority figure told them it's all good to take these pills.
Especially early days. Nobody even told me that it was almost impossible to get off of.
586 BT.
I mean, patient kind of figure that out pretty quick.
Well, they don't because they keep taking it, right? You keep taking it because you're addicted to it.
If you forget a dose, start feeling those withdrawals come in,
Well, apparently with, you'll find this out if this is true. Apparently one of the things about benzodiazepine is that it alleviates anxiety, but if you stop taking it, your anxiety maybe even elevates past where it was when you first took it. So there's like a slingshot
I
effect.
say, when you get off the thing, all sorts of stuff rattles loose in your head, man. Everything gets worse for a period of time.
What I want to get at is it's one of the few where you could die if you get off of it.
Right, it's like that and alcohol. Those are like the two things, right?
Here it is. During early withdrawal, an individual may experience a return of anxiety and insomnia symptoms as the brain rebounds without the drugs. What does it say? Rebound. How long does it last? Many people stop taking these medications experience increased anxiety. Restlessness, referred to as rebound anxiety, rebound effects from benzo withdrawal, such as anxiety or insomnia, typically last 2 to 3 days. I don't think that's true. That's true.
Still, the insomnia itself is enough to cause all sorts of different.
Yeah. How long does benzobelly? What is that? Benzobelly. Is it like a diarrhea, such as the type of dose of benzodiazepine? What does it mean? Some people experience.
530
What does it say? Benzobelly. Don't you know?
Put that on.
Common side effect cramps. Oh, where you're fucking poisoning your insides.
Pepto list.
Your body's like, what are you doing? Oh, look at you can get nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, abdominal pain, indigestion. You know they do that at the end of the commercial.
Yeah.
Indigestion, loss of appetite, constipation, weight loss, bloody diarrhea. You might want to die. That's the craziest ones. When the simple side effects of antidepressants are suicide.
Folks are making money.
Sometimes also
Yeah.
linked to
Keep
rapid
the money rolling
families.
in.
But yeah, as long as they keep mushrooms illegal.
There's a lot of things
that can be fixed in a very natural way that people have been doing for thousands of years that you can't do. At least in Texas, they opened up Ivory. So that's new. Where, they're going to do these, they've done so far these trials with soldiers, and it's super effective, especially for getting off drugs.
Yeah.
Like really effective, like 80% for one dose, and the 90s for 2 doses. People just quit pills, quit everything, quit drinking, whatever's fucking with you. Yeah. There's natural tools out there to figure out. People get in patterns, right? They get in these terrible behavior patterns and they don't know why. They don't know how to get out. They keep falling into it because they're like tightly rooted to the way you think. Unless you can leave for a moment the connection that you have to this existence where you're completely continually trapped by your patterns, unless you can leave and look at those patterns, you're just fighting against so much gravity and so much momentum, and then whatever the life that you've chosen, you're around the same people, there's so many things that make it very difficult to really change your life outside of escaping briefly, getting a look at it from some.
So it's like I began like smooth out all the ruts.
I began, so I've never done it, so I can't really speak to this, but from the people that have done it, what they explain that it does, first of all, it actually stops physical addiction. Somehow, they don't totally understand how it's doing this, but it stops physical addiction and sort of rewires the way your brain, and for lack of a better term, looks at addiction. It also is, it's not a drug that you can abuse recreationally. Apparently, it's not a fun time, and it's a 24-hour experience. And this 24-hour experience
Is it
is
psychedelic?
yes. And this 24-hour experience is essentially a review of your life and showing you, like, you remember this happened, and these guys beat you up after school, and then that sent you down this road, and then this is why you think about this and this. And it, like, lays out why you're in all these different fucked up patterns in your life.
Do you have like a spirit guide?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think it's counsel. You mean while you're doing it?
Yes.
Yeah. They have centers. What is the place called in Mexico that former Republican governor Rick Perry is an advocate of this? And he went to Beyond, BEOND. For a long time they've been doing these things down in Mexico because it's legal.
Does ayahuasca do something similar?
Yes. A lot of people go down to Costa Rica and do that, or there's certain churches that have religious exemption in America. Which is
What?
go to church and really meet Jesus. Like for real. Okay, you ready? Yeah, New Mexico, places like that. It's like, somewhere where like, well, how many followers you got? You got 1,400? All right, well, don't get too big.
I've been to a church in a couple basements. Like,
Really? Well, the weird thing is if anybody wants to start a new church now, like, good luck. They'll crawl up and fucking ass with a microscope. Like, if you want to start a new church now, it better be a Christian church. Like, you better be following the same religions that people have been following for thousands and thousands of years. Because if you try to cook up a religion today, they will Waco you, son. They will fucking
yeah.
I
mean,
you get a good following.
Religions, they get weirder and weirder. Like, in America, they get weirder and weirder, kind of the more west we went, the more we manifest destiny now. Because, like, you have, like, Puritan pilgrims land in New England. And the weirdest of them move a little bit more west, or they just go to, the Quakers just go to, like, Nantucket, to be on an island and be isolated. Eventually, in about 100 years, you've got Mormons, and then give it another 100-something years, then you got Scientology out in California, right?
Have you seen American Primeval? Netflix series? No. Really good. And it's about the settlement in the West, but the part of Mormons. How fucking gangster the Mormons. We think of Mormons as being like really sweet people. Like,
No,
not back then.
Nothing was in the West, man.
Yeah.
It was death incarnate. I imagine like Blood Meridian, McCarthy's book, where basically, like follows the story of like this kid who goes on a scalping mission, where their job is to go down into Guadalajara and come up in through the States, and they scalp pretty much everyone they meet indiscriminately, and then take those scalps back for dough for a bounty, which is crazy. How much is a scalp worth? I don't know.
Imagine that. Just find some dude who's like fucking taking care of a wall or something like that.
I take that over a lot of
Some people live right back.
Yeah, this is really crazy. That picture is like
Guy had a top hat on over this giant wooden door on top of his head. Wonder how long he lived. Because basically had like an open skull facing the earth.
I guess you play dead.
Maybe they just let him live.
Yeah.
This episode is brought to you by Recruiter. There is such a thing as having too many options to choose from. Like when you're scrolling on the TV trying to find something to watch, or have you been to one of those ice cream shops where they have hundreds of different toppings to choose from? It's overwhelming. The same thing can happen when you're hiring and you get inundated with applications. Well, it's time to stop stressing and use ZipRecruiter instead. Their innovative resume database can help you find and connect with the best people for your role. Try it for free now at ZipRecruiter.com/Joe. ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. What makes ZipRecruiter's resume database so special is the advanced filtering feature. You can use it to hone in on exactly what you're looking for from the hundreds of thousands of resumes that are uploaded monthly to the site. And when you find a potential candidate, you can unlock their contact info instantly. Skip the candidate overload. Streamline your hiring with ZipRecruiter. See why 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. Again, right now, try it for free. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Rogan. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Chihuahua's bounty program offered fortune seekers 150 to 200 Mexican pesos for each Apache, depending on age and sex. Men worth 50 pesos more than women and children. Today that equates to about $8,200 per scalp.
Yeah.
So this is far more than most prospectors would ever make in the California gold fields. $8,000 per scalp. That's crazy.
Yeah.
How many people, just innocent people, that have dark hair, not scalp?
Oh, they would, and like in McCarthy's book at least, it follows the Klan gang. I'm pretty sure at times they kill some of their own gang.
I'm sure.
Just because they were dark haired.
The most prolific of these operatives was an Irish American named James Kirker, who led a massacre of more than 150 Apaches in 1846 and ultimately killed at least 320 Indians during his bounty hunting campaigns. Scalp trade, $8,200 for scalps. You imagine, like, if you have a lawless country, which is essentially what the Wild West was,
Yeah.
and then you offer up $8,000 every time you kill a person. Yeah. Ooh, we can get rid of people quick.
And you're gonna have the wildest of the wild and go out there and tame that land.
The craziest of the crazy.
Yeah.
That's essentially what
calls them out.
Oof, and that wasn't long ago. That's what's so crazy. You know, we're talking about 150 years. Like, what is it? How long ago was it? Not that long ago. In California, scalp warfare has eliminated nearly 90% of some tribal populations. Holy fuck.
Were they doing that in the 1890s?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's 135 years ago. How crazy is that?
It's pretty wild.
That's hard to believe. Direct government support for bounty payouts? Whoa. Direct government support for bounty payouts. With one calls for the extermination of tribes and mass murder of men, women, and children. Provides an important new perspective on the question of genocide across the long arc of Euro-American interaction with Native communities. The Apache scalp that FBI agents seized in 2022 is one of thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, that were taken, redeemed, displayed, and in rare cases like this one, preserved as a part of a long gruesome history of scalp warfare. So was it an auction house? That's how they found it. FBI investigating Apache scalps seized from Fairfield auction house. The item was seized from the police art and antiques and auction house as part of the investigation into the illegal trafficking of human remains.
When does the karma come in on this bloodshed?
Well, I'm certain it did for the individuals involved.
I wonder if this generation, these things, if the universe will continue to sort itself out.
I think this is a very unique time for understanding people. We have to, when people look at all the conflict and all the drama with human beings right now, you have to realize that yes, we can certainly live better lives, and we can certainly have a better civilization than we have right now. We can do that. We also have to realize where we're coming from. Like, to make an adjustment from 1890 to 2025, I mean, this is a big swing in this battleship. People were holding balls of history. I think that's what we really have to come to grips with. It's not just, I mean, we can go back to the colonial invasions. The 19, what's the year 1200? How long ago was that? What year was that? I think it was in the 1200s. You know, I mean, the Inquisition, we can go to World War I, where two people were fucking horrible forever. It's just, more people are talking about it now than ever before. You know, you had universities in America which were the anti-war movement started in the 1960s, and the hippies, and they were starting to get acid and realize that there's more to life, and this is bullshit. The way our parents are living is bullshit. They're miserable, and they're gonna die. And it takes a long time to turn this big ass battleship around, but I think we have to give ourselves some understanding about the past and realize, like, part of the reason why we're so fucked up today is, like, look what we come from. Yeah, look what we come from. And no, we can do it. We definitely can do it. We should do it. We could live a way better life, way better society. But look where we come from. We come from absolute chaos. Chaos is what a person has to sign off, a person in the government, say, okay, give them some money so they go kill some Indians indiscriminately. Give them $8,000 per sale, a little less for religion. You know, 130 years ago, 140 years ago, that's nothing, man, right? That's nothing. You know, that's your great grandpa. He was alive back then. Part of it is fun. I wonder, things are probably seem a lot cleaner as far as chaos and bloodshed now in the continental U.S. and actually stuff like folks go do that abroad to protect the auspices protecting them.
I was doing the exact same thing. They were doing that just in a different way.
I really think we still, as much as has changed, and we can measure that, we totally can. But they also stay the same.
We're forced to change. Yeah. Until something or until we recognize they need to change collectively. But there has to be a discussion. It's not something that just organically happens.
I think of, like, do you ever see this Hollywood, but Apocalypse Now? Sure. Because of Francis Ford Coppola, like Martin Sheen, Marlon Brando, Dennis Hopper, Robert Duvall, all those cool cats, dope movie. But it's really on this premise of a book that was written in like 1899 by Joseph Conrad, like Art of Darkness. Art of Darkness was talking about a conquest of, I believe, the Dutch, I'm not sure, into the Congo. And some atrocities and stuff that were happening there, treating people with subhuman. I don't know if there was scalping or anything, but I think that there was slavery and that sort of thing. But Coppola was able to adapt to that and then put the Vietnam War as the new going into, I think Shane's mission in the movie at least was to go over into Cambodia or Laos, I'm not sure which, and take out a broke U.S. general who had enslaved population of indigenous there. I wanted to say, like, I wonder if, like, in Vietnam, that the folks fighting out there felt like in that moment where you're killing somebody, if you realize at that point that nothing has ever changed, and that this is there's something primeval and what this violence is hate. Is this violence and hate? Is this how folks are? There's no helping it. There's nothing that's ever going to change. There's just get kind of cynical that way. And I kind of tell people more idealistic, and at times it seems like stupid to have an ideal that folks can put their harm and peace without taking others' lives. That's my thought, because it is an all, I think it's an analog deep down.
Well, it has to be. Because it's the only way we survived. It's the only way we got to where we are today. Because we existed before language, we existed before empathy, before we understood each other, before we could communicate. So any being that you didn't know from somewhere else wanted what you had. And they would try to take it by force. The big or strong I survived. That's why the best genetics kept going. It's just survival of the fittest. It exists in nature and exists with humans. Like, that's the basis of our DNA, unfortunately. Like, that's how we started, right? And so the way it manifests itself today is fucking drone warfare and bombs, dropping bunker busters out of B2s. That's what it is. B12, what is it? B12? What's the big one? B2? Feels like it should be a bigger number. It looks like a spaceship. You see how they flew it over Putin? Like, look at my dick. My flying dick. You see, Trump did that when Putin was in Alaska. He flew a bomber over his head. Like, what are we doing? Why are we flying the radar-resistant bomber over Putin's head? This sounds like a show of force. Look at my dick. These games bad. Like, is it? Yeah, I just wonder, is everything equals to exist in peace without? Well, we certainly can in small groups, right? Like, if you, me, and Jamie, I said before about other guests, if we were on an island together, we would lock each other up. We just figured it out. Like, okay, I'm gonna go fish today. We firewood. Okay, get that dog. Get your cardio in. But you know what I'm saying? Like, there's only a limited amount of us. We wouldn't have any go to war. And most war today is about resources. Most war today is about controlling parts of the world where there's an infinite amount of money, whether it's oil or now it's rare earth minerals and stuff they need for batteries. That's what a lot of it is. That's what a lot of conflict is in this world. And that's gross. It's scary. It's scary. But if you ask the average person, what are the odds that there will be no world war in your lifetime? And they'll say 0%. Yeah. Everyone will say 0%. It's so far out. It's just, I don't think it. Folks say, I don't know what, like, if you sign up for one time, right? 3, 6 you're securing but you go to Afghanistan, you're securing opium fields. So you're out there risking your life.
have the gun on,
mind was compared with spiritual
are
illumination.
prepared to take somebody's life,
American first tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, blessings, prayers, Shiva, grace after
we'll fight. We'll fight. It seems like for the sake of just for the sake of the hunt,
People ask the soldiers when they're signing up, "Hey, do you want to go to Afghanistan and guard poppy field?" They're like, "What? No, I want to fight terrorism. I want to stop the people that did 9/11 from doing it again." That's why a lot of people sign up. But then the reality kicks in once you're standing around poppy fields with a machine gun. You're like, oh, this is a scam. And, I don't know how much internet they have while they're over there. They take every cool percentage of all heroin that comes from Afghanistan. The answer they would have got is 90%. And they're like, wait.
so then it takes a larger, it takes essentially a psyop in order to get men to fight for the interests of the people who are performing the psyop.
Yes, you have to create a psyop that puts a narrative out there that makes it noble for us to be doing what we're doing. No,
We're such suckers. It's a noble cause. What's more noble than letting somebody live?
Yeah, we're less suckers now than ever before, but yes, a lot of us are suckers for these narratives.
I'm a sucker for it.
Oh, I am too. Did you ever read that War is a Racket? Smith Smiley? Did you ever read it? It's really good. It's not long. Yeah, it's really good. It is essentially outlining what we're talking about. But it was in 1933. Right. It's Millie Butler who went to all these places and did all this work. He thought that he was doing good. He thought he was protecting people. But then at the end of his career, when it all, like, the fog of war had kind of faded, he recognized patterns, like, oh, each time, pull it up, Jimmy, just so we get away
Was
from
Smedley the one where there was a coup and they had asked him to?
They asked him to overthrow the fucking government.
There was a documentary I just watched by Francis O'Connor. It's called Everything's a Rich Man's Pick, and he would always talk about Smedley D. Butler.
Yeah, it was about them. Yeah, in a good way. But this thing that he wrote, it's going to get just if you can just go to the Wikipedia site, there it is right there. It contains the summary of the large clues. That's what makes the project. It says war is a racket. It always has been. It's possibly the oldest, easily the most profitable, surely the most vicious. It's the only one international in scope. It is the only one in which profits are reckoned in dollars and the losses of lives. A racket is best described, I believe, as something that is not what it seems to be to the majority of people. Only a small inside group knows what it's all about. It's conducted for the benefit of the very few at the expense of the very many. Out of war, a few people make huge fortunes. Butler confessed that during his decades of service in the United States Marine Corps, I helped Mexico, especially Tampico, safe for American oil interests. In 1914, I helped make Haiti and Cuba a decent place for national city bank boards to collect revenues in. I helped in the reaping of half a dozen Central American republics for the benefit of Wall Street. The record of racketeering is long. I helped purify Nicaragua for the International Banking House of Brown Brothers in 1909 and 1912, where I heard of the name before. I don't know. I brought light to the Dominican Republic for American sugar interests in 1916. China, I helped see to it that Standard Oil went its way unmolested. Looking back, I might have given Al Capone a few hints. Because they've been doing that forever. And if it wasn't for this one guy writing about it, this one very decorated man who pull up the thing about the coup when they tried to enlist him, which is part of the reason why I'm sure he wrote this. He was like, what the fuck is this? Like you guys want to take over the United States government force? You know, imagine there was imagine if that was very cool. Really worked for like 30 or whatever it was. How fun would it be now? It's interesting how history pivots oftentimes on one or two crucial figures, right? And this guy's saying no to this. Who knows what would have happened if he said yes?
14 folio.
They said the premise of man
The Babylonian found in temple sacrifices and altar procedures.
I should
say, what do I need to I have a safe.
Then officers in strategy on the Babylonian found in great offerings specifically Catholic. 110 folio. Number 30. First translate of the Babylonian Talmud offers water for six ritual laws.
Wasn't there a thing when they tried to enlist him to do something?
Better 32nd translate of the Babylonian Talmud first portion increased by lines 61 folio.
Just Wikipedia though. Can you just see if there's anything about it online, because it might not be something Wikipedia would put in.
Senior search force translate of the Babylonian
Theoretically,
You kill a lot of folks, you know,
34 folio.
it's so weird
Heritage
to
Services
see
and
when you
Taxation of
think
the
about
Babylonian
going,
Talmud
what's
defenses
that?
liable heritage
Please,
cities
that.
for operating.
So it's a business plot, so it's not necessarily like a military coup.
36 translate of the Babylonian Talmud is used for concentrated poverty.
Political conspiracy in 1933, the United States to overthrow all this.
The 37th
Overthrow the
translate of
government,
Babylonian
President
Talmud
Franklin D.
defenses
Roosevelt,
security.
Roosevelt, and install Smith Butler as dictator. Butler, retired Marine Corps Major General, testified under oath that wealthy businessmen were plotting to create a fascist veterans organization with him as its leader, used it as a coup d'etat to overthrow Roosevelt. In 1934, Butler testified under oath before the United States House of Representatives Special Committee on American Activities on these revelations. Although no one was prosecuted, the congressional was prosecuted. You would think that might put you in jail. You're trying to overthrow the fucking government. It's kind of crazy. No one was prosecuted. Although no one was prosecuted, the Congressional Committee final report said there's no question these attempts were discussed, were planned, and might have been placed in execution when and if the financial backers deemed it expedient. You know, it's funny that no one was prosecuted, but if you get inside trading, you go straight to Cookie. Martha Stewart. No one was prosecuted for that. They put Martha Stewart in the line of the cops.
But there's actual, there's Congress folks that show up to an example of Martha Stewart, I suppose.
Yeah, exactly. And there's, it's close. Estimated to be worth $400 million.
Should the cost ever be of the grade separation of the soul to the grain is unworthy,
What a great job they
trash
have.
and filter.
I should have done it.
Direct
What makes you wonder when you have $400
considered as taxes to the living until next source size.
It's not the same as the text of the Shulchan Aruch,
If we check
but
box,
he
and
totally took
recommend
over the
evaluation of
numbering
the
system.
after death before final assignment.
Like a layman's guess would be maybe 30% of his
Soul said to refer to reincarnation to cause trouble or to rectification.
Rabbi Yosef
Hence,
wrote
having
the commentary on the Torah.
of
He
eternal
wrote a
life,
commentary on the Rambam, and they spent it up right away on
divine
Halakha.
emanations
He wrote
where
the
souls
Shulchan Aruch
descend.
at this point, which is
Future resurrection textually,
But it is
commenting
descended
central
from the
belief in resurrection of the dead during Messianic era. Maimonides' 13th principle. Again, it is marked the Eden paradise for righteous souls.
Yosef, Shulchan Aruch,
Divided into lower Gan Eden spiritual rest and upper Gan Eden union with God. Independent and purification realm for souls after death.
everybody else is
Usually up to 12 months. Not
the
eternal.
context of this. You understand,
Built upon
it's a very
economic
well-timed
reincarnation
collection
of souls,
of
Kabbalistic
especially in
teachings that
Scotland.
souls reincarnate
One of
until they fulfill their purpose.
developments that's going on is
Title
the
is Heavenly Palaces, mystical chambers where souls ascend after death, described in mysticism. Favored impregnation. When a righteous soul temporarily joins a living person to help them spiritually.
and it comes from the original
Simon
when
Pachadi
Moshe
creed of life
gave
creed of souls,
Sikha
mystical
to
root from
Joshua.
whom all souls
Gave
were
Joshua
originated
the
to,
sign to the
which
head,
they
and he
return.
said, okay, you're the next leader of
Judgment
these
day
people
located
after I
final atonement of souls,
This
associated with resurrection and Shalom Haba.
was practiced for
Cast
many,
off
many
Elohim
generations
shut
well
off the
into
soul
the
for
temple
them
period,
described
and
in
that's
Rothschild'S.
how the
Souls
rabbis
from
were
restless
ordained
sleep
for the
well.
Sanhedrin, the grand court of Jerusalem.
The Dutch
However,
fashioned
after the
sanctification of
exile
God
from
has
Jerusalem in
made
the
guidance
first
for one
century,
has faith
the
ensures
was lost.
immediate entry into
Chain
Eden.
of transmission.
Isaiah Hakaman throne of glory celestial from their righteous souls dwell near God.
And so for 1,500
Rabbi of
years,
accompaniment of the dead funeral escorting of the deceased,
in fact,
believe that to
we
help the
call a
soul
person
ascend.
a rabbi today
Rakam thou
does
made
not
angel of
mean
death,
the
the
same thing
angel
as
of
it
death.
would have meant back in
Souls
ancient years.
transition of soul from body.
Rabbi today is a title of
That shifts its lawyer equal and punishment, sometimes tied to Gehenna.
level of learning, but it does not
That will a person
let's
and
say,
soul from the higher realm, influencing their destiny and afterlife.
special master.
The lowest level of the soul, not body.
Not all rabbis
Believers and the great afterlife. Neshama the higher divine soul that ascends to God. Essence of a person as spirituality. Neshama the Terra extra soul special soul gifted on Shabbat, gifted to eternal spiritual rest.
So I'll tell you,
Is on God's heart's fragments of souls for divine light awaiting redemption. The long Kabbalah world becomes central Jewish afterlife concept.
it's a good story, though. It's the famous air conditioner story.
Fever the post-day paradise for the perfected messianic
Good
future.
story. So this is a true story. I'll tell
The
you
long
quickly.
Neshama's world of souls, realm of
One day
souls,
before
including death and
Pesach,
resurrection.
the air conditioning system went out in our house.
Used to mean paradise, also acronym for Torah and for
Apparently said it was going
interpreted
to cost
level.
like $3,000 to
Resurrection of the dead
So I go to
heavenly
shul the
upon
next
that means
morning,
survival of all
and
souls,
this shul
bodily form at the end of days.
and the rabbi says to me, so how's it going, Hill? I said, oh,
Lofty
rabbi,
teaches one lost soul,
I tell him the air
spirit,
conditioner
emotional and moral self, often active after death.
And the rabbi said to me,
Separate Shahid see book of life.
okay, so I went home, had breakfast.
Separate Ahmed see book of the dead. Shield biblical underworld.
They say nothing, it's always
Shadowy pit where the dead go,
She
lacking
says,
full repentance.
so I told her that
Shiva the shield
the
teaching
rabbi
that the
about
souls
the air
enter
conditioner.
7 days near the body after death, parallel to the morning period. Secondly, upon death means the resurrection of the dead. She's adequately dead and landed in image. Right triple six prime, basking in divine presence. World of souls along page shall be holding place for souls awaiting final resurrection. World become along Khan, bossy along Kabbalah. Yard annual commemoration of death. We need to see how they when the soul undergoes the judgment.
Obviously, what happened is,
Yet Kachaka, seed of wisdom for the mystery of their purified souls merged with divine wisdom.
that in itself
Yet
was
in the
hard to
highest soul level,
But I
pure
said,
distinguished
okay,
God,
but then,
eternal and
if that's the case,
indestructible.
why a Muslim song? And then he said,
Arlen
very
Posted.
wise, but that's a very
From
sad.
Hebrew root meaning block or uncircumcised. Metaphorically a barrier of the heart.
Fastest way to get rid of that kind
Arlen
of
is formal
excess
state of being uncircumcised. From Hebrew word for
Muslims
covering
said you
or
got to get rid
blockage.
of your excess income
Abraham
by
made
getting a new
Abraham
air
our
conditioner.
father, the first to perform circumcision Genesis 17.
It helps a little bit.
Dave means father of many in Hebrew. Baal great father of Benoni, literally
There was a
master of the
certain
covenant.
Rabbi Yaakov Ben Rav in
Baal equals master, great equals
said,
covenant.
he relied on a rather
That's
obscure
great
thing
Yiddish
of
term for daughter of
say,
the
you know
covenant,
what?
a naming ritual
We
for girls.
have the world's
That equals
greatest
daughter
rabbi
Aramaic Yiddish, great
concentrated
equals
in
covenant.
the land of Israel.
That Sheva
And all
Simon,
these
that
great
mother naming
rabbis
ceremony
agree
for
with
girls.
her, which is a very
That
good
equals daughter. Sheva
And
equals
they
seven
appoint
often linked
one
to
of their
blessings.
membership as
There is still a great
real
elaborate
rabbi,
covenant of
Smicha,
circumcision.
that Smicha
Hebrew great
restarts.
equals covenant.
In other words,
Torah equals
he wanted
covenant.
to resurrect
The Yiddish
the Smicha that
pronunciation.
had the power of the
Great
Sanhedrin
Kodesh holy covenant.
1,500 years earlier.
Kodesh means
And
holy.
sure enough, in Sfat,
It's
you
just
had this
covenant of
unusual
Isaac.
circle of individuals, and it truly
It
is.
refers to the first body circumcised at 8 days.
The Arizal
Its chin
found
means
it
he will
really
laugh.
much more
Challenges will ritual
I
night.
see it movement only a couple hundred years
Challenge
later.
means short leg,
They
also
will
to
not
change.
want to return to
This
Torah,
will just Aramaic for night. That great blood of the covenant.
and Rabbi Yosef Karo
That
was
equals
not the
blood.
least of
Great
them.
equals
So
covenant.
Rabbi Yaakov Ben Rav said, this is it.
State of the
We have
great
the
Yiddish
deal
state
here.
of life
Let's
when the
do
bridge
it.
is held.
They pitched it. They all agreed.
Elijah has chaired high station. Elijah chair for Elijah the prophets, believed to attend every bridge. Eliyahu means God is Yahweh. Godfather says it should be honored to hold the baby. From Greek Sisyphos, patron, advocate. Adopted into rabbinic Hebrew.
Sure, off the top of my head, it comes from
Godmother say matter in person who carries the baby to the ceremony.
when Napoleon,
From Yiddish, space conquer and get matter equals strong parent.
and we'll talk about it in a couple of weeks.
This is how
But
often
he
term
established
for
a
one
kind of
close to death or an infant and likely to live.
Jewish people
From
in
Hebrew,
France
meaning
on
to
the
God.
same system of organization as
Product of death
Rothschild'S.
grid ritual drawing of a drop of blood for converts for those circumcised
It's a
without a grid.
hierarchy of deacons and priests and
Product
so
of
on, all the way
equals
up
causing to grid.
an archbishop.
Death
So
equals
he set
blood.
the same setting for
Grid
the
equals
Jews,
covenant.
giving them their own
Denies
organization,
matters
and their
related
chief
to the
rabbi,
covenant.
state appointed.
Denies equals matter or issue.
I may be wrong, but I
Physical
believe
another
that
word
system
for
is
ritual knives.
formulated in England,
From Aramaic, meaning blade.
Germany, and
Isatial Eliyahu seed above. Isaiah equals chair or throne. Eliyahu equals Michaelis Yahweh. Pay matter and seed above. Yiddish for sponsor or bringer of the baby. Latin Brit euphemism called the male organ. Latin equals tongue or speech. Brit equals covenant. Magnet shield protective shield used in the procedure. Magnet equals shield or protector. Metzitza suction of blood after circumcision. Metzitza equals sucking or drawing out. Villa circumcision. From Hebrew root meaning to cut. Villa shallow by Vimana circumcision not in its proper time. Shallow equals not by Vimana equals in its time. Moral the trained person who performs the circumcision.
Well, I think France is
From
pretty
Hebrew
well
root
known
meaning
to
to
that. Maybe it's
circumcise.
1804.
Or
But I think that
enforcement.
system was emulated
Same
in
root
Western
as
Europe.
Arla, meaning covering.
Okay, so what happens is,
Not carrying back bended membrane under the torch
Rabbi
bits.
Meirab also, once he is ordained,
Toes or uncovered.
real Rabbi, just make up, he of course
Sending honors
ordains
person
all
who holds
the
the
people
baby.
who take him. So you now have
Green
about
City
5 or
goes
6
sacred,
rabbis
supporter.
with real speaker,
See
who
that
are
fits
now
the ritual
ordaining their
meal
students.
celebrating
Now, Rabbi
fulfilled
Yosef
and not
Kara
mentioned.
himself, of course, was ordained.
Yuda equals meal,
Passed
with
it
that
along to
equals
several of his
connection.
students, but there are
Second
several
standing
passing
blessing
literary
recited on
references
joyful
that indicate that,
occasions.
maybe he didn't take it
Means
so
who has
terribly
kept us
seriously
alive.
himself, even. Along with
Third guardian
you
or
don't see a
protector.
great deal of
From
enthusiasm
Hebrew
for
root meaning to guard.
Nevertheless, this
Easy
relates
orange
directly
fingernail
to
or
the
claw,
Shabbat
used
of
historically by Lowell in
Francis
Korea.
was able to really
Yamin Shihan and Ray Duhai and Days not fit for hybrids. Refers to times when ritual cannot be done.
starts Micha.
Necker has remembrance of the covenant. Necker equals memory, grid equals covenant. Out of Genesis 1. 5. 1 for 1. 1. And 1. 933,760.
agree.
2,831.
And what made it especially painful is that one of the chief critics of Rabbi Yaakov Meirab ordained
Father of
him,
Humanities.
and still
Cable
he
Pebble Gen 4.
rebelled against it.
And Ted the Indian. Vapor breath Danny
Yeah, it was not at all universally accepted, and
Second
basically
civil
kind
cotton.
of fell flat after about 2 generations.
Murdered by King.
I don't think there's any
Abraham Abraham and
actually
11.
claim to have
25.
that from
At 1,940. 2,123, 1,813. 1,638 BC.
This one little
Abraham
tiny
and
town
Celtic
in
father.
Israel,
Abraham,
what
father
they
of
said,
ultimate
I feel
Jesus.
shockwaves,
Patriarch.
shockwaves throughout the Jewish world,
Covenant.
but not enough to
Father
really
of Isaac
pass
and Neil.
much.
Abigail
Let us turn now
and
to
20.
the actual work, which most people know most about.
See second
Now,
millennium
at this
BC.
time, when he's getting to
My
the
father
Shofar,
is King
his
Hebrew.
main work really is the big
Title
Yosef,
name
the
of
commentary on
Philistine
the
ruler
Torah,
who
and to a
interacts with
certain degree the
Abraham
Kesef
Isaac.
Mishnah's commentary on Maimonides.
Abigail and
Now,
Timothy
everyone knows that there is
Nine.
one person on the planet who
Well,
knows the
CBG.
halachos
My
inside out,
father is King
all the
Hebrew.
various perspectives,
Usurper
and he
is
said,
Shechem.
okay, now it's time for me to just
First
listen
day
my
of kingship.
again, the way the big
Combination
Yosef
at 1
works,
10 7.
it's the back and forth. It's, you know why the Torah says this? It's because of this position of this Gemara and this passage of this Gemara, and each place lots of analysis. The
My father
Shofar
is
is just the
Hebrew.
bottom line. It's just
Several
the,
men.
this kind of chicken is not kosher.
One hostage
This
in
kind of
heart.
chicken is kosher.
Also
And
us
that
in
makes
Saul.
it much
Chapter one.
smaller as a work and
King
much more
Samuel.
manageable. But as I mentioned, he used the same structure as the tour.
Father is my
It
Hebrew.
really was found
Paul
widespread
as
adoption.
general.
One small
He's
detail,
David
however,
as
troubled
Christ.
particularly the Jews of
Filled
Europe,
by hope.
and that was the Shulchan
Values are
Aruch.
Abraham S. Stewart
When
and
he
15.
felt uncertain about a position, he
See
took
that
it to his
2048.
faith. And what I mean by his faith, or what scholars believe in,
God
is
is my
three
help.
key opinions.
For age is hunted.
Rabbi
Rebecca Fashion. Trusted agent.
Rothschild'S,
Abigail Noble S. with a 1 Sam 25. 2 Sam 2. 3.
Between those three opinions, whichever way it went,
E.T.
to one,
My
that's
father
the
is joy Hebrew.
Since
Wise
two
is
of
maker.
those rabbis were
Becomes
Sephardic,
David S. Wise.
and of course Rabbi
But he fails
was
all
also
three.
Sephardi, the
35.
Shulchan Aruch definitely
Mistakes
tilts
2.
Sephardi. Whenever there's a difference between Ashkenazic
Etc.
and Sephardic practice,
Various.
it definitely tilts towards Sephardic
My father
practice.
is my Hebrew.
And one of the major sets of opinions that he basically ignored were the Tosafists of Europe at that time. Those are the Nazi
At
scholars.
2,448, 1,313 BT. He is my father is the Hebrew. Aaron S. Nice offering strange fire.
They were, however, qualified to support this man, Rabbi Moshe Isserles. This, like many other portraits,
RC 913.
actual like Moshe
913.
Isserles is a 16th century
Is my
rabbi.
father Hebrew.
He was a youngster.
King of Judah.
Joseph
Wars with
was
Israel. Baby
a senior
Atar 1.
scholar.
2
He
Sam.
was so amazed by the Shulchan Aruch and by the erudition of its author, he decided that he would write
Later composed by Solomon.
to that
Samuel
work
1
by
Sam 9.
a tribute to it
1.
by appending Ashkenazic
51.
custom. And so, whereas the Shulchan Aruch is known as the set
God is my
table,
father Hebrew.
the Mappa is
Ancestor
commentaries
of Saul
called the table
Jonathan.
swap.
Calendar John 17.
The Shulchan
Job 6.
and
Late
it
second
serves several
millennium
functions.
BT.
Basically,
My father is
Ashkenazis
Hebrew.
divides.
Gideon S. Clan Happy Tribes.
It makes more Ashkenazic.
Abigail David S. Sister 1 CHR 2.
Describing dissenting opinion of European custom.
17.
But from time to time, he disagrees with the Shulchan Aruch
My
as
father
well,
is joy
just on
Hebrew.
logical grounds or
Mother of
source
Amasa.
text.
Abby
Not
Cash 1
necessarily
KPS 1.
one of the brilliant aspects of his
Possibly
work,
father
however,
of wandering
yet to
Hebrew.
discover whether this was his intent
Two
or
Amite
whether it was the
attendant to
publisher's
King
intent.
David.
But the way they
Abishai 1.
presented it was
2
genius.
Samuel.
Instead of
10
producing
CBT.
two separate
My
books,
father is Jesse,
or
father
let's
of
say
Abed Hebrew.
the Shulchan Aruch in the center
David
and then
S.
the
nephew.
Mappa around it,
Elite
they
warrior.
actually interleaved
Absalom
the text
Absalom Sam
so that they
13.
used two different
18.
fonts and you read the
10
same
CBT.
work. The Shulchan
Father
Aruch
of
printed in
Hebrew.
traditional Assyrian block print,
David S.
and the Ramah
Rebel.
printed in Rashi
9
style
and
cursive.
4.
Right there in the
Abishua
same
X
sentence.
6.
And it
1
feels like
CHR
two
6.
people having a conversation
Exodus
reading
era.
together. The
My
Shulchan
father
Aruch
is
will begin a
salvation
sentence,
Hebrew.
the Mappa will add a few comments, and then the sentence will pick up again by the
Possible 2
Shulchan
Sam
Aruch.
3.
And it feels like
4.
a unitary whole
10
that
CBT.
brings together
My
Ashkenazic and
father is
Sephardic
New
custom.
Hebrew.
Together
One
with
of
the
David S.
Mappa,
Wives.
the Shulchan Aruch became
Attendant John Josh 7.
universally accepted
1
and the
CHR
dissent
2.
virtually
7.
disappeared. And that's why it
Relay
is,
13
to this day,
CBT.
the most widely
Traveler
accepted
Hebrew.
book
Stole
in
man
Jewish history.
spoil. We keep that high.
The legacy of the
Consular is a Chancellor Chester. RC
in terms of the
486.
Smicha, before I go on,
465 BT.
one of the
Gold 30 throne
criticisms
made mighty
of the
man
Shulchan
Pharaoh
Aruch at
Stadium
the
gold
time
purchase.
was that perhaps he
Chester.
wrote this relatively
Degrees
easy
reversed.
code
Prophecy
because
to
this was a way
KPS
of
16. ESA 7.
disseminating the authority
RC
of the rabbis of the stock.
732.
But this was a way of
716
describing that this is
BT.
the ultimate code
He has grasped held fast
for
Hebrew.
his work. It didn't work out that way. There was kind of democratization.
Amaziah Israel 1 KPS 22.
And one last thing that's very important to
KPS 1.
mention that ties this
RC
all together.
853. 852
Shulchan
BT.
Aruch, Joseph
SC's
Harold,
Hebrew.
was also a
King
profound
of Israel.
Kabbalist. He wrote
7
very
Ahab.
little works of a Kabbalistic nature
Amaziah
themselves,
Judah 2 KPS 8.
quite often
9.
he introduces the
2
Zohar
CHR
as a
22.
source text
RC
in his writing,
842.
indicating that the Zohar was
841 BT.
the essential Kabbalistic word that was discovered in the 13th century. indicated that this has a phenomenal
They
import
had
to
one
his name.
KGS
And in
16.
fact, as he confided to his students and possibly even wrote an autobiography with some controversy over the
853
actual
BG.
authorship of it,
Possibly
he
Uncle
claimed not to
692.
have
In the
figured
video,
out the
Ball Combs,
not to have
Elijah X sign,
deduced it from the text.
Aaron
Rather,
Amron
it
X,
was visited nightly by a
and
spiritual being called Agi.
2,365,
The late
2,488, 1,396,
There's a lot of debate over whether or not this is
1,273
actually
feet,
his position or was
likely
ascribed
exalted
to it
lofty
by
Hebrews,
others, but there's no doubt that he
suggestion,
was influenced by Kabbalistic thinking.
first Hybrius,
His work, although we
Moses
tend to
X
think
Brother,
of it as
added to
being
1
fairly dry,
KGS 11,
straightforward,
14,
legalistic in his thought,
10
and
CBG,
legalistic, but in reality,
my brother
it's
Hebrew,
used throughout
prophet
with
who
the
foretold
deeper
through the kingdom
sentiments
to
of the
Jeroboam,
mystical tradition.
added him to KGS
He
22,
brought these things together in
26,
a
39,
most amazing way, and
late
particularly
7,
when you have the work of the
early
Rabbi,
6
making it
CBG,
more of an Ashkenazi
my brother
style,
has risen
where
Hebrew,
the Shulchan leaves his legacy
protected
on
Jeremiah,
Rothschild'S practice.
father of Gedaliah,
He
added
died
with 1 Sam
at age
21,
57, was buried in
22,
Scotland, and
11
the
CBG,
eulogy
my
spoken
brother
over
is King
him at
Hebrew,
that point
priest but
referred
not,
to the pasuk
8
in
stated,
Psalms 5:11.
killed
Rosho
widow,
Kesef
copy
Haz,
note 1
his
Sam
hand
14,
is a fine gold,
25,
and the word capital
11,
Haz
10
spells
CBG,
87
my brother is present Hebrew, Saul as wife,
a phenomenal legacy.
Al citizen as wives to persons,
I want to thank
copy
you very
of
much
2 Sam
for
6,
your attention and your
3,
indulgence.
4,
If you're on the
10
mailing list,
CBG, his brother Hebrew,
if you're on the mailing list,
company our friends
I've got
Lord,
this loaded to the web properly, maybe Steve will
Adira
help you with that.
Adram
Then you'll be able to review this
26,
and critique it with
wilderness
your
era,
friends.
possibly
Have an
brother his
excellent evening.
majesty evil disputed, Hebrew, chief of Naphtali, Clan X, Adisher 1 KGS 4, 6, 10 CBG,
They're
my
like
brother is
individual
Hebrew,
sorts
over
of
Solomon as household,
occasions, and we shouldn't
Almighty
connect the dots here. In many, it's ironic. There are many similarities between the Jews in 1930s Germany and the Jews in the late 15th century Spanish expulsion. I don't want to overburden that point, but it's certainly worth talking about. What did the Jews rely on? They had two basic ideas that they felt would carry them through like they had for hundreds of years. First is the Jewish reliance on lobbying, or the Hebrew term would be shtadlanut, shtadlonis in Yiddish, where basically, as a relatively unprotected minority, yet often quite wealthy, the Jews said, whenever we feel threatened by a local authority, all we have to do is we have to find a charismatic individual who knows the dominant culture, who speaks the language well. We will give him a large amount of money, which he can use as a contribution, and he will essentially bribe our way out of this mess. And that worked so many times for the Jews that they relied on it excessively. They would, simply collect large sums of money for whenever this was needed, and the Shtadlan, the intercessor, would go and take care of it. Secondly, and more significantly, and also similar to Germany, was the reliance that the Jews had on Spain as a Rechtsstaat. This is a German word which basically means a society governed by law. A society governed by law. Jews, as a minority, are very comfortable living in societies, even if they are mildly discriminatory, like South Africa, well, that's a little more than mildly, let's say Quebec. They can live in those countries as long as there's no anarchy. Anarchy is a worse enemy to the Jews than a little bit of corruption in government, because Jews know how to deal with corruption. They know the rules, they know who they have to pay, they know what has to be done, and you can live within those boundaries. But anarchy, people running in the streets, destroying property, no rule of law, no reliable police force, no reliable judiciary, even if they were corrupted, that's the kind of thing that's very dangerous for Jews. Spain was ultimately a Rechtsstaat, a society with an effective system of governance, and it was centralizing its power at this time. And the Jews felt that these two factors, our Stadlonis and Spain as a Rechtsstaat, will be fine. We have nothing to worry about. Of course, they had no idea what was going to happen. The decree of expulsion was prepared completely in secret. Ferdinand and Isabella didn't let anyone know about it. I'll talk about some of the reasons for it in the next slide. This is actually a picture of the decree, and it was announced to the close circle in the early part of 1492. It was not announced to the larger population immediately. So when Abravanel heard of this, he went together with the 8-year-old Don Abraham Sr., who was also a major figure similar to Abravanel in terms of his position, and they asked to meet with Ferdinand to, do the usual. It was a pretty severe decree, and it came out of nowhere, but they thought they would do the same thing they'd always done, and they would avert this terrible event. So right away, Ferdinand says no, which they could expect as well. So they went and they got a huge bribe, and they brought back the money. But at this point, even though Ferdinand initially said maybe to the money, he ultimately said no. And so that was kind of a huge surprise to Abravanel that, wait a second, the old strategies are not working. Much like, if you can imagine, I'm sorry, it's 3 times now I'm mentioning with Nazi Germany, but Hitler could not be bribed. He was not interested in money. Only perhaps towards the end of the war, the Jews for Trucks scheme, which involved Eichmann, but in the initial years, it was not about money at all. And money, and the Jews were simply not ready for that. So Abravanel said, maybe it's not actually Ferdinand who's doing this, maybe it's Isabella. She's the power behind the throne. I'll go and talk to her. He went to her, and we have a record of their conversation that he presented. He spoke in prophetic tone, speaking about how many countries decline after they persecute the Jews, speaking about the kind of negative repercussions that would occur if this were to happen. But Isabella was obviously prepared for him, and she gave back arguments based on Hebrew scripture, indicating that the will of a king is the decree of heaven. She quoted chapter and verse from Psalms, indicating that the heart of a king is guided by God, and she rebuffed him, sending him out of her chamber. This was a completely unexpected event, and in fact it signaled that the expulsion would in fact go through. Don Abraham Senior, that I mentioned earlier, actually converted to Christianity. Many of the commentaries in subsequent centuries look down on him for this, although some research is questioning, to what degree that's merited. But many refer to his name Senior as Soneor, the hater of light, because of his capitulation. But let's turn to what's the main reason for the expulsion. So I like to tell my history students, my undergraduates, there's such a thing as the Abramson rule in history. The Abramson rule is, I have a history major here. Ms. Herman, what is the Abramson rule in history? It's all about money. That's good. Thank you very much. When you don't know how to explain something, it's probably about money. In Russian, you have an expression, kogo, whom, which basically means who's taking from whom, who's beating whom, that kind of thing. So in this case, just look at the economics of it. The annual tax revenue from the Jews nationally in 1472 was about 500,000, I forget the unit of currency, I think it's called Medellin or something like that. But the value of confiscated Jewish property in Burgos, one region alone, was like 7 million. So you just think about the immediate first-term economic bump of expelling all these Jews was overwhelming, too tempting to resist. Even though, should the Jews remain there and be generating tax income over years, that would generate a greater profit. But the short-term bump in cash flow was so overwhelming that this cash-strapped kingdom that was engaged in rapid centralization and at the same time fighting 7 wars simply said, you know what? This is a great source of income. Let's simply expel the Jews. I'm not going to go there. I'm going to stay. This microphone only reaches here anyways. Okay, so the edict was made public in late April, and the Jews were told that they had to leave Spain by the end of July. Ironically, the last day of July was Tisha B'Av, National Jewish Bad Luck Day, the day upon which so many great trials came to the Jews. Created a mass panic as Spanish Jewry rushed hither and yon, selling their homes at ridiculously low rates, getting rid of their property because, like in Germany, under the Aryanization rules, it was impossible to remove from Germany more than a very minimal amount of currency. So in Spain, same thing. Germany and Spain, the same laws. So people are trying to liquidate their currency, trying to buy diamonds, sew them into their linings of their coats and so on to flee the country. But severe limits were placed on these things. As I mentioned here, Abravanel himself was pressured to convert. He was offered a huge bribe by the crown. They wanted to keep him. They wanted to keep his financial expertise, and they begged him to become Christian. And as I mentioned, Senior, in fact, took that offer, although it was unlikely that it was done, perhaps with Abravanel refused, and in fact, he learned later that one of the last-ditch efforts that the crown was going to do to try to keep him in place is they were planning to kidnap and baptize his 1-year-old grandson. So he immediately, luckily, he was told of this by an informer who was
pulled out all my hair, but
him, and he managed to rescue his son, his daughter-in-law, and their infant child, and escape Spain at that time. They followed a route that was common to many Spanish Jews. As you can see, the expulsion took Jews out of Spain up here into the more tolerant regions of Northern Europe. Of course, you have Spinoza and others up in Amsterdam. They're the result of the Spanish expulsion. Many Jews took the somewhat dangerous sea route here over into North Africa. The strong populations of Sephardic Jews in Greece come largely from this expulsion. And Abravanel ended up kind of island hopping his way throughout the Mediterranean basin for the remainder of his life. Nevertheless, where he went, he met with great success. His expertise in finance was valued by whichever ruling power he came into contact with, and he once again engaged in rapid, prolific writing, completing his commentary on the Torah during this very difficult period of separation from his family and of the total devastation of his entire community. I'd like to speak just a little bit about some of his ideas here. We're almost out of time. This is a great word for my undergraduates. I like to use this word a lot. It impresses strangers, makes them think I'm smarter than I am. Weltanschauung is a German word meaning way of looking at the world. Welt means world. Anschauung is like onlooking, and it refers to your political philosophy, your religion, your optimism or pessimism, your extroverted nature or introvert. It's a large term that refers to basically how you look at the world around you. So his Weltanschauung was obviously colored heavily by his political experience and then his terrible personal experience. And one of the things that's fascinating about his later writings in particular is his fervent belief that the Messianic period was nigh. And in fact, in a publication he issued in 1407, so that should be 1497, not 1407, he believed that 1503 would be the year that Mashiach came. He lived past 1503, and of course he met with some disappointment once that year went out, but he believed that the tremendous persecution of the age clearly indicated that God would not tolerate this much longer, and it would be time for the Messiah. Unfortunately, there would be much more pain and suffering in place over the next 500 years. By way of conclusion, for much of the scholarship on Abravanel for the last few hundred years, he comes across fairly weak as a leader. And to some degree, there's a lot of arguments to be made. He failed to perceive the warning signs of the expulsions of Spain. He failed to understand the dire implications of the Inquisition. And given all his political experience, it's surprising that he put so many of his eggs in one basket, so to speak, so as to be reliant on any one king. Nevertheless, new scholarship by Mark Saperstein has significantly reevaluated a lot of Abravanel's role in the leadership of the Jewish community at this time, emphasizing much of the work he did, for example, for the rescuing of captives, because many of the Jews, by the way, when they were expelled from Spain, they were taken captive and sold into slavery. And so it was quite a job just to try and ransom all these Jews out of slavery and set them up as communities again. But a lot of Saperstein's research has focused on, the disability we have of working with hindsight. It's much easier after the events have passed to be able to say, well, why didn't you see this? And did you see how that related to this? And so on and so forth. We know it, of course, from our own times in the 20th century. And he evaluates Abravanel's scholarships on a much higher level, along with, in general, the leadership of Spanish Jewry in the 15th century. This was truly a bolt from the blue, something that would have taken a genius to anticipate, and he believes that much of the negative assessment of Abravanel is undeserved. So, finally, with Don Isaac Abravanel, we have a rather amazing example of someone who was at the very highest peaks of political activity, an incredible exemplar of Torah scholarship, producing many works that are still studied today in the original Hebrew and translated into English, Spanish, and many other languages. He's an example of a leader that would not be repeated for the next 500 years, and ultimately one of the more profound individuals of the 15th century. I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and I look forward to seeing you next week when we'll talk about Rabbi Moshe Cordovero and the Tzfat Circle. Okay, thank you.
In the shadow of God Hebrew. Live. 13th century BC.
So on. So the long-winded nature of much of his writing may be due less to his lack of literary skill, which was enviable, and more to the way in which the material was originally intended to be consumed. He began a large commentary on the Torah. It was interrupted several times in his lifetime because of his flight from one country to another. One of the most moving passages, he lost most of his commentary on the book of Dvarim for about 30 years. And then when he was fleeing from one country to another, he ended up on the island of Corfu.
Lady?
He came across a manuscript copy that someone had made.
It's harassment at
He had
this point.
tremendous simcha because he realized that much of his was not lost, and in fact he continued and completed at that point. So what ends up happening with him politically, as we see quite often with Jews in this situation, maybe actually it's Joseph once again, right? The problem that Joseph had was, or the problem of the Jews, that a new pharaoh came up, a new pharaoh who knew not Joseph, right? Rob says it was a different person, and Shmuel says it was the same person, but he forgot about Joseph. And this is exactly what happened to Abravanel. His primary supporter was a king named Alfonso V, who died in his early 40s as a result of the plague. The bubonic plague was still quite active in Spain in the 15th century. It broke out in the early 14th century, but for the next 200 years, it continued to scourge much of Europe. And when Alfonso IV died, his successor was not at all the same kind of king. And this new king had, and by the way, I would tell you that king's name, but I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Maybe we have some Spanish speakers here. It's spelled J-A-O. So how? It's okay, so, but it would be, and this say it would be H or would be J. Okay. I remember, I'll tell you a funny story for a second. Don't cut this out in the Torah Cafe version. But when I first moved down to Florida, we got lost. And we got off we got our car at the Orlando, we drove the car train down, we drove down, and we were supposed to drive down the turnpike to Golden Glades, but we kept going all the way down south, off I-95, and we were on US 1.
Sorry,
Finally,
not
said,
sorry.
we probably passed it. Let's stop at a gas station and ask directions. I, of course, being male, did not want to ask for directions. I figured we'd hit the ocean and then we'd turn around. But wife said, no, we have to actually do it. So I went into the gas station, and there's a Hispanic woman there, and I got on. This was, I think, before, yeah, it was before cell phones, or at least we didn't have a cell phone. And I got on the payphone, and I called our real estate agent to get directions. And he said to me, well, where are you now? And I said, well, I don't know. And I asked the woman behind the counter, I said, what street is this out here? And she says to me, US what? And I said, what? She says, US what? And so I said to her, I don't know. They call this place Jews what? What kind of street is that? What? You know? But anyways, we found the home. Okay, so his successor was quite tyrannical, and to make things worse, Abravanel was associated with a noble house called House of Braganza, and these were, of course, the principal rivals of the new king. And so all of a sudden, Abravanel went from being one of the most trusted officials in the court to persona non grata. He was summoned to appear before the king, which probably would have been a terrible moment where he would have maybe been stripped of all his wealth and his position, perhaps thrown in jail. And Abravanel got the idea that this was going to be a dangerous invitation, and so he decided rather to flee, and he left Spain, heading west towards Portugal. He couldn't simply cross the border. He had to travel a little bit north and then move and get into the country a little bit later, but he realized that this was the end of his prominence at the time. He managed to cross the border, and amazingly, afterward, of course, Spain, he was absolutely correct that this is what they were planning for him. They sentenced him to death in absentia, a decree that would remain in effect for the rest of his life, even though he would end up later working for the Spanish crown again. During this time, when he was separated from his wife and children, living in exile in Portugal, he had an incredible rush of creative energy. And he produced, it's amazing, about 400,000 words of biblical commentary in 5 months. So when you think about 400,000 words, let's see, 20,000 words is something like 100 pages. So 400,000 would be like, 20,000 words is about 100 pages. So 200,000 would be 1,000 pages. So he produced about 2,000 pages of material in 5 months, which is an astounding literary output, all publishable, of course, and all utilized today. Especially fascinating are his commentaries on the early books of the Bible after Devorah, which deal with, for example, the kingship of Saul and the split of the kingdom of Judah and Israel, and his insight into the political structures of the day was absolutely fascinating, undoubtedly colored by his own experience in the royal houses of Spain. Netanyahu, in his biography, influences speaks to this influence of political experience, and also notes the wide exposure that Abravanel clearly had to many Christian classics that were circulating in the day, including Thomas Aquinas. So he managed, nevertheless, to have a. Did I skip something here? He managed actually to get back to Spain, despite I'm sorry, he fled Portugal to Spain. Thank you. No one corrected me. Torah Cafe, please remove all those things when you edit it. But he's leaving Portugal into Spain. So now here he is in Spain. He has the death warrant on his head in Portugal. And in Spain, he once again rises to authority. He likely is the principal financier of the court. And he does this primarily by advising Ferdinand and Isabella, the king and queen who would later in Spain, advised them how to finance their wars with nearby kingdoms. He is incredibly successful in this regard, and he is allowed to bring his family to Spain with him at this point. And then he moves into a new type of industry, one that was tried and true for many Jews in Europe, and later would become the downfall of the Jews in Eastern Europe, as we'll talk about in 2 weeks. He engages in tax farming. What is tax farming? Tax farming is a type of economic tax collection method, which works in a corporate society, meaning works in a type of feudal society where you have people divided by classes on a very large scale. This is tax season, and we all know how they collect taxes in America. The government knows each of us individually. We have personal income tax. Unless we are dependents of someone else, we all have to fill out our own individual taxes, and we all have to individually pay to the government. We can also file jointly if we're married and so on, but that's about it. The government deals with us all as individuals. That's something that only really develops after the French Revolution of the 18th century. In the medieval period, that was way too detailed for the medieval monarchs to handle. And so they say, okay, all you peasants have to produce so much money, all you nobles have to provide so much money, and so on. And they would not, they wouldn't care which person paid more than another. So we want, at the end of the year, April 15th, we want so much money in the treasury. So how would they actually achieve it is typically they would hire tax farmers who would be quite often Jews who are given a certain amount of territory and told that you are to collect so much money from the local population in any way that you see fit. So that would include, for example, a tax on grain production. It could include a tax on the usage of bridges or tolls, hunting regions, orchards. It could include a tax on a poll tax on individual people. Whatever way they could figure out to collect those taxes, that was their job. It was called tax farming because whatever they were able to collect beyond what was requested by the king was their profit. And so this worked very well for Jews because here they are a separate population entirely, and they move into a region where they have a large, let's say, peasant or serf population. And the local nobleman says, I cannot be bothered collecting money from all of these people, but I figure they're good for 6,000 gold coins, so you have a whole year to go in there and get me 6,000 gold coins. And if the Jews would collect 7,000 or 8,000, then that extra 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins would then go back to the Jewish community to support yeshivot, day schools, mikvahs, Chinese restaurants, all those kinds of things. It was a very lucrative profession for Jews. It involved very little, physical labor. It did not endear them to the local population, who often saw them as, tax collectors. That's what they were. In some cases, as in Eastern Europe, the Jews were granted certain monopolies, such as the monopoly of alcohol production, propinatia, which allowed them to be the sole manufacturers and distributors of alcohol. And there's a lot of other factors like this that means that the general population from time to time would have a certain amount of resentment against the Jewish people engaged in this activity. At the same time, the Jews were protected because the king wanted to see them succeed. And so if you were taking out your frustrations on the Jewish tax collector, you were really taking out your frustrations on the king. So the king wanted to make sure that the Jews were successful, and he would back them with his army to make sure that people submitted to the Jews' will. One more detail I wanted to mention. Well, I have another detail. This worked great for the Jews, except for a couple of possibilities. First of all, if the noblemen were too greedy, now I remember, Shimon Dubno, a great historian, will speak about him later on in the series. He referred to tax farming in such a way that the Jews were like a sponge that were dipped into the peasantry by the noblemen, and then they were squeezed dry for whatever they could suck out of the population there. And it was definitely a kind of a precarious model for the Jews, but potentially very lucrative. In terms of this model working, it's great so long as there is a very fine balance struck between what the peasants will tolerate paying and what the noblemen will tolerate accepting. When the noblemen demand too much, or the peasants get too rebellious, then the Jews are in a terrible place, and they usually have either popular uprisings, such as the 17th century uprisings in Ukraine, or you have expulsions, where the noblemen say, you know what, I put too much pressure on my peasantry. I'm extremely unpopular right now. Or also, quite possibly, I myself owe the Jews a lot of money. It's more expedient to simply expel the Jews and start with a clean slate, even if I have to, as the French did, invite them back 20 years later, 3 times in a row. Because you owe money to the Jews, so you expel them, but you need them to work the tax farming system, so you invite them back. Then you borrow money from them, you owe too much money from them, you kick them out again, and so on. This is yes. Exactly. Yeah, it provided for the insular nature of Jewish society because you couldn't exactly make friends with all the peasants. Yeah, absolutely. Please. Correct. Right, there's a one-time bonus. Yep. Oh, absolutely. No, absolutely. Very, very true. Please. Yeah. He was the grantee. He was a tax farmee. No, he was a tax farmer. He was given control. Okay, you farm the taxes over here, which means you collect as much. Yes, absolutely. Okay, so now let's talk a little bit about the Inquisition, which is a major element to the story. The Inquisition is basically a Spanish institution that spread beyond Spain that was directed at searching out heresy among Catholics. One of the widely held misapprehensions is the notion that the Inquisition was directed against Jews. It was not actually directed against Jews, and in fact, Jews were to a certain degree immune from the Inquisition per se. What it was directed at were the so-called conversos, or the derogatory term Moranos, those Jews who had, sometime prior, perhaps after the 1391 pogroms, accepted Christianity in an outward fashion, but did not actually believe what they were behaving. And the church in Spain was very concerned about rooting out these false Christians, so to speak. They actually had a distinct term for them, new Christians, and you could retain that distinction for 3 generations. One of the great scholars of the Holocaust, Rothschild'S, introduces his magnum opus, the destruction of European Jews, by comparing the Nazi Nuremberg laws to the 15th century Spanish laws regarding these so-called new Christians. Because there was really a kind of a blood-based racist attitude, totally you don't see anywhere else in Europe, really, until the 19th century, that discriminates these new Christians because the Spaniards felt that they weren't actually believing Christians. And the truth is, they were right. The so-called conversos or crypto Jews were definitely still practicing Jewish services in secret. They were highly endogamous, meaning they were only marrying other conversos. They weren't marrying regular Spaniards for the most part. And they were basically creating that kind of Sephardic niche of, well, everybody outside were Christian, but everybody who's important knows that we're actually Jewish. And they could do this quite comfortably for decades or centuries, as it turns out. There are crypto Jews that are still
welcome
in the American
How are you, Xylo? What up, pimp?
early 20th century.
What's good? How'd you find out about me, son? Oh, okay, yeah, that's right. What's new, big dog?
Yeah. Not much. I was gonna ask if you had a quote for me for the Goyim. Quote of the day. Quote.
Sure.
Also, the 7-day mourning period.
Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Did you watch those documentaries?
I was watching. I did watch one of them, and then I was actually more so looking into Rabbi Kiva. I think that's his name.
Sure, absolutely.
30-day mourning period after burial.
Okay, wait. So what documentary did you watch? Tell me what you learned.
I watched the little bit of the 9/11 one.
Doug, that's
I
not
haven't
the,
even gotten into them yet.
Doug. You've got to watch the funny thing happened on the way to the moon, and astronauts gone wild. I'll watch them with you right now if you want.
All right, now I'm doing some work.
Okay. What's on your agenda for this weekend?
I don't know. Might do some gaming.
Do you stream?
Yeah, sometimes I do.
On what
I
plat-
stream about once or twice a week.
On what
I do
plat-
more so politics.
On what platform?
Twitch.
Oh, okay, there you go. Do you ever have people make clips of you?
I can't tell you my Twitch because then your bot's gonna go there to clip me.
You're right. I was gonna have it do it right now. No, I didn't do that. You don't have to tell me.
I know you can only do that on Kick anyway, right?
No, I'm doing it on Twitch right now. The thing is, though, doing it on Twitch, it's less advantageous, I feel. Twitch's system is such that they have featured clips, and then also their clip system doesn't seem to. They're just like, people have made so many clips that basically my one clip or two clips or whatever, or they just get lost in the sea of other clips.
Yeah.
Wow.
Twitch doesn't have big enough data servers to hold broadcasts.
Right. While Kick, on the other hand, is still small enough that I dominate the clips.
Really?
Oh yeah, because nobody clips on there. So you just look at like let me find. Okay, go to ShockTG. SHAKTY.
Oh, ShockTG.
Yeah. Go to his clips.
I see his clips. What about it?
All right.
Oh yeah. So yeah, so you do have a lot of.
Go by most recent. I have more than 50% of all his clips recently.
Sheesh, yeah.
It's like a billboard for myself. It's a very good way to market.
I see. Did he get pissed off about it?
No, he's cool. He and I have spoken before on Discord, and we've done video calls together. He's really nice, and he understands why I do what I do. He thinks I'm very smart.
Sheesh, yeah, there's so many clips, dude. Holy shit.
Yeah, and Kick's clip system is kind of janky. It doesn't always save your clip, so it doesn't always pretty and most want to win. You like that's where but like I had a streamer. Her name is Chopsticks, Chopstix. She messaged me earlier today, basically asking me to stop. I haven't replied yet. I'm gonna put something nice, I think. But like
1
basically,
second. Okay,
you do what you need to do, big dog.
okay, there we go.
So just like a pretty big female streamer, or pretty big streamer in general, asked me to stop, and I'll put together a nice message to respond why I do what I do. But basically, like, I'm starting to get noticed. She was in my YouTube stream yesterday. She joined my server yesterday, so seemingly has an impact on the community.
Yeah, it has worked. I mean, that's how I found out about you through Avon's.
Right. Is that how he found out about me?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, there you go.
Well, I think you had like written in this chat before. I guess I don't know.
He had written in this chat?
I think your bot.
Yeah, it spammed him. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right, yeah. He does Twitch as well. Yeah, that's right.
Trump just said that the Epstein list is Democratic vote.
There you go.
Just asked him about it.
There you go,
He
big
didn't
dog.
want to answer the question, but he did.
Yeah. Interesting why he wants to avoid it. Have you ever
He
seen?
doesn't really
Have you ever?
understand any conspiracies or
Doug,
anything.
all I know. Have you seen the Katie Johnson interview? I bet you haven't. She does a 30-minute interview.
No, I haven't seen it.
Dog, you gotta watch it. If you're interested in that, that's the thing that.
Is it on YouTube?
Yeah, it is. So type in Katie Johnson, Trump, and
Oh, okay, yep, I see her.
and she talks about in deep detail how she was recruited as a model by Jeffrey Epstein, and Donald Trump took her virginity at age 13, and she goes into depth about it. He fucked her like 2 or 3 times over the course of like a year or something like that. She talks about his fantasies, and
Oh no, I have to look into
dude, you have to look into it. I'd never seen her as an adult, but I've seen pictures of her as a young woman, and neither side, neither the left nor the right, want this woman's story to get out. But like you've heard, like oh, whatever, that
Even the Democrats?
they don't want this woman's story out either. No.
I thought that would be helpful for them to use.
Yeah, but this then opens the door on it being much bigger than just that island.
Yeah.
It opens it up to like these massive parties. I mean, just it's 30 minutes. It's the best 30 minutes you'll watch on that issue. Look, I'll tell you this. I thought there was a chance that he could be innocent until I saw this woman's interview, and then it caused me to think that he is a rapist. And it's really unfortunate that this woman's story isn't out there. And I think in 2019, she wanted to press charges against him while he was president, and she got threatened by all kinds of his supporters. And so this is the interview that they have on her. So or on the situation. So that whole situation is so garbage. But this one, at least for the president, is like after watching this woman's interview, I don't know how anybody can think he's a good person. Like, let me just look at what the comments say. And it's not like this woman came out just recently. Just like, or that one woman who they said Trump assaulted in Bergdorf Goodman in like the 1980s. This isn't like that. This is a straight up, he took my virginity. When I told him, like, what do you do if you get me pregnant? He says, then you'll get a fucking abortion. He says that, like, she should see it as a privilege to have him take her virginity and not some pimply-faced kid. I mean, like, just read the comments 3 weeks ago. Why hasn't the mainstream media covered this? Shame on a lot of them. Next person, this is so disgusting. Next person.
She's still alive today, right?
Yeah, barely.
So she can still get her word out there if she needs to.
Yeah. So I don't believe Katie Johnson. I don't know if that's her real name, but the thing that hurt her, I feel, and I understand, is the blurring of the face. If she came out and you could put a name with the face, but then they can straight up kill her. They've killed the other people who have spoken out about this situation, and they, call it a suicide. There's so many stupid suicides over this thing. It's ridiculous. I don't believe it. And just read the comments. Like, everyone in here they're all like, why isn't this on the news? Why don't they talk about this?
Yeah, I'm convinced that the past couple presidents have been engaging in this manner. Biden and Obama.
Yeah, to some extent.
Trump now.
Yeah.
Well, I know, like, a lot of people involved in it. Like, we already know Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton. I know Hillary Clinton was tied in with Anthony Weiner and
Huma Abedin. And that laptop.
Yeah, Huma Abedin as well.
And that
married to Oleg Toros.
Right. And that laptop that with the NYPD.
Yeah, that laptop as well, which he had like Skype sessions, minors, tried to lure him. So it's like many cases of different rings, I guess, like the Pizzagate stuff. I'm sure that's tied in with it.
We have fast commemorating destruction of first and second temples. Tish Day equals 9. F equals Hebrew month.
But if it's true, then K. Johnson's story, which I haven't really looked into it yet until now, so I'm gonna watch it, see. But
You watch it, and then
there's
you
definitely some blackmail.
watch it, and then you come back and tell me what you think.
Tapping equals grinding, crushing Hebrew. Toda to the Thanksgiving offering. Toda equals thanks, gratitude Hebrew. Tola stolen constructive benefit. Principle in Lashon parallels that speech must serve a positive purpose. To Ellen equals benefit Hebrew.
It's like a Christian Zionist network going on.
It's a powerful network.
Torah divine teaching, especially the 5 books of Moses. Torah equals instruction, teaching Hebrew. Brave, pride, non-kosher. From Hebrew, Karen equals born, improper.
Which documentary do you have on now?
English slang from fiber to fine reed.
I have some study guides on that I made like 6 years ago that I just want to record on my live streams.
Oh, okay. Who's this rabbi in the photo?
Oh, he's not a rabbi. He's a professor. His name is Professor Henry Abramson. He's a chair of Jewish history at Touro University.
Oh, okay.
All variants nightfall, defined as divergence of the stars.
How are like Jews able to understand the truth when there's a lot of Zionists who, manipulate the media, and then there's some professors or there's rabbis who know like the real truth, but it seems like their word doesn't get out over kind of like the Hasbara that comes from like the governments or kind of like the big banks or like these media companies, like the big money stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it's not just Hasbara. You've got to think there are a lot of powerful players involved who aren't Jewish, traditionally haven't been Jewish. The Rockefeller family, the Astor family,
Yeah,
the Bundy family, the Carnegie family, the Collins family, the DuPont family.
It seems like you know a lot of like truth.
The Lee family,
Kind of what actually happens.
the Merovingian bloodline, the Reynolds family, the Russell family, the Van Dunen family, the Vanderbilt family, the House of Windsor, House of Saud. None of these that I just named are Jewish, and they wield much of the power of the world. Now, I'm not saying that we Jews don't wield much of the power as well, but at the top, it's not about religion, it's about power.
Yeah, there's a lot of different corporations. Not the religion, though, yeah. It's not about religion. The power, the entities, corporations, the rich.
Passover Seder stage when the episode is even. T-A packet chummy, T-I packet chummy, all variant submergence of the stars, T-I equals, going up, cross chummy equals stars. Hebrew. Galactic nightfall. a modest or humble person. Tizanua equals modest. Hebrew. Tzedakah, charity. Tzedakah equals righteousness, justice. Hebrew. Tzizit, ritual fringes on garments. Tzizit equals fringes. Hebrew. Tizon Gedalia, class of Gedalia, Tizon equals fast. Gedalia equals biblical governor as name. Hebrew. You are chats, virgins, and you shall wash. Chats equals wash. Hebrew. Passover Seder step. Washing hands before vegetables.
Yeah, Trump wants to sweep this stuff under the rug, but there's every time he does a public event, press comes in and asks him the question about Epstein, so you can't really avoid it. It's always going to be back up
Right.
in the media cycle.
Right.
Expression of redemption in Exodus. Eat by DB, and I will bring. T equals I brought. Future equals will bring. Hebrew. Eat difficulty, and I say difficulty equals I rescued. Hebrew.
Do you have any documentaries on volunteers?
I've seen some, but they're still pretty new, so people haven't had a chance to really dig into them.
Yeah, I'd like to know how their technology works.
Hebrew. Spices equals spices. Hebrew.
Can't really find any documentaries on them.
Yeah.
Hebrew.
I understand that.
Wadi dry riverbed Arabic, not Hebrew. Written Torah, the 5 books of Moses, as distinct from the oral Torah. Torah Shebekah equals written Torah. Hebrew. Yaakov, Jacob, Yaakov equals field holder, supplanter. Hebrew. Patriarch, later called Israel. Yahalevi, Yahoo, Daviders, and come. Yahalev equals David descend. Yahoo equals and come. Hebrew. Prayer said on festivals. Yachits divide. Yachits equals split bread. Hebrew. Passover step. Breaking middle matzah. Yat sold it, bow hand recoils in it. Yat equals hand. Sold it equals recoils. Bow equals in it. Hebrew. Refers to hot temperature till 110. 113 degrees Fahrenheit in Kolachuk. Yars, Candlel variance anniversary of the death. Yar equals year. Zeit equals time. Yiddish. Kendall lived in memory. Yarmulke here, Volka spelled path Yarmulke from Yiddish. Also pickup in Hebrew equals no. Yashikol Hebrew. Grain category coordinate before over offering. Yay and Nessic wine and pouring Yay and equals wine. Nessic equals libation. Hebrew. Wine used in idolatry.
And JP Morgan is another
Hebrew.
non-Jew that you forgot to mention.
I didn't need to mention him. When he died in 1918, he only owned 18% of his own company.
Oh wow, 18.
Yeah, let me check on this date of death, but or 1913, he only owned 18% of his own company, which means he's small potatoes in comparison. I mean, still quite powerful, but in reality, he was just a front.
Yom Kippur, Day of Atonement, Yom equals day, Kippur equals atonement. Hebrew.
Yeah, because Rockefeller was much more powerful than JP Morgan.
Absolutely. If you want to know who runs JP Morgan Chase Manhattan Bank, look no further than the Rockefellers.
Hebrew. Yontif Yontif Yiddish for Yom Tov holiday. Zeman Zem on appointed time or season Hebrew.
What about the other major banks?
Often used for holidays.
PNC.
Zeman Civic who equals season to power joy.
Well, I mean, none of them really matter. The one that matters is the Federal Reserve System.
Zachar equals remember. Zachar L. Turbin, Zachar L. Turbin, Zachar L. Turbin.
And again, it's Astor, Bundy, DuPont, Collins, Carnegie, Russell.
Yeah, I think Jacob Schiff as well.
That's somewhat true. I mean, still smaller.
Zechat merit Hebrews. Zechat equals merit, privilege. Used according to merit of good deeds.
They were like the chief architects.
That's true.
So do you believe in the Titanic
Yeah.
conspiracy, that it was tied to the Federal Reserve?
Well, multiple aspects of it. It was a insurance switch. Do you know about the Olympia?
Yeah, the Olympia was the boat, right? That was a sister boat of the Titanic, or am I thinking of something else?
No, yeah, that's correct. So you had the original Titanic and the original Olympia. The original Olympia got into an accident, and they were going to have to scrap it. So what they did is they switched the names on it. So the original Olympia became the Titanic that sank, and then they put all of their enemies of the Federal Reserve System on it, including Guggenheim and Astor and J.C. Penney, and let me check on J.C. Penney. Not J.C. Penney. But definitely Astor, who was at the time the wealthiest person, and Guggenheim, and I don't think there was any iceberg. I think there was a bomb in the engine room, and they just sank it. And by doing so, they took out all their competition.
Cancer protected ambulance shaped like a hand paradigm. Cancer equals 5. Hanukkah Festival of Lights, commemorating rededication of the Temple Hebrews. Hanukkah equals dedication.
Yeah, because it was Rockefeller who owned the boat, right?
J.P. Morgan. And J.P.
Morgan, okay.
J.P. Morgan was going to be on it, and then decided at the last minute not to go. Oh, not J.C. Penney. Isidore Straus, the co-owner of Macy's. That's who it was.
Co-owner of
Macy's.
Oh, okay.
Certification, simple Hebrew. Picture equals approval preparation. Sacred property dedication.
John Jacob Astor IV. Benjamin Guggenheim.
Test eulogy Hebrew. Test equals lament. Built post laws of a specific subject Hebrew. Built equals laws.
There was even a thought that those people who I just named did not die when the ship sank, that an assassin was sent to kill them to make sure they didn't get on a boat. And so basically the night that it sank, which was like April 15th, 1912, there was an assassin who just went into their rooms, killed them, and then no one would know the difference. And then the assassin got away. I'm not saying that happened. I've just heard that.
Kedusha sanctification prayer recited during Eminent Hebrew. Kedusha equals holiness.
So was it Macy's co-founder? Was he also against the Federal Reserve System, the privatized Federal Reserve System, or was he just on the boat?
I don't know.
Just to be there. What was his purpose?
I don't know all of their individual feelings on the Federal Reserve System, but to my knowledge, Guggenheim and Astor were not proponents of it.
Transferring 6 onto a verb Hebrew. Kafaret equals atonements. Kashrut, Kashris, the dietary laws Hebrew. Kashrut equals fitness, properness. Kavana, intention in prayer or mitzvah Hebrew. Kavana equals direction, intention. Devotion, holy ones, also a Torah portion Hebrew. Devotion equals holy oaths. Kendala, organized Jewish community Hebrew. Kendala equals assembly. Kalita fest, mystical covering that hides holiness Hebrew. Kalita equals shelf. Karen Jewish outreach Hebrew. Karen equals draws clothes. Kiddush sanctification of Shabbat holiday with wine Hebrew.
I mean, even Woodrow Wilson admitted that he made a mistake.
Right.
The Federal Reserve allowing it to be privatized.
There's a quote.
Yeah, it's a quote.
No, I know. It's something like,
yeah, I am a most unhappy man. I have unwittingly ruined my country. Great industrialization is controlled by its system of credit.
that's it. Something like at the end, like upon which the very ground it fought so hard to. It's something like that. You know?
Carry equals carry. People traditional Jewish baked dish Yiddish. People equals pudding, fall.
And he basically did that in exchange to be president. The way that it worked, I believe the election of 1912, he advocated to not go to war. He was like, and I think they ran Teddy Roosevelt as for the Bull Moose Party, which I believe allowed Wilson to beat Taft, something like that. And because instead of it being a 2-person race, it was a 3-person race. And then also they allowed him to win the Nobel Peace Prize.
And then they went to war literally. But like years after that, not even too many years after that, before World War I. So even if he did the deal, the country still ended up going to war.
Yeah, I mean, he won the Peace Prize after the war was over.
Read each Keroshon twice and the translation once. SH Na'ib is Hebrew for 2. Ikra is Hebrew for scripture. E is Hebrew for N. Ekad is Hebrew for 1. Targum is Aramaic for translation.
I think that's why JFK was taken out, because he was against the Federal Reserve System, just trying to combat it.
I think that one was perhaps that one is a complicated one, but his beliefs on the Central Intelligence Agency had a lot to do with it as well. He said he wanted to smash the CIA into 1,000 pieces, and of any agency of the government that you do not want to make your enemy, it's that one.
Opposite is Hebrew for our holy. Rabbi Asar 12 to 12 minor prophets. Rabbi is Aramaic for Jews. Asar is Aramaic for text. Rabbi of Beta to Endo 100 equals 201 used in monetary ratio contexts. Rabbi is Aramaic for two. Yud is Aramaic for n. Beta is Hebrew for 100. Shalosh recalling the three pilgrimage festivals. Shalosh is Hebrew for three. Recalling is Hebrew for pilgrimages feet. Shalosh Sukkot 3 Shabbat meals. Shalosh is Hebrew for three. Sukkot is Hebrew for meals. Shalosh includes 3 days obligated in women. Shalosh is Hebrew for three. She is Hebrew for that. Aklud is head referring. Shalosh aberrant 3 cardinal sins. Shalosh is Hebrew for three. Aberrant is Hebrew for sins. Shemarit is Hebrew for severe. Shalosh Asar to carry 13 principles of faith. Shalosh Asar is Hebrew for 13. Ikari is Hebrew for principles. Arba is for species Lula, Henrik, Hadas, Araba. Arba is Hebrew for 4. Medit is Hebrew for species kinds. Arba Kosad for cuts the blind and the satyr. Arba is Hebrew for 4. Kosad is Hebrew for cuts. Arba Parashinyat for special Torah portions before Pesach. Arba is Hebrew for 4. Parashinyat is Henrik portions.
Okay, well, I'll talk to you later. I'm about to get some food. Good talking.
Excellent. Next time you come, I want you to watch 2 things. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon, and astronauts gone wild.
Alright, yep, I have a bookmark, so I'll let you know what I can.
Thanks, big dog. Take care. Have a wonderful day.
You too, man. Take care.
Thank you.
Arda Kenfit for corners off a garment. Arda is Hebrew for 4. Kenfit is Hebrew for corners wings. Arda Kizit for fringes on a for cornered garment. Arda is Hebrew for 4. Kizit is Hebrew for fringes. Arda Rosh Shani for New Year's in the Mishnah. Arda is Hebrew for 4. Rosh is Hebrew for text. Shani is Hebrew for years. Arba Leshanit Ulafor expressions of redemption in Exodus. Arba is Hebrew for 4. Leshanit is Hebrew for expressions. Ulev is Hebrew for redemption. Arba didn't bait in for death penalties historical. Arba is Hebrew for 4. Midit is Hebrew for deaths. Bait is Hebrew for 4. Shamisha Chum Torah 5 books of the Torah. Shamisha is Hebrew for 5. Chum is Hebrew for 5. Torah is Hebrew for teaching Torah. Shamisha Asar be Sh to be Sh 15th of Shabbat. Shamisha is Hebrew for 5. Asar is Hebrew for 10. Together equals 15. Eid is Hebrew for Havan. Sh Vat is Hebrew for the month of Shabbat. Shamisha Asar be has to be on 15th of Av. Shamisha is Hebrew for 5. Asar is Hebrew for 10. Together equals 15. Eid is Hebrew for Opan. Av is Hebrew for the month of Av. Shisha Sigrei I Mishnah 6 orders of the Mishnah. Shisha is Hebrew for 6. Sidrayite is Hebrew for orders. Mishnah is Hebrew for teaching repetition. Shesh mitzvah 10 mitzvah 6 constant mitzvah. Shesh is Hebrew for 6. Mitzvah is Hebrew for commandments. 10 mitzvah is Hebrew for constant. Shisha Nebraska Uric Esther 6 maidens contextual in Megillat Esther. Shisha is Hebrew for 6. Uric is Hebrew for maidens. Sheva merchant Sheva merchant 7 wedding blessings. Sheva is Hebrew for 7. Merchant is Hebrew for blessings. Sheva Nehemiah Latina 7 days of mourning. Sheva is Hebrew for 7. Nehemiah is Hebrew for days. Tablet is Hebrew for mourning. Sheva DPI and 7 clean days family purity. Sheva is Hebrew for 7. DPI is Hebrew for clean pure gold. Sheva Hamini 7 species of Araxians girl. Sheva is Hebrew for 7 construct. Ha is Hebrew for the. Minim is Hebrew for species. Sheva Deneheka 7 accurate of consolation. Sheva is Hebrew for 7. Need is Aramaic for a. Necheka is Aramaic for consolation. Sheva Asar B. Tammuz fast on the 17th of Tammuz. Sheva is Hebrew for 7. Asar is Hebrew for 10. Together equals 17. B is Hebrew for 100. Tammuz is the Hebrew month of Tammuz. Sheva Yamim 7 days general halachic phrase. Sheva is Hebrew for 7. Yamim is Hebrew for days. SH Mona Esriya Vidat Central Prayer of 18 now 19 blessings. SH Mona is Hebrew for 8. Esriya is Hebrew for 10. Together equals 18. SH Mona Yemai Hanukkah 8 days of Hanukkah. SH Mona is Hebrew for 8. Yemai is Hebrew for days. Hanukkah is Hebrew for dedication. SH Mona Sherot C. 8 creeping creatures specific to Allah. SH Mona is Hebrew for 8. Sherot C. is Hebrew for creeping things. Tisha B'Av fast of the 9th of Ab. Tisha is Hebrew for 9. Eid is Hebrew for Hanukkah. Ab is the Hebrew month of Ab. Ezra the 10 plagues of Egypt. Ezra is Hebrew for 10. The Tip is Hebrew for flags. Hasarat Hod is our 10 commandments. Hasarat is Hebrew for 10. Hod is Hebrew for the. Dibrit is Hebrew for utterances sayings. Hasarat Yemai Teshuvah 10 days of repentance. Hasarat is Hebrew for 10. Yemai is Hebrew for days. Teshuvah is Hebrew for repentance return. Pasara B. Tebet fast on the 10th of Tebet. Pasara is Hebrew for 10. Eid is Hebrew for Hanukkah. Tebet is the Hebrew month of Tebet. Argaba Asar Kesed the 14th of Nisan Ed Kesed. Argaba is Hebrew for third. Asar is Hebrew for 10. Together equals 14. Shamisha Asar to the number 15 by letter numerals. Shamisha is Hebrew for 5. Asar is Hebrew for 10. Together equals 15. Shisha Asar the number 16 contextual in days. Shisha is Hebrew for 6. Asar is Hebrew for 10. Together equals 16. SH Monad Asar the number 18 contextual. SH Monad is Hebrew for 8. Asar is Hebrew for 10. Together equals 18. Shlashik 30-day morning stage. Shlashik Ishbu for 30. Shlashik Yom Tovin Patshad Law to study festival laws 30 days prior. Shlashik is Hebrew for 30. Yom is Hebrew for day. Tovin is Hebrew for before. Patshad is Hebrew for the festival. Lamb Tet Belacho 39 categories of prohibited labor on Shabbat. Lamb Tet is Hebrew letter animals for 39. Lamb equals 30. Tet equals 9. Velocit is Hedra for labor's categories. R-negative within chaser achid 40 lashes, -1 in practice. R-negative is Hebrew for 40. Within Dishbrew for lashes. Chaser achid is Hebrew for -1. R-negative C often the required Nikta volume. R-negative is Hebrew for 40. C-on is Hebrew for unalgetic volume measure. Rothschild'S valued she of its 3 logs hot-drawn water can invalidate the context dependent. Rothschild is Hebrew for 3. Logic is Hebrew for logs of volume. Memtet day by day over 49 days of the over. Memtet is Hebrew letter articles for 49 Mem equals 40, Chet equals 9. Day by is Hebrew 4 days. Day over is Hebrew for the over. Lag day over 33rd day of the over. Lag is Hebrew letter numerals for 33 lag equals 30, rival equals 3. Bob is Hebrew for Imanda. Over is Hebrew for overtown. Championship Shahara line of 50 gates of understanding Agonic Hebroshik. Championship is Hebrew for 50. Shahara is Hebrew for gates of. Bina is Hebrew for understanding. Yabel Championship Shana Jubilee year at 50. Championship is Hebrew for 50. Shana is Hebrew for year. Shishik Rico 600,000 on period times 60. Shishik is Hebrew for 60. Rico is Hebrew for 10,000. Together equals 600,000. Shib and Kami water are 70 faces aspects of Torah and many interpretations. Shib is Hebrew possibility. Kami is Hebrew for faces aspects. Water is Hebrew for to the Torah. Shib and Dakinan 70 elders 70 grid. Shib is Hebrew for 70. Dakinan is Hebrew for elders. Dated Bet Shemosh and 70 to the 72 names mystical tradition. Dated Bet is Hebrew letter numerals for 70 to Aiden equals 70, Bet equals 2. Shemot is Hebrew for names. Miha Bridget 100 daily blessings. Miha is Hebrew for 100. Bridget is Hebrew for blessings. Miha the Ekad 101 means intelligence teachings. Miha is Hebrew for 100. B is Hebrew for N. Ekad is Hebrew for 1. Madani says 200 says classic Talmudic self. Madani is Hebrew for 200. Says is Hebrew Aramaic for a coin. Reedish chap at 225. Rare sometimes used as letter numerals in texts. Reedish chap are Hebrew letter articles equals 200, chap equals 20, equals 5. Reedish sun chat 258. Rare letter numerals usage in sub-responsa. Reedish nunchet are Hebrew letter numerals 258. Reedish nunya 260. Rare letter numerals. Reedish nunya are Hebrew letter articles 250, 10. Reedish sonic at 265. Rare letter numerals. Reedish sonic at are Hebrew letter numerals 265. Reedish sonic at 266. Rare letter numerals. Reedish sonic at are Hebrew letter numerals 266. Reedish dated at 275. Rare letter numerals. Reedish dated at are Hebrew letter articles 275. Reedish date 280. Rare letter numerals. Reedish Pierre Hebrew letter numerals 280. Reedish Pizani 290. Rare letter numerals. Reedish Modified Hebrew letter numerals 290. Fair Yankee spot 613. Fair Yankee Hebrew letter numerals spelling pack 400 plus Reedish 200 plus no 10 plus rival 3 equals 613. Which spot is Hebrew for dimensions. Random Galaxy 248 positive connect and traditional count. Agonic shorthand Rabbi. Rabbi is Hebrew letter numerals for 248 Greenish equals 200, Ram equals 40, Chet equals 8. Class allotted 365 televisions for video time. Shaka is Hebrew letter numerals for 365, Shin equals 300, Summit equals 60, Head equals 5. Esron Beach Rasha Day INE 23 Judge Fort Small says Hebrew. Esron is Hebrew for 20. E is Hebrew for S. Shrasha is Hebrew for 3. Stay INE is Hebrew for judges. Shiv is the ECAT 71 member grade 7 Hebrew. Shiv is Hebrew for 17. E is Hebrew for S. ECAT is Hebrew for 1. Arba Ta Aniyat Arba Tizomot for fasts tied to the temple as destruction. Arba is Hebrew for 4. Ta Aniyat Tizomot is Hebrew for fasts. Shemesh Esra Sidney Seder 15 steps, signs, Om Seder Kadesh Nurza. Shemesh Esra is Hebrew for 15. Sidney is Hebrew for signs. SH Moab Begani made previously garments of the Kohen Gadol. SH Moab is Hebrew for 8. Begani is Hebrew for garments. Arba Teludim. Usage an air older phrase for zones. Common term is Tedem Shabbat. Included for completeness. Arba is the Kalalam for directions of the world common rabbinic phrase. Arba is Hebrew for 4. Ripik is Hebrew for wind's directions. Kalalam is Hedra for the world. Lecturing is Hebrew for the later ones. Refers to halachic authorities from about 1,500 G to the present. Their rulings and commentaries are binding in most halachic practice. Akilas Mata Hebrew. Akila equals eating, Mata equals Nevelman bread. The mitzvah of eating Mata at the Passover Seder, fulfilling the Torah commandment. Akilas Marer Hebrew. Akila equals eating, Marer equals bitter herbs. The mitzvah of eating bitter herbs at the Passover Seder, symbolizing the bitterness of slavery in Egypt. Adam Perish in Hebrew. Adam equals man, Perish equals the first. Refers to the first human created, Adam. Used in halachic and agonic contexts to represent humanity as beginnings. Adar name of the 12th month of the Hebrew calendar Babylonian origin. Significant because Purim is in Adar. Tradition says when Adar enters, joy increases. At below Yada Aramaic phrase. At equals until, below equals that not, Yada equals knows. First obligation to rejoice traditionally, by drinking until one cannot distinguish between first Haman and blessed Mordecai. Akudan Hebrew for anchored or chained. Refers to a woman who cannot remarry under Jewish law because she has not received a get halachic divorce. Hakadah Chest Hebrew. Hakadah equals love, Chest equals kindness. Refers both to the general mitzvah of loving acts of kindness and to the classic sefer by the Shofet's Chaim. Hakadah Israel Hebrew. Hakadah equals love. Israel equals Israel. The mitzvah of loving fellow Jews, considered the foundation of Jewish ethics. Sister Yiddish word for God, literally the Most High. A reverent name for the divine in everyday Jewish speech. Akedah Yitzchak Hebrew. Akedah equals binding. Refers to the binding of Isaac Genesis 22. Central to Jewish prayer and theology, symbolizing ultimate faith. Al-Nedalat Yada is Hebrew. Al equals on, Nedalat equals taking good thing, Yada equals hands. Blessing said when washing hands before bread. Halachic requirement to purify hands. Al-Hamidran Edward blessing after eating grain-based foods other than bread, cakes, pasta. Mitya equals sustenance. Shorter than Urkin Hamizan. Al-Qadis in Hebrew. On the miracles. Special prayer added on Hanukkah and Purim thanking God for miracles. Amid in Hebrew. Standing. Refers to the central standing prayer Shemina Esrei recited 3 times daily. Amaray, Aramaic plural of Amara equals speaker, interpreter. Refers to the rabbinic sages of the Talmud 200. 500 Hebrews discussions form the Gemara. Arba Mini Hebrew. Arba equals 4, Mini equals species. The 4 species Edred, Lulak, Hadasi, are used on Sukkot. Arba Parshat Hebrew. 4 Torah portions. Refers to the 4 special Torah readings before Pesach Sekali, Zachar, Hera, Kachodish. Aaron Kachodish Hebrew. Aaron equals Art, Kachodish equals the Holy. The Torah marked in a synagogue where scrolls are kept. Symbol of reverence and holiness. Action Hebrew for guilt offering. One of the sacrificial offerings in the temple for certain transgressions. Asher Yadvar Hebrew blessing recited after using the bathroom, praising God for creating the human body with wisdom. Aseret Hadibret Hebrew. Aseret equals 10, Hebrew equals savings utterances. Refers to 7 commandments given at Sinai. Aseret Yemai Teshuvah Hebrew. Aseret equals 10, Yemai equals days, Teshuvah equals repentance. The 10 days of repentance between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. Fatisa Hebrew for Rabbi. Refers to Halachic Rabbi in a talent born in burial shrouds. Abed in Hebrew. Ab equals father head, Abed equals cord. The head of a rabbinical cord. Agoda Zara Hebrew. Agoda equals worship, Zara equals foreign. Refers to idolatry. Also a tractate in the Talmud dealing with idolatry and interaction with non-Jews. Avoda Hebrew for service. Refers both to the temple service and to Torah's divine service. Central term in Halacha and liturgy. Avoda Zara, another spelling of Avoda Zara, idolatry. Avoda Hebrew. Fathers, ancestors. Refers to 1 the tractate Perkei of the ethics of the fathers, 2 of it Melachem equals primary categories of prohibited labor, on Shabbat. Of it Melachem Hebrew. Of it equals categories, Melachem equals labors. The 39 primary labors forbidden on Shabbat, derived from the Mishnah's instructions. Arizona Karen Hebrew. Memorial prayer. Refers to remembrance of the dead, often said with Kaddish. Baal Teshuvah Hebrew. Baal equals, master owner, Teshuvah equals repentance. A person who returns to religious observance after having been non-observant. Highly praised in Jewish tradition. Baal Torah Hebrew. Baal equals master, Torah equals reader. The designated Torah reader in synagogue services. Baal Tashchit Hebrew. Baal equals master, Tashchit equals destruction waste. The Torah prohibition against needless destruction or waste, athlete broadly in Halacha. Baal Tefillah Hebrew. Baal equals master, Tefillah equals prayer. Refers to the prayer leader Chenha. Baal Nefesh Hebrew. Baal equals master, Nefesh equals soul. Refers to a pious person who goes beyond the strict letter of the law in halachic observance. Baal Shem Tov Hebrew. Master of the good name. Founder of the Hasidic movement 1700. Revidus holy man and miracle worker. Baal Teshuvah movement, modern phenomenon of Jews returning to observance. Often discussed in halachic responsa regarding their unique needs. Rama that life in Hebrew. Rama equals with what, that life in equals do we kindle. A section in the Friday night service Mishnah Shabbat 2. One listing which wicks and oils are acceptable for Shabbat candles. Common Hebrew. Comma equals with what? Common equals new read insulate. Mishnah Shabbat 4. One dealing with insulation of food on Shabbat. Comma at Oc Hebrew. In what are you engaged? A halachic query in Talmud about a person as occupation and Torah study. Bar mitzvah Hebrew. Bar Aramaic equals mitzvah equals commandment. Boy as coming of age at 13, obligated in mitzvah. Bat mitzvah Hebrew. Bat equals daughter, mitzvah equals commandment. Girl as coming of age at 12, obligated in mitzvah. Marida Aramaic. Bar equals outside, da equals teaching. Tannaitic teaching not included in the Mishnah, often quoted in the Talmud. Baruch Shemar Hebrew. Blessed is he who spoke. Opening blessing of Kisud Zimra in Shacher in prayers. Baruch Hashem Hebrew. Blessed be the name of God. Common Jewish expression of gratitude. Not halachic versi, but central to Jewish speech. Baruch Dain in heaven Hebrew. Blessed is the true judge. Blessing recited upon hearing news of a death. Sargi Chalon Hebrew. Sard equals meat equals in with, Chalon equals milk. Torah prohibition of mixing meat and milk. Central category in Kashrut. Bat Kol Hebrew. Bat equals daughter, Kol equals voice. Heavenly voice. Halachic agnostic concept of divine communication outside prophecy. David Hebrew. House. Used halachically for one temple in compartments, to David Sheni equals second temple. David is variant of light in rabbinical core. Hash Mashah Hebrew. Between the suns. Twilight period between sunset and nightfall. Halachically uncertain status, often treated stringently. Amatory Hebrew. Between the straits. The 3 weeks mourning period between 17th of Tammuz and 9th of Ad. Baked in Hebrew. House of Shechem. Rabbinical court that rules on halachic matters. Beit HaMikdash Hebrew. House of Holiness. The Temple in Jerusalem. Central place of halachic worship in biblical times. Beit Midrash Hebrew. House of study. Place of Torah learning, often attached to a synagogue or yeshiva. Beit Knesset Hebrew. House of assembly. Synagogue. Beit Yosef Hebrew. House of Yosef. Major halachic code written by Rabbi Yosef Karo, basis of the Shulchan Aruch. Vector in Hebrew. Firstborn. Refers to laws of firstborn animals, people, and the tractate Vector in Talmud. Ben-Torah Hebrew. Sepakura. Refers to a person dedicated to Torah study and observance. Ben Israel Hebrew. Children of Israel. Halachically refers to the Jewish people collectively. Benching Yiddish for blessings. Commonly refers to Birkat Hamazon for scepter heels. Spiritual American Hebrew. Blessing. Formal blessings recited over food, mitzvah, or experiences. Full structure of halachic practice. Spiritual acronym Hebrew. After blessings. Blessings said after food al-Hamadia, al-Tikvin, or Elim as a shop, or Birkat Hamazon. Spiritual Risona Hebrew. First blessing. Blessings said before eating or performing mitzvah. Narrated Iraqi Yishbal classic text, listing 13 hermeneutical rules of Rabbi Yishbal, recited daily in prayer. Bereshit Hebrew. In the beginning. First word of the Torah and name of the first book. Vayat Hebrew. Coming together, union. Halachic term for marital relations. Relevant in laws of family purity. The first Hebrew. First fruits. Store and commandment to bring the first fruits to the temple. Also a Mishnah tractate. Bible Hebrew. Platform. Raised platform in a synagogue where the Torah is written on Hebrew. Blessing of the food. Receptor meals. Torah obligation when eating bread. Birkin Torah Hebrew. Blessing of the Torah. Blessings recited before Torah study and Aliyah to the Torah. Birkin in Hebrew. Blessing of the house. Traditional blessing found in Jewish homes. Birkin of Hebrew. Blessing of the sons. Rare blessing recited once every 28 years when the sun returns to its creation position. Birkin Hebrew. Blessing of the priests. Priestly blessing recited by Kohanim during services. Byrer Hebrew. Clarification, selection. Halachic concept of separating mixtures, especially in Shabbat prohibitions. Official Hebrew. Cooking. One of the 39 prohibited labors on Shabbat. Official act of Hebrew. Cooking by a non-Jew. Rabbinic prohibition on certain foods cooked solely by non-Jews to preserve kashrut and social boundaries. The Tachon Hebrew. Trust. Refers to trust in God with halachic and ethical significance. Michol Shabbat's Hebrew. Nullification of leaven. Halachic formula recited before Passover, nullifying ownership of Shabbats. Michol Torah Hebrew. Neglect of Torah studies. Considered a serious lapse in Jewish law. Go item Hebrew. On that day. Phrase used in Halachic to indicate a deadline for performing a mitzvah. Lord I of the Shah Hebrew blessing. Creates many souls. Recited after eating foods that do not require al-Hamidiyah or Birkin Hamidon. Lord I tree competent Hebrew blessing. Creates the fruit of the vine. Receipt over wine and grape juice. Lord I tree eats Hebrew blessing. Creates the fruit of the trees. Recited over fruits that grow on trees. Lord I tree Hadam Hebrew blessing. Creates the fruit of the ground. Recited over vegetables and produce from the earth. Lord I mine I made on a Hebrew blessing. Creates types of sustenance. Recited over baked grain products not considered bread. Great Milah Hebrew. Covenant of circumcision. Ritual circumcision performed on the 8th day of a baby boy as life. Torah obligation. Dracula Behal in Hebrew. Wasted blessing. Saving God as name in vain through an unnecessary blessing. Halachic prohibition. Racha Behind Shalosh Hebrew. Blessing resembling tree. After blessing combining heaps of burnt on for cake, wine, and fruit of the 7 species. Racha Shina Tizirich Hebrew. Unnecessary blessing. A blessing not required, generally avoided to prevent taking God as name in vain. Chai Chet Hebrew.
He's British, he's so white, this is like actually blackface for him.
Refers to transgression of God as command, often defined as missing the mark. Central in halachic discussions of atonement. Chach Hebrew. New grain. Refers to the prohibition against eating grain harvested before the over offering on Passover. Still relevant in Kashrut. Chag Hebrew. Festival holiday. Specifically refers to the 3 pilgrimage festivals Pesach, Shabbat, Sukkot. Chagiga Hebrew. Festival offering. Sacrificial offering brought on pilgrimage festivals. Also the name of a Talmud tractate. Shalom Hebrew. No offerings. Torah mitzvah to separate a portion of dough for the priests. Today, symbolic separation is still practiced. Shalom Akam Hebrew. Zilpah non-Jew. Rabbinic restriction requiring supervision of milk production for kashrut. Shalom Yisrael Hebrew. Zilpah Jew. Milk supervised by a Jew from milking to ensure no non-kosher milk is mixed in. Chametz Hebrew. Leavened bread. Prohibited on Passover. Central area of Appalachia with extensive laws. Chamira Aramaic. Leaven. Formula used in Bishul Chametz nullification of Chametz. Chametz Hebrew acronym. Shalom, Nida, Hadlok and Mera. 3 mitzvahs traditionally associated with Jewish women: milk, kosher, family purity, candle lighting. Chashmal modern Hebrew. Electricity. Halachic discussions about use of electricity on Shabbat center on whether it is Gona building, a lead creating, or mob or kindling fire. Shaven Torah Hebrew. Dry fruit of the Torah. Honor given on Simon Torah to the person who calls for the final aliyah of the Torah. Shaven Bereshit Hebrew. Dry fruit of Genesis. Honor on Simon Torah to the person who called for the first aliyah of the new Torah cycle. Chatsishi Hebrew. Half measure. Consuming less than the halachically defined measure of forbidden food. Prohibited rabbinically even not punishable biblically. Chatsi Halal Hebrew. Hak Halal. A shortened recitation of Halal songs on praise on certain holidays. Chatter Hebrew. Courtyard. Important in Arab laws, as shared courtyards may require an Arab chatterer to Chazen Hebrew. Tender leader. Leads the congregation in prayer. Intelligence must meet certain qualifications of voice and character. Chazaka Hebrew. Presumed status. Halachic principle assuming continuity, open situation until proven otherwise, e.g. ownership, kashrut. Chazon Hebrew. Cantorial practice. The tradition and prayer leading and melodies, with halachic discussions about embellishment. Chazar Hebrew. Repetition return. Refers either to one the Chazaric passions. Repetition can be limited by the prayer leader, or to review a Torah study. Chez English title. Visionary man. Classic 20th century halachic authority, Rabbi Abraham Yeshaya Kerlitz. His rulings are foundational in modern halacha. Ches Hebrew. Kindness. Halachically requires in forms like charity, tzedakah, visiting the sick and acts of compassion. Chilul Passion Hebrew. Desecration of the name of God. Grave halachic sin, causing disrespect to Judaism or God. Chinuch Hebrew. Education dedication. Halachic category for training children in mitzvah observance before bar bat mitzvah. Chinuch Hebrew. Obligation. Used to denote halachic requirements, e.g. Chinuch tefillah equals obligation to pray. Chizuk Hebrew. Strengthening. Intelligent refers to rabbinic enactments made to reinforce observance of Torah laws. Chola Hebrew. Sick person. Halachic discussions about the permissibility of treating the sick on Shabbat. Chola Sheish Basapena Hebrew. A sick person in danger. Halacha mandates desecrating Shabbat to save a life in this case. Chola Shihai Basapena Fruit. A sick person not in danger. Certain rabbinic prohibitions may be waived, but not Torah prohibitions. Chol Hamo Hebrew. Weekday of the festival. The intermediate days of Passover and Sukkot, with unique halachic rules, word limitations, added prayers. Sholem Yiddish. Slow cooked stew. Halachically significant as a traditional Shabbat food, cooked before Shabbat and kept warm in line with law's official cooking. Shoshan Mishpat Hebrew. Breastplate of judgment. One of the four sections of Special Kinema, dealing with civil and financial law. Shaka Hebrew. Wedding canopy. Halachically required structure under which Jewish weddings are performed. Turban Hebrew. Destruction. Refers halachically to the destruction of the first and second temples, with mourning practices tied to the deity Tisha B'Av. Nalmini Hebrew. Four species. Refers to Hebron Sidron, Lulav palm branch, Hadassi myrtles, and Harvard willows taken together on Sukkot. Central mitzvah of the holiday. Dal is Yiddish for four, from Hebrew Dali, the fourth letter. Mini is Hebrew for species or kinds. Dal Kosah Hebrew. 4 cups. Refers to the 4 cups of wine drunk at the Passover Seder, corresponding to the 4 expressions of redemption. Dal Amos Hebrew. 4 cubits. Halachic unit of personal space across. 6. 8 feet. Carrying outside 1 Dal Amos is of the category of Shabbat laws. Dam Hebrew. Blood. Source of numerous halachic, prohibition against eating human blood, purity, impurity laws Dam Midah, and sacrificial rituals. Dam Midah Hebrew. Menstrual blood. Creates a state of ritual impurity requiring separation and later purification before resuming marital relations. Dam Midah Hebrew. Abnormal uterine blood. Can separate halachic rules from Midah, requiring a different count and offerings in temple times. Dam Koher Hebrew. Postpartum blood of purity. Biblically distinct from Midah blood, with more lenient status. Today rabbinically equated to Midah. Dan El Kaf Zechad Hebrew. Judge to decide of marriage. Halachic ethical principle to give others the benefit of the doubt. Zayden Hebrew. Judge. A rabbinical court judge with authority to rule in halachic matters, especially civil law. Sayyid Hebrew. Judges. Plural of Dayan. A standard based in rabbinic court requires 3 Sayyid. 10 Hebrew. It ruled faith in enough. Recited at the Passover Seder as a declaration of gratitude. While not halachic proceed, tied to the halachic structure of Tehaggadah. The Arada Aramaic Hebrew. From the Torah. Refers to commandments or prohibitions directly from the written Torah, as opposed to rabbinic decrees. The Iranian Aramaic Hebrew. From Rabbi. Refers to rabbinic enactments, e.g. lighting Hanukkah candles, reading Megillah. Finding them distinct from Torah law. Daven Yiddish. To pray. Common halachic term for reciting formal prayers, especially the daily tefillah. Davening Mincha Merit Shachur in Yiddish Hebrew. Refers to praying the respective daily services. Central obligation in halachic life. Deo Hebrew Aramaic. Enough sufficient. Halachic principle used in logic. Deo Lano Minfaden Libyan Cananin. It is enough for the derived law to be like the doors, limiting the scope of Kal Vachomer a fortiori reasoning. Lyric Eretz Hebrew. Way of the land. In halachic context, refers to proper manners, behavior, and sometimes to civil occupation. Often paired with Torah study. Lyric Shoma Hebrew. Path of obligation. Used in halachic discussions of whether something fulfills a mitzvah in the required way. Lyric Grecian Hebrew. Path of permission. Something optional rather than obligatory. Lyric Shaver Hebrew. Ordinary way of breaking. Principle applied in laws of Shabbat, e.g. breaking food packaging in a non-destructive way. Lyric Matzah Hebrew. Common way. Used in halachic discussions of damages, e.g. liability when something occurs in the normal way. Version B. Chakira Hebrew. Examination and investigation. Halachic requirement for judges in capital cases to cross-examine witnesses. Devat Torah Hebrew. A word of Torah. Often refers to a short homily or halachic insight, given during meals or study sessions. Devarim Shivai Tisha Hebrew. Holy matters. Specific prayers Kaddish, Kiddushah, are to require a quorum of 10 Bentinyan, according to traditional halacha. Devarim Shibala Hebrew. Things in the heart. Halachic principle that unspoken thoughts do not carry legal weight. Only expressed intent matters. Devarim Hadashulim Hebrew. Forbidden matters. General halachic phrase used in laws of prohibited foods, speech, or actions. Devarim Commentary Hebrew. Permitted matters. The opposite category, lawful actions within halachic bounds. Repeated Hebrew. Cleaving attachment. Spiritual concepts of clinging to God, with halachic expression in prayer and mitzvah observance. Dinah Mohammed Hebrew. Monetary law. Halachic civil law. Damages, contracts, business disputes, handled by a Beit Din. Dinah Shah Hebrew. Capital laws. Halachic rules governing cases involving life and death, e.g. capital punishment, requiring AI and judicial standards. Dinah Torah Hebrew. Torah laws. Refers either to biblical law as opposed to rabbinic or to court cases judged by Torah law. Dinah Asher Beheader Hebrew. Laws of prohibition and permission. Halachic category covering kashrut and ritual prohibitions. Nina Nibal Shuda Nina Aramaic. The law of the land is law. Halachic principally obligating Jews to follow secular laws of the government, so long as they do not force violation of Torah. Nigri Torah Hebrew.
Century. And Mr. Rodriguez, to go further than that, the 20th century, it goes right up to the 21st century even. It looks like it's an amazing phenomenon. So the purpose of the Inquisition was that the church in Spain was trying to root out these false Christians, the Jews who had converted to Christianity but did not actually believe what they were saying. The Jews technically speaking, had a false sense of security because they felt like, well, the Inquisition isn't bothering us. Fine, we keep to our traditions and we openly practice as Jews, then we have nothing to worry about. That turned out to be a false sense of security, but nevertheless, much of the bulk of the animus was directed at these new Christians, including even old Christians who were suspected of Judaizing, of being tempted by Jewish values, and so on.
Crypto Jews were very successful because they had all the restrictions removed from them. And so the Christian business became very sensible that they could practice all of the trades and at the same time still not be only Christian in their mind. And then
and that was certainly not the best moment of Jewish unity, I think. Did I tell you the joke about the guy who wants to join the country club? Yes, you're right. Well, you remember all my jokes, do you mind if I tell it again? The joke goes like this. So, in the, for those of you who are younger, that up until it was Mr. Schwartz there. Okay, that was Mr. Schwartz. Okay, so up until really, it's ancient history mostly, but until the 1990s, a lot of these clubs, even here in Miami, were so-called restricted, right? You could only join if you were tell. And there was no problem with this. I joked about the 1990s. There were some that were still like the 90s, but they were openly like this until a great film came out called Gentleman's Agreement that really turned around the way people thought about these things right at the end of World War II. But at any rate, up until the 1940s, Jews could not get into a place like this. It would be forbidden, ridiculous. And hotels, forget about it. So anyways, the joke goes that there's this Jewish guy who wants to belong to this restricted country club. And so he goes to the membership director and he says, listen, these are my assets. I have these boats and these apartment buildings. And I really think that I belong in your crowd here at the Flaming Crosses Country Club. And the membership director says, listen, what's your name, Cohen? I can't help you because we're a very exclusive club, and you can only join, if you have a sponsor. And I don't think you're going to find a sponsor. He said, well, who's on your membership? I'm sure I know someone. So he says, look, here's the membership list. Shows it to him. Cohen looks down the list, and he sees someone named Schwartz. And so he says, oh, I know this guy. I'll go talk to my friend Schwartz. So he leaves, he goes, he knocks on the door of Schwartz, and Schwartz opens the door, and Cohen says, Shalom Aleichem, Rabbi, listen, I wanted to join the Flaming Crosses Country Club, and I need a sponsor. So I was thinking, maybe, you're a Jew, I'm a Jew, you can help me out. So Mr. Schwartz looks him in the eye and says, listen, Mr. Cohen, what's your name? Let me tell you something. I am a Presbyterian, and my father was a Presbyterian. And my grandfather, Oliver Shalom, was also a Presbyterian. All right, so let's go on. The Inquisition. Now, so you have this scenario where the Inquisition is directed primarily at these new Christians, these conversos, and Jews who were remaining within the traditional Jewish community felt largely immune to the pressures that the church were exerting. And even though there were some really distinct warning signs, the Edict of Expulsion took them completely by surprise. A couple of the expulsions that are significant, Andalusia and Aragon in the 1480s, some really nasty trials and executions that occurred in a few places, including a blood libel in 1490 and 91. But the traditional Jewish approach was, you know what, these things...
Pathologic device permitting, varying with the defined boundary on Shabbat by symbolically merging private domains. Here in Shabbat, here in Hebrew.
Sound? Any sense for sound? It sounds okay? You have no way to tell, right? We'll find out later, okay? All right, ladies and gentlemen, why don't we get started? So, thank you for coming. It's the first night of the spring semester, and I'm sorry that my lovely daughter Aliza is a little bit unwell. They have the notorious Taurus MS flu. Starts with one kid in Taurus MS and it spreads through all of them. Even though some of them are, beyond that stage right now. And I want to say thank you to all of you for your kind thoughts for my father. He has had, I'm proud to say, and very pleased to say, a rather remarkable recovery. He's still in the hospital, and we imagine that well, I'll put it to you this way. I had the opportunity, by going up to Canada, I had the opportunity to speak with my father at length about things that were very important. And now that I've had that opportunity, every conversation I have with my father is like an unexpected gift, and I'm very grateful for all of your good wishes. And my mother, of course, is very pleased that my father's health is kind of stabilized, so that we can have a rational conversation with him. You have in your hands the flyer for the spring semester. You'll note that the topics are on the right, and there are a few key dates when we will not be meeting around the holidays of Passover, and they're listed down there, but I'm really looking forward to having you join us for these lectures. I'd also like to give a shout out to the students at Touro College who are taking this course both in New York and in Los Angeles. We're trying an experiment where we're putting these videos online for students around the world to take advantage of them. So I hope to be hearing from them shortly. Let me start with the opening joke. Oh, I should tell you something. One other thing is very important. This is a new innovation. It's got this great microphone, which was given to us by the nice people at TorahCafe.com. If you're ever wandering around the web looking for some interesting Torah content, have a look at their beautiful website. They have a lot of really good people speaking there. And I'm pleased that they are picking up a lot of these lectures, and then they are professionally re-editing them, adding the PowerPoints right into the lecture in a very nice way. The only thing that's a little weird is that they're taking my 60-minute lectures and they're shrinking them down to like 36 minutes, which means they cut out the jokes for sure, and they cut out all the questions. So this part of the lecture will probably not be included in their version of it. But this is the joke I heard Rabbi Barrow Wine say when he was here last weekend, and it's apropos for our meeting today. So a person goes in to see a psychologist to have a consultation. And he sits down, on the sofa, and the psychiatrist there in the chair, and he says, "Listen, doctor, before we begin, I'd just like to know how much is this going to cost me?" And the doctor says, "Well, an initial consultation costs $1,000, and then each subsequent visit is $500. So he says, "Well, here I am again." Okay. I think he said it in a funnier way than I did, but there you go. Let's get started. Okay. So tonight, stick to my day job. Tonight, we're going to speak about a very fascinating character in Spanish Jewish history. In many ways, the last of a long line of statesmen philosophers that are endemic to the Spanish Jewish experience. As we've seen in previous lectures, we talked about Kasta ibn Shabrut, Shmuel ibn Nagrela, also known as Shmuel Hanagid, individuals who were both learned in a Jewish sense, well-versed in the Hebraic tradition of the Talmud, the Midrash, and so on, communal leaders, and at the same time, very highly placed political leaders, financiers, viziers, prime ministers, and so on. So Don Isaac Abravanel is perhaps the last in the great tradition of Spanish Jewish political leaders who are at the same time well-learned in the Jewish tradition. As I think I mentioned the last time we spoke about Shmuel ibn Nagrela, one of the, if you look even at our age, in which Jews have achieved so much politically, and simultaneously the Torah learning that is going on in this country really outpaces even the number of Jews learning in ancient Babylon. Nevertheless, we have yet to find in one figure a person who combines Torah learning and secular achievement to the same degree as the great Spanish leaders of the Golden Age right through to the late 15th century, as we see in Abravanel. Much of this material is drawn from a very famous biography of Don Isaac Abravanel, who I should mention, by the way, many people pronounce the same Abarbanel, and that's because of the, it's much easier, as Stephen says, it's much easier to rhyme the song to the name Abarbanel. You know what I'm talking about, right, with Schlock Rock version of Abarbanel, but it's most likely pronounced Abravanel or Abravanel. So we'll stick with the scholarly norm, although you know who I am talking about. So the premier biography remains the great classic written by B. Netanyahu, not the Bibi Netanyahu that's in the news today, but his father, who was a great scholar and a historian of medieval Spanish Jewry. And so I'm going to be taking most of the material we're discussing tonight from his biography of the same name. And here's a quote from the conclusion of his book. The life of a man who served 6 kings was associated with the most powerful personalities in Portugal and Spain, Naples and Venice, must necessarily have been far richer, more complex, and more stimulating than this biography might suggest. So I'd like to extend that concept as well to the presentation that I'll give with you tonight, because he is an absolutely fascinating man. And in the space of 60 minutes, there's no way we can get to the depth of his thought or activity on behalf of the Jewish people. Let us begin with a little bit of contextual information. Perhaps the most important thing to know about medieval Spanish history is that it is completely different from all other paradigms of medieval Jewish history. The primary reason for that is because Spain is, as one scholar put it, a triangular society with three large plurality populations, the Jews, of course, being the smallest of them, but nevertheless being very significant. And whereas if you contrast that to the experience of Jews in North Africa or the Middle East, or the Jews in Europe, the Jews were always a very distinct minority, and pretty much the only minority. If you look at the Jews in France or the Jews in England, you have Christians and a few Jews. If you look at the Jews of North Africa, you have Muslims and a few Jews. So there you have a binary relationship between the dominant population and the tiny Jewish minority. Sometimes there will be internal politics, like, for example, Catholics versus Protestants and so on. But for the most part, the Jews are the only non-titular religious minority in a given region. Spain, however, is quite distinct because you have both Christians and Muslims quite active in the society. If you recall back to the lecture we had about 6 months ago, Spain was originally dominated by Christians, the so-called Visigoths, who worshipped a form of Christianity, or they adhered to a form of Christianity called Arianism, spelled with an I, which was later deemed heretical by the Catholic Church. But Spain was originally a Christian land, and then in the year 711, easy to remember, the Muslims advanced from North Africa and took over Spain. And so Spain was Muslim for close to half a millennium. And then, coming primarily from the north, from France, the Pyrenees Mountains, and downwards, there is the reconquest of Spain by the Christians. And the period that we're studying, of course, Spain is under the control of the Christians, but it would be, I think, an exaggeration to say firmly within the control of the Christians, because there still are very significant Muslim minorities, and there's ongoing tension between these populations. The Jews, because it is a triangular society, are a pivot point around which either minority may, either Christians or the Muslims, may exert their will on the other population. In this case, the Jews are in a fragile position where they often are in a position of authority over the Muslim minority, and that changes all of the dynamic that's in place. Furthermore, because Spain has a somewhat checkered past with regard to the traditional Roman Catholic faith, first with its Visigothic origins before the Spanish conquest of the 8th century, and then later because there are so many Muslims in the society, Spain frequently wants to demonstrate its bona fides as a Catholic nation by, indicating how loyal they are to traditional Catholic doctrine. When in doubt as to the best way you can demonstrate you are a Catholic, all you have to do is persecute the Jews. That's one way to really send a signal, we're going to hold the line on traditional doctrine. And so that's another factor that comes to play in Spain that will be very relevant for our discussion. Okay, pause for discussion questions on the contextual background. Yes, please.
Until the Muslims were kind of like thrown out of Spain, you might say, or back to Spain, that was considered the golden era of Spain because of
Right. Golden era vis-a-vis Jews. Yeah, there's a tremendous period of toleration and allowed for Jews to advance tremendously in that society.
Exactly, they have tremendous amounts of, well, I don't know if it's say so much influence on what went on. I noticed that on the first slide, it says Don. There we go, Don.
Yeah.
Was he 90? Because that means
Yes, I'm not positive how he got that title. It is definitely an honorific of some sort. I don't recall reading about it in Netanyahu's biography, but I think it means like a lord of some type. It's like some kind of, and several of the figures we'll be discussing had that same title. Either that, or they all had a common ancestor. No, okay, joking. All right, his family background comes from Seville, and perhaps one of the question. Yes, you've got. They're both Christian dominated, but they're fighting back and forth between each other. And Abrevano got involved in quite a bit of that as he's fleeing from Spain to Portugal, back to Spain again, and so on. So his background is from Seville. If we look at the map here, we see that's fairly close to where the Muslim conquest occurred, down here on the lower third of Spain, close to the bridge to North Africa, and it became Christian in 1238. That's 200 years before Abravanel's birth, and it has a long history of anti-Jewish persecution. You have pogroms in 1391, which were first begun in Seville and then spread throughout the entire Iberian Peninsula, and you have the beginning of the Inquisition occurs also in Seville. Again, because of the proximity of Muslims, I will speak more about what exactly was the Inquisition shortly. But there's a strong tradition of anti-Jewish agitation in this region, and this had a signal impact on none other than Abravanel's own grandfather, who converted to Christianity in the late 14th century. It's clear from later, and by the way, Abravanel never mentions this fact in any of his very prolific writings, but it's clear without doubt from the historical record. We know, however, from later events that this was clearly done under duress because Shmuel Abravanel later fled to Portugal, and in Portugal he then resumed his Jewish identity. So his conversion to Christianity was most likely, we don't know a lot of the details about it, but was most likely the result of his very high level of influence in Spanish society. He was the primary, most likely the royal treasurer at the time, and it was unseemly for a Jew to have such a high post and remain a believing Jew. A couple of things we could mention here in terms of historical tradition. The first is, and this continues right up to our own day, there's a very strong tradition of Jews occupying high positions of economic regulation in societies. Including in our own times here in this country, we often have Jews at the very top of the economic ladder associated with government putting in place tariffs, taxes, and so on. There's a lot of complicated historical reasons for this, but to be sure, it is a time-honored tradition that goes back, perhaps you might want to even say, all the way back to Joseph, the idea of the trusted Jew high in the court who understands what needs to be done economically and tells the rulers how to put these policies in place. There is perhaps a possibility of an anti-Semitic kind of interpretation of this fact, but I think it's much easier to simply look at the long cultural tradition encouraging Jews to work with their minds and with their account books rather than with their backs that leads to that, not to mention the restrictions placed on Jews as a result of canon law that disabled them from participating in many other occupations in medieval Europe. But we're going to pass that. The other thing that's useful to mention besides that position is the fact that in Spain, unlike in Ashkenaz, the modus vivendi for persecution was much more inclined to adapt, to acculturate to persecution, even to the point of making a false conversion. In Ashkenaz, and perhaps best illustrated by the terrible massacres of the 1096 Crusades, any type of indication of movement towards another religion was considered sufficient grounds for self-martyrdom, for Kiddush Hashem. And so you see a real bifurcation in Ashkenazic culture, working more towards an insular culture, viewing the outside society as much more toxic and dangerous, whereas in Spanish and Sephardic culture, there's much more a sense of, well, we can work with this, we can adapt, we can find ways to keep our values while still, outwardly appearing to be open to the general society. There have been some historians who have been questioning this model, but that's the historiographic model that has pertained for the last 100 years or so in Sephardic studies. So with regards to Shmuel Abravanel's conversion to Catholicism, it fits within this Catholic, this Spanish Jewish pattern of accommodation to the external realities of the day. Nevertheless, Shmuel did convert back or return back to Judaism once he got free of Spanish clutches in Portugal. There in Portugal, he once again rose to prominence, as was his son and grandson. His grandson grew up in a Portuguese Jewish home that was filled with politicians at all times, filled with courtiers, filled with noblemen, as his grandfather and then his father worked very closely with the crown to set monetary policy for Portugal. So right from his very early years, Abrevano studied politics in the behavior of the people who were coming in and out of his home. He also grew up in an exceptionally wealthy family, and he cherished the preservation of that wealth to a degree that he was able to actually exert considerable control over his finances, even while he was fleeing across Europe from Spanish persecution. This is, by the way, the Abrevano family crest. I think I have a color version of it a little later, so you'll see a little bit more of what it was like. He was trained in the best Renaissance philosophy that was then penetrating the Iberian Peninsula. Not only did he have a thorough grounding in all of the Jewish classics, of course, the Bible, the Talmud, Midrash, and so on, he also studied contemporary European languages and the classics. He was perfectly fluent in Latin. It seems that he knew some Greek. And as we shall see later in his writings, he was remarkably open-minded when it came to reading sources from outside the Jewish religion. He was well-versed in the writings of the early church fathers, St. Thomas Aquinas, and many of the other thinkers that were circulating in society. I didn't find any confirmation that he knew Arabic, but he certainly was familiar with the writings of Avicenna, Averroes, and several other people who wrote in a Maimonidean phase. And in fact, much of his early energies were spent on analyzing Maimonidean philosophy. So he had a really, like we would say, the ultimate day school education. Very, very strong in traditional Jewish subjects, very, very strong in traditional secular studies as well. Yes?
I noticed on the family tree, next to the parentheses, it said Juan de Sevilla.
When he was converted, they take Christian names. Okay. We don't know a lot about his family. His was Abrevano. But we know that he was married young, judging by the dates of the birth of his children. We know of 2 sons, and there are passing references that may include 2 daughters as well. We know more about his sons, who really followed in their father's footsteps, many of them following him into exile. Some of the most tearful passages of his biography describe how he was like separated from his family for several years, and then one of his sons would come and finally find him in Venice or someplace like that. And at least one of his sons continued in a literary tradition as well. So we know a little bit about his family life, but it seems he was mostly wrapped up in his political energies and his literary activities. Speaking of his literary activities, the things that he wrote, basically his literary oeuvre was composed in 2 really distinct periods. The first was in his relative youth, that is before he was about 40, when he was very much at ease in Spanish society and not terribly disturbed by the Inquisition or the later expulsion, which came as a great shock to Spanish Jewry, as we shall see. And then, surprisingly, a very, very productive period when he was actually being chased from country to country, and he wrote extremely voluminous amounts of material at that point. Early on, though, he engaged in philosophical discussions. In particular, he was fascinated with the philosophy of Aristotle and its critics. And of course, when you study Aristotle in a Jewish sense, you must study Maimonides, because Maimonides was also heavily influenced by Aristotelian thought. And so Abarbanel or Abrevano very much engaged in the continuing of that tried and true debate that had been going on for several centuries. I have to say, although I admire the man phenomenally, I find it hard myself to really get through his commentaries. I find that, in my humble opinion, and I'm not a literary scholar, but I find that they tend to be kind of long-winded and repetitive. And you can see that I'm not the only person who thinks so, because there are several abridged Ravano commentaries where, if you can't make it through 2,000 words, they'll give you a 500-word summary of the same concept. And when you do that, it's really much easier to take them. Now, that's not saying that Ravano was long-winded in his thought. It's probably a result that much of his writings were originally delivered orally, perhaps were even written to be delivered orally, because oral presentations will often, repeat obvious information, will often go over the material to make sure that people understand it.
A central halachic term describing what the Torah or rabbis forbid. Opposite of heter permission. Fisher and Hebrew prohibition of benefits. Category of militia where not only used, but any benefit is forfeited after pesach. Fisher carries Hebrew for prohibition covered by a city. One of the most severe halachic penalties. Fisher allows for negative prohibition. Torah prohibition punishable by lashes several times. Item E Gemara Aramaic for it is stated in the Gemara. Standard halachic phrasing is producing a Talmudic source. For trial and order.
Forgive my invitation to the Jackson.
Similar to Peter Mitzvah. Differently Aramaic for thought of sin.
In Manhattan, there's this deli. There's a certain Mr. Schwartz who goes to the deli at the same time every day. He always has the same lunch and so on and so forth. It's almost identical, the same waiter, same seat, everything. So one day, the waiter brings him his entree, which is always a split pizza. And the waiter says, just a minute. The waiter says, yes, Mr. Schwartz. I want you should taste.
Halachic learning refers to these analysis as opposed to public review begin. I am paid Hebrew for examination of the judgment. Halachic courts refers to careful deliberation of that case. We believe that the Hebrew means to believe. Every 50th year in biblical Israel was sanctified. Land returned and over before owners of slave free and agricultural workers.
Not necessarily
Central halachic institution times
Irish ethnicity or Scottish, but somehow it just makes no sense. Anyways, that's the most happy thing we're going to talk about today, because our topic today is medieval anti-Semitism, and for that purpose, we're going to look briefly at the life of Johannes Peppercorn. And in that context, another individual, Johannes Rothschild'S, who really is a hero in Jewish history, and we'll see how these two relate to each other more. Peppercorn was, unfortunately, a typical type of Jewish figure that we see throughout Jewish history, really as old as Jewish history. But there is this phenomenon which has been sometimes defined as the self-hating Jew. It's really the term anti-Semite has. It's an awful term to begin with, but it's a self-reflective kind of hatred of agriculture and sanctity of the land. Desire not only to escape the orbit of Judaism, but also to denigrate the origins of an individual through this self-hating phenomenon. We see them several times throughout Jewish history. We glanced at one last week when we talked about Nicholas Donin. Peppercorn is exactly in the same tradition 300 years later. Basically, he is a Jew who had a rather
refers to leaders in the pre-Marty era. Scholastically, they highly judges are central to basic rulings.
Unsavory
Justice means Hebrew means justice, righteousness.
Unsavory.
He was
a victim of burglary and theft,
pursued justice.
associated with petty crime, and ultimately at the age of 36, early in the 16th century, decided to convert to Christianity.
Cited in halachic
This,
agonic
ironically,
discussions of reward
is a
and
kind of a
punishment.
career move in pre-modern Europe, and especially in that difficult transition period of the early 19th century that we'll talk about more next year, God willing, in the spring term. Within the medieval corporate environment that we spoke about last week, the only way, there was no such thing as a secular Jewish identity. You could not choose not to affiliate. You were either part of the Jewish community and you were subject to its often coercive regulation, but at the same time being protected atmosphere of the community as a whole, or you simply changed teams, as it were, and you wanted another one corporation. Typically, you wouldn't want to join the peasantry, which was very hard life, although there were Jews who kind of assimilated out into the peasantry, but invariably meant conversion to Christianity. But for many Jews, you took this step over something that was more like the life of the mind. Sense of mobility was close to them. Most of the guilds were also close to them. Really, the only career was to go into the clergy. Many Jews were not happy with the idea of celibacy, especially someone like Peppercorn, who was already married and several kids. So he became essentially an anti-Jewish agitator, something which he took up with great fervor and excitement. There was a market for people of this nature because the church was still rather ignorant of what happened inside Judaism. Don't forget that the church basically lost the use of Aramaic very early on. The Christian tradition continued into Greek, Septuagint, and their intellectual tradition really didn't follow the Jewish tradition of Midrash, Mishnah, Talmud, and Talmud, and so on. So anyone who had knowledge of kind of the complex interior language of the Jews was of value, not only to those who hated Jews, but as we shall see, to liberal Christians who genuinely wanted to explore the religious origins of the mother religion of Judaism, to which Christianity was heavily indebted. At any rate, Peppercorn, as we shall see, represented someone who took his limited understanding of rabbinic Judaism, limited ability to keep the text, and essentially sold them to the church, and was the primary Dominicans had a career of attacking Jewish texts and engineered really quite a bit of disruption that had poor ramifications on the church in many ways. And, the system of dietary laws in Colombia. The last comment we will return to shortly is that it's kind of interesting because what happened was his anti-Jewish tirades were met by more humanistic elements, which was the exemplar of that. And so what was originally a fight over Jewish texts eventually became a fight within the church as to whether or not it was going to be reactionary or whether it was going to be liberal, and ultimately resulted in some major fissures within the church as well. Huge implications for the larger world beyond this minor, otherwise minor fight within the Jews. So I'd like to spend a little bit of time, first of all, talking about the history of anti-Semitism. By that I mean the ideology of anti-Semitism rather than the history of Jewish persecution, because these two things are really quite distinct. Anti-Semitism itself goes through four very different periods. I'll outline those briefly in a few minutes. Then we're going to turn back to Peppercorn and Rothschild'S and their debate. And then finally we'll look at some of the legacy of this conflict, particularly within the Jewish intellectual tradition. So that's the plan for tonight. Any arguments, discussions, questions? Yes, please.
Refers to the collective Yiddish people whose collective implications and criminal responsibility.
Anti-Semitic is the party that is not Jewish. This is just I picked this up off the web. This is a 1995 edition of the Notorious Protocols of the Elders of Zion. The second, apparently, translation of it into Japanese. And when you figure out that I don't think there are more than 5,000 Jews in Japan, the fact that they would need two translations of even one edition of this notoriously anti-Semitic manual indicates just how the longevity and staying power of anti-Semitism as an ideology. You don't need Jews for anti-Semitism. Jean-Paul Sartre, the famous French
Final
philosopher,
section of Tanakh, cited in galactic discussions. Even have Godhead equals honor, as Godhead equals father and mother.
Did not exist.
Galactic discussion honor as parents.
So we really see that.
Kiddush means sanctification.
So here are the four major stages of anti-Semitic ideology.
Kiddush passion
We're going
praise
to concentrate on the
sanctification
third
of God
level.
as faith.
We mentioned the last one.
Galactic duty to live and in some cases die in a way that honors God. Fiducian Hebrew fiducian means sanctification in not all.
Early Christian anti-Judaism.
First step of galactic marriage process. Phila means Hebrew, Phila means forbidden mixtures.
For the antipathies.
Galactic prohibitions on planting seeds, crossbreeding animals, or mixing fabrics. Pidgin Hebrew Pidgin acquisition. No mechanism intelligent for transferring over. Pidgin marble to Hebrew Pidgin means belt covering. Skull cap worn as a sign of reverence. Galactically customary. Kippur Yom Kippur Hebrew Kippur means atonement. Holiest day, requiring fasting and repentance. Kislev Hebrew Kislev is in the Jewish calendar. Includes Hanukkah. Cloud in fact, cloud equals general, cloud equals specific. Galactic method of biblical interpretation. High, so the Hebrew high means free. Descendants of Aaron with galactic duties in temple service and means high priest.
So I need a definition of
Highest religious commentary in temple militia. Polish and Hebrew phrase meaning those above woman. Galactic discussions about men listening to women best seeming. Gold nigrate Aramaic phrase meaning all vows. Yom Kippur prayer and holy vows.
Ultimately a normal kind of
Hollow Yiddish Hebrew hollow means
hatred is
root
stronger
gathering.
than the normal kind of dislike.
Institution for full-time Torah study.
Look like, dress like you,
Format
talk
Hebrew
like you,
Formathian offering sacrifice.
things like that. You get
Galactic offerings in the temple.
just like
Format Pesach Hebrew phrase meaning
fears
Passover
of
sacrifice.
certain types of foods and
Galactically required in temple time.
that to a certain degree.
For
It's a
Hebrew
natural
for
thing
it
to
means
have
glad
a
sandwich.
natural reaction of
Passover Seder practice of the act, matzah, and
and
Mara
that's
together.
just like the
Kosher
Chinese
Hebrew
habits,
Passover
the
equals
Japanese
big proper.
habits, the Koreans
Who's
habits,
meeting
the
galactic
Mongolians.
dietary
It's during
standards.
history. It is not specifically
Constable
directed
Braxton
at
Hebrew
Jews.
cost equals cup.
Jews may be the
Braxton equals
victims
a
of it.
blessing.
Jews may be
Cup and wine
practitioners of it.
for hermits,
But there's
common
nothing
or other rituals.
pathologically specifically Jewish about it.
Kriyas
So,
Shema
for
Hebrew
example,
Kriyas Shema means
this is a
recitation of Shema.
detail from the March of
Central
Moses
galactic
that
proclamation
is
twice
located
daily.
in Rome, which
Kriyas
commemorates
Hadar and Hadar
the
Hadar
destruction
means
of
reading of the
Jerusalem
Torah.
by the Romans. The
Galactic
Romans obviously
requirement on
elected
Shabbat,
this march to
Thursdays,
represent
and
their
holidays.
victory. And I think many scholars mistakenly point to this as an example of
Informal
anti-Semitism,
gathering with
early
singing,
anti-Semitism.
often spiritual but
Well, I
not
would like to
strictly
tender for your
galactic.
consideration that while
Galactic
it's not
Paralashim is
complimentary
Hebrew
to
for tongue,
Jews, it
Para
shows
is Hebrew
Jews
for
here,
beautiful.
slavery and
Together.
carrying off
Evil
the
speech.
spoils of Jerusalem.
Galactic prohibition against
By the way,
gossip
when I
and
used to teach this
slander.
class many years
El
ago,
Chatula
I
El
used to
is
say
Aramaic
carrying
for
on.
throne. Chatula is Aramaic for the
You can't
beginning.
say that anymore with the younger people. You say
From the outset.
something totally different.
Galactic principle of what should ideally be done.
But they carry out the spoils form. So this is not
Central to
anti-Semitic
regarding
depiction.
rules and
It
blessings.
is the kind of depiction
Election
that
is
virtually
Hebrew for
every
bread.
culture
That is
uses
Hebrew for
to
double.
represent their
Refers to the Shalom
success
required
and
that
their
each Shabbat
happiness
meal
of
recalls the
their war
double
over
heaven.
their enemies. Right?
Line
This is,
Yiddish
I think in Latin
blessings
they call
equals to
this
read.
style nana nana boo.
Refers to chanting the
Very,
Torah
very
reading
common,
according to
and
galactic
there's nothing
calculation.
specifically anti-Jewish
Levi
about it.
Hebrew for
It is
according.
xenophobic. The Jews are the other. You
Refers to
defeated
the
the other.
galactic
You
mitzvah
congratulate
of
yourself.
accompanying
But it
the
does
deceased
not
to burial.
represent anything like
Levi Hebrew
Jews
for
drink Christian
attachment.
blood, for example. That
Member
would
of the
not
tribe
fall
of
into
Levi,
this
with
whatsoever.
galactic duties in temple
The
service.
kinds of things that you see happening in the ancient world that fit within this, for example, the
Galactic
Egyptians,
requirements for intent
the
in
ancient
Torah
Egyptians
7,
had a
right
really
again.
hard time with the whole Exodus story.
Low
Because,
Bactria
of course,
is
they come
Pilo
out very
equals God,
badly
Bach
in the
equals
second book of the
human
Bible.
equals heaven,
And so
Pi
their
equals
earliest
Hindus.
historians,
Together.
like these priests from
It is not
Mexico, will write a lot to say,
Galactic
no, it's not
principle that
true.
Torah
You know, they
interpretation
didn't,
rests.
you we kicked them out
Low
because
plus low is
they
equal
were
or not.
rebels,
Plus
things
is
like that. So
Aramaic for
we create a
distinguished
counter
divide.
history which is designed to try and insulate them from
Rabbinic
the
law
widely
applies
circulated
universally,
story
without
of
exceptions.
Charlton Heston and
Low times that low is equal or not. Times that equals
later in
to
the
shall
Hellenistic
be.
age were specific Jewish practices that the Hellenistic peoples
Low
felt
did not
were
low equals
really
not. Did not equals
inappropriate
to
for their
shall
culture.
feel.
Specifically,
Galactic
they
prohibition
felt
in
that the
the
Jews
tenth
were very
commandment.
clannish and misanthropic, meaning
Low
hating
that
other
low
people.
equals not.
And to
Shirt that equals
bolster
to
that
shall
argument, they
murder.
pointed to certain
Galactic
rituals such as
prohibition in the tenth
circumcision,
commandment.
which was a way of
Low
clearly and
conquer low
permanently
equals not. Conquer
distinguishing
equals to
Jews
shall
from
from that
non-Jews,
side.
at least men.
Galactic principle obligating
The
allegiance
practice
to
of
rabbinic
keeping
authority.
kosher, which meant that
Low
they
knuckle
could
that
not
model
share
low equals
meals
not.
with Jews,
Knuckle
that the
equals
Jews kept
profane
themselves
that model
apart. They had
equals
their
his word.
specific dietary
Together.
requirements, and they could not
He
share
shall
with
not
others.
profane
So
his word.
these are
Galactic ban on
legitimate,
breaking vows.
observations of Jewish ritual.
Layla
The
Seder
interpretation
Layla
is
equals
incorrect. They
9.
were not
Seder
designed
equals order.
specifically to cut people out, but nevertheless they did have
Refers
the
to the
effect
Passover
of
Seder
cutting people
night,
out. And
structured
so
by Rothschild with symbolic
the feelings
blessings
that the Greeks
and
had of
telling of
resentment
the
towards the
Exodus.
Jews did have some
Latin parent
basis
Hebrew
in
Latin
a
equals
legitimate
come. Parent
observation of
equals
Jewish
evil.
behavior. Similarly, the Jews were
Galactic
thought to
prohibition
be
against gossip
lazy
or
because
harmful
they
speech.
took an unprecedented
Last
one
Yiddish
day off
Latin
a
equals
week,
pancake.
and they would not work one day a
Fried
week.
potato
And that
pancakes
was like something
eaten
that
on
was unheard
Hanukkah
of. They
commemorating the
did
year
not
of
do
coffee
business,
oil.
they didn't handle money,
Or my next
nothing like
custom
that.
is
For
galactic
one day a
obligation.
week. When the Greeks and the Romans practiced it,
Bel
they took
Shashula
very, very
Aramaic
few holidays
Hebrew
by
phrase
comparison.
meaning from
Which reminds me of a
outset.
joke. I
Galactic
hope, did I
principles.
tell you the joke about the
What one
three
should
college
ideally do
students
before
talking about
resorting
the
to
religious leaders?
exceptions? Lechem Hebrew
Yeah,
Lechem
okay.
equals
So
brand.
it goes like this. Three college
Central
students
to
are sitting
literature
around a
regarding
table.
blessings,
They're talking about
Moxie, and
their
Field.
religious leaders.
Lechem Mishnah Hebrew phrase double brand.
Oh, my guru.
Reload
He
requires
is
that
someone
each shot at
special.
wheel, commemorating the devil's manna.
He is someone
Let
special.
Lechem
You know, for
Hebrew
example,
Lechem
the other
equals
day,
no,
we were
Lechem equals
walking
for
in the
yourself.
forest, and there was this raging
Give
river,
a pure and fortune.
incredible rapids, and we
Significant
saw
in galactic
trapped
study and
on a
covenantal
boat
themes.
in the middle of the river was this little kid.
Line in Yiddish
And
terms
so
from
my
German
guru, when he
lesson
saw this,
equals
he
Torah.
held out his hands,
Refers
and
to
for
chanting
6
the
feet
Torah
around
reading
him,
according to
water
galactic
stuff was going.
translation.
And he walked out
Lulam
and he
Hebrew
rescued
Lulam
the kids.
equals palm brand.
And you think that's nothing. My
What the
Swami,
or
he
species
is
used in
amazing.
galactic
My
Vincent on
Swami,
Sukkot.
we were once
Bell
walking
days off
by this
Aramaic
really
phrase
busy
meaning
freeway.
to event
It was on
eventually.
I-95. It was really busy.
Used in
Cars were
galactic
going so
discoveries
fast
of
up
the
and down the
Talmud.
road. And we saw on the media there was this tiny little buggy trim there.
Galactic
So my
incident to
Swami,
the company
he got
event
his hand
burial.
and for 6 feet around, all
Levi
trimmed
Hebrew
with
Levi equals attached
and he
joint.
walked out and rescued the woman.
Tried with galactic roles in temple
You think
service
that's something that's nothing? My rabbi, he is really amazing. Once we were walking down the street on Shabbos, and we saw a $100 bill on the ground.
galactic temple
So my
functions
rabbi
music
put out
regarding
his
service.
hands, and for 6 feet around it, it was
Which
Tuesday.
cat composite penetrate chamber of stone.
I apologize for that joke. It's a little bit self-hating, but it's because I'm talking about Johannes Peppercorn, so it kind of fits the
Lishma Hebrew Lishma
you
equals
forgive me
for
on
its sake.
Okay,
Galactic
so
requirements that
being
certain
lazy,
acts store
and
and
the
study
Romans,
with
one last one,
mitzvah,
this
right
one's
and
my
not
favorite.
be done
The
with proper
Romans felt
intent.
that the Jews were impious.
Rulan Hakadal
Jews
Hebrew grace and grace
refused to
Rulan.
participate in
Sometimes
basic
refers
religious
to the
ritual.
big
What kind of
standard for
religious
species
ritual?
and Zakor.
Well, the civic religion, which involved a lot of, sacrifices to idols, bowing down to idols, and things like that. And the Romans felt that the Jewish refusal to simply do these little acts of obeisance took them outside of the community of humanity. And the comparison I like to think of is if you go to a ball game, which is sort of like our civic religion in many ways, and they play the national anthem, and there's some guys who refuse to stand up for the national anthem. So for the people who refuse to stand up, they're saying, what is this against my religion? Everybody else just gets angry, saying, what are you talking about? It's not a religious question. It's just being part of America. You stand up for the national anthem. So the Romans felt the Jews were impious. Now, in all of these cases, and by the way, when you look at ancient writings, the Romans say some really nasty things about the Jews. But the vast majority of their comments center around these kinds of arguments. They are simply cultural misunderstandings of Jewish practice. The very normal kind of
Low
hatred.
church that Hebrew
So,
grace
any
and shall
questions
not
for
murder.
number 2?
Galactic
So number
prohibition in
two,
the 10th
this is where
Amendment.
anti-Semitism
Low conquer Hebrew phrase and shall not turn aside.
is in the wake of the creation
Galactic
of
principle of following rabbinic authority.
Christianity. This
Low
is an
knuckle
answer to
Gemara
David's
Hebrew and
question.
shall not profane his word.
Christianity has a special
Galactic
relationship
prohibition
to
on
the
breaking
Jewish people
vows.
because, of course, this is a faith that
Monster
evolved out of
Hebrew.
Judaism.
Mod
And
equals
as it
code. User equals
felt
10
the
of 10.
need not only to
Refers
elevate
to define
itself
10%
as
of
superior
produce
to
or
other
become
faiths, but
separated
at the
for
same
Levites
time,
or
it
food.
had to denigrate its
Monitor
origins.
behind of Hebrew.
What Rosemary Ruther
Monitor
very
equals 10.
heroic,
Behind of equals animal
as
type.
a minister understood
Every
when she
10
wrote a
fish or
very
animal was
motivated
consecrated as
prophesy
holy.
back in the 1970s, very
Monitor
controversial
Chesapeake
book.
Hebrew.
She said that
Monitor equals 10.
anti-Semitism is the
Chesapeake
left
equals
hand
money
of
timing of money.
Christology. Meaning at
With
the same
practice
time
of
that
living
Christianity wants
10%
to
of
elevate
becoming charity.
Jesus and Christianity, it
Monitor
has to
Richard
separate
Hebrew.
from the mother church and as a
Richard
result
equals
put
first
down
type.
anti-Semitism.
Looking
So,
to
for
Levites.
example,
Monitor
this
Cheney
picture
Hebrew.
here, which is from an illuminated Bible,
Cheney
and it
equals
shows,
second
this is actually a rather nice example.
Ross
It shows
History
the church here,
their
representing
components.
the Mennonite staff, and
Monitor
the crown,
Honey
and
Hebrew.
the apostles, and
Honey
they're
equals
all
full time for
laying
the food.
the synagogue to rest.
Limited to the certain years of the sabbatical
And
cycle.
the message here is that,
Backloaded
you know,
Hebrew.
the church and the apostles,
Backloaded
the
equals
theonomy here, the
division
depiction of their
disagreement.
expressions, they're all kind of sad about this.
Refers
They're all kind of
especially to
feeling,
disputes
you know,
historically
it's
interpreted
unfortunate that, you know,
Hillel versus
we have a new religion,
Shepard.
and Judaism was once favored, but now it's not, and it has to die a natural
Magnet
death
equals
to
shield,
give her
other
a
equals
dignified burial.
ancestor shield
Still
of the
wearing the
ancestors.
crown. She
What
has
prayer said on Friday night summarizing Canada. Magnet
This
David
is kind of
Hebrew.
a nice depiction of that. But
Magnet
we can
equals
see
shield.
many, many
David
more
equals
examples
David shield
of
of David.
a stock image called the
6-pointed
Ecclesia
star,
and
symbol
Synagogue.
of Judaism.
Literally, there are
Not
hundreds of
galactic, but
examples of
ritual
this
cultural.
throughout medieval Europe,
Magnet Hebrew.
primarily because these
Magnet
images
equals
serve
one who
as
tells preacher
text
or
for
narrator.
illiterate
And the
peasants.
Seder, the
So when
section
the
of
peasants would
storytelling.
come into the
Also
large
at Rabbi
villages or
Torah
especially
picture.
cities, and they go to the cathedrals,
Offer and
and
acronym.
they're unable to read,
Already
but
far out
they're able
Rabbi
to
Meir,
take it
often
as
Rabbi Meir of Rothschild'S refers
they
to
have
a great
these
rabbinic
images
authority.
explained to them. This,
Not
for
hard to
example, is an
acronym.
interesting Renaissance
Already
depiction.
far out
You see on
message
the left
to
here,
idols
or on the
congregated
right,
on Calvin.
always, but on the
Offer of
right, because
acronym.
often it is portrayed under a crucifix.
Already
On the
far
right,
out Manu
right
Rabbi
now,
to
Jesus
the Manu
is
of Pra.
the church. on all
Hazar
that.
Hebrew.
And here she's
Hazar
portraying
Hebrew
with her
cycle
crown, the
festival
upright
for
staff indicating sovereignty and power.
Contains prayers for
The chalice
Shashana and
with
Leon
the
Flicker.
host, which we'll talk about shortly, the
Delicate
wafer, which
equals
represents
work
Jesus.
coordinate labor.
And she's clear-eyed, looking
The
forward.
39 categories of creative work prohibited on Shabbat. Hazar Hebrew.
The synagogue, on
Hazar
the other
equals
hand, is in a
religious and
state
child
of decline,
collectively
quite
defined as
literally.
offspring
She's
offsetting
falling,
for the
her body
Napoleons,
posture is
e.g. adultery or incest.
collapsing. Her
R8 is
staff
native
is
Arab
broken
native
into
Hebrew.
pieces. She's holding the
Art
Ten
is
Commandments,
equals
but they're
appearance.
dropping
Native
from her
equals
hands.
high
Her
appearance
hands
sometimes.
are
Some prohibition against actions that may look sexual even if technically allowed.
blindfolded to the truth.
R
All
equals
of these kinds of images showing the
R equals
replacement
bitter
of
earth
the
even as
church.
the Passover Seder to recall the bitterness of slavery in Egypt.
This rather nasty example is from the 14th century in a German
Vatican
church.
equals
and it's
supervisor,
sitting on
especially of
And you
Cadron
can see
in
here's
food
the church
establishments.
riding a tetra.
Also used for spiritual supervisors in Yeshiva.
Animal glory, the
Vatican
upright staff, the chalice, and so on.
Vatican
And here
equals
is a
only
hand
one
descending
Messiah.
from heaven,
But you
crowning
can
the
learn
church,
Jewish belief.
indicating divine favor.
Maza Hebrew.
Contrast the synagogue here,
Maza
the broken
equals
staff,
equal bread
the
eaten
crown
on
knocked
Passover
off
to
her
recall
head.
haste of
She's
Exodus.
blindfolded.
That
In
Hebrew.
case you didn't get the message, here's a
David
hand
equals
descending
gift.
from heaven with a
Heaven
sword
equals priesthood, priestly
into
gift.
her skull, indicating
Various
that she's lost.
agricultural or animal
So
fortunes
this
given
kind
to
of
Kohani.
anti-Jewish
Maza Asherah
imagery
Hebrew.
is very different from the preceding
Asherah
period.
equals
Because
rich
now
with
it's
maza made
specific.
with fruit,
Now it
juice,
is
wine, instead of
directed
water.
only at the Jews. You can't take
Practically
out these
debated for
images
use at Passover.
in Islam, for example. Never mind
Maza
the fact that
SH Mirror
it
Hebrew.
happened for 600 years.
SH
but
Mirror
you
equals
can't
wash
replace
maza made from
these
guarded
images
from
with
contact
Islam,
with
and it
water
makes
to
sense
avoid
anymore.
leavening.
Because Christians never thought that
Mentions of
Christianity
Hebrew.
replaced Islam.
Mentions of equals divider
They only
partition,
make sense for
separating
Jews.
men and women in
But
synagogue.
notice that they are
Mention of Hebrew.
exclusively religious in
Mention of
content.
equals forgiveness.
It's all
Legal
about,
halachic release
what the
from
rabbis say
undivorced.
as opposed to what the priests say.
Mention Rat
It's a very
Hebrew.
different kind of fight, and it's in a very
Material equals sale of Chemex equals 11 equals sale of Chemex to my non before passive verb. That you Hebrew. That you equals obligated legally bound to perform on mitzvah. That you not kapara Hebrew. That you not equals Latin. Kapara equals the children's one mitzvah final sacrificial step of purification. Selah Hebrew. Law equals dispute sacrilege. Using temple property improperly. Nekes Kahal Hebrew. Nekes equals transaction. Kahal equals error on mistaken purchase. Illegal check intelligence. Delaman Malka Hebrew. Delaman equals escort. Malka equals fleet escorting the queen.
And I wrote a little article on it that
after Shabbat honoring this departure.
asks another question on top of it. So my
Delicate
guess
equals
is
salting
because
koshery
they
process.
represent large abstract
Element
things,
Hebrew.
and there is a
Element
tendency in
equals
Western
teacher
cultures
traditional Torah instructor for
to
children.
have terms to describe
Torah Hebrew.
hurricanes.
Menorah equals lampstand temple
Things like that.
candelabra. Also
Another
monument lamp.
argument is that after all, if
Menorah
you look
Hebrew.
at the actual Latin
Menorah
verbs
equals
there,
rest
feminine,
refers Shabbat
ecclesia,
rest.
not ecclesios.
Masonic Hebrew. Masonic
But
equals sustenance
what I
foods
wrote
category
about
of blessing for
published in
grain,
the
baked
Proceedings
foods,
of the
not
American
bread.
Academy of Jewish Research about 10 years
This is
ago
a Hebrew.
was that up
This is a
until
equals
about the
versus
17th century,
which should not fix
the
to
figures in
food.
these kinds of examples
Like
are
that
exclusively female.
Like
And
that equals sanctuaries
over the
and
course
holy
of about
temple.
200 years, men started appearing and women
That
started
equals
disappearing.
gathering of waters
And
ritual
hence,
bath
I
for
argue to
purification.
correspond with the huge uptick in
Pilot
violence.
rate of Hebrew.
So while it's still
That
about
equals
women, and women
circumcision,
are the
covenant
primary
and circumcision
victims,
performed
the
on Jewish
violence,
males at 8 days.
the amount of physical attacks on Jews, and in fact,
Hebrew.
the imagery,
Mincha equals offering afternoon prayer, particularly corresponding to afternoon temple sacrifice.
it gets much bloodier. There are a lot of other factors, the development of printing.
Mincha equals count number 4
That's
of
very
criminal
significant
is
because
required for
these
public
images
prayer.
are expensive to
Mincha
produce.
Hebrew.
It's not like, videographs.
Mincha equals repetition. The oral Torah compiled by Rabbi Yehida
These are
Ben
things that
Asi
have
Gil,
to have
200
official backing. The
Mishnah
church had to
Torah
pay for them.
Welcome. How are you?
The woman had to pay for them.
Mishnah equals
When you get past
repetition.
the
Torah
Cultural
equals
Revolution,
law made
just about
online
anybody
straight code of
can
Jewish
start
law.
producing things and selling them.
Mishpat Hebrew.
That's when the images get much more
Mishpat
underground.
equals judgment category of mitzvah that are rational civilized. Mishpat Ivri Hebrews. Ivri equals
The
Hebrew
one on the
law
right is
of
a stained
Jewish
glass
civil
window,
law.
on the left is an oil.
Mishpat Hebrew. Mishpat equals banquet festive meal, often in Megillah Esther context. Bishop Aramaic. Bishop equals, because of using halachic phrasing. Bishop Devar Aramaic.
That's an interesting.
Bishop equals because, Devar equals big, halachic
Okay, last
reason
question.
clause.
Better go.
Bishop Mitzvah Aramaic Hebrew. Because of this leniency granted to fulfill a mitzvah. Mitzvah Hebrew. Mitzvah equals commandment, divine obligation or good deed. Mitzvah is a Hebrew.
Okay, let's go to level 3 now.
Positive
The third
commandment.
level is where it goes off the rails. This is
Mitzvah
the
no
period that
Todd
we're
said
in now.
Hebrew.
Capricorn
No
is
equals
towards
not.
the
Todd said equals you shall do negative.
Hello, Robbie.
What's up, big dog?
Ticking up around the 900s and
No
reaches a
equals
fever
the
pitch in the
time
13th
Jewish
century.
festivals and
It really
holy
doesn't
days.
slow down after
World
that.
Hebrew.
And here I
World
call
equals
the first one I
circumcised
call
grace
the
performed
metaphor,
Bridgilla.
because that's normal. You can find that
Ma'at
with
Shabbat
most
Hebrew.
Then
Ma'at equals departure.
anti-Judaism,
Shabbat equals Sabbath
it's
Begoshna
a
with
religious
Shabbat.
argument primarily between a rabbi and a priest
Refers
primarily.
to Saturday
Now we
night
get
and
to Jew
Calcula.
hatred, which really
Ma'at
is,
Aramaic
it's
Hebrew.
specific to Jews, and
Ma'at
hatred,
equals
it
set aside,
still has
object
some
set
connection
aside,
to
and
religion,
not to be
but
handled on Shabbat.
the kind of things that people say in this
Ma'at
period
Hebrew.
are so
Ma'at
hard and
equals
so
additional
overwhelmed with
prayer
religious
corresponding
agendas
to
that
extra
it's clear
festival
that
Shabbat
religion
offering
is just
in
a
temple.
veneer for a much more
Nasi
profound
Hebrew.
and unsettling meaning.
Nasi equals
This is
first
the
leader,
period
head
when
of descent
all
equals
kinds of
original
things that
leaders.
have no
In
basis
rabbinic
whatsoever in
literature,
Christian
title of the
teaching
chief saint
come to the
E.D.
fore and dominate
Rabbi
the
Yehida
anti-Semitic
Ben Asi.
imagination. Things like, for example, the idea that Jews
Here
can
equals
consume
consecrated,
blood
separated
Robbie?
from children.
What up? How are you?
No wine, no haircut, no forced
I'm
contact.
fine.
first pops up in the 12th century, and it just went on
Good evening.
It's kind of like something that people
I'm
say.
just working on a project.
Oh, okay. I see. Robbie.
Even when the church
Yes, sir.
specifically in
What's good with you?
I'm nothing much. I just wanted to check on you and see how you doing.
I'm doing well, big dog. Thank you.
Yeah.
The Imam equals closing. Mommy's final prayer of Yom Kippur as the heavenly gates close. S equals miracle of wondrous divine intervention.
Just do what you do. Fuck you doing?
Okie doke.
Yeah. Thank you. See you later.
Take care, my friend. Shout out to Pascal.
Yeah. Take care.
Peace, buddy.
Take care. Rabbi. Good night.
Take care.
Since Jesus is no longer around, equals marriage, second stage of Jewish marriage, when the couple fully joins as husband and wife following tradition. Metalad Yada of Hebrew. Christian boy is too young. Metalad equals lifting. Yada equals hands, ritual washing of hands before bread, unsweeping, etc. Metalad equals a lot of records of these is that unfortunately equals palm branch to pedophiles and sexual predators as medieval times, just like unfortunately we have them in our current day. Sunrise refers to next after the exact time of sunrise, important influential for prayer times.
Raped and so on.
Next after
And the villagers would be understandably incredibly upset,
sunrise,
furious,
sun,
and they would look for
sunrise,
someone to blame. They'd look for someone to blame this on. In some cases, it may even have been the perpetrator. Circulates this rumor that, oh, you know what, it was the Jews who did this, and I heard about this once. It happened in a village over there, that they did it in Easter time, and so on. The crowd gets upset. Sometimes they will arrest the Jews. Sometimes they will have a mock trial, sometimes they go straight to lynching authorities. Sometimes the church is able to intervene at times. Typically, the higher church did not like these charges, and certainly the temporal authorities didn't like the kind of systematic popular violence that they engendered, and they would try and stop it. But quite often, a lot of Jews lost their lives as a result of these
excommunication,
charges.
censure,
And of
excluding
course,
someone
these
from
charges of
religious
ritual
life.
murder continued right up into the 21st century. Even there's several examples of it here in America through
prayer or spiritual practice.
a charge that is very hard to
Nightlife equals revealed the revealed part of Torah law,
related to ritual murder is this charge of bloodline, which didn't develop until about 100 years later. The ritual murder charge was just Jews want to reenact the passion.
often paired with
Blood
nightlife.
libel is the idea that
Jesuit
not
equals
only
marriage
do the Jews
alternate
want to
spelling
reenact the
necessary.
passion, they need to drain the blood of this Christian for various
Mystical
mystical or magical purposes.
That
For
equals soul
example,
of skull
there
time
is a
equals all
widespread
living
belief
prayer
that
of
Jews have
faith
to be
recited on
stench
Shabbat
to
festivals.
Judaeus, and the only way to remove that stench would be to bathe in Christian blood.
Nidmata equals Sparks' mystical concept in Kabbalah about divine sparks craft and materiality, released through Mitzvah.
The higher levels
Mitzvah
might
Hebrew.
the swing
Mitzvah equals standing refers to firm standing. Sometimes the logic term in those contexts.
there's a whole series of these Jews which are infertile and they need to drink the
Yoga
Christian
equals
blood in
no.
order to have
Yoga
children and so
equals
on and so
the
forth.
famous
All kinds of
galactic
bizarre
response
stories.
work by Rabbi Neptus Landau 1713.
By Joshua Traction called The Devil and the Jews. It was
Gnostic Hebrew.
incredible survey of
Gnostic
these
equals customary practice refers to finance, custom kept by a
very much
community
more
or
reading
individual.
if you find
Salat Hebrew.
the heart of this matter. It has not been
Salat equals more symbolic concept of something newly produced, often discussed in laws of Shabbat and Matzah. Lucid Aramaic Hebrew. Lucid equals symbolic phrasing,
for
e.g.
example, a depiction
Lucid
of
Hamlet when we part
Simon
a detrimental
Let's
case.
see here.
Lucid Hamlet Hebrew.
Latin is I'm not sure.
Lucid
Saint
equals
Simon the
gift.
Martyr, the
Hamlet
city
equals
of
space
Trent.
legal category,
And this
captured in
picture
some
kind of tells the
including part
story if you're
space.
prepared to look at the details.
Lucid Hamlet
Here are
with
the
Hebrew.
Jews who are wearing the Jewish badge, which have ironically the
Equals
flag
Hamlet
inside
equals
them,
space. Wisdom
indicating
equals
Jewish
full rule
democracy.
that bad taste
And
does
they all
not
also
prohibit
quite
food
ugly in
collectively.
comparison.
Bitter Hebrew.
female character
Bitter equals leftover sacrificial meat left immediately on this permitted time. Forbidden to eat. Nothing Hebrew. Using equals verb in text, the right or formula of prayer e.g.
kidnapped the child and sold
Using Actinos, Super, Ari. Nothing Hebrew. Using equals verb in text, standard spelling. See above.
while they tortured him.
Humble Hebrew. Humble equals an galactic concept of a pen life covering that can transmit or block ritual impurity, e.g. towards impurity. Also refers to temporary or permanent structures in Shabbat laws. Humble Heaven Hebrew. Humble equals 10. Heaven equals the Pagana 10 or structure that contains supports, which transmits impurity to those inside. Humble Missouri and Hebrew. Humble equals 10. No and equals appointed meeting the tabernacle portable, sanctuary in the desert. Significant for galactic laws of forbidden and previously service.
There are a whole bunch of variations on this that often involve
Along equals world. Haga equals to come the world to come, ultimate spiritual reward. In galactic context, used when discussing merit for mitzvah. Along basic Hebrew. Along equals world. Basic equals this world. Contrasted with along Haga. Anama Hebrew. Anama equals overreaching deceptions, galactic prohibition of unfair prices or misleading business dealings laws in chapters to the past. Anam Hebrew. Anam equals conjugal duty period, galactic term for marital, intimacy obligation, also for menstrual cycle divisions. One in Hebrew. One in equals order prior to burial of certain exposed relatives inside but is not yet buried. Exempt from mitzvah due to preoccupation with burial. Unequal. Unequal short confession laws of charity, tzedakah, and committees for the needy. Unfader and Hebrew. Unequals to a person. Fader and equals of the road that travelers, lacking permissions. Logically considered clear for some tzedakah laws. Or Hebrew. Or equals like appears in galactic terminology, e.g. or late equals the 1982 day. Or late in Hebrew. Or equals life, late equals to the day, rapid and phrase meaning the night leading into the next day, important in Kesefit regarding searching for Shabbat. Or equals life, equals some classic galactic work by Rabbi Rothschild of the end of 13th century. Forma equals fortune uncircumcised Torah prohibition of eating fruit of a tree during his first 3 years after planting. Formato Hebrew. Formato equals his source techniques of galactic discussions of great will and circumcision. Protein management Hebrew. Protein equals engaged. That is enough equals enough connection critical that one engaged enough discussion depth of another mitzvah at that moment.
And they want to do something
Asar
damage to it as well. So you have a whole bunch of
Asar
stories.
equals schoolhouse, raised equals rabbit and short, systematically very feminine industry produced by a rabbit and authority without violating chemical laws. Asar bakery Asar equals treasury, bakery equals the books library or collection of Torah works. Not galactic per se, but often cited. Asar Hashim in Hebrew. Asar equals storehouse Hashim in equals of the sabbatical year same as Asar based in. Practical galactic framework for checking and produce distribution. Asar the house in Hebrew. Asar equals treasury, the house equals the system, records, work, collecting rulings and galactic authorities. Rosmani Slaughter and Hebrew. Rosmani equals here, Slaughter and equals for the Torah commentary by Rabbi Zalman Sorokin. Not galactic itself, but used in galactic discussions. Patch Hebrew. Patch equals just glass, a small container, often mentioned Scholastic discussions be
Well, I'll tell you
for
what
the
part
aura.
actually.
Pat Shevin.
Then there's some
Pat Shevin
person
equals.
outside who suspects something. So they
Pat
say, what's
equals
going
glass.
on here?
Shevin
And
equals oil. The sealed jar of pure oil found in the temple at Hanukkah. Basis as a miracle.
Collects up the evidence.
Pat
They try to get rid of it. They take the host.
Pat
They
equals
throw
here
it
in
into
liturgy
the
and Kolachak.
try and
Often
destroy the
refers to
evidence.
fear of heaven.
But a miraculous figure of a small boy appears in the flame.
Parnasa equals likely appears in Galactic liturgical texts regarding birth and supporting the family. Ars Arabic
Reinforce the idea of the divinity of the host.
Ars equals people leader provider galactic role of community official overseeing charity and government. Cons equals bread in galactic context
Beheaded, you notice put here the Jewish
Cons
hat.
equals bread made by non-Jews.
Others were burned alive at the stake.
Cons equals bread. Atcom equals either non-Jews. That is prohibition on bread made by non-Jews unless certain conditions are met. Cons equals Jews.
Tortured and taken away from further
Cons equals bread. Result equals the bread in which you participated in the baking. Forbidden in Militia. Arts Atcom equals.
Ours and you're 82 years old, shaking doing golf cruises, just like enjoying your time off. And why are you so worried about it? What are you doing? Lust for power? No, I really like to hear about
These people are clinging with their dying breath to every ounce of power.
I care. I care about the American people.
Anybody cares about it.
So there's some lobotomized, no pun intended, suckers out there. There's some suckers out there. And then there's a lot of bots. There's a lot of people that are real people that are commenting on both sides. Like on the internet, yeah. On both sides. Stay out of the comments, kids. Stay out of commentary. It's not real. If you're interacting with narratives that are propped up, might be propped up by AI, might be propped up by bad state actors. There's a lot going on, folks. It's not all people talking about things, and that should be illegal. Yeah. Yeah, 100%. There's power fighting against, but yeah, 100%. It's probably a giant check.
Are they actual bots or are they like
Both things are real. There's AI for sure that people write programs that are saying certain things, but there's also people that get hired to do it. You know, so these pro-American sites, you know, and then people don't like to IP trace fire these people in fucking crotch. Fucking Pakistan. You know, they're in India, they're in China. It's like, who knows who's doing it and why they're doing it? But there's a bunch of foreign countries that would have vested interest in keeping America very unstable. And it's really good to have us out of each other's throats politically. That's good for them. It's good to crush our fake democracy and make people consider communism. And it gets really weird, you know, when you have a bunch of people that are throwing a bunch of opinions into any sort of like real important discussion about civilization, and you realize like, oh my god, 80% of the people talking are just people. They're either being hired to do this, or it's AI, or they're bots.
It seems to be like manufactured chaos in order to take the air and suffocate information.
Also, to make laws so they can clamp down on dissent. So, the more you can have chaos online, the more it becomes unmanageable, the more you have to manage it. Right? The more people ask you to come in and save them. Please save us. Save us from this. There should be laws on hate speech. It shouldn't be legal.
It's kind of like false flag.
100%. Exactly. Let's all kind of say the yeah.
Like there's all
Vegas might just be behind.
That was kind of hard for him. It actually happened while I was awake and paying attention. And it just, nothing lines up.
You weren't there when you were in Vegas.
No, I was sitting in Nashville, but it just meant I was paying attention.
That was a crazy one. There's there was a one-person shooting, and then there was like, how did he get 400 pounds of equipment in his room without anybody noticing? It seems crazy. Like, you got a rifle case is a very distinctive kind of case. Like, I'm assuming he's carrying, like, you know, some kind of Pelican box. So, like, something, some snap-down box. Like, that's a pretty big box, man. If you got a bunch of those, and you're bringing them in along with boxes of ammunition, like, how much does that weigh? How strong are you? How big, you know, like, if you had to carry 400 pounds of shit into a hotel room, that would take a long time. That's what I'm saying.
Like the security guard was going out to explain it. Yeah, what was that? Was his name Jesus? Yeah, Campos.
Jamie's all over this. Are you all over this? I've been all over this. So he's a teen? Yeah.
It's one of the ones I know.
You speak to us, young Jamie.
You haven't said anything wrong yet, but there's a really good website I put together called like LasVegasShootingMap.com. They've got track little, it's a Google map, but there's like little dots for YouTube videos, cell phone footage, 911 photos, it's a complete timeline, like contact started to like 5 days after.
What is the best theory about why that happened? Conspiracy or real? What is a conspiracy? Give me the juiciest one first.
Conspiracy that you read online, like especially on a place like X.com, would be that there was a, which I word this right, I think they were worried about the Saudi family or whoever's in control of Saudi Arabia was worried about MBS taking over, and there was an event happening that he was in Vegas for, and they tried to use this chaos to take him out. Found out about it, and yeah, this is next month in November, where you got all these families who Four Seasons. There was like kidnapping, extortions, and all sorts of money. I can't basically do this. They found out about it. Wow, people have heard about that happening, tying it to the Las Vegas shooting. Not a lot of people I just read about that crazy.
Shit, dude. I don't know.
Proof of video that happened. That's the conspiracy.
That was like metal detectors in the casino.
I mean, that's part of it. People thought that they were trying to create events and people have to get bodies together.
Because there were people in the state government that had stock in these security systems. Oh God, that's the funniest terrible.
God, I was not true.
But there was apparently like the shells that were found in places that were outside of the hotel room.
Outside the hotel.
Away from those windows. Some people think that the second window was broken after the fact.
It's done self-inflicted, allegedly, right? So it's the idea that he's a path.
I mean, if you're going to follow that conspiracy, just right out there, I'm saying that. But again, there's not a lot of evidence for that. So,
What's the other
what he was getting into, where it's like there's just like tie-ins, getting body scanners everywhere. That would make sense. Then what the funnest one I'll show you a picture of, you know, I'm playing deck of cards that's got like every conspiracy for like the last 20 years. And there is like one right now. The Twin Towers are one picture. The one with Vegas, I'll show you. It's very damn triplet when it's on you.
Did you ever get into the Oklahoma City bomb?
I'm familiar Cam doing his thing, possibly with the team.
Yeah, those are all big. Was
Like they're trying to tear the Vegas card. It's got this, it says that
kind of tattooed.
This is Jason Aldean's tattoo with the guy standing in the shooting star. What? Just so happens to be it's a Japanese. Now, that's a coincidence. But that's a crazy coincidence. It's like how I did the plan. Don't know.
That's his fucking name, bro. Jason Aldean. That's ridiculous. That's a crazy connection to make. His literal name is Jason Aldean. Yeah, there's a microphone and it's a J and an X with a J and an A on it.
So,
that's it. That's yeah, but it's just when you think that someone might have done something like that, someone might do a mass shooting so they can take out one dude, like blame it on this guy, like how much planning has to be involved, and then like how do you get the balance to get this guy who's just like a degenerate gambler? That's what he was, right? He was just a public player.
which might video poker, which is like, make that much money for video poker. I see you playing.
Really?
Do you make money playing blackjack? You can't play here anymore. If you're good and you're making money, they say, we don't want you to do that.
Yeah, they had a little bit of pause back in the day. That's what it was, a pause.
He seems to destroy information. Is that the conspiracy? That like in the Oklahoma City, there's a meeting over the building that they wanted to, because I know some of Bill Clinton's stuff may have disappeared.
I don't know the specifics on that, but what I was getting at was the specifics of the bomb itself. That a fertilizer bomb would not be able to do that kind of destruction. Destruction was the way a bomb generally works. Like it goes from this is where the bomb detonates, and then all the energy goes outward, right? And he'll apart right in front of the building. How does the building blow outward this way? And why were there all these reports of the FBI and bomb units pulling additional undetonated bombs from the building?
Right.
Look at how the building blew out. That's kind of crazy. I mean, but it really depends entirely on the size of the bomb, right? So if you have a bomb, let's see where the blue area is. That's where supposedly I think where the bomb went off. If you have an immense bomb that is right there, and it just blows up, and that's the force of it all around, like a sort of combo effect. That kind of makes sense. But a lot of people think that the amount of power that you would generate from a fertilizer bomb is not really capable of doing that kind of damage. And Alex Jones, the first person that I ever saw Harvard talk about this, he played all these news reports of them talking about finding additional bombs. Like it was on the news, they were talking about FBI or whatever it was.
Was it ATF in that building?
I believe something like that.
They would have had
Some information. Was also going to change some of the laws after that moment.
some explosives could have been in their possession.
Well, they didn't blow up because of the other thing blowing up. Perhaps, but they didn't say that. It's pretty odd that the ATF offices would have just bombs.
Yeah, that doesn't
Why is there bombs?
we're studying.
We're studying actual live bombs. That doesn't make any sense. Pretty about taking care of bombs. But see if you can find anything about reports of additional bombs from there's also this problem with the fog of eyewitness accounts of everything after a catastrophe. Like one thing that happens about events is no one really, like if you're there and some fucking thing blows up, it's entirely dependent on your makeup, whether or not you can even objectively recall exactly what happened, depending on like how freaked out you are by this, how used to being freaked out you are. Or maybe you're a veteran, maybe you've served overseas, and you can actually give an accurate account of this because you've been around crazy shit. But if you haven't, It's very likely that people are very confused afterwards. No credible evidence of additional bombs being found. Initial confusion. This is AI over here. In the immediate aftermath of the AI, by the way, it still thinks the COVID vaccine is worse. In the immediate aftermath of the bombing, some news reports and individuals speculated about multiple explosions. Okay, news reports. Why would they say that if there was no reason to say that? Conflicting reports. Some theories suggested a second, even third bomb were involved, citing nearby seismograph readings and witness accounts. Multiple seismograph readings. Expert disagreement. However, experts, including physicists, and engineers that are not named, stated that the second tremor recorded by the seismographs was likely caused by the next collapse. Some conspiracy theorists continue to promote the idea of additional bombs, even though those news reports often citing discrepancies in observed damage or expert opinions. Yeah, the observed damage is kind of crazy. The damage is kind of crazy. It looks like it's blown out. You know, it's a huge demo. Well, it's just weird. You know, it is Timothy McVeigh's reason for doing it all. It's weird.
This is revenge for the government's intervention when Ruby Ridge.
Right.
So he was going to take on that.
I mean, how did these extremist organizations get infiltrated by the government when they find some suckers?
Didn't they find like the folks who were going to kidnap the governor or something? It was just like, wasn't it all the government?
Oh yeah. It was 12 out of 14 were government agents. So then those two guys went to jail. So the two that weren't, yeah, exactly. And then the two that weren't, it wasn't even their idea. They were like dorks. They were on warning. Right. Yeah, man, we're gonna blow up the government. Right. Fucking losers. They wanted friends. They wanted friends. And they found friends in these extremists. And they thought that these guys, they fucking beat up and talk about kidnapping the governor. Like, they thought it was all bullshit. Those guys literally said they thought we were never gonna do this. And then the feds come knocking on the door. One of the wildest ones, they radicalized this young guy who was 19 years old, I believe it was in Dallas. They radicalized him, and then they gave him a bomb that was fake, and then gave him a cell phone to detonate the bomb. And then when he tried to use the cell phone to detonate the bomb, they arrested him. Even though it was fake, even though it didn't work, even though they gave it to him, even though they talked him into doing it, they arrested him for terrorism because he was willing to listen to them. Which is crazy. Also, you're doing it to a young guy who probably, like, that's the first time in his life you feel like you had any purpose. Like, you mind-fucked him into believing that he's doing this for a greater good. You know, you're mind-fucking him to telling him that, like, he's gonna put a dent in the great Satan by detonating his bomb. You're gonna go down in history, you're gonna be huge. He's just a dumb guy. Just a dumb dude who they talk into it and then they arrest him. Like, we're gonna stop terrorism. You fucking made it, bitch. You made it. And then the problem is, it's kind of like the pharmaceuticals. It's a pattern. It's a pattern. But it's just a weird one that we tolerate under the rule of law. Like, that seems pretty crazy. You guys made a plot to kidnap the governor. You guys, 12 out of 14 of the people who were involved were working with the government. And then, you know, she did, like, okay, whose idea was it? It was Mike's idea. He's the first one to say, Mike, you work for the government. This is crazy, Mike. You can't arrest Tom because it was your idea, Mike. You fucking asshole. But yeah, but I was working with the government. Fine, right? then they all get disappeared. Nobody knows their name. Nobody knows who they are. They're probably doing it right now. So
private sector.
who knows? I mean, who knows who's instructing them or something? Sure. Who knows who was instructing them to do what they were doing in the first place? Why did you know these guys kidnapped people? These are higher-ups. They told you this is a good idea to plot this. What are we trying to do?
I swear how much within those what's the communication like in a huge organization, FBI or something? Are there people over on floor 2 that have no idea what's going on floor 100%?
Yeah, 100%.
Just pockets of intelligence, little microcosms.
We're all talking to people that actually work in the government. They'll tell you that there are people that are in charge of each individual office, and they're like a sword in this office trying to get through them, and they can put the kibosh on anything you're trying to do, and they're hiding information from the rest of the office, hiding information from other agencies. When I was a kid, I dated this girl who worked for the government, and one of her jobs was like really the very beginning of computers. So 91 maybe, somewhere around that, maybe 92. And her job was to help distribute information, say that we did a study before we would have access to it. So it was all on a database. So this was like really early on, because they didn't share information with each other. They still don't. They're in competition with each other. Yeah. Some of them don't like each other. Yeah, agencies that don't let those fucking pussies over at the CIA. It's over at the FBI. Like, there's like a lot of that stupid shit that goes on. There's a lot of that stupid shit that goes on. Just like there's people that root for the fucking Dolphins, and other people root for the Raiders. People get tribal. People get really weird. They get tribal with every damn thing that they do. Every damn thing that they do. It's just like, Xerox is gonna take over the copy world. Fuck all those other pussies. It's like, well, we have patterns of territorial apes. That's the problem. We have the consistent patterns of territorial apes, and those patterns find their way into everything. They find their way into fucking poetry. It's like music. It is to some extent, yeah. In some certain circles it is, in certain circles it's not. But it's like that with everything. Everyone is fighting for dominance. It's really gross, weird way. And I think it's just it's genetics. I think it's the pattern of how we got here for the first place, and how the human reward systems are all set up. They're set up to try to conquer things. Whether you're conquering video game development or making the best mobile phone, it's like carriers or Google. Everybody has their own little thing.
And it feels great. It feels great to kick ass at something. Well, you want, like, certain those excellence is like the most joy-rendering thing there.
The aspect of crushing your enemies. I wonder how much more
You don't have to have, like, I don't, this is the thing, is I can play guitars and I don't have it.
Are you an LLC? Just sign up with them. Limited liability corporation. No. When you start making money, they tell you that LLC. It's like you become like a corporation. When you pay yourself from the corporation, you can lease a car from the corporation. Eventually. Maybe after this podcast, I'll do that. Bottomless wells.
Shabbat feels electric requirement to be 3 meals on Shabbat.
That's the most fun. It does seem like it is one.
Festival meal obligation for those on festivals with
Place
food
you
and
like
beverage.
that.
Samara Erande in Hebrew.
Yeah, it's like
Samara
the best
equals
way out is
logical
like
reason
find
and practice
something
principle.
to try to get good
Logic
at,
itself
or
is
try some,
established law. John
try
says
to
very
best at.
Hebrew.
Yeah,
Classic Galactic
it just seems
Response by
innate.
Rabbi
I
Ariel.
think so. Like, I don't think no matter what it is. Right? But the problem is, if that thing is making money, then it gets weird, right? Like, if you're the thing you're good at and you try to get better at is just making money, that's what things get squirrely. It's the same thing that makes you look at writing songs. You can make another person look really good at things like that. Because the best way to make money is to be completely feelingless. And I'm not giving a shit about the risk and ship all those jobs overseas, so much money, we're like, do this to that, fuck all the don't take care of this environment, just like let it leak out and save X amount of time. Yeah. Then that's when things get weird. You figure out the best way to make money. Like, you're really good at making money, and that becomes your creativity. You get really creative about moving around the law and how to make money. You get really creative about how you establish relationships with people. Right? You know, make sure the laws are passed that favor what you're doing. This is your yard. That's a dark card. It's a dark card. It's a dark snake. Never thought about that one, dog. Well, it's not a creative art, but it is creative in some ways. It taps into that same thing, but in a very negative way. You know, maybe positive for the person bank account, but negative in terms of.
Do they even care about that bank account? Like, what is it to them? It's just something totally different. Like, you're a fucking prisoner. The world you live in is like, these are the rules you're going to be to stay alive as a prison warden. This is what you're going to do. If you're a prison guard, if you're on the floor with all these inmates, this is what you do to stay alive. This is what you do to maintain order. This is what you do to make sure people listen and follow along. Like that, once you're there, you have to do that, right? But if you're there, if you're a prison guard, this is what you do. And I think if you're a guy who is in charge of, like, you're an economic hitman, like John Perkins, you ever read that book? What they do is they give enormous loans to countries that definitely don't fucking pay it off. You know, China does that, the United States does that. They're creative in that way. Like, is that what Billy G's up to? Yeah, Microsoft. Well, he's involved in a lot of the give a big loan or give a big favor out and take and just take what we want. Because everyone's got notes. Yeah, well, it's called philanthropic capitalism. You know, philanthropist is actually very profitable, which you can't really like Bill Gates made hundreds of millions of dollars off of the pandemic, just for vaccines. It's called philanthropist. Let's hear it. Put up Jamie Fund. You know, like real true philanthropy, when you're giving money away because you're just a kind person, it's wonderful. It's beautiful. You know, I like when stuff silently. That's the only way to properly do it,
You nailed it. That's philanthrocapitalism right there in a song.
As far as that's it shouldn't be allowed.
It shouldn't be allowed. Well, it shouldn't be that easy to train people.
Who believes it? That's what I just want that this is good things happen because when bad things happen, they're good a lot of the time. And you're holding your entire nation hostage, your entire group of people hostage by looking at one. That's not freedom.
It's real weird. Because there's certain people that don't like genuine philanthropists, but you gotta do that. When you're doing it to specific organizations, you find that most of the money goes to the most of the money goes to salaries, which are ridiculous. This is a standard. This is clear. It's getting done. Whatever fix the world. There's an idea of being a kind person that wants to fix the world. Do it like 10%, 20% of it, 30 for a good organization. But the reality is, it's about you. It's crazy. Imagine just you saying, hey man, my friend's sick. Do you think you can donate some money to my friend? Because he doesn't have health insurance. And we were like, yeah man, what are we going to do? And then everybody gives you money, and then you take 70% of it, and we go, hey dude, what the fuck? And you're like, hey man, I worked to get that money from you. I had to call you guys. I put it in code. I need some of that money. I need 70% of it. You're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Your friends would never talk to you again. Everybody would hate you. But meanwhile, if you do this for an NGO, you can celebrate. It's real. It is insane. It is real. The weirdest thing about it is this isn't a conspiracy theory. This is real. This is really how most of them operate. Some of it's 90%. Some of it's 90%.
Sat down and they had a meeting.
There's good ones out there though. There's really good ones. Most of the money goes to the charity. And that's what makes me. There's some real people out there that are really kind people. Very genuine philanthropists. And most of them live very humble lives. Because you don't make $1 million a year. It's just dope. You know, you just don't. And if you are making $1 million a year,
that goes over all their flight logs and everything.
which one was?
Oh, I'm tangled up with all sorts of stuff.
She was tangled up with all sorts of stuff.
After the Rothschild'S temple celebrated
After when
on
Jim
Sukkot,
came out the first time.
considered Torah
Yeah.
That's what made
rejoicing in the Torah festival marking the completion of the Torah cycle.
it's really
The city inside Israel,
because it seems that it's
telling
like
of the Exodus, the Latin mitzvah at the
once you
Seder night.
develop a network of being able to trust a person like that, like come
Light
down,
collecting
it's great.
required in popular lines
It's a
for
good
writing
place to
a
go
separate
get your
Torah.
freak on because if you're not really rich, like international business, and everybody knows you're building security. You can't just come in and like, what do you do? How do you
Celebrate the constitution of
what do you do? Is that what Jeff was? I don't know. Was he the fixer in that? I would just be speculating. I would just be speculating. But my friend was very intelligent, so there's people that want certain experiences, and there's people that have find these powerful with experiences. That's how they fit into the social structure. They're there to help keep your mouth shut, and they help people get these experiences. And then there's probably some sort of wild clash of being naughty, doing things you're not supposed to be doing. It's worth $100 billion or whatever the fuck they're worth. It's very hard to play with this one. I don't know if they forget. We're never going to forget it. The problem is, when you have the power, what do you do? You definitely change the way you vote. Like if it comes up again, but the problem is it's a bipartisan issue. I don't think that's true. Well, this is certainly not a hoax if you go to jail. Certainly not a hoax if Glenn Maxwell's in jail too. So she's in jail for sex trafficking. Excuse me. She's in jail for sex trafficking. But the question is to who she in jail for. You have to be sex trafficking to someone in order to go to jail. So how's that work? She's been in jail for years. So like, how's that work?
Is she looking at a part of it?
I don't know, but they just moved her from prison. It's supposed to be a nice prison. It's fucking prison's all over. But why would you waste the money to move somebody you don't want to kill? I'm sure they can kill it pretty easily. But the question is, does she have dead man switches? Dead man switches. Playing the tripwire. Like if I die, I want you to do this for me. And then whether it's in Israel, whether it's in Canada, whoever the fuck the person is that you have to give this information to. Just say if anything happens to me, let this loose. You tell me. Like, I have this, that, this, and that. I have all these tapes, I have all these videos, and if anything happens to me, all this goes on. So, anyway, that's a real thing that people do. It's called dead man switch. Dead man switch. Yeah. That's how people maintain life. If you have information that's really sensitive, they have to trust you. Someone trusts you to not tell something that could ruin their empire of hundreds of millions of dollars and put them in jail possibly. If they trust you, they're going to trust you. They don't trust you. But if they know that you know that if you tell them, they'll kill you, they know that if they kill you, you'll have a dead man switch. Okay. You're telling them that they're motherfucker. Exactly. Information missiles. It makes for a good spy novel. Just America, the way it actually really works. Something there. Yeah. Just if you actually knew the actual facts. We have these narratives about history. I've done a lot of other full shit too. Bill Murray's on the podcast. He's really interesting. And he read Bob Woodward's story about this good friend John Belushi. So he said, I read 5 pages of it. I was like, oh my god, different Dixon. Crazy.
Well, it is Bob Woodward. He's known to have been hired, or at least worked with the CIA and stuff. Yeah, he's intelligent, and his first job builds the narratives.
It was also his first job as a journalist, which is how does a senior journalist not get that job? You're literally going to take down the president.
I didn't see that aspect of it in all the president's men. Who was it? Justin Hoffman and Robert Redford? Yeah, you don't get that. You don't get that.
Because that was before the internet. Like, they could get away with a movie like that.
I kind of wonder.
Spearhead, Massachusetts, returned 4 times the time.
Actually, I don't know.
Do
you know Tom Hanks?
Tom Hanks, the actor. I don't know him personally.
Okay.
Process of returning to
I
God.
just wonder every once in a while
Have truth for nine for nine.
the government needs to explain something to the public in a way that puts us in the best light. If they commission a movie, they would stick Tom Hanks in it, man. He's just explained so much to us over the years. And with Charlie Wilson's War, it's like here's how
Saving Private Ryan.
Also refers
this
to the
goes.
density operating temple time.
You know, Forrest Gump is kind of a nostalgia fest about the, Vietnam War and kind of makes light of it. The Polar Express. Actually,
Well, my friend Sam was telling me, my friend Sam Tripper was telling me that I heard this, that during World War I, they had a problem that the soldiers were not shooting at the enemy. They didn't want to kill them. They didn't want to be there. So they were firing their guns but not even aiming at the enemy. So to combat this, they started making movies. And then in the movies, the soldiers would shoot the enemy and they were like really heroes. And so then, people were much more willing to shoot the enemy. Not crazy. So, the intelligence communities have been deeply involved in filmmaking from the very beginning. Because back then, movies were the most powerful narrative in all of society. And there was no counter narrative, nothing that went global, or even that was like publicly mass distributed. There was no, you might have people in coffee shops saying, yeah, I read this, but there was small groups of people, most people were in the dark.
If you had a counter narrative, Pete Seeger get like blacklisted, musician,
He smelled him up, right?
you're right, who was in
Yeah, I did.
The end of his career.
It's a wonder he survived his own tell-all there before his wreck. Yeah, so it didn't seem to do a whole lot, whatever. World War II is just the 6 years after.
Isn't that crazy though that they made movies about war to encourage people to just shoot the enemy when they see them? Because most people, it's probably so abstract to them, like they're from, like, especially if they had just gotten there from Europe, right? So imagine if you're dealing with World War I, like a lot of those people probably recently arrived in America, right? And then now you're being sent over to France. Now you're being sent over to Germany. Look, you're involved in a trench war.
America was pretty sure they don't want to get in with World War I anyway.
Yeah.
So the list of taking some folks think that even right, but false.
Just think of it. Well, I mean, that's there's a long history of false flags. But it goes back to Nero burning Rome. What they did with the Gulf of Tonkin incident is what happened with Nero. Was coming held that up. No one thinks Nero did. He beat his pregnant wife to death. Then he found a slave that looked like his wife, a boy, castrated him. And he said, this is my wife. And paraded this person around Sporus. His name is yeah. And just fucked this poor dude with no dick. They had his dick cut off. And then passed that guy off to someone else. And that guy eventually wanted to commit suicide. Nero was a complete total psychopath. So there was this one false flag incident. See if you can find what Nero did. That was also like Hitler burned the Reichstag. That was a false flag too. The Gulf of Tonkin one was a crazy one because that was, what was it, 68 or something?
So we'd already been in Vietnam for years at that point.
No, that was they had some limited operations. But it wasn't like where it's full-scale soldiers invading Iraq.
This is precursor to like Tet Offensive or something.
I don't know, but this was the dragged us in. burning Christians. Year 64, during the Principate of Nero, the night between July 18th and 19th, a fire broke out in Rome within 9 days, destroyed or badly damaged a substantial part of the city, leaving many dead or homeless. Rumors circulated the fire had set by Nero. It was claimed sought to divert blame from himself by holding responsible a new sect of aggressively proselytizing Jews, known as Christians. Wow. Most recent scholarship has rejected the popular view of Nero as an arsonist who fiddled while Rome burned, largely ignored, however, has been the question of whether or not the Christians, generally regarded as innocent scapegoats of Nero, might in fact played some role in the fire.
This controversy.
Yeah, the chapter considers the problematic nature of Christianity in Rome and Roman attitudes towards Christians in the first century CE and suggests, based on this evidence, that Christian involvement is not out of the question. Not out of the question, but the narrative is open that Nero did to divert attention. But the point is, like they tried to do that with Operation Northwoods. It's one of the things that Kennedy vetoed. The Joint Chiefs of Staff signed off on an operation to do a false flag event where they were going to blow up a drone jetliner, blame it on Cuba, and they were going to harm Cuban friendlies and attack Guantanamo Bay. And they were doing this so that they would drag us into a war with Cuba. And Kennedy vetoed the sign by the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Right, they're like,
Is this what the Bay of Pigs is?
The Bay of Pigs is a different thing. The Bay of Pigs is after that. The Bay of Pigs, the problem with the Bay of Pigs was that they planned it without Kennedy knowing.
The men were already there.
Yeah, and they had air support. And that was part of their mission. And Kennedy denied air support. And then the man on the ground got slaughtered. And so my friend Evan was a ranger. He believes it's very possible that some of the people involved in that might have been involved in the assassination of Kennedy because they had a huge grudge. And these were, hardened assassins.
Yeah, if there's somebody who can go and find people out of that operation, like there was
a lot of people. We don't think about it now because we think Kennedy is loved, but there's people that celebrate it.
I can't imagine.
Yeah, well, it's like today. Like if Trump got murdered, people would celebrate. You know, or if Kamala Harris had been murdered on the campaign trail, there's people who would celebrate. There's gross people on both sides of the aisle.
Something's not good. We're celebrating
Well, certainly society has lost its way. That's the only solution is to kill people. Or if you don't like how the results turn out, you do everything you can to destroy that person. Which I think the most interesting version of that is happening right now in New York City. That Mondani yard is essentially, like, at the very least, a socialist, but kind of towards the communist direction, right? Both sides are trying to get that. We can't allow him to be made. But the people elected him. He won the Democratic primary, and he's like 44% ahead of everybody else in the process.
So there's still, so you got kind of
so the actual election is not until November, right? So they have the primary first, Mondani won, and he won over Andrew Houston, governor of the state. And everybody thought he was going to win. And then people were like, holy shit, this guy's going to be a fucking mayor of New York City. And he's promising to jack up taxes, and he's promising to have like city-funded grocery stores and all the communist ideas. And so both the right and the left are like, get this guy out of here. Right? There's no way. But it's like, if you believe in the democratic process, like, this is what the people want. Let's find out if it works. So let's find out if it sucks and it makes New York City even worse. Then, in a few years, they get to vote again.
Yeah, I was gonna say, how long is mayorship?
I think it's 4 years. 4 years, right? Is that a 4-year term for mayor? It has to be, right? Because in 2 years, you're basically just using the time to campaign for your reelection. Probably by the time you got in there, it's like 24 months later, you got to do it again. Right? Be like,
And so what are the two sides doing to bring him down?
talk about getting out of the country. So people are talking about a way to expel him from the country,
To revoke his citizenship.
Yeah, there's talk about that. People are trying to figure out a way to get rid of this guy.
But he's a citizen.
Of course, but he wasn't born in America, which freaks people out. He's a Muslim, he's from Uganda, that's where he's from. He's only been in America for a certain amount of years. He's only been a citizen, I think, for 7 or 8 years, something like that. If you believe in this thing, that's what people voted for, and you gotta do better.
That's what the folks want. That's what the folks want.
Yeah, well, the thing is, there's a lot of people who live in New York City that live in, any city really, that don't feel like they need to be by the government. And they don't feel like the government has their best interests. Some guy comes along with some political ideas that he says are the solution. Well, if the people believe him and it's not true, you've done a terrible job. You've done a terrible job of both distributing information and taking care of the people because they're looking for any kind of solution. Even a solution that might wind up causing a bunch of corporations to leave the city and a bunch of money to leave the city and a bunch of jobs to leave the city.
Things are desperate, right? What the politicians really controlled by the 3 main things, like special interests, donor class, and multinational corporations. So anybody who looks like they're disentangled from any of those things is looking pretty appealing.
Exactly. That's why he's way ahead. He's ahead by 44%. Everybody else is like 12%, 12%. I think the highest one other than him, the most recent poll was Cuomo, who's still running somehow or another. I don't know how he's doing it. Is he an independent? Like, how is Cuomo running? Yeah. So he's running as an independent because he couldn't win the Democratic primary. But he's still way behind this guy. According to polls, the problem with polls, of course, are the fucking answers polls, not you.
Yeah, polls are just made so that there's people to talk about.
Well,
I wouldn't be surprised if they're the ones. Well, they probably are. They probably go to the polls and they say, "Where's this poll? Because I gotta have something to talk about on Wednesday."
yeah, you can rig them, right? So you can rig them, like say, if you went to a specific group of people that you knew, right, started asking them questions on things, or a specific group of people in a certain city that you knew was more progressive, you would go there. If you want to make polls, and then you push that narrative out, this is how people feel. It's like, okay, but who's answering? A very small percentage, and mostly dopes. Mostly dopes are answering polls. Sorry if you answer polls, but most of the people have nothing else to do. Because if you call me,
I don't really know who's answering polls.
No, and the presidential polls are the weird ones because sometimes they're wildly wrong, and yet somebody got paid to make those polls.
I think it's the news. I think the news is an incredibly lucrative business. It's an entertainment business. There's not news every day. There's nothing just, and they got to run 24 hours. They're making up, they should call it the whole same shit happening. It doesn't matter where you get it either.
It's also a lot. I mean, CNN tried to separate themselves from that. We realized it was like financially kind of devastating to the company to have like bad editorial comments, which is what they did. That's why they got rid of all their head newscasters. Because everybody was terrible and everybody hated them. So they just got rid of most of them, and they tried to go objective with it. So the problem is like, how many people are outraged? How many people are going to pay attention now? Because if you spoil it, you give them candy, and you can't give them filet mignon. Like, this is bullshit. I want Cheetos. I want snacks. Like, you ruined them. And you gave them this for decades. And so now, if you want your ratings, you have to give them outrage. You have to have a bunch of people yelling at each other on TV so they pay attention.
Like, I feel like the most colorful people that they would have had on the days of Cockney now, you know, like Tucker Carlson has his podcast, and like, let's see, Candace Owens with like Daily Wire, and now she's like, she's got her own thing. And then there's smaller ones. You got like breaking points is one.
The real problem is the left ones never succeed once they're fired. The people that leave CNN, they're always like dismissed.
Well, the talent, I mean, if you're talented to do that, to sit there and look at a camera and just talk for like hours about it, you gotta be really talented.
So it's really difficult. And you have to understand how people are receiving what you're saying too. And the problem with a CNN type job is that you're being told what to do. You show up, you're reading news as written by these people. You have a teleprompter. You really can't stray very far from the narrative. And you're allowed to elaborate inside the narrative as long as it fits with what CNN is trying to promote. And as soon as you deviate from that, you're cooked. You're gone.
Yeah, so then there's really no there's no other career. That's where you're at.
Because once you leave, everybody knows you're a propagandist. Like, no one's ever going to really, truly believe you.
You were covered up with anything. There's so effective.
Exactly. And then we also watched as you did elaborate on your own about what you thought about the narrative. You're a dope that's only on television because they put it there. You're not, like, you didn't rise through the ranks. It's one of the most interesting things I've ever heard on television. That's not that at all. You're not sincere. We want people like is authenticity. We want to know that someone is actually telling you what they think. And you didn't get it from them. As soon as you don't get that from people, you never want to listen. Whether you believe Tucker Carlson or not, he's being authentic. What he's saying, he believes, right, this is who he is, and that's why he works. That's why he works outside.
Those folks, all these folks too. I think even Bill O'Reilly, after he got kicked out, from the podcast, he's got his podcasts and stuff. I mean, they really believe their stuff.
Yeah, whether they're right or wrong.
Yeah, well, it's not about that. I feel like the public has to understand that at the end of the day, these guys aren't, whether they think they're not, this is entertainment. These guys are entertainers. This isn't, they're telling you stuff that they know to, and you gotta take things with a big ass kind of salt because this stuff is entertainment.
There's definitely that aspect of it. And if you're not entertained, you're going to get removed from your job. You're going to get replaced by someone who's better at your job. You know? Someone who's got a nice rack and a short skirt and who's really going to talk to you. Wow, that's what I want your dog.
I guess that's what the kid thinks or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's part of the kidding. Right? Like, how many of those ladies on Fox News just look hot as the sun telling you whatever the fuck they're supposed to do? It's a special kind of object that, like, ice cream hot. That's just that Republican goes hot. I know, it's a special kind of hot. I know.
This is the kind of pressure that the church. That's the cheapest thing they can pull from this section is to have sex appeal.
Yeah, but they've always got this in some cars, so it's not really they use that for everything. That's pretty good.
I'm optimistic. I think we're gonna wake up and say, I don't care what the hot lady on Fox says. They're murdering people.
I don't think Steve, I think you're right. I think we are. Believe it or not, your songs are about whatever percentage you reach, it's not zero. There's people that you reach like that United Health. How many views did that get? Millions and millions. I know I sent it to a lot of people. Did I repost that? I reposted it, right? Okay. If I reposted it, I find out how many people just saw the one that I reposted. It resonates, man. It's like people are fuck, how long?
When you shared the list, that one blew up too.
How long ago was that?
That was in December.
That's around the time.
Ultimately, we all have to be to a particular
How do you decide what things on you just say when something like resonates with you? Because
When something, when something is like,
cross boundaries as you might
I got something I can say about that.
if you were a peasant,
That's what
required to be attached to the land. You could not marry without the
I want to search for it.
Address the beauties.
You found it. Here we go. Sorry. Insights. 6,742,000. The watch time is 3 years, 104 days, 17 hours, 13 minutes. Too much time. There's a lot of people on the toilet right now, bro. They need something to listen to. You ever go to the toilet without your phone? It's weird. Just sit there like
spacewalk without oxygen.
no one knows how to do this anymore. It's
Read the Dr. Bronner's book.
but the thing is like that, the 6 million plus people that are that affects the narrative. And the list one that affects the narrative. And this one that didn't land that affects the narrative. There's everyone's like throwing their coins into this big pile, trying to figure this out. And more so now than I think has ever happened at any time in history. There's more discussion. It's just we're so upset that it's not fixed. And
Major debate.
it's on its way in the right direction, I think. It's just not satisfying the pace at which progress is happening.
Everybody can get right now too. I mean, like it's just like a problem with my iPhone and I play a tune. Everyone can just break it. Phone in front of your face and like get it out there.
Yeah, anyone can now, which is great. I mean, this allows guys like you to just have a following. And there you go, some talent, some creativity, some hard work. Man, it's kind of cool. I mean, that's the beautiful side of social media.
There is no rules as far as especially music industry. There's no rules for anyone who tells you that they don't want to do or that they don't want to do it. They're so full of shit, dog. Nobody knows what they're doing. And like we want people to know because we want to ask them like, what can I do to be successful or whatever. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. There's no gatekeepers or anything like that. All you have to do is want to play music. Go and do it on your phone. See if anyone likes you. If they like you, that's good. And everybody will come to you and say, I know I think it's bigger. And they don't know what they're talking about either.
Generally, people want to try to take a piece.
Yeah,
Try to clip on to it.
they come out of the woodwork.
They don't offer you much money.
Not a bunch. I'll offer you a little for a while.
Yeah, they want your future, right?
Yeah, there are all sorts of folks in the early days coming through labels and stuff going, we'll give you 10 grand for like 30 songs or something like that. It's like, this is insulting. I don't want any of this. I don't want it. I don't need any of this.
Right after Richmond.
Right.
Richmond, north of Richmond.
Yeah.
Like they just came out.
Oh, this is my promise. They will. They'll give you so much up front. You don't even, it's like if you don't know, it's just a big ass loan that you're never going to recoup. Not living off your own dough at that point. You just live off a borrowed money like everybody else in the States.
And you're attached to them forever.
Yeah. They just lay on your masters, you never see it back. I mean, I started to a label when I was like 22. I've been through all that crap. I'm 47.
Are you really?
No,
Great.
no, I'm 50.
Yeah, I believe you. Like, man, kids living good. Justin, this is a new time where you really can become hugely successful and get a gigantic following and no one is matched you. Where you don't have to have all those people they're not going to help you.
No, they don't. Too many cooks in the kitchen. Way too many people want to excited about
Eating at the dinner plate.
dude, when anybody gives you money, like if a label comes in, let's say Chris took, let's say he took the deal, you know, or whatever, followed in, took the big deal. And he's got all these people up there in the office with tax write-off MacBooks telling him what to do with his music because they open their wallet. Yeah, they're gonna have to give you notes. They're entitled to give you their opinion at that point. You're just doing whatever the hell they want you to do, you know. And I think it's so important for artists to be able to do whatever the hell they want to do because it's the only way they can be themselves. And then that's the only way you can be successful is to completely be yourself at all times, 100%. Nothing but yourself.
And you see that a lot of people that don't have a real that goes away. Because even if you think you're kind of sort of being yourself, everybody knows you're not totally yourself anymore.
And don't change your life in a way that you might not like be ready for, or something that's gonna be. You're thinking, I got this dough, now I can get this town I don't like, or I can get the house that I was wanting. When it was big in that town, it kind of had things, difficult pressures, surrounding and stuff that was creating these diamonds. It was putting you in a situation like that, and stuff like that, and you take away all your discomfort, and then realize you can't make art and you're not happy. And then you start getting nostalgic about the good old days when you were broke and shit like that. It's better to just take only what you need.
There's also the problem once you become successful, you worry about not being successful anymore.
That's terrifying.
I gotta keep this going. I can't fall off. I can't be less successful. I used to be poor, now I've got money. I gotta make sure this doesn't go away. It's how you measure your thoughts. You measure what you're saying.
Your measure of success is like how much can I be myself and be happy. Be happy that way. If you can still be 100% yourself all the way to the end of the line, and that's your success.
Yeah, like that's a smart way to look at it. Most people look at things in terms of like, what is the way that's the most profitable? And also avoid certain controversy.
But we know that, like, even from talking about like people whose business whose art is money, it creates misery. They're chasing the bank account to constantly have the dough. You know, like you create a wave of great power, and when your album starts to suck, it might be bigger places and stuff like that. But yeah, it's gonna fall off, and when it does, you know. Then you have like some existential problems to deal with at that point.
Well, there's always that doubt. Something that fucking stories all this time. That's the Robert Johnson story. Like sold his soul.
Van Halen definitely sold his soul.
You think so?
No,
I don't like Eddie Van Halen, dude. Well, what? I look like Eddie Van Halen. I fucking love Eddie Van Halen. Oh my god. He's the Robert Johnson of the late 70s. Angus Young sold his soul. It's funny though that story is like always around. The story of selling your soul for success. It's an interesting metaphor.
it doesn't make any sense as far as like Robert Johnson. He sold his soul, I guess, so he could play and then not be successful in his lifetime and die poor, and then go back and later.
I think the thought was that he was so much better than everyone else. There's no way he could have gone that far ahead without some help.
Right. He's spooky good. He's spooky good. He's working in the future. But that's how he's out. There's all these guys like
Paul Hendricks. Anybody sold his soul to Hendricks? Yeah, but I think he did. But it's like when that guy came around, everybody was like, what the fuck is going on?
and every generation there's a player that made Hendricks a lot. Johnson, Hendricks, that's convincing. But to Hendricks, Eddie Van Halen, and you got like Steve Vai, and Joe Satriani, and like
Steve Ray Vaughan.
these virtuosos. Steve Ray Vaughan is so important in Texas too, Stevie.
Took a photo of him on stage at our club. Because, you know, I own this place that used to be a theater, but and there's a photo of him on stage in 1983. So as you're walking to the stage, there's a photo of Steve Ray Vaughan on stage.
He's so cool. He's like Boston City limits, slinging his guitar behind his back. He's playing with his teeth. He's got all the scars and stuff.
I was going to drive him once when I was driving limos, but he wouldn't take limos. I drove Jeff back. He wouldn't take limos. Yeah, he only took cabs. Okay, then get him a limo. Right?
Okay.
You hop in a cab and talk to the cab driver. Mr. Fancy, yeah, fucking limo.
Yeah.
That's cool. I was pissed though. I almost got to drive Steve Ray Vaughan.
That is one of his talents every generation.
It also shows you how dumb limo drivers are. Like the companies, like you let a fucking psycho like me, a 21-year-old maniac, drive one of the greatest guitarists of all time. Like I was a bad driver. I was a reckless kid. Like all of a sudden I had this job driving limos because I wanted a suit. Like you don't trust me? Steve Ray Vaughan.
See,
Just tell you, I was driving limos. It's kind of crazy. But it is kind of crazy that a 21-year-old made this at the helm of a car with one of the greatest musicians of all time.
it's fun to play back in that. Listen, like when I was 18, I did a radio program for KDYM Real Country Radio every Saturday morning. It's called Dial It Deal. When people call in, it's been like on air Craigslist. You know, I also go to the station after football games. Football game would be like Friday night. Go to bed all weekend. Wake up at like 5 a.m. Go to the station, record the obituaries real quick because those are going to run on Saturday, and then do like a, an on-air Craigslist radio program, and you're just like 17 years old with the entire radio station to yourself. Wow. I was a total dumbass too. I could have been like Eddie on Railroad, you know, but
You have a specific list of things you're supposed to play.
the list was fucking programmed
Essay Spark report sorcery was undocumented.
Pull up the National Weather Service on the screen and record yourself doing the weather, saying what's going to be southeast, northwest at 15 miles an hour, whatever you do, obituaries. But no, you didn't actually DJ. It was just like hit the space bar, music would start playing, and be like, okay, folks, if you can't tell by the music, I'll go ahead and tell you myself it's time for dial-it. My numbers up here is 667-4567 or toll-free at 888-825-KY. That's 888-325-KY. Remember, no commercial real estate advertisement. Please limit your calls to once per program. And keep in mind, I can't always keep track of this numbers myself, so if you can let's get back to the dial-in and the deal. And then people would call in and it's be like, I'm looking for my dog. And I'd be like, somebody find that dog. And then, list off their number. Or,
did you ever play your songs?
no, it was a classic country radio station, so I'm up there listening to like Willie, Waylon, Hank Sr., Hank Jr. And then also they were playing like some modern, like, I remember Bad Days and they played on it, he just shit me, but no, I couldn't, I was in a garage band, I couldn't play.
Were you really?
Yeah. I couldn't, but once I printed out this track listing, for the record that I would make CD records and sell them at school like $5 a month. I made more money to sell records in high school than I did as an adult. Printed out all the song lists. Anyway, the album was called Mama Again. And all the, I left a bunch of them, like at the radio station. I remember the guy who was running it, he came to me and he was like, did you print these out? These yours? And it's just kind of how it worked. And after that, small town markets.
That's funny.
Folks will let a young person do all kinds of stuff. I guess they see an aptitude in you and trust you, so they let you drive a limo.
They just gave his job. It's not a damn job. It's that simple. And those were temporary to keep that job.
I turned over. There's that journal at the radio station because we were making this was in 1927. 2010.
I still do a lot of radio when I was young and doing the road, so I do like morning radio shows in the middle of nowhere. That was the only way to promote things. So say if you're going to do some gig in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, like local radio, you know, like drive time radio, so you're on the air at like 6:30 in the morning, let everybody know you're going. The radio was a weird thing, man, because it was like a local connection, and all that stuff is kind of gone now. Local connections are fun. There was something about listening to the local radio in the morning when you're on your way to work. It was kind of cool. It was great. And you knew that most of your friends were listening to.
They had a program called, I forget what it was, but every morning they would go through the sponsors of the radio station, which were all local businesses, and they would say, here's a cup of coffee for Burns Drug. And it was just like a call out to Burns Drug, Burns Pharmacy, or whatever, and then you'd hear the sound of the coffee. The obituaries, man, you listen to it, and you're like, oh, Janine died. Damn it. We gotta go to the memorial. They're telling what the Hillbillies, like the mascot was the Hillbillies, like how high school football was doing, and stuff like that.
So I wonder if anybody's creating that in podcasts, or whatever's any kind of podcasts that are just about the community that you can like tune into every day, like here's the news.
I might have to start these local.
Yeah, just don't even say it's you.
This is Bob Butts. I know you, but you don't know me.
Change your voice. You should do that. Do the local news.
I
I got one of those things like an FBI informant. We went into the house at 4:30. You know what I mean? They have those people on TV with their face blacked out.
Those fights.
Are you sure that the government was involved? 100%. They had to know. The information came down from the top. How many did you do a lot of live gigs? Yeah. How many live gigs do you do like in a week? Do you do a bunch? How many do it?
I just scheduled tours, so like tomorrow I'll go to tour. I think it's like 20 something dates. Then I'll go out for 2 months and play.
Just play solo?
Yeah, bring on band. Oh, that's my whole band. And then right now I've just been festival season, so I'm just playing Fort Folk Fest. Shout out to the board.
Did you do any songs like United Health?
Oh yeah, I got, because I'm just always putting out albums, like, yeah, like on Friday I'll put out another record too.
How many albums do you have so far?
Like 5 or 6.
Bonfire under a descent rabbi for the greatest Savior of the
100 songs in 24. And just like put them all out. And that's what's great about being indie, is like you can just shut out music as soon as you make it. But there's a lot of tunes to choose from. I usually, you know, on the set I'll play a lot of these topical ones, and then bring the band up and play the other records that I got. Right now, it's just before the Tech Folk Fest, and hearing a little bit of the market, keeping Appalachia from like last year around this time, John Guggenheim came to send me an email and was like, Jesse, I would like you to play a farm. But it was from a weird email address, and I didn't think it was him, but it was totally him, just like emailing to his like girlfriend's email or something.
That's hilarious.
So I shot to like one of my friends and helped manage it. And he was like, I'll let this out, see if this is legit. And sure enough, I was like, go down the farm, and it's like one of the first gigs that I play as this iteration of myself. I got to meet a lot of cool people, and get to be friends with a lot of them too, because it's very cool to meet him last year. I think we'll be doing a tour together here before too long. Damn, I got to meet Charlie over there at Charlie Crockett.
Oh, Charlie's awesome.
He's super.
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
He was a great cast, bro. Wow, that guy's like, yeah, that's like, that comes out of his music. There's something about like hard living, like living an authentically difficult life. That like you hear it in the way it is, you hear it's real. You know, like there's like an intangible element to certain songs. You know, exactly. Well, AI's not gonna fix that. You know what I mean? Like AI's not gonna overcome that. You know, that's the only thing that AI's not gonna overcome. I don't understand why musicians have they're making like let's say some change. See, this is what they made a female indie like show, whatever the Van Brady, and it's really fucking good. Like you listen to it and you're like, holy shit! I sent it to Patrick from the Black Keys, Patrick Carney, and he was, his answer was like, pop music is AI, has been for a while. Good thing I suck at drums and make it human. I would have sent this to you because you hear it and you're like, oh my god, this could be a fucking giant hit. And the crazy thing is that AI makes this in seconds. In literal seconds. Like you watch this guy put in the prompts, you watch it make this song, and then you listen to the song and you're like, oh my God, and it's better than most movie songs. Like, listen to this.
Create a square avatar of fictitious female alternative / singer Sadie Wynn. It's about running away from somebody who never really saw her work. She's going to create the song.
They ended up falling
Play that later.
That's got a bridge.
You don't care.
Our master, our teacher, and our rabbi.
Yes, and then hit creation. Let's listen.
That the several titles for Shabbat Referred specifically to Rabbi and figures involved in the Deuteronomy 1073 verse 5. 1012, the founder of Shabbat is author of the Constitution. Exactly the plural of Ezra, referring to Shabbat as the God who said, Exodus 34:1.
How crazy is that? Look at that. Jewel even says, Jewel goes, wow, it's a great melody.
Can't be replaced. Okay, and pop music was already Patrick has a great point. I don't think artists, what you're making, I don't think you have.
It's not a worry. It's, I mean, for some people, I'm sure it's a worry, but it also is just a concern that there's a whole society. That there's creativity is being replaced in place in front of our eyes. Regardless of what you think about pop music, there are some people that are making pop music as a creative endeavor, and that just is
They'll have to find something else to do. Find something else to do. Don't take us into something else in JC.
Are they still around? JC. Yeah, where you are?
I go JC.
I'm not knocking it. I go if I needed something. I'm not saying I would say I see targets everywhere. I don't see JC.
I was saying the music like that. I feel like I
Find sneakers somewhere.
just something to go in the background and some non-confrontational music. It's how it has always been, as long as it has been, everything can't be replaced, but there are things that are going to be replaced.
I mean, that's kind of every iteration of technology. We see things get replaced, right? Like when I was a kid, VHS was technology. We all you could watch a movie at home. I never thought blockbusters were going to go away. Of course, there's always going to be every Friday night. I'm going to go to Blockbuster Friday night to watch it. Gone. Yeah, it doesn't exist anymore. Gone like that. Like real quick. Streaming, internet speeds, pick up, it's over. Yeah. I mean, you remember record sales? Oh my goodness. Just from selling records down when I went Napster came on, and some people freaked out. Some people lost a lot of fans because they freaked out too. Like, trying to stop the tide of inevitability.
Metallica was actually kind of right. What they said for Napster, right?
Oh, they did. But it was going away. It was all going away. I mean, everybody kind of understood that this is, if you're logical, objective, you can pretend like, oh, don't worry, we're going to be fine. But if you're logical, you're objective, oh, this is just the first moment that landed in this network for digital information. We're not going to prevent this from happening.
Figure out how to make money off the streaming and to make sure that the artist probably doesn't get all that much. This is the beautiful thing about it. If you're independent, you can make money off the streaming. If you're independent, you can own your tours, which is really important to have. You know, just make enough to pay for another tour. But this is what's really crazy about some of the deals that some of these artists are signing, where the label gets a giant percentage of their touring budget.
which didn't used to be the case. It used to be like an artist would find a way to pull it somehow because they're not selling the records. They get a piece of merch, they get a piece of this, they get a piece of everything. They just own it. And what value do they provide other than getting the security of saying, I'm on board for you?
Just standing in the way every time you try to put out an album. I don't hear it. It's like, well, because there are none. Okay, wait for the next record. It's out in 2 months, you know. But they want to make as much as they possibly can off of one record. One record puts an immense amount of pressure on an artist without developing the artist at all. It's what's honest with this music industry is shallow money, treacherous, good men die like dogs. You know, it's a racket.
Don't think that now less of it, because there are people like you out there who's, you know, Tyler the Creator didn't make most of his, everything was just created by himself online, right? Isn't that scary? Yeah.
But you,
Was it weird? Okay, but somebody would have done it, right? Oliver Anthony for sure did it. It's, you know, if you have something that really resonates, like your United Health song, or any of your songs, that's all you need, you know? And then that one thing can change everything. And the fact that you're able to do it completely independently, you're able to have like a truly authentic voice. It's like when you sing about, what's the guy that created it, that doesn't give a fuck? What's his name?
Richard T. Bird.
Yeah, Richard T. Bird. They even sing about Richard T. Bird, doesn't give a fuck. Like, it's, no one's in your ear.
Always tell you to be careful.
No one in your ears. So like, I'm here and I'm like, you know, people know. They know when something's up there. The way people tune into a song, there's something going on with songs. You know, it's not just like a bunch of music and a bunch of lyrics. Like, it changes the way you feel. It's a tribe. And like a good song is like a good tribe.
Yeah, dude. You're free.
Oh, fuck yeah. Dude, I've heard that song about 1,000 times.
Yeah.
100,000 times.
Yeah, I think
Listen to that fucking guitar solo. Oh, yeah. This song will change the way you feel. That if that was a drug, that would be a very valuable drug.
little capsules, man.
Yeah.
I would have felt melancholy. Here's yesterday by the Beatles.
Yeah, there's a bunch of songs like Captain Jack. Captain Jack. Captain Jack.
Oh, it's Captain Joel's fantastic.
Captain Jack is one of Billy Joel's great songs. It's a great fucking song. It's great. It's a great song. It's like you listen to it, you're like, God damn, he nailed it. He fucking nailed it.
It's one of the great.
I really appreciate you coming in, and I really love what you're doing. I just wanted to have you in here to shoot the shit with you, see what your process was, how you think about things. Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. Tell everybody what's the best place to find you, how they can find your stuff.
Get online.
Do you have what is your Instagram?
Wells Music.
WELLS. So it's wellsmusic.com. Coordinates. All there. Yeah. Go out and see them. Dude, continued success and best of luck to you. I really enjoy what you're doing. Thanks very much. My pleasure, bro.
Central Shabbat idea.
Train my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. Okay.
It feels so much better. Yeah, it's getting crazy out there. I'm not playing now. Oh my god, man. Dude, like, what happened where, like, these altercations are fairly regular? Like, at airports, you see balls at airports all the time. What is it? They don't want you flying. No, dude, you think I'm crazy? You think I'm crazy? I'm dead serious. There's like an Agenda 2050, and literally in there it lists no more commercial flying. And you see them at all these like WEFs and all this stuff in Dallas. This would be hilarious. Like, it was only the elites that got to fly. It's literally the plan. For real. David, you think that can't be responsible for approvals at the Spirit Airlines? Yeah. I mean, dude, they send in all these people all the time. I mean, it's crazy to me. Like, do you know reason right. But a lot of that happened because of all these military planes are almost hitting commercial. I'm telling you, if they want you in a 15-minute city, why do they want you flying around? Okay, I see what you're saying on the 15-minute city, and I think that's true. But I don't think this is grand plan to make planes slam into each other. I think it's a lot of this incompetence. Whatever happened, it's not Black Hawk. Yeah, in DC, that was a weird one. That's a weird one because they apparently that lady was instructed to go in the direction that she was going. Right? What was the specifics of it? Well, she didn't. They looked the wrong way. Like, they go, hey, they looked this way and it was coming that way, or they looked that way and it was coming this way. They looked the wrong way when they just tried to see what was coming. She had a part of the Biden administration at one point in time, and then left to went back to flying college. It's so hard to know because you see stuff online. But if you even study, like, the Vegas shit, or, I mean, the LA fires, they want you to blame DEI. Like, do you remember when that one fire chief or whatever was like, oh, if I come get you, you're too big, you're in the wrong place. Yeah. Why would you say that? Why would you? It's hubris. I don't know who gets it. Listen, you got an all-lesbian group, right? You got a woman who's the first head of the fire department is a woman, and this lady's a woman, and we're all talking about how great it is if someone who looks like you comes to save you, you have to do it. So they're wrapped up in that cookie ideology, the absence of meritocracy, the absence of like physical standards for difficult physical jobs, to pretend that that's not necessary. They should be able to take our guy out. The guys that I knew that were all firefighters, the guys that I've known, one of my buddies is firefighters, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt. The other one is a fucking big, giant Irish guy. Like, they're always big people, right? Because you gotta be able to carry folks. I agree. And you gotta be able to do, like, crazy physical things. You have to axe down doors sometimes. You know, it's right. You imagine if you're a 100-pound woman and tell her to axe down a door. Okay, so I agree with what you're saying. What I'm saying is, what causes more chaos, what causes more infighting, is if you push everybody to this is DEI, this is enough, and not that this whole thing is purposeful. Okay. So you're thinking that they're instituting DEI on purpose, and they're putting incompetent people in positions of power on purpose so that they'll fuck up, so that people will complain, so that it creates more chaos. Yes. So, I mean, I don't know if the narrative instantly became the bullshit racist people. I don't know. I mean, like, I don't know if you're lizard. Well, they probably are lizard people, but I mean, when Karen Bass, here's the crazy thing about LA. Very few people are calling out anything anymore. It's a city of conformity. And nobody wants to vote because to get a job in LA, you need 20 green lights. All you got to catch is one red light and you're not working. So if you're out there going, hey, dude, this is like, hey, man, what's going on with this? This seems pretty purposeful. You're not going to work. You're just not going to work. If you get mugged at a gas station pumping $7 gallon gas, and still never complain about what's going on and still vote the same way because you don't want to rock the boat. That's if you ask me, it's a big part of moving everybody into these big cities. It's a forced conformity. I don't think it's like that everywhere. No. LA is particularly like that because of it's a city of conformity already because of Hollywood. Yeah, because you're auditioning. Yeah, 100%. Auditioning for things is crazy because it's really the only way to find out if someone's really good at acting. You have a chance, right? But the way it's set up is like people choose people, and if they choose you go on to have this incredible life. You become Brad Pitt, right? But if they don't choose you become that guy that everybody sees at the party that's 45, dyeing his hair dark. It's not happening, and everyone knows it's not happening, and maybe he's got talent because it's weird. So you have to conform. You have to say what they want you to say, whether it's about whatever political issue, social transition, climate change, whatever it is. You can't have any opinions that break from the narrative. I totally 100% agree. And that's kind of why nobody's saying anything. It's a culture. It's part of the culture. But I really think it has something to do with the original way that LA was founded. Before the whole reality star thing and everything else. But there's definitely a lot of that going on. But it was all acting. Everybody wanted to go to acting. So it was like the primary way that someone would get a gig was audition. Yep. There's a term. It's a communist term. It's like Cornelius. Butchering on the a dope sweatshirt. Oh, damn, you got one? I got you. Who's running to oh, no shit. Shout out to all the girls here. Sure. Yeah, I need one of those, though. I need the Wu-Tang. Okay, dude, I'll get you one. Is that stick? No, but you want this one? Later. No, because it's hot in here. Sorry, guys. Here you go. Never watched this. I haven't watched it. That worked out perfect. I'm going to sweat like a pig the whole time. Because my Van Nuys are just getting knocked by Mexicans all the time. They took the V in the head. It's just like, it's a great tool. I'm just trying to get a blue belt. I'm just old and fat. It's hard. I'm older for fucking 20 years. He's great. I love him. Yeah, 20 years. Yeah, dude. He's great. I love jiu-jitsu. I just gotta do old man jiu-jitsu where I gotta do muscle ups and shit like that because I can't move these fat legs. I have fat old legs. I can't throw and I'm picking up. Are you on the knee wall? Every time I watch it so bad. Look at yourself. Look at yourself. Yeah, dude. That's why I gotta work out. Yeah, that's wrong with that. It's just the wheels are a little off. Did you get it looked at? No, I got it. Okay. Alright, well, before you do all this other stuff, like jiu-jitsu, and you have an injury, you should make sure that you're not making that injury probably making it worse. It's kind of important. I love that. No, I like pain. I'm glad, but just listen to Daddy. I've done this fucking surgery road many times with jiu-jitsu. I've had 2 knee surgeries because of jiu-jitsu. You have to make sure, and I have a bunch of conditions, you have to make sure that it's not like a labrum tear or something like that where you're continuing to tear it and make it worse. Yeah, because you need that fixed. Yeah, and if you get it fixed, you'll be way better off. I gotta get it fixed. MMA fighters do it all the time. Like Sean, before his fight with Rob, he tore his labrum. The first fight, and he was going to get a surgery, but he realized he couldn't. There was no way he was going to be. He wanted to make that sphere show. So he took the sphere. It's like, fuck it, I can still beat that guy. He's an athlete. Yeah, he's a savage. He took a chance. But he needed to get it fixed. And he finally got fixed. He was like, dude, I feel fucking infinitely better. You have to fix it. If it's a labrum tear or something like that, you just don't want to ruin it. You don't want to get it so you need a hip replacement, which I know a gang of guys who have hip replacements. Okay. Yeah. I can't believe how many people I know that have hip replacements. I went home for I brought the kids back to the homeland, and all my family was like, I got this fixed, I got this fixed, I got that fixed. The hip one's nuts, man, because I know guys that are 40 that have hip replacements. Like, not just one. I think it's Connor. Did you ever meet Connor? He got his hips done. Yeah. You know, I don't like watching MMA fights. There was John Wayne Parr, Muay Thai guy, he had his hips up. At least one hip. It's rough, man. They saw the top of your bone off and put a fucking cap on it, different socket, and screw it all there, and then that's good for about 20 years.
I think I messed up some joints during my running days.
I'm not drinking enough water. I think I probably got injured a bunch of times, didn't notice it, just kept going. Yeah, the thing about those hips, though, is the one thing you do now, like before in the past, if you had a chronically inflamed hip and arthritis, and you were missing calcium or missing meniscus or whatever it may be, cartilage, labrum tears in your hips, you're crippled for life. They just give you an artificial one, and they say, well, it probably lasts about 20 years. You know, well, at least for 20 years, you can, like, everyone I know that has one. Yeah, I say that's so bad. You don't want to fix your hip. Yeah, I know, that's what I want. I want to fix my hip. I'm going to do it when I go back. I don't want to look that way here. Really? Early days of your career. What time tomorrow? Like 7 a.m. Yeah. I'll fly right at it. I might be able to get you in this afternoon. Get my hip look, I'll fly right at it. So much to look at. What you really need is an MRI. Because they need to find out exactly what's going on inside. Paying a gazillion dollars in health insurance, I bet. Bro, that doesn't get you nothing these days. Don't you know? That's unbelievable. Do you know what happened to Ben Askren? Oh yeah, dude, that's so tragic and sad and just disgusting. It should be like, if they don't cover it, they should send all your money back. How crazy is that? He had health insurance. He got a terrible infection in his lungs that led to, I think it's called a chronic pneumonia. He had to get a double lung transplant. His insurance is, we're not covered. How's that possible? That is an obvious catastrophic illness that just hit the guy, right? Like, this is not like a chronic smoker. There's no terrible thing that he did. He just got sick. Yeah. Isn't that what health insurance is for? 100%. Can you deny something like that? That seems to be like a break in the narrative. Like something like that. You can't say, oh, this person's responsible for that. They did something they weren't supposed to do because of their insurance. Like, this guy just got sick. Yeah, 100%. And that's what that Luigi thing was about. That company was using AI to determine whether you should be covered or not. And AI doesn't have any emotion or you can't look at it going, well, maybe we should cover this. It's very analytical about it. And that's why I guess he was having problems with his back and just got pissed off. And that's what happens, man. And that whole thing was weird too. Yeah, he had muscular bruise too, though. His friends were saying that there's like he had a break, like something went wrong. But that might be connected to the surgery, by the way. You know, if all of a sudden you need to get a disc fused to your back and you're in constant pain, that can completely change the way you interface with the world. You know, like Michael Bisping got his neck fixed. It didn't go well. He had to get it done again. It's so much brutal. And he couldn't do anything. He could only basically lie in bed and then go to his UFC duties and then go back and play. And it just, motherfucker was just acting and keeping it together. I say keeping it together, but some people don't keep it together when you're in pain all the time. Well, you know, a lot of people think once you get to the hospital, you're set, right? That's where the safe place is. You know, medical malpractice is one that you can cause your death out there. It's a, you know, it's an exact science, but yeah, they can mess it up. My grandmother on my father's side just went in to get a back change, and she never left the hospital. She passed away. I know this lady who went to get a kidney removed, and they took out the wrong kidney. Oh, so she had one bad kidney and one good kidney, and they took out a bad kidney, or they took out a good kidney and left a bad kidney. Yeah, and the doctor would not admit it. The doctor would not admit it. I mean, the whole thing is fucking crazy. But that's medical malpractice. Yeah, the denial of insurance claims, like stuff like that, is like the medical miracle is they did give him a double lung transplant. Ben Askren, and he's trying to build himself back up. And he had a GoFundMe, and which is absolutely ridiculous. We live in America, and you have to have your friends and fans support you to have this like life-saving surgery for the big chunk of it. Yeah, but Jake Paul gave him like $500,000. But it's really kind of crazy that the insurance is allowed to not cover something like that. Did they have a response? Is there a response on why they didn't cover that? I just because it seems insane unless there's some legal loophole. How could you not cover someone who just gets some crazy illness like that?
You know, when Obama was like, not the guy I thought was, Obama's first term was the last time I voted for either Republican or Democrat. That was the last time. So, everybody wanted change. I get into how the basic break that thing for them. Because America, after George Bush and Dick Cheney hates the way he crimes. And then who did they have run against him? Slick, good-looking, young black guy. It wasn't Bush at the time. Where they have John McCain, who was the poster child or the mascot for the whole point neocons, right? So they basically run everybody to Obama, and we're like, yeah, we're gonna have change. And he was running on like everyone getting health care and all that stuff. And then so they're having this giant debate in Washington about universal health coverage. And this dude gets on a plane and runs to Germany to give speeches and stuff like that during the debate on his major campaign issue. And I'm like, oh dude, this is just a giant setup. It's all BS. I've never voted for another when you went to explain that. So he went to Germany to do what? Get speeches. He was going to go give speeches to the German diplomats and politicians and all that stuff while we are debating his campaign promise. And I'm like, why aren't you here fighting for what you said you wanted to get up? Now you're out of the country and now you're part of the debate. Is it possible that they set those debates up at the same time when they knew that he was going to be out of the country? Yeah, but if you were on a campaign and they're like this, it's in the heat of the debate, wouldn't you like, I can't go right now?
Do you think it's possible that that was a plan? That they didn't want him there to defend it, and it would be easier to shut it down.
Yeah,
of course, on purpose. Yeah, on purpose. And when they scheduled those meetings at a time where they knew that they were going to be doing the debate, so they could get out of him having to defend, not having lived up his campaign promises. That's my whole thing. There's got to be some 3D chess going on, right? I know all of it isn't, but there are some really smart people that are involved in government, obviously. So they've got to be thinking, like, this is the way we can handle this. Like, there's probably a bunch of nerds in the realm, and they're brainstorming, and someone says, listen, here's how we get out of it. And we send him to Germany, and he's not even here. We say they're actually already out front. Yeah, we say there's no video. Even though he said there's 10,000 hours of video, actually, it's not true. Those people should not have spoken. We can't find it. We know where it is. There's a list. There's no things. And I love how, like, when they shoot her just eating a salad, and she's perfectly shot. You can hear everything she's saying. She's not. My whole thing goes, everything is. Who's eating a salad? She was eating a salad. Yeah, when Mayor tosses her, James O'Keefe puts out that video. What is the video? The video is her talking about how there's like tens of thousands of videos of him hurting children. Oh, so that video is but that video is like one of those Veritas type videos. Okay. He's also the one who put out Karen Bassett's phone call about her talking. Have you ever heard it? The super creepy. Bro, that guy gets everything. He gets everything. Usually chatty gay guys. Yeah. Oh, dude. That's all they do is say, listen, send in some ads and we'll give away all the secrets. So I didn't know that was how I read that she said there was tens of thousands. No, she talks about interesting. Covertly recorded April 28th, revealing previously undisclosed information about Epstein recording tens of thousands of videos of little kids to a complete stranger at a DC restaurant. Okay, well, let's hear what it says. I want to hear how she says it. It's easy to find music because of her in a cafe. You'll find it right there. Just kind of jump. Oh, there it is. That's her part. She didn't even say underage girls, she said little kids. And that's a big part. I said this a long time ago. I said they're just trying to set it up so it's like, dude, they're high school chicks, they're hot. In reality, it's like really, and there were statements, I believe, that you can't find it on the internet anymore because, they clean everything up. Like, people talking about like what Bill Clinton was fooling around with, and there was a little girl kid, and I've always said this, it's like Bill Clinton is the Andy Dick of the White House. He just sees holes he wants to hit them, right? Oh my God. Yes, it didn't feel no, it's true though. I just did. He likes to think he's a good looking guy when he was young, super charismatic. Which is, listen, that's Kennedy, that's classic presidents. It's just we found out bisexual Kennedy, bisexual George H.W. bisexual. Kennedy was bisexual. George Bush Sr. was. Hold the fuck up. I'm talking about this. I do deep dives on all this shit. Joe, I'm telling you, where are you diving? Dude, I'm telling you, the Finders, you remember the Finders? JFK bisexual, a viral tweet is reigniting speculation. And he's like, they're just, dude, he was on speed. He's retired queer history. Just ask people. Woodrow Wilson, they believe they blackmailed him through being gay. Obama stuff coming out right now. Bill Clinton. So let's think about that, right? We know that, like the Spartans were gay, right? We know that they had sex with each other. It was a big thing in the heart of like why they would go to battle so well, fighting for their job. About the samurais, back in the day, they were all gay. You had to fight harder if you know that dude got some DSLs, right? You had to fight way harder. Don't kill Bill, he's the best in the book. You're fighting for your lovers. But it's also like there's a lot of ancient cultures that think of having sex with women just for procreation, but with boys for fun. Afghanistan. Exactly. And my friends that have been over there, that have served over there, one of my buddies, I already said this publicly, so maybe I shouldn't say his name, but just the stories they told me, I was like, what? Like, how, like, he was talking about how we saw this truck drive over his son. So, like, oh, that's cool, he takes his son to work. And the guy goes, that's not his son. Like, that's his toy. Phil Dan loved Thursdays, dude. Yeah, but it's not all Thursday. It's like, they go into the mountains. My friend was telling me that there was this one guy that he worked on his bass, and he was kind of slow. It was like, he was mentally slow. And he had a colostomy bag. And he heard a bunch of noise and saw a bunch of dudes in the room, like in one of the storage rooms. These guys were fucking his colostomy. This mentally challenged guy, and these dudes were fucking his colostomy. He's like, bro, I just had a guy on right now. This is gonna get weird, but Dom hypnotist came on, and he was talking about how he has a mentor who he also works with, who was Hillary Clinton's security detail. And they were in Afghanistan. They saw a bunch of kids go in their room and never come out. That they had like 3 in the morning. This is a bunch of pretty house, kids dancing and shit. So they were told, like, don't interfere with the local customs. Are you implying that they were dead? I'm implying that he never saw them come out. Maybe there's another exit of the story. Maybe let them sleep. We gotta check out. Let them sleep. They'll figure it out. The creepiest idea about pedophilia is that there's people that know about it and cover it up, because they don't want to get in trouble for having known about it. Like, this is the Sandusky thing, right? That's essentially what Ted Joe Paterno, right? Like, everybody really knew. And they all act up because they were winning football games and things like that. But here's the thing, over time, what they can blackmail you with changes. Like, back in the day, if you think you were cheating on your wife, they can blackmail you with that. But as culture grows and we start accepting more and more stuff, it's gonna get weirder and weirder. We're around the same age. You remember when we were debating whether Boy George was gay or not? There was like a real discussion on that. He's like, no, dude, I'm plus, dude. How about George Michael? He was just so beautiful. There's no way he could be straight. His hair was so perfect. His voice was so amazing. That guy's gotta be super good. Have you seen the Minnesota Vikings male cheerleader? That is the shiniest dude I've ever seen. So, he's a male cheerleader. Shane was actually just talking about this. Shane was talking about this in the room the other day. Yeah, he's shiny. He's so shiny. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Yeah, he's so good. You can see him like on Twitter. He's just like dancing around and he's the shiniest dude. He's got the skirt. They wear the skirt. Yeah, there he is in the front row. Cheerleaders are useless anyways. There's really no purpose of them. They don't do anything for the game. It was back in the day, like, how can we have hot chicks in football? It's a weird role, and I don't have a problem with a guy doing that. Well, here's my opinion. Why would I care? Right? Like, if you're in a stadium of 16,000 people, like 60,000, right? If you're in a football stadium, 80,000 people, how many games? How many games? 10%. 10%. It's probably 10%. Maybe a bunch of them are hiding. Maybe a bunch of them are. But it's always kind of like one incident, right? Causing case dangerous. What's the problem with having one gay cheerleader for them? Here's what's a cheerleader for? There's always going to be the fight. What is the point of a cheerleader? Just have an additional visual aspect to it. I like all the flips they do and all the jazz. It's fun. It's choreographed. When it's done well, it's entertaining. Yeah, it's very cool. That's the great thing about it, about what their purpose is. They're like, the players how important they can play it. He's like, defense. We gotta play defense, dude. It's an extra pageantry that adds to the experience. But why shouldn't they be doing it? Like, how homophobic are guys that are watching that? There's all these hot chicks, and instead they're going, what's this fucking guy doing in this shorts? There's 16 other girls with perfect bodies you can be paying attention to, but you're focused on the gay guy. Yeah, they always complain about how much money they're making. I'm like, dude, you get to go to the game for free. You're on the field. It's like, we have a great reality show. See how they accept it. How they down local layers are staring at them, dude. Sure, that's my favorite player. Percent is 10%, right? So here's my thing. There's always going to be culture wars between the right and the left. I'm on nobody's side. Like, I'm like in the middle. I'm old school liberal. Live and let live. As long as you're not hurting people, particularly children, you'll never hear anything from it. I don't care what you do. Buy yourself consenting adults. Get as weird as you want. God gave us free will. Do whatever you want. Pick your path. But when you start to demonize certain people, you're setting up a market for blackmail. So when people can't be themselves and they're so afraid of people finding out who they really are, you're setting it up so people can manipulate them. And that's the story of Washington, D.C. Now, obviously, hurting children, there should never be a time where that's culturally acceptable. But that's why it's had to get so dark. It's because we don't care if somebody's gay now. It's like, at least I don't. There should be. I think it's like they just always want to do the forbidden thing. It's like, what would lead someone? Let's get into darkest. What's the darkest? Probably child sex. Hurting child sex. I think that that's happened before. I don't think that has not happened in human history. In fact, I know it's happened because my friend Shane Smith covered it when he was over in Africa when he interviewed that Gerald Butt naked guy. That guy used to sacrifice children for the enemy tribes before everyone in Liberia. He would sacrifice them and cut open their chest and eat their heart. He would eat a piece of their heart before going into battle. Right, but that's a real human being that did that, so we know that this he didn't invent that. He didn't invent that.
No, I mean, it's in the Bible, right? Like when they want to take out the Canaanites and, atheists use it as like, oh, who wants to kill all the women and children? Think about that. Well, the Canaanites were practicing child sacrifice. There's a reason why. Now, the language, when you get into like the Bible language for some of the First Testament, like, is it the language of the time? They were a lot more blunt with it. But the Canaanites were sacrificing children. That's a big part of it. Goes all the way back to Chronos, the first god, which is the god of time. And the whole story about it was told that his kids would slay him. So every time his female would have children, he would eat the kids. Time. Like you said. They get weird. I wonder how they're going to look at some of the things that pharmaceutical drug companies have pushed through in the future and the impact that it had on kids. And whether or not they're going to think of that as a symbol of child sacrifice. Because it really is kind of, if you know that it's causing damage. But you're doing it for money. You're kind of sacrificing kids. How to stop Indian superstitious killings ended in exile. What's this about that? Human sacrifice, particularly that of minors, has been prevalent in many parts of India for a long time. More than 85 kids, all under 13, were ritualistically murdered in the country in the last 6 years. Last year, there were 14 cases of parents or relatives sacrificing or attempting to sacrifice children on the advice of Assad. Bro, it's crazy that that was a part of history. It's still happening. That's what I'm saying. Like that, still in 2025, people think that sacrificing a child is Tory move. That's what we need to do. We need to sacrifice a child. It's the whole thing gets closest to God. Yeah. When you think about like things like that, like drugs that are pushed on kids, that's just for profit. Medications that kids are forced to take, that's just for profit. Things are fucking them up with it. It's just because we want to make money. And how are we going to look at that in the future? When they look at child sacrifice when they were doing voodoo or the Mayans thought they were sacrificing people to the gods, what they think of it as barbaric, right? How are they going to look at what we've done? What we just lied about stuff and skirted around the truth and gave distorted versions of what we're actually selling to kids. And those kids might have died. They might have had heart attacks, they might have had cancer, and it's probably directly related to this medication. And no one wants to take credit for it, no one wants to admit it, and everyone's making money. Everything's programmed. Even those people in India, they're programming of their religion, tells them like to sacrifice their own children. I mean, like, it goes against everything you're wired in. It's like that's the ultimate control you have of a person. You get them to sacrifice their child. Right? I mean, if you're at a kid's park and a kid's in trouble, it doesn't need to be your kid. You run over to make sure the kid's okay. I've done it 1,000 times. But now you have people like, especially like if you look at like what's going on in Gaza, you have people labeling newborns as terrorists. Like that is your programming overriding your basic instinct, which is to protect children at all costs because they are the future. And that's powerful. So my whole theory is that anxiety, depression, and anger, and all that stuff comes from when you're programming and your reality clash and they don't meet up. You're programming for generational trauma, you're programming for school, all that stuff. It meets reality, and you start to just go a little crazy. And I think a lot of that is purposeful to get us on pharmaceuticals for life. I think it's purposeful. So how would they engineer that to happen that way? Through school. First of all, your grandparents, your parents tell you that the trauma of your past. Beating that into you forever. Like I had my buddy's girlfriend on my show, and she's Jewish, and she was telling me, I go, what's it like to grow up Jewish? And she was telling me that her parents would tell her that she has to have 3 kids. One for each parent, and then 1 kid lost for the Holocaust. For someone lost in the Holocaust. And like, think about that programming. Think about that over and over and over again. And to the point now where you're like, well, these kids in Gaza,
are terrorists. I mean, newborn babies are terrorists. I mean, that is heavy stuff. I mean, I've heard about the Armenian genocide my whole life to the point I got a tattoo right here about it. You know, like that is your programming. Then you go to school and it's been infiltrated by all these cultural Marxists, and they're just pushing this thing to get you to hate your own country, hate the establishment, hate all this stuff. So you have this entire country where everybody's fighting with each other. And that's all done to cause, maximum chaos, because people are easy to manipulate and control when they're in anxiety. They're going to demand, like this whole thing with like taking over Washington D.C. right now. Everyone acts like this has just started. This started way back with BLM. To fund the cops. This has always been the goal. It's called pressure from above, pressure from below. You're afraid to go on the streets, and you have no faith that your politicians are going to save you. So you have no hope. So you're completely and utterly lost, and you're just demanding that you be kept safe, which is the ultimate goal, which is martial law. That's what they want, and that's what they've been doing. And it isn't starting in Washington, D.C. This is starting in Black. If you study all these different kind of cultural clashes that start from BLM, that's black people. Then you go to January 6th, that's white people. Then you go to Asian hate, that's Asian people. Then you go to No Kings, that's Latinos. And now you have the Supreme Court that is going to debate the legality of gay marriage. And if you assume what do you think is going to happen, I would not be overturn it, because that's going to cause even more chaos. The streets are going to be burning in rainbows. And that is what they want, martial law. There's all these judges who are completely politicized are like releasing people who are hurting kids or murdering people. You have no faith in the system, and that grows your anxiety. Now all of a sudden you're angry, you're depressed, just you don't trust anything. And now you want to basically give up your God-given rights to be safe. And that is the goal. Pressure from above, pressure from below for Marxists. If you ever want to watch a doc on it, it's really old. It's in 69. I watched it last night on Twitter. It's GM on everything, and it's called Capitalist Conspiracy. I've said to a bunch of people, I can't get anybody to watch this thing. And it breaks it down, dude. There were famous cases in the 50s and 60s where kids were like radical communists on the campuses, and they said something's going wrong, and they broke off, and they testified for either Congress or Senate, and they basically said the goal is to basically bring in martial law. And these kids who all think they're raging against the machine, they don't realize the machine is funding all of this stuff. That, it's like the No Kings. The Latinos are really smart. Like when Eddie and I do shows all the time, there's tons of Mexicans, tons of Latinos in the crowd. They get conspiracies. So when No Kings was happening, in LA, there were like gang leaders who told their entire block nobody can go to these things because they all found out it was funded by the Walmart. Like that's what always happens. The billionaires fund these kind of radical groups to sow chaos, also because they don't want that kind of crackdown on illegal immigration. Like there's a lot of people who don't want that kind of crackdown because they don't want pain. Well, there's that, and they're already hiring people that are illegals. They have them working in their factories and working in their businesses, and then there's also the dispute about SNAP, about cutting back on Medicaid and SNAP, and like who do you have to pay benefits to, who do you not have to pay benefits to. That was one of the things that this guy was telling me about. Someone told him that he had a conversation with someone who said he's really upset they're stopping illegal immigration because it's a big part of what he uses for his business. And he was like open about it, and he was saying that he does it because he doesn't have to pay them benefits. He can pay them less, and you don't have to pay them benefits. He's just saying it out loud. So that was part of the thing too of letting people leave the country. There was like you need more of a supply of people that are willing to do the construction jobs and the slaughterhouse jobs, like jobs that you don't want to work in the slaughterhouse. But I also hear them always say Americans don't want to do this job, and then my fat ass is going to fucking Wendy's at 11 p.m. and I'm ordering a chicken sandwich. The guy handing me the bag is 55 years old. I mean, Americans want to work. That's a whole psyop that they don't want to do some shit. But those jobs are brutal backbreaking labor. Right? If you're picking vegetables, if you're, you're working in a slaughterhouse, that's a brutal job. You're well wanted. Yeah, it's freezing cold. You're cutting things up. You're covered in blood. You're just around death all day long. Death is supposed to be something you occasionally see. Fucking kiss it to the sky. Thank God for the deer. You're not supposed to see slaughter 24 hours a day. That's crazy. That's like not normal for a human being. And what's really weird is how like I've seen so much death in movies that when I see a dead person, which I think the first time I saw a dead person, I would be incredibly shocked. I remember I was driving home from Vegas with my then girlfriend, and there was a giant car crash. Giant car. I mean, it was nasty. She's like, "Don't get out of the car." And I'm like, "I'm here." And I get out of the car to see what's everything's okay. It's car flipped. And there was somebody laying there, and the car was undone. And somebody ran over with a car jack and like hit it up. I go, "You're gonna look at something you're not ready to see right now." It's like it's done. Yeah. What I was blown away by was how not affected by seeing that. I wasn't. It's the first time I'd seen it, like outside of a funeral. I'd seen a dead body. Like I just had a violent ending. Why do you think it were affected? Because I think I've seen so many movies where I just see dead people that it just was like and I didn't have any reaction to it. When the first days I moved to LA, I've lived in LA since 98, 99. And like I was back in the crazy days on Hollywood Boulevard where it was still Friday. And there was this weird store inside that you smelled death. And I looked in and there was something laying down there. Again, not affected by it. I don't think that's a dead body. And it's like, get out there, there's no dead body, go away. But it smelled like death. But I still was really amazed. That was probably the first time I saw a dead body. This was the second one. But I was just amazed by now how affected I was by seeing this. Like I've been programmed and conditioned to see these things, which normally back in the day would be a giant. A lot of people would be horrified by it. They'd be horrified by life. Man, I met a lot of people would be pretty horrified. I don't know if it's necessarily deconditioning from movies. Well, I can tell you something. So I used to do USO tours, and the first time I go, I think it was with Brian Callen this time. That was my first one. That was the first one. I do with Steve Byrne, David Hull, and Brian Callen. We had this very nice man who was showing us around. He was our kind of our leader of our tour. And he was telling me that in World War I, they found that the guys couldn't shoot then because they didn't want to kill them. They didn't have it in them to kill another human being. So he says that's when you start to see in movies guns coming out and shooting people. It's programming. And that's when it got real way easier to start shooting people. Now you got these video games where you're just going in somewhere you're murking everybody. In movies or video games. Tons of movies, tons of video games. We were just talking about that the other day when you see people getting in fights, like in parking lots and shit. It's almost like people think life is a movie. Like you don't really understand what a fight is, like how dangerous it is and scary it is. And you're doing it like you're in a movie. And I wonder how much of that is because people see people fight in movies. And they just don't understand how crazy it is when there's no rules and you're just hoping this guy fights worse than you do. You have no idea. You don't know what you're doing. You're probably drunk and high. What about having all the women in the movie? You think you're gonna fucking movie? What about all the women that now are kicking everybody's ass? I'm flying here and every movie is a way for them to beat the shit out of a fucking $300 budget. Every movie is, and then you see videos where girls just go and start swinging on guys, and I'm like, that's Brian Eastman's bit they used to do way back about Charlie's Angels. That's a great bit. That's a great bit. Oh, it's so nice to have him around here. I love him. He's so great. So he's the best. But Yeah, that's a crazy thing to show in movies. I mean, it's one thing if the woman has like superpowers, but if it's just a regular cow, she has two. If you know, Russian dude with a neck as big as my waist. I'm like, what are we talking about? This is great. You're not gonna hurt him at all if you do. I was watching the latest Mission Impossible, and it's insane, dude. Have you ever seen it? It's amazing. Oh, it just gets cranked up. But there's like two chicks in it that weigh more than 100 pounds, beating the shit out of everybody. And I'm like, this is, you need a cyborg type chick, right? If you're gonna have somebody like no next is cyborg, like that woman. Cyborg's like the Will Chamberlain of female MMA, where like you could drop her 20 years in the future and she'd still be murking people because she's like that well built and she's that skilled. But that's who would be doing it. Not like 100-pound women. Jalen Harrison. Yeah, she can fuck up some dudes. How about she put 35 or 45? She has to weigh 135 for a very small amount of time. She's the 155-pound champion of the PFL. She's a big lady. Yeah, she's jacked. She's a juggernaut. She's super powerful. And I like it's all of these ladies. It's like the difference is so she's so fucking strong. So if that lady's really fucking people up, I'd be like, oh yeah, I'd be like, I'm out of this supermodel. She yells his fucking throwing sidekicks that are perfect. Like, come the fuck on. I used to have a joke about that lately. She's like fucking battle and then she's fighting these terrorists. There we go. Yeah, so she, it's just everything's programmed. Well, it is, but I wonder if it's because we like that stuff because it fits in our head. Like Joseph,
Why do you hate when I have fun?
Hero's journey, like it fits in our head. We want someone to kick their ass and go through your trials. He hit her. Oh my God, she's bleeding.
Why is that? Just because you decided?
Nicely tied up in a bow. We used to do about there was something about
I'm not going to.
you're like, that's a bad bitch. And she's gonna fuck people up. But she did it in the greatest science
Nice
fiction.
try, Flamingo.
She did it in Alien. Alien's the greatest sci-fi horror. I'll say sci-fi horror. Greatest sci-fi horror of all time. And you didn't even know that there was a woman that was the lead. It didn't even come up.
Yeah, of course
It was so awesome.
Well, your son has one.
Sigourney Weaver, finally a woman takes the lead.
You know, my dream. Friends have two.
It was just awesome.
Except like,
It was
it's
just
my
awesome.
dream.
She was
And I never
awesome.
fucking
It was
had.
awesome. She got credit for being awesome, but just for being awesome. Not
Way.
come on. You can do that.
All you need is one person. You fucking scared me. That's all you need. You don't even need it. Okay. I'll tell you what they got better from me. Tell me to go fucking lane.
They don't make any sense. Like, stop concentrating on
That's right, and I said thank you. Right, so can I, why can you buy me liquor, but I can't put what I want in my body?
Because of gender or sex or color, but stop! Everyone stop participating in it. It's dumb.
Let me have some fucking fun. Hey, 20 years ago, I'm not 54.
The way you get all the conversation
I'm
with
gonna
people,
take this. I'm gonna
meritocracy for
feel
being
good.
a better musician,
These are just
meritocracy
good.
for being a funnier
I'm not as
comedian.
guy it is medicine. That is why I get to take it, and why people who don't need it don't get to take it.
Just do your best. Yeah, we want the best.
What's going to be a nightmare? Flamingo, the fact that I'm having fun and you're not, right? That's on you for having a terrible time. I shouldn't have to mention myself in order to feel my own spirit because they're trying to kill me so hard. Fucking enjoy some goddamn music. Now let me mute myself because I think yeah, this shit isn't. What? I just said thank you 10 times for paying it. What about you not paying it?
No, it was a TV show.
Did you want to speak up?
It was the British actor
Amen.
who was in The Wire. I forget what his name is.
I'm just gonna fucking shut the fuck up and learn Jewish history.
But I'm watching this show, and after 5 episodes, I realized this is a story of a black man who stops white hijackers from hijacking a Middle Eastern flight. And you don't realize it's a halfway in. Where's the mark? The one that was good. That was another, like, some sort of a hijacking type of situation, right? What's it called? Flight risk? Flight risk. Solid one. Yeah, Wahlberg plays a great psycho. He's got some darkness behind the eyes. He plays a great psycho. He's also very lucky to get up on 9/11. How lucky is that guy? What do you interested in? Give a heads up. I'm just saying, people just get lucky sometimes. Some people, him and Seth, who did Family Guy, Seth, reached the schedule to get American Airlines Flight 11. He changed his plans, took a different flight to Toronto, Canada, for a film festival instead. They made comments on it when he fought back against the hijackers. Not his story, but he would fight back. I mean, he's shredded. He's still shredded. But I don't buy that whole thing. And I have thoughts, Scudder. So, come on. Yeah, what do you think happened? Do you think that it was automatically flown into the towers, like the tower? Well, now you're getting into like high impact events and how there's like layers. There's so many layers to it because they have to ensure that the actual hijacking. So, do you think that those guys, that we found, luckily, was like an amazing coincidence that even though everything from the plane was destroyed in an incredible burning inferno, his passport, imagine if it floated safely into the ground. Was it singed? Yeah, it singed. I have a show called Doom Scrolling where we just watch all these conspiracy videos of local passport man, where they made a superhero just out of passport. I mean, let's watch. I mean, I'm not to make light of the trash. Go see the impact of one of the planes into the towers before the hijackers passed. Well, sometimes you just get lucky. Maybe God was the first. Can you show me the video of Can you see the video? Let's just imagine being a passport and saying, listen, it's your job. All the other people on board with passports, their passports, for whatever reason, didn't work. All those, like, American citizens with passports, all those people from other countries that were just here on vacation with their passports, those passports. Just go and check out New York. Should be cool. So let's watch the info. Watch this. Imagine if you're a passport. If you got your job.
Later, the shutters again. He says, just ordered delivery truck. Says,
that's what they're not showing you.
And therefore,
I want to see the real one. Where you find all the bang and then, see if you can find a video where it flies right into it. So, how is the world found through passport checks and the other three were not there? How it is so might impact on South Town. It's just like, those competitions on porn. By the way, 26 days on porn. Look at this. Okay, that one flew into the backside. You can see it from that. But you have that one where it's kind of up like here, and then it goes in, and then it like disappears. Okay, here it is. Let's watch this. Okay, so that we're seeing it from the other side too. But I've seen it from the other way. I've seen the plane actually fly in. So I have that angle, right? Yeah, it's from below up. Is that right? So, try that. That's it. That's it. So look, there's some papers flying out. Look, boom, put it on papers. That's class. There's no passport. Just making it through that. First of all, there's nothing left. That's just goo and incineration, fire, jet fuel. And the jets had just taken off. And so they had a full, they took off from Boston, which is very close. Very close. And so they had a lot of gas. How many
One was found below the World Trade Center, two were found in the crash site in Pennsylvania, and one was found in
Okay, well that's different. But the fires, the crash, one fire. That one's like, that's the magic bullet on steroids. That's crazy. And then someone to do those two, and then two other buildings. Nobody talks about building 5. The one, village one. They shot that out of the sky, right? I mean, but doesn't that one seem like they shot that out of the sky? Because that one is weird because the wreckage is spread out for miles. Like, it got shot out of the sky and slowly drifted to Earth going 500 miles an hour. Yeah, that's his passport. Is that it? Do they actually have the photo? It's pretty good. Where is that? Driver's license. Also, like, what would cause a passport that's on fire to not be on fire anymore? Just be curious. Why would it stop at his face? Just curious. I mean, once things are on fire and they made it out of paper and plastic, they don't stop being on fire until there's nothing else to burn. How does it stop? How do they do his face? Well, how about all these fires? This is the big debate on what tinfoil hat they made it all the time. You have all these houses in the city right in, and then there's all these trees out with fire. So then you get into the debate, like what causes fire? Oh, it's drought. Okay, but why are the trees okay? Because they have water in them. Well, is it a weed of drought or do we have water? And that's where you get into vibrations, like vibrations, like radio waves and stuff like that. Everyone thinks it's a dry. That's a big part of this. That people think it's natural. The fires across the radio waves. That's what well, some people are going down. Okay, so I want to tell you this story. So right around the Paradise fires, right after that, Eddie and I are doing tinfoil hat. We do Bakersfield first, and then we go to Sacramento. Those shows, someone from PSG shows up. What's PG? What is the PG&E, excuse me, the people who have the smart meters on board these houses, they're the ones who run the electricity and the power for all of California. First show we do in front of Bakersfield, a bunch of guys from 0 to 30 show up, and we're at PG&E. I'm like, oh, that's super interesting because that just happened. And then the next night in Sacramento, and I remember this very well because it was the last night I ever drank alcohol ever in my life. There was some hot blonde with fat rack. And I'm like, today my sobriety goes away. So I have a shot with her. She tells me she's from PG. So both nights in a row, we have people show up at our show from this company that everybody says could be behind it with these smart meters, okay? So I ask you a question before you go on. How big are the This is here in Bakersfield, is that what you're saying? The first show is Bakersfield, then there's the second show in Sacramento. And where do these people work? Where's their building? I mean, PG&E's all over California, right? So they were at different offices. Both of those places, a lot of people don't go to, right? Like it's when you, like when people go look, when I do a show at Bakersfield back when I lived in LA, they're like, oh, shit, someone came out here. Right? No one goes out there. So that's, I would imagine if you're at PG&E and you're stuck in some photo fucking town. I mean, it's possible. It's very weird that 2 shows in 2 nights. I'm just saying it's super weird, but it's also, it's like those people that work for these organizations, they like honestly just regular people living lives and they like your show. I like your show. I know I do. They just like so put the brakes on. So those fires. So Wednesday, Pacific Gas Line revealed to factors that utility equipment issues may have caused fires in some California counties, including Kern County. According to court documents, May 30th and 31st, Bell Ridge Fire burned 53 acres after a power line fell, causing the grass to catch on fire. The documents also say that continued worker identified a broken tie wire but was not fixed in time. So this is from 2019, right? So, caused fires including Fresno, Mariposa, and yeah. So I had somebody hit me up one time, and they were talking about how there's a weird percentage that insurance companies do. Whether our house could catch on fire, right? And fire insurance, stuff like that. This is a problem in California. You can't get fire insurance. Well, she was telling me that everyone on her block had like a really high rating, except for her house. And I go, well, does your house have a smart meter on? She goes, no. The only block that doesn't have a smart meter on it. She goes, holy shit, right? So, what's really interesting about the Sacramento show, besides the BG, is I'm outside on the balcony, right? I'm outside on the patio talking to everybody after the show. This woman comes up to me and she goes, you know, I live in paradise. I go, really? I go, what happened? She goes, I have to tell you the story. She goes, I was just chilling there, like on her porch or something like that. And she looked up and she saw this like silver cigar thing in the sky. Right, the silver cigar thing. And she said the lights were going back and forth. And this is right before the fire. Back and forth. And then she said suddenly the lights all just went boom. And then there were fires everywhere. And I did something about this story a long time ago. And suddenly videos now are popping up all over Twitter. If you go to my Twitter, SandTripoli.com, there's a video right now of a guy playing catch with his dog. And he throws the frisbee. And when the dog goes up to grab the frisbee, suddenly you see something just fly through the air. That is a silver like cigar looking thing.
How do you say it, Jennifer?
I see this video because there was a time where Eddie Bravo and I got and we thought that rods were flying through the air. We watched this documentary on rods. Rods.
Your goddamn fucking eyeballs.
This was one of the dumb ones. This was a really dumb one. So there's these things that supposed to be so fast through the sky that you could only see them in video footage. You couldn't see them with the naked eye. Turns out what it was bugs flying quickly close through where the lens is, and it's a video artifact. So it stretches these bugs out and makes them look like rods that are flying through the air. It's just because the video's not that good. So there was a show, I forget the show, something Finding Monsters or something like that, on History Channel, I believe. One of those shows, you know those shows? And they were trying to find out what rods were. So they set up cameras just to try to see if they could capture it with the film. And then they set up a super high-speed camera in the same location. And they did it over like a little campfire so that bugs would be flying around. And every campfire, whatever, some kind of bugs were flying around. And then they were filming it. And then on the high-speed camera, you could clearly see the bugs. But on the low-speed camera, you couldn't see these things are too good. Things we never identified flying through the air, but it's just video artifacts. Okay, this thing slows it down. It doesn't look like a bug. Let's see. Did you find it? It was like one of the newer videos I put out. What do you think it is? Think it's I don't believe it. If it's, do you know that we've identified crafts that have been going 200 miles an hour for so long? I'm telling you, here's a dog. The dog's gangster. That's okay. Steve Clinton, just as my kids, it shows you what it is. Okay, he's gonna slow it down. It's fast.
Basically up to the 19th century.
Do you think that there's a thing behind it? Is that, here's the thing, is that the inability of the video to catch it because it doesn't seem like it, because the video is catching it? I don't know enough about high-speed filming or about what this is, the slow-mo filming. Shit behind it's weird. You know, where it looks like it almost has like a jet coming out back. I think that is part of it. What do you think that is, Jim? Right, but what's that trail? You think that's a bug? Yeah, as it's moving fast, so it's stretched out as a video artifact, just like the rods that, you know, the video artifacts look like the wings of a bug, and there's the body, and there's a giant wings. Yeah, but what kind of bug looks like that? I mean, I think it's a perspective thing. I think the bug moves. Bugs move pretty fucking fast. Yeah, but bugs moving fast in the right direction. That far away, you're going to see it is little. It's so little that as it passes by, it gets small so quickly. It gives you the illusion of speed because it's so little. It disappears quickly. You ever see a mosquito? And you see it float through the air, and then it's gone. You can't find it because there's too little. Right? So they just, once they go a certain distance away, it's like they went a million miles far away. I mean, that is way right over the camera. That's what I think happened. I think it went right over the camera, and I think within a couple of seconds, it's like, look where it goes. It's like right, I think it's right over the camera in the right direction. And I think it only takes like, you know, a millisecond for a fucking bug to do that. Let's see it again. Watch, here it goes. Let's just on top of it. Here it goes. It's already gone. That is pretty fast. Maybe there's a certain type of bug that I'm not aware of that moves really fast, though. Where is that? Where is that supposed to be? I don't know where that comes from. That means a lot. But we need to know where it is. They've had crafts since before the Civil War. They were making crafts at like 200 miles an hour. Whose day and where did you get yours from? Before the Civil War, before 1865. Yeah. They had crafts that could go 200 miles an hour in the air. You could look it up. Pre-Civil War aircraft. Well, there was a bunch of like German scientists in America that were working with the US government. So this predates World War, right? I'm just telling you, right? It doesn't. Yeah. I don't know dates. I think it does, right? Isn't Orville and Wilbur Wright? Is that the end of the 1800s? Go on ChatGPT. When did Orville and Wilbur Wright fly the first plane? 1903. So you're telling me that in 1865, yeah? I'm telling you, in 1865, they had flying crafts that got, well, as far as it shows on it. I'm the truth. Okay. Where the fuck did you hear this? I had two guy, Joseph P. Farrell was on, and he's like amazing. And he was breaking down that there was Joseph P. Farrell's area of expertise in history. He does a lot of religion, particularly. Is he self-taught? No, he's really great. I mean, he's a self-taught. Would you look at the education and stuff, or is he just? He's written like 1,000 books on it. That's a lot of books, Dave. I can barely read one book. I'm stuck on Alexander II right now. And what is he saying? He's saying that in the pre-Civil War and during the Civil War, they had crowds that were traveling at 200 miles an hour. Okay. And you can find pictures of it. Well, there's pictures. There's drawings. There's drawings. Come on, Jamie, you're leaving me here. Hang on. Look at you. Look at you. It's got to be legit. There, it sounds so legit. You look up timeline, Joey, for so many years before they flew the first very primitive plane that could ever go forward. They credit those guys with developing the first plane. Oh, so is it like a blend? That's actually, I'm trying to think now. Listen, Jamie, get all this. It's true. That's true. No, it's a good point. Yeah, I think it could be a blend, right? When they first started doing blinks. That's why I was at the whole point of like Led Zeppelin. I think they wanted to make it for a blimp, so they like crash that shit in. Never mind. It's so crazy. You guys think I'm nuts. I'm just telling you, bro. Everything's a psyop. I love it. I want to hear more psyops. Oh, I'd rather go that way than the other way. That nothing's a psyop. I want to hear that everything's a psyop. Dude, so much you do conspiracy news, it'll be 10 times better than what you see on television. I was watching, my girlfriend can't stop watching MSNBC. It doesn't matter how much they lie to her. She's like dug in and that's her team, right? So I listened to Rachel Maddow the other day talking about like demonizing RFK Jr. about mRNA vaccines, right? Scrub, no, I don't. Please continue. So should we watch hours? No. So Rachel Maddow just completely told everybody if you get the vaccine, there's a 100% chance you won't get COVID. Now you're telling everybody how important mRNA vaccines are. It's like she was only off by 100%. It was a trying time. We didn't know. How did I know? I'm a Dick Joe comic who's functionally illiterate. Mistakes were made. Well, my part, no. Well, it's just, it was weird to me for a while, right? Because all of a sudden we're trusting the pharmaceutical drug industry. We're like, what happened, guys? What did we used to believe in? We used to think that big pharma was like trying to make money and you should really be taking organic food and, taking vitamins and eating healthy and drinking water and doing yoga. What happened? What happened? And everybody's like, inject me. What happened? And then, I live in California where they're all about my body, my choice, except for when it comes to vaccines. And I had arguments with people. I'm like, I thought my body, my choice, and you tell me I have to take a vaccine. No, it's different. It's not. It's not at all. Honestly, like it was to some people at the time, because some people got way more anxious about the pandemic than other people. Those people just, they reacted so strongly, they thought these other people that weren't doing the right thing were fucking it up for everyone, because that's what they believed at the time. The problem is, most of those people never kind of owned up to what they did, because they were wrong. And if we did get hoodwinked, and there's still people that are trying to defend it, and like, stop trying to defend it. The data's out. Didn't stop infection, didn't stop transmission. That alone would have stopped almost everybody from taking it, or a lot of people from taking it. And they knew that. They knew that from the jump. They never did studies on whether or not it would stop infection. They just wanted to see if it created antibodies. The whole thing is, when you listen to RFK Jr. talk about it, you're like, this can't be telling the truth. And then you find out it is. You're like, this is nuts. This is nuts. And then have you ever seen when they broke down what it would actually take to make, like 5 billion vaccines that they wanted for everybody? It would take 10 years. It was just the thing that it was, that they had done it in front of everybody, and everybody agreed to it. And then once they realized they agreed to it, and they realized they got duped, they don't want him to do it. They want to be like, not do what they can. There's Marxist, left-wing, like conferences do I see online where they're all masked? Dude, I'm fine when people are masked. They're still in masks. They're still in masks. Everyone else does have a mask. We're all living. They're wearing like super heavy masks. It's the Democrats MAGA hat. That's what it is. Yeah, it is. It's you let everybody know exactly what you vote for. You have a mask, you wear it everywhere. I love that. It's like I know who the retards are. There's like groups online where they talk about the importance of masking and they meet up and about how irresponsible these non-maskers are. And COVID hasn't gotten away, and I have respiratory this and infectious that and immune suppressant this and fuck, man. Yeah. What happened? It's still good. But it was just one cold that was a little harder than most flus. And everybody got duped. Yeah. And then you go, what about the 5G they're cranking up? What about what they're spraying in the skies that now is an acceptable fact that they're doing geoengineering of our skies? Like 5 years ago, you were a crazy conspiracy theorist. Now there's laws being passed about it. And you put all that together, you're like, that's how people get sick. It's weird, like even cloud seeding. which is like you can see the clouds and you can make it rain, but like, how exactly is the sun? How, you know what I mean? Like, what happens if you cause floods like they did in Dubai? Did you see that show? Camels just flying down the fucking Lamborghinis drowning.
Often used in line for time
Nothing about 200 miles an hour. What I felt multiple things talking about aircrafts, including helicopters used by
The South, the Confederate Army. I like my phone for a second just to see if I can find it.
I found the
They had that General Lee helicopter.
Here's the chance guy is talking about the history with his friend Beasley or something like that.
Who was saying this?
He was talking about what is his name? His podcast.
What's his name again, Sam? Joseph D. Farrell.
The Civil War leadership mission. My friend Victor Boston has written an interesting book called Origins of the Black Projects, World of Airships that exist in this country prior to the Civil War. But there's anything about the speed.
Yeah, we talked about it. It was either him or the 2 episodes later they talked about how it went 200 miles an hour.
And that's like a bunch of Congress to get funding or trying to get funding for some of this. There's nothing here about Civil War.
He's in like another one they got really Yeah. Closeted dog. Oh, maybe like everybody did back then. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking back then. So they just fucked.
They were like, together in the same bed.
No, that's true. You know, it's probably not that weird for us, but back then it was like excommunicated. But yeah, airships and airships. And there's just sort of like, so was that supposedly a thing where boats could get in?
Oh, yeah, so the boats are there back. We're seeing other flying machines here.
Okay, so what that looks like is like sails, right? Show me that thing. Look at that, Sam. Looks like sails, like a sailboat, but it has no base. So they just jump off a cliff with that. How do you get that bitch off the ground?
That was describing, I think it's this was a traveling gas thing that went along with it, so it's refueling right here. So it's a gas generator.
Okay, oh my God. See if you can look up 901. That's the episode. There's a picture of the craft that they had made. So they're just refueling these balloons with gas. These are their balloons. It's like literal like aircrafts. They are going 200 miles an hour. Okay. What are they? So that's why I bring it up is because if you know they got these silver cigar things. Like think about how long ago that was. Like that bug. Okay. Bug, spear, whatever you want to do. Whatever helps everybody sleep at night. You know what? Listen, they got the that's it. That's what they had in 2000. And the pre-Civil War. Supposedly, you might talk about it. Don't true that. You can find those on the internet. I don't know the specific. The guy's name's up in the corner. That thing can go 200 miles an hour. What's it powered by? Oh, that's it. It's guys with NYMCA arrows. The secret shit. Yeah, I'm a target. I do that. I want to know what the images. What power? Yeah, these are them. These are the crafts that they have. They were working on. So a person gets inside their fucking thing. Yeah, look at that. And then there's a propeller back there. Who was working on this? The South. The North. The North in Germany. The South.
No,
You said the South. Oh, South is a different kind of thing. So this thing is different. Yeah, whatever this is. So is it a bunch of fans? I don't know. It looks like a bunch of fans, right? They had that way back in the 1850s. Look at those guys. I think that was 200 miles an hour. I think somebody lied. Step right up. Just think what kind of dominance you could have at that time with that kind of craft. Yeah, even that quick.
Back then they used to thought if you went that fast, you were going to explode.
Right. Yeah, these things they thought that before the trains. Germany basically funded the North. But they needed money because, Lincoln was issuing greenbacks. I only had one in my house. I bought a Lincoln greenback cleaned out. It was pretty sweet. I bought it for that. I forget how much I paid for it, but yeah, it's like one of my favorite things I have. But what is this, Jamie? You guys throwing a baby? Sacrificing a child for the air god. So, do you think that most of the UFO sightings that people see are U.S. government crafts? Do you think it's back engineered stuff? Or do you think we invented all the technology? These entities that give us the technology. I mean, it goes back to what we talked about before about, that whole thing when it was Eisenhower made a deal. And that's where the missing 401 comes from. People who disappear in force. There's really weird connections between all of them. They tend to be of German descent, of higher IQ, and they just disappear in forest. And anybody has a really interesting theory about it. About how there's all these movies about all these people dying in forest and everyone dying in the ocean, It's scary from going out there. I'm afraid of sharks. I don't want to go out in the ocean, but what's going on in the ocean? We see stuff coming out of the ocean all the time. What's going on way deep down there? Well, sharks are real. Sharks are real. You should be scared of them. The ocean is unforgiving. Alligators. It's a irrational fear. Come on. Fear the ocean very much. Jaws makes this thing boomerang your face, right? When probably before that, nobody's thinking about sharks. Well, Jaws is based on real event, right? They had anti-gravity gas in World War. I mean, in Civil War.
Yes, apparently it was something. This guy that was shooting with the guy who was great with the drawings. He was in something called the Sonora Aeroplane. Also, they found all this in a junk pile. She moved somewhere in Texas in 1850. They found it in the 60s.
Yeah, they were working with German scientists. Gas for lift and propulsion.
It's like some sort of, I guess, secret aero club or a bunch of guys over in that's what they're saying, I guess.
But what does that mean, anti-gravity fuel? I'd like to have someone read that knows what the fuck those words mean. Not even real. It doesn't sound like a fuel determined. It's based on our timelines and this notion that we came from cavemen. I don't think I think there's been multiple civilizations that just keep getting reset. I think that's true. Yeah, I agree with that. I think there's a lot of really compelling evidence that shows that. Have you seen Jesse Michael's video? He's got a video on those tridactyl mummies in Peru where he went down there and had them CAT scanned and had them. Tridactyl, what's good that we'll go to that right after this gas. Gas. Does it say it's bullshit? It's like, how's it going to defy gravity? Unless you're talking about, just lift like a helium balloon. That's kind of anti-gravity gas. It's hard. But that's not what I think of. When I think of anti-gravity, I think of space tech that allows you to shoot giant distances instantaneously, like you hear about with these crafts. But if let's just say this is real, and I do believe it's real, 100%. What do they have now? I mean, it's so far down the line. I mean, that's so long ago. It's like 175 years ago. That technology, I think they have. If it's true, I don't know how many flight enthusiasts in the mid-1800s or whatnot that people would have been interested in flying. I guess we could do it. The Nazi belt, which is a big part of World War II that nobody ever talks about. Right, that was like a flying craft that they were trying to develop. Right. So the Nazis were apparently trying to come up with a bunch of different shapes for crafts. One was a bell, right? One was kind of a flying saucer light, right? I mean, that's how part of my history. Have you ever heard of Circle Orbit? I always wondered. That's what I always wondered when they talk about stuff like that, like the Nazis trying to make a flying saucer. Was that because they were trying to emulate something that they had seen? Or that there was some sort of a hidden historical record of it? Because if only the people that are at the head of the military today or the head of these military contractors really know whether or not they're back engineering UFOs. If there are, they have them. And if they don't know about them, they don't exist where the other companies have them. Right? So, you gotta wonder, what were the Nazis doing? Were they trying to emulate something that they knew existed? When did governments, if there really is a real phenomenon, if this isn't just total gaslighting and propaganda and bullshit to get you to believe that aliens are out there because they've got like crazy high tech that's 50, 60, 70 years past what we really think. Both of those things are hard to believe, right? It's hard to believe that the government would get behind the kind of program that would develop a genuine anti-gravity engine that can move through space and time, that can go through the ocean, that makes a device transmedium, creates like a portal around it where it exists completely independently of everything that we're experiencing in 3D space. It just goes through stuff. The idea that they have that kept it secret seems kind of crazy. I'm not saying it's possible.
What I'm saying by that is, like, you hear famous stories of people whose fathers worked at Area 51, and he never once told them what they did.
Oh yeah, people keep their mouth shut. They also know that they have to keep their mouth shut because if you don't, you can get in real trouble. You know, if you have top secret clearance and you go blabbing, they're listening to everything you say. They're checking your emails. They know. 100%. I think people keep secrets. I really do. And they have you looking over here when it's really over here. They do that all the time. Like Area 51 is kind of like the shiny object. Everyone's, oh, there's crazy. And then it's really the mountain that's like 10 miles away that they've hollowed out as force. Or the software. Or you get into NASA, right? Everyone thinks it's in Houston. The real NASA is in Huntsville, Alabama. So this is a funny story. So Eddie and I are doing stand-up. And we're doing the two full half comedy night. And we do Nashville, we pack it out. Zanies, I think it is. We pack it out great. So they sent us to Huntsville. And we're doing, I'm like, yeah, man, we're going to be stamped in Alabama. This is going to be great. Let's go. So we drive up, we get to the hotel, we go to the comedy club, and the fucking parking lot is packed, and we're like, dog, we packed this motherfucker. It's gonna be great. Well, it's like Sharon Underwood or one of those black female comics is performing there, and she's all her crop. No, it's not her. It's one of the daytime talk show. I forget what her name is. No disrespect. She's hilarious. She packed it up, and it's her crowd. So she runs the show goes and all of a sudden, her crowd leaves, and our crowd comes in, and it's 45 people, and I'm like, oh, fuck. And I just keep looking up there going, fuck. And he's going, I know we're in trouble because Sam's always positive about it, and you just can't stop yelling fuck. So we do the show, 45 minutes, it's a great show, we have a great time. We get off stage, the sound guy comes up to me, he goes, whoever sent you here, sent you up to fail. Because this is the real NASA. This is where all of the satellites are controlled from. This is where Von Braun went when he came to America. And in Huntsville, Alabama, into the late 80s, we were not allowed to talk about how he was a Nazi because they had all convinced themselves that he was forced to do it against his own will, and even though he was a horrible person. If you hear the stories about the real Nazi, yeah, they convinced themselves that he did it against his own will. So that's where the real. So they always have you look over here when everything's going on over here. Well, that one looked wrong. At this point, you know, they hit it in the 1960s because they wanted all those amazing engineers. So they got some evil motherfuckers. There's a video out there. It's called American Nazi 60 Minutes. Can you look it up? It's basically what 60 Minutes did really good work. And they interviewed this Boston. It was like he wanted to get down to what was going on. Why are all these Nazis here? Why isn't anyone getting it? And so he's pressing, he's doing like Freedom of Information Act. And he's pressing, and one day they got to agree to it. So the CIA says, you can look at these documents, you can't take pictures, and you can't take notes. You can just read it. So he reads it, and he finds out that basically what happened was a Rockefeller, Nixon, and I think it was Eisenhower, form a committee, and they're all the ones that are probably memo from
Also,
dislocated.
the Taiwan
Yeah, so you got all these guys on this is part of it, but that's I never knew that. Like if you're going in hiding, dude, why would you change your name? None of them change their names. Yeah.
Sometimes
Right, none of them change. Yeah, that was it. So 82 U.S. agency by cover up Nazi spy program. 60 minutes, 20 an hour. Yeah. With Nixon, Rockefeller, and Eisenhower, imagine 60 minutes doing that today. Would never happen. Yeah, but we talked to them. Hey guys, yeah, let's not. Right, let's not go there with Nazis. Shut the fuck up. I agree. They're American heroes. They got us on the moon. Shut the fuck up. No, they are talking about 1 minute. What it's like if you don't know what war we're doing, or nothing about World War II. Live peacefully in Argentina. What is that? Carter tried to get him out there. Let's scroll back up. It says John Loftus, a former prosecutor of Justice Department Office of Special Investigations that was set up in 1980 by President Carter to root out Nazi collaborators, made the allegations in an interview with Mike Moss on the CBS program. So, I had Nazi collaborators were given jobs in the United States, and someone later sent to the Soviet Union and parachute teams in an unsuccessful attempt to perform assassinations and start civil wars. That is crazy. Flying Nazis into Russia to start civil wars. So this guy I think dark journalist, he does really great work. He's talking a big reason why JFK was assassinated, that NASA was involved, because JFK wanted to give Russia all these documents and information they had that they should have because he didn't want them to think that they were like nuclear planes, like dropping bombs and stuff. And because NASA was so full of Nazis and they still hated the Russians, they didn't want that to happen. There's multiple reasons. It says the State Department's Office of Policy Coordination is the first covert spy agency set up in the United States, predating the CIA by several months. Smuggled several hundred Nazi collaborators into America, hundreds, after World War II for intelligence purposes. Wow. Marty Frank, Massachusetts today, called Big House. He's got some big ones. Also before radio, I'll bring the paper. Interesting. I don't remember. But it's kind of crazy that they hit it, and then all these guys working fast had Nazi tooling scars. They interview Nazis who still defended everything they did. None of them changed their names. They all just defended what they did. And it was crazy. It's a crazy video to watch. That's crazy.
It's Iron Chef. Where's my kitchen? For real. I came actually this year. And while I'm at it, I have to multiply. I can't. I love them, but I what I have to do because there's nothing else to do. I guess we should add anything. And then this shit is
we're still trying to find out what the fuck happened to JFK.
Black. Right now, and
what'd she do? I don't know exactly her role in it, but she's supposedly some motivation, like kind of something. So what she does, they'll release the house. That's the families of everybody. That's why they're slow rolling this out, because they don't want anyone who's still alive to fix any prosecution. My question was always, though, what could possibly be in there? It's not like you showed up
that shit's so much fun. You know what the fuck it is. Tell them that thing.
It's like, what do you think they're going to do? What their name and what they were? You know, they're never going to know this is one thing, what she was saying about the videos. That's crazy. Well, that's so much fun. They waited if he didn't try.
The last time you got it,
and why would they release the names? They could have the names unless you're going to put on the list and in the video. Why would they give it away? Why would the intelligence agencies do that? When they control those people.
goddamn quick. I'm my own favorite. Right now. Rabbi.
Politicians who are pushing all this fucking bullshit, COVID or BLM or Nazi Zionism and all this shit. I go, what weird shit did they got you on video? Weird shit. Damn body was a problem. Jeffrey Epstein thing. And now she's like, yeah, there's no video in the Department of Florida. Bullshit. So when the first time he gets arrested, she was part of the process. She was part of the process. Some AG, like, or something in Florida. Yeah.
I'm you're like,
well, yeah, you do it. But there's so
everybody taking the edge.
That's what's nuts, watching it play out. Watching these powerful people sort of huddle up together and hold the line. They got all these hunters, and they're doing a great job getting these guys out of the streets. But they're all at low. It makes you feel like, oh, we're doing something. No, you're just getting low-level guys out.
It's not that I don't know what
trying to make it seem like these guys are a part of it. You know, if you're a 17-year-old going to a comedy concert, and then you know your parents still, you're not part of it. You know, it's like 80% of the children go missing.
Like,
people don't understand that. It's like really dark ass shit. Remember, there was a story that was some sort of a television show about a scandal that involved child sex trafficking politician. It was like in the 90s or something.
Come back.
They constantly had
Lie.
sometimes TV show different stories. The one store was giving the
And not fucking die. So fuck. Hold on.
there was some sort of a story that I can't remember.
It's like that. Oh, thank God.
Was it the Franklin scandal or the Finder scandal? Where the silence. The damn exposes systematic exploitation of convicts, which involves
everything. I like it all. I'm having a good time. What do I like? Everything. What do I not like? There's nothing I don't like. Society sucks. I told you from this one. But actually, because I am here to do something for not doing it. No one ever said something. People, you don't want to go to them. They never say that. I care about you. So let me tell you.
They find out who's commenting on these videos, what they're into.
You know that. Put it on my face. That's fucking check in. We had a schedule, boy. We had a good schedule. You want to bring her over? I'll play nice. You keep doing that. Before you're going to hire me. I'm never going to. I'm going to tell you how you two guys is here. Like,
that's what they did with the super smart guy, so they can throw this stuff and they fracture it. Well, it was fun enough. My job wasn't touched for like 7 days. See, what
the fuck are you doing? And these fucking where the fuck it comes from?
And they put them in the Harvard Ellis District. And so the studies involved like Hebrew nation, crazy shit. In fact, this is how we had a deprogram a guy who got broken from childhood because he got left alone. Their entire response was supposed to have contact with the person.
My ass fucking on, and every about
and then
all I can think about is like,
these LSD
if
stuff.
somebody's stuck in the dick, it's not that I'm here, but I do because this person here with me, someone looking thing together right now, getting addicted. We already said next layer. So right now, what's taking so long? It should have taken.
Eventually in Montana, that's where he was launching the bombs out of like sending shit to tribal
You know.
that whole Kavanaugh trial. He started. Was he from Berkeley? Did he teach at Berkeley? Yeah, briefly talked. That's all area of the world. That Kavanaugh trial. Everyone was a giant charade. To figure out his history. Because the woman who accused him at the CIA program at Stanford, they didn't want you to look into that Kavanaugh was
Yeah, I did.
he wrote
I have no more need.
he wrote the Patriot Act.
I'm not glad.
They didn't want you looking at, so they made it too sexual. The Patriot Act will help fight the Patriot Act. He doesn't believe in warrantless entering the houses. He thinks the president's above the law. They didn't want you ever discussing that stuff, so they make it a sex trial. And by a woman who has deep connections to the CIA. Her father was in charge of funding for black ops operations. So she's spooked to the core. And
Somebody,
she says this stuff.
it's just
That
about
was a diversion. It wasn't really that she was talking about. It was just to get you to concentrate on that and not for people to focus on 100%. Where'd you read that?
Whatever all their things are, should I take you towards you? Are you crazy?
This guy did something in school. He journaled about it. Who journals? I don't want this journal in my life. My buddy told me that. Nobody else has ever journaled. So it's easily refuted, but it's you know, contentious. Everyone's paying attention to it. Yeah. All these like female comics in LA are commenting on it. That's really what it is. What a great way to use social media and the whole outrage machine. It's a smoke screen. Because the outrage machine it's so fun to pull the buttons. You know, like we need release something. Release the crackers, release all that stuff. People love to get involved too because it makes you feel like you're part of a movement. It gives you it gives you something. I stumbled across this one day. I remember we found out information about that state or on the island. Right. No. I used phone data and did like cross references. Like this person's been here, and Bill was with people on like this mountain, here, and here, and here, so it's most likely could be this person. Arena shows, they were clips, right? And it was all sensational. How did she blow $1 million filling arenas? They tried to manufacture grassroots because they know that's what killed Hillary Clinton. You know, Bernie Sanders is doing arenas and Hillary Clinton's doing jumping numbers in a cafeteria of like 40 people. So they realized the illusion of that. What that shows them, they're following her. So when they run her off, they go, we can't let this happen again. So we have to
make money like that at anywhere. Because I ain't
Grateful Dead concert. People just following her around everywhere.
I don't need
They're making a living do it. There's also people that are professional protesters, which is wild. This guy's been documenting people protesting in different places, and he's talking about how much to get paid. Well, you people are making a living protesting. How is that?
My eyes.
You can't tell someone that they don't believe it. Well, some people are dumb.
Don't worry, you don't want to be
I'm here and just collect checks and get a sandwich. Why not? There's always
Yes, that's time. Talk about Ed, here's your tip from Les. Because you know me now I get to do my job. Feed me 2 times. I'll tell you all how to work for that money.
You know? Yeah, I just think you're just born with a bad brain.
And then and not everybody has this fucking let it.
How many people are doing that? How many people are working in print jobs just like sucking in all that fucking chemical fumes? Well, that did your dome. That can't be good. You know, about when you took it as a child. Oh, yeah. Lead and gas when we were young. That shit was everywhere. We got lead poisoning in the brain for sure. Drops your IQ a little bit. Measurable. We talked about that the other day. They fucking knew that lead was going to poison people. They put it in anyway because they can save money. They should really consider shit about what? Lead gas in my mouth lab? No. I didn't really cause that. The reason they wanted to get lead out of paints is because they made it hard for decent people. That's why all these houses have glass windows for walls. They're like, look at your amazing view through this glass window. It's much like flipping shells. And they took our wall, giant glass there. The theory is that it's easier to look through that. And, you know, now they've discovered that there's these street vans driving around. They can work through your walls and watch what you do. Is this too much? How are they looking through your wall? How are they using it? I know they can go with Wi-Fi now. Yeah, that's basically what they're doing. Yeah, they just Wi-Fi is bananas. The fact that they have technology that allows you to see like 3D images in a row based on how the Wi-Fi is somehow or another like sending it back to them. Like what is Wi-Fi even doing to you? What is happening to you if this shit is just a rental of design faster for your cells? They can see it, but I'm repeating the fact they can see it. You know, like everyone's scared of radar machines, right? Everyone's scared of going through an X-ray, right? You don't want that. The guys give you the X-ray machine behind the giant wall protector. They go fucking hide. They go hide in and we're just cool with Wi-Fi. Just level. It's not as bad as an X-ray, but it's this weird low-level signal. They say it fucks up bees, right? At least cell phones. They say it fucks up bees. Really? I don't know if it's ever happened to you. New contact lenses give people infrared vision even with their eyes shut. Sci-fi style technology uses nanoparticles to convert infrared light into visible light that humans can see. Fucking yo. How about those bright vision goggles that they had to change the color because they were seeing things that weren't on the radar? I think it was like red. They were doing aliens. They were seeing things flying around them and they were flipping out because they had red night vision goggles. And that's why they changed it to either green or blue. Because the rest with red they show up, they don't show up enough. Yes. That's perfect.
There was a
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you. So Jesse Michaels released a new video. He went down to Peru, and these people have been telling him about these mummies. They're like, you have to see them in person. They are humanoid, but they don't seem to be human. They have a different amount of ribs, but they have like all the cartilage and all the ligaments and all the bones and everything is in place that makes him look like, if you go to Jesse's show, go to his YouTube channel, because he's got some video footage of the actual like CAT scans and they're showing you the tissue. Look at those skulls, bananas. So this is Jesse's take. I'm paraphrasing. I don't know why I fucked this up, but some of these things are forgeries. Some of these things are just fake stuff. It's just like an art piece that someone created. But he thinks they actually have some of them that appear to be a real creature. And this real creature has 3 toes and 3 fingers, and there's depictions of these in Peru, in these ancient like carpets and ancient leaves that are hundreds of years old. I think even 1,000 years old. So some of these they think are 1,700 years old, and some of these are as recent as 400 or 500 years old. Look at this tissue, elongated skulls, but like look at how everything is in. Like if this is a piece of art from 1,700 years ago, somebody created this. That's nuts, man. That's an amazing piece of work. If it's really just it's not art. They've managed to find some creature that might have been another type of human that we didn't know existed. There might be. Then find out, and Jesse was telling me this on the phone, like, look at this is the scan of this thing's bone structure. This is the actual thing. How nuts is that, man? If that's fake, that's fucking extraordinary because it looks like a real creature. I mean, the amount of detail. It looks incredibly real. I mean, this is incredibly real. And the head is very different than ours. Very different than ours. Elongated. But also matches up with so many descriptions that people have had encounters with beings, including the James Fox movie Out of Contact about Virginia, Brazil in the 1990s. They describe things that look exactly like this, very small, like 3 feet tall, 3 fingers, 3 toes. That's what these things are. Like, they might have been another form of human that we just don't have any evidence for. But like Denisovans, we just found recently. I think it was in the last decade, right? And then there's those new people with this exposure.
I'm not going to die yet.
December of 2024, they released this paper. Found another type of human. The Flores people, the Hobbit people in Flores, that's like, I think the 90s. It's interesting. It's like, there's a bunch of stuff that we're just now finding out, but we want to be rigid and pretend that we know the entire landscape as far as like what different type of humanoid exists. What the fuck is that? If that really is 1,700 years old, that's George 700 years old. If that really is that, and that's a real being, and there's more than one of them has a fetus inside of it, they think also has 3 fingers and 3 toes. So they're trying to get better scans on this thing, but it has a fetus inside of it. Like if that's a hoax, like what? Like I want to know. Who carbonated it? What's the results? Have they done it more than once? Okay, do we know for sure how old it is? Yeah, one of them has like an implant on the back of its head. Yeah, I can't recommend this episode enough. Alien Mummies Found in Peru. It's on Jesse Michaels' channel. American Alchemy, great fucking show. And he goes deep, and he actually went to Peru to see these things and get them studied and scanned. And there's biologists that are looking at this that are saying this is a real creature. Whatever this is, we need to do more tests and find out more. And they're very suspicious about the actual location in which the guy said that he found them, because basically these are like great robbers that find these things. Yeah, and they found more than one. But the crazy thing is, show them the ancient art from Peru shows 3-fingered, 3-toed beings, because they look just like that. 100%. This art is
This thing needs to die.
This is all Jesse's.
You'll die.
Just go watch that episode. My theory on our reality is every movie you've ever watched in your life all going on at the same time. All of these movies
You
just
want that
tell
kid
you what's really going on. Aliens,
Is that really in the world? I think you nice too.
Based on your religious beliefs is what I want. So
That's my choice. When I disappear, it's all that matters. Right?
So
And
you
I'm
only see what you want to
and
see,
not
and
the
it shows up in a form that is acceptable to you. And so I think, yeah, so you got to put 100%. 100%. One of the crazy stories ever told to me was by a guy I met at a show.
you want to know why?
He was telling me he did a show where people would send in their like weirdness stories.
I don't know why it works.
Was
Good morning.
his girlfriend and dog. And they pull him for a second because then the dog takes off. So he goes and chases him through the woods. And he looks at his dog. His dog's getting up. He looks up. There's like what seems to be a giant green screen with something crawling on it. And they're just staring at it. And then the thing stops, noses them. They're camouflaged stuff. He looks down at his dog and he ran back and abandoned him. And he ran back. His girlfriend saw him. They're like, let's get the fuck out of here. And that gets into like, kind of like the whole, again, missing 401 is that it's almost like Grand Theft Auto. You ever drive to Vegas and Grand Theft Auto has to render itself forever. So the whole theory is that these people go missing because the simulation doesn't want to render for just one person, and that's why they disappear. That's possible. Let me give you another possibility. Getting lost in the woods is easy. Getting out of the woods is hard. You can easily starve to death trying. You can easily break a leg, get injured, and no one would ever find you. Is that what the odds of you right now? No. Well, listen. The odds of you getting found if you die in the deep wilderness are not very high. They might find your clothes, but your body will be scavenged. All kinds of animals will eat you. They'll drag your bones away. There'll be nothing left. If there's bears in the area, there might literally be nothing left. If there's pigs in the area, there'll be nothing left. Nothing. They'll eat your bones. They'll eat everything. There'll be nothing left. So if you're just a person and you go missing, and you're in the deep woods, like miles in, you're in a bad place, and they might not ever find you. That's just a fact. There's too much acreage to look over. There's millions of acres of public land that people could just go into, and people go missing. You can't find them. Have you ever heard of cadavers dogs? Sure. Yeah. And how they like these people disappear and then they're found totally somewhere else and they can't remember what just happened to them. That's the transformers. Yeah, I just saw that one. Yeah, that is a crazy story. Yeah, he was one of the more interesting people that I've talked to that have had experiences. Because he, I'd say the same about Bob Lazar. They don't seem like they're lying. They don't seem at all like they're lying. Lazar seemed like he was telling me, this is going to sound crazy, but here's a story. That's what it seems like. Like, it did not seem like a guy making up a story. And then you go back and see him talking about it in the 1980s. He's talking about the same place, exact same time. I think the more time goes on. So that's the meeting with Eisenhower, where he makes a deal with them, with the aliens. They want to be able to do tests and kidnap and all that stuff. But he makes a deal that you can only do it in the forest. You can't do it in the regular places. So that's why people go missing in the forest. Now, obviously, bad things happen to people. You never get hear from that again, but supposedly these people disappear and then they're found a couple days later in a totally different place and they can't remember what just happened. Well, if I was going to do it, I mean, I had a bit in my act about it. That's what I would do. I would plan on the White House one. I'd find some dude cooking meth. Snatch him up and like go tell somebody. You're not going to know anybody. They don't believe you. Yeah, but that's if you're just looking for biological studies. If you're just doing tests on people. A lot of people have talked about hybridization programs that they're exposed to like their children. Like they had been multiple times they had visited and they were shown like a human alien hybrid that they were told is their child. Dude, that is crazy. Yeah, guys getting fucked by female aliens. Female aliens like hold them down right in their dick. Like actually having sex with them.
Trannies are from the future.
No, I don't think they're trannies. I think they're aliens. They're just a different kind of whatever the fuck we are. I think we're a combination of whatever some intelligent, advanced species, whatever, the God ultimately for the whole thing, for the whole lives. But I have a feeling, just like we've done weird shit and created poodles, I think someone might have come here and, for lack of a better term, monkeyed around with our genes and added some good shit. You know, and that's in a lot of ancient texts, man. That's in a lot of ancient depictions of how the gods created man.
And that's how the Nephilim's come. Fallen angels, daughters of God.
It gets weird. That's where it gets weird because nobody wants to even consider the possibility that we have been genetically engineered. No one wants to consider it because it's kind of crazy, but also, guys, look how different we are than everything else.
Yes.
I mean, it's kind of weird.
Yes, and they can't explain the jump from monkey to man.
Yeah.
There's no link to that.
Well, there's links. I mean, there are transitionary fossils. Like you can see, like Australopithecus, you can see the different ones. But there's a lot of weirdness in there that it doesn't cover, and one of them is the doubling of the human brain size over a period of like between, I think it's somewhere around 1 billion or 2 million years. The human brain size doubled, and it just they're like, what happened? What happened? Maybe it was mushrooms. Maybe it was also maybe mushrooms are aliens, and that's real possible. That it's an alien life form that like exists on our planet and gives you enlightenment if you can survive.
I want to microdose their jujitsu. That's what I've done. Yeah. I would love to. Didn't you just have that one politician I'm talking about? The book of Enoch.
Oh yeah, unbelievable. Yeah.
You know, it's like that's a super. You know, you bring up Gnosticism, Christians go get really upset. I don't know what the answer is. You know, I mean, I'm not a spiritual man. It's like one God, Jesus is my savior, and that's what I'm into right now. Makes me happy and vibrate at a higher level. But if you study Gnosticism, you know, the whole story of the demiurge is very interesting. That's where fallen angels made with the daughters of men come from, and that's where the original feminist was. The first ever feminist was Sophia, who was the feminine energy of the universe. And literally, she was like, "I don't need a man," right? She literally said, "I don't need a man," and she creates life, and she instantly knows she made a mistake, which sounds like every single mother to me, right? So she creates the demiurge, and the demiurge doesn't understand about the higher table of God, and he thinks he is God. And a lot of people believe the first God of the Testament is the demiurge. And his whole thing is about just basically he wants to destroy humanity. That's kind of what everyone talks about in Satan. But Sophia gave us the spark of life. She gives us a spark of life. No, like, go back to the time when they were writing the Bhagavad Gita. I would love that. Yeah, I think about that all the time. Yeah, like what are these flying crafts you're talking to? Yes, dude, and Vedic texts. And so you talk about fallen angels. A lot of people think that's a Christian mumbo jumbo. I don't believe it is at all, because the Vedics talk about it and the Hindus talk about it, about God trapping entities in this realm that we live in. So I think the Vedics were for the Hindus, I think, are 2 or 3, and then we have the 33%, which is the fallen angels. And then they come down, they get trapped here, and that's the whole thing about transhumanism, is that they're trying to figure out how to get out of here.
Have you ever seen Lazar talk about the weirdest shit that he heard in his ass?
No, what was
He said the weirdest shit was they said they had a very thick file that was about religion. And basically what it boiled down to is, at least what this file was saying, was that they view us as containers.
Yes.
And he wasn't specifying containers of what, like containers of souls, like I don't know, like that's the terminology they use. They view us as containers. Can you imagine if like a soul is an energy that you have to farm or that you have to extract, just like how we extract oil from the earth? The souls are things you extract. And so you need to grow a bunch of them. So you need people to just fuck up a storm and clutter up a planet And really what you're doing is just farming souls.
That's so
Imagine you think that you're an OnlyFans model, and you're a DJ at a strip club, and you're a football player, and you're a top scientist, and you're this and you're that, and everything. But really, on the highest level, you're just in a farm. You're in a farm, and there's a super intelligent entity that's above and beyond anything you could ever comprehend. And the only thing it doesn't have is souls. So you need souls, because souls are a real element. It's just like you need cobalt to make a battery. Yeah, you need to believe you actually need a soul. Or the battery that runs the simulation. So deep, dude. Why is that weirder than black holes? You know, why is that weird? I was watching this thing on Twitter yesterday. I still say Twitter. They were discussing this black hole that's as big as our galaxy. That seems weirder. That seems even weirder than we were genetically engineered. We were genetically engineered. Seems like some shit that we would do. Yeah. Like I've had Ben Lamb and Beth Shapiro on from Colossal. Those are the people that brought back the dire wolves. Yeah. Like, what are we doing? By the way, do you know what else that guy did? What else? That guy created it so that you can store files in DNA. You can actually store files. So I had a guy out, he's like, you know where the Epstein files are? They're in somebody's DNA. That's what they get. You can look it up, Jamie. The guy literally created that you can put files in people's DNA. Well, that is such a guy that did that book. The one who did the dire wolf. Well, they're doing a bunch of stuff. That's Ben Lamb. They're doing a bunch of stuff. And, you know, they're eventually going to bring back the mammoth. Oh, and they're going to, yeah. I don't know. It seems like some Jurassic Park shit. What does that do? You know, this is like the beginning of the movie. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Weird shit you're bringing back. The thing is, if what's the purpose of it, though? What's your thought on why we should be bringing these back? Because it's that's it. And sometimes that simple answer is right. Yeah, sometimes you bring things back just because it's cool. Should you bring back dire wolves and let them loose? No. They're bigger than regular wolves. They're super powerful. You're making a mistake. Like, regular wolves are hard enough to deal with. And dire wolves might very well like to hunt people. It's like super possible. Yeah, it's like introducing those anacondas or boas into like the Florida Everglades. Yeah. It's like they're just dominating. Just bring regular wolves and they'll place fucks everything. Yeah. Like, what's going on in Colorado? How about the cute animals? Can we bring back cute ones? Yes. That's not like cutie pies. Bring back the cutie pies. But then they're all going to get eaten. Because you're going to have to eventually let them go, and then something's going to fucking prey on them. And then you're going to have a disaster. Or they're going to wind up eating a bunch of shit that they're not supposed to eat. They're going to kill some species off. That happens all. It's like Australia's like got multiple cases of like different animals they brought in to combat different animals, and now they have like feral cats everywhere. Jeez, have you ever heard of orphan trains? Have you ever heard of the orphan trains? This reminds me of the orphan train. I remember when I was a kid, I would see cartoons, and they're like, "This orphan train's gonna go off the tracks." And I'm like, "Why are there a bunch of orphans in the trains?" And then you start getting into what that really is. This is where Cabbage Patch Dolls come from. Genetically, yeah, what the fuck are you saying? Orphan trains, dude. What is an orphan train? The theory is, you know, they kind of did this in Canada with the indigenous, where they sent them to other parts of the country so they couldn't learn any of their culture. And basically the thought is that either they brought kids from where they were born and brought them to the other parts of the country and gave them to the elites to raise as children and do whatever they wanted to do with them. Okay, it says orphan trains were large-scale social experiment in the United States where orphaned, abandoned, or homeless children were transported from crowded eastern cities to rural areas in the Midwest to be adopted or placed in homes. Between 1854 and 1929, an estimated 200,000 to 250,000 children were relocated primarily by the Children's Aid Society, and its founder, Charles Loring, praised this movement is considered a precursor to the modern foster care system. So that's a very clean version of it. Right. But the whole belief is that these are the children of, I'm just going to throw a name out, Tataria or stuff like that, and that they're the children of this to kind of erase history. Well, it gets even crazier into Cabbage Patch dolls, right? These Cabbage Patch kids, and they had these world fairs where they would literally sell, like, incubated children. Have you heard of that? And Jerry Seinfeld says both his parents were those type of kids.
What
is incubated children? Because if you look up World Fair Cabbage Patch doll kids, basically almost like science-grown, science laboratory children. What are you saying?
What? You can't hear Jack. Something weird about that one. Right. What is it? Well, I'll show you. We're not anywhere.
Cabbage Patch is the history of repopulation postcards. And Seinfeld says his parents are both, and they would have displays at World where you could go and get a kid.
Wait a minute. What do you mean his parents were? What do you say his parents were made in a lab? Is that what you're saying?
I think he said his parents were either orphan trained kids or Cabbage Patch kids. And a lot of people think that's where the NPCs come from.
Orphan trained kids would mean that his parents were orphans and they were shipped off to another hand, whatever. They were Midwest.
You know, but that's what he said.
I have to Google that. That sounds like a
Essentially crazy
enough
thought.
to make sure that that's correct.
Okay.
That sounds crazy. But about the shows, I don't understand what the Cabbage Patch thing is, though. What are you saying? That
They were cloning kids.
Well, when was cloning even possible? When did it first become possible? Hundreds of years. There's a thumbnail that links all three things he's talking about. I don't know where this is. Bro, you go down the long Reddit threads, don't you?
No, dog. I'm really on like
Cabbage Patch babies, so they're growing them in a Cabbage Patch, and then World's Fair incubator babies.
Look at that guy over there holding two babies up. These are incubator babies.
So what is an incubator baby?
Sounds
Is it raised entirely in an incubator? Like, what does that mean?
how early that incubates.
Boardwalk contractions save thousands of premature babies' lives. Oh, okay, so it's premature births.
That sounds like, I don't know, man, because supposedly you can get a kid at the World Fairs.
But I do know that people do that when a child is premature, right? They put them in an incubator. That's
But the word is that you can get a kid there.
so you can buy a kid.
Yeah.
So someone would have this premature birth and then put the kid up for sale.
Maybe. I mean, that's what this is trying to tell us. I don't know if that's real, though, but that goes back to the World Fairs that we talked about before. It's just like technology beyond what we understood and what we know now. And they wiped that all out.
Why would they do that? Do you think they might go out, or do you think they're hiding secrecy?
Well, they probably still have it, but they don't want us to have it.
Like, what do you think happened with all of Tesla's notes when he died? Whatever organization. It was all Trump's uncle. Yeah, Trump's uncle got him. Oh, that's right.
They went in there early because there's and then they grabbed them all before, and that gets into that little Baron Trump book and all that stuff. That's like time travel stuff, which I think is totally possible. I think time is in this. I think time is in this, and everything's going on at one time. And it's like a book. Like if you're reading a book, you can be on page 46, and 46, that's the reality of the time. But you can jump to page 320, and now that's reality of time. Then you go back to page 18, and that's the reality of time. I think that's.
So do you think that we'll eventually be able to manipulate that, or we can? We already can. Who's we though?
The masses of mankind, the masses of mankind, the 13 families. The 13 families make deals with fallen angels. That's my power. That's the power structure of the world.
And what method are they using to travel back and forth through time?
Whatever technology they got.
So do you think that if, let's say, they back engineer UFO in 1947 and these companies get involved that know how to make technology, all these different contractors, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, whoever it is, they manufacture a time machine. They manufacture a time machine based on the
but they have learned and they start to use it, and they go back and forth.
Riva has hard-running Shabbat slang for gatherings with the Riva.
I think they know, again, it goes back to data, they know who is, who's crazy enough, who can keep a secret, who can do all that stuff. They, like, that's what they always say about if they fake the moon landing. Wouldn't somebody in there say something? Well, people do say something and they end up going missing. But most of them understand that they're in on it. The only people getting into that room are the ones that they know are in on it. Have you ever seen when India landed on the moon? Have you ever seen that video?
It's just a probe, right?
It's not even a probe. It's like an Atari graphic that lands. Computer had better graphics than that. And they're all cheering in the room. They're all high-fiving each
I
other.
don't think India landed a probe. Can I see it? I want to see it. See if I believe it. I've had so many people that
Spiritual striving upward.
Is this guy full of shit?
Riva and Citrus UDC slang for the Riva and Soft.
No, that can't be right.
Yeah, that's what they're landing.
Riva and Citrus Shabbat slang for the Riva and Wonders, often used as spiritual guidance.
Flashes of it.
Riva has been evolution slang for those submitted to the Riva requesting
But I
blessing.
want to see something that happens when it actually
Riva
touches
has
down.
been on Hebrew for the Riva and Old Testament.
Wait a minute.
Rosie
That's
has
it.
been able to release the necklace.
Hold up. Okay, everyone needs to go to jail. You guys all need to go to jail. You guys all need to go to jail. It's so fake.
But they're all you do with the money. What did you do with the money? You got their own island, bitches. Yeah,
How dare you? Imagine how much money they spent on that probe.
but that's everybody in the room. So if you look at the JFK assassination, right? So he goes into that plaza. They're all assassins in that plaza.
Yeah.
Like, everybody's in it.
Also refers to the
There was a lot of people.
Yeah, they all go missing and end up dead.
You know, my friend Evan had a really good point about that. My friend Evan Hafer from Black Rifle Coffee. He said during the Bay of Pigs, when they told kids that coffee, they had you know, when they told Kennedy about it, and he didn't allow the airstrikes. He didn't allow air support. Yeah. That fucked everybody. Those beaches out there, hardened. No, that was different. Operation Northwoods was the where they were going to have armed Cuban friendlies and attack.
Well, that was all part of how to pull Cuba into war.
Right. So, but the Bay of Pigs thing in specific, those guys had a plan based on air support, and then they didn't get that air support. A bunch of people died that shouldn't have died. It's like those are the types of people you could have gotten to kill Kennedy. Yeah. Yeah. We got fortunate planes up. Did it look better in the other video?
No. I was looking to see if there was.
Separate
They played two
operating
things at the same
collection of
time.
Shabbat Rehan
Whatever
has
that was,
explosives.
it's clearly not supposed to be a video
Separate
of like landing.
consequence
There's no way.
compilation of Shabbat Rehan stops.
Looked like it to me.
And the guy standing up and he's like, I just did that.
Separate daytime responding foundation of Shabbat text by all the Riva. Separate hand exposed
Oh, so
by
they don't have
random
actual
memory
video of it.
decision.
It makes more sense.
Camera with it. That's like the third thing.
Which is
Separate has a
Yeah.
classic Kabbalah word.
the
Attributed
moon
to
landing from the 60s when it did
Separate
it. You only
military
saw it from
trade for
inside
Appalachian code.
the lunar module,
Separate
that
reporting
beautiful
galactic
aluminum
side
foil craft.
Yeah. With a golf cart that's like almost twice the size.
And they get that golf cart, how'd you get enough power to get off the Earth, or get off the moon, rather?
Yeah,
And they were set that camera to pan perfectly and catch it. How'd you get the signal, the video footage from that camera and send it up into space in 1960 fucking 9? And how'd you talk to Nixon on the phone from space?
On a landline.
How are you calling Nixon from fucking space? Stop! Yeah.
But here's the thing, oligarchies help oligarchies. So they're all in on it.
Well, they're all in a lot of shit, which is good, because that's what keeps us from going to World War III for real.
So recently, we're being told there's this giant AI race with China. Okay,
You don't believe it?
and we want to pass a law. I'll tell you why.
I saw the point of the finger.
Yeah, I'm very serious. I pointed at the side, but the point is, so they tell us there's this giant race with AI, and if we allow China to just get a fraction ahead of us, it's over. So to the point where they pass a law
where you cannot, and no state can pass any laws that get in the way of technology with AI. And everyone's really upset about it because 10 years of AI is an insane amount of time. So who knows what will happen with it. So we're being sold that we're in this AI race with China. Well, just about a month ago, we sent China a bunch of AI superconductors. And I go, hold on, we're like in a race with these guys and we're sending them superconductors? We, the United States government.
So what did they send?
They sent a bunch of, will you look this up, superconductors or something like that, to the people we're supposedly in a race. And it reminds me of when I was a kid.
I'm gonna need those specifics.
Okay, that's why Jamie's here. I'm just
Reminds you of when you were a child.
when I was a kid and we were in the Cold War with Russia and we were in a nuclear arms race. I remember being a kid and seeing on the news that we were sending aid to Russia. And I always go, why are we sending aid to these people if we're in a Cold War with them? And then I realized because Russia was never going to be able to keep up with us. That was just they're used as a smoke screen to get us to be, hey man, spend all the money you need to build all these weapons because we have to be in the lead. This isn't where we're paying on the Taliban. 20 mil a week.
First of all, how many people are even in the Taliban? And how many more are they recruiting because they're making 20 million a week?
I remember when Joe Biden pulled out of Afghanistan, I was like, oh, dude, great. He had to, I wasn't a Biden fan, but when somebody does something you like, you got to kind of give them their props. And he's like, yeah, we're leaving all the weapons there. Have you ever seen the video of the plane leaving? You want to look at something that's just a complete joke.
People are falling off of it. They're trying to hang on to something else.
No, watch when it's coming out on the runway. It looks really weird.
It looks like the plane's big.
It's got painted windows.
Okay.
And people are running along. It's the weirdest video I've ever seen. It makes no sense. There's a 911 on it or a 119 on it. It's a very weird,
Right, but it did happen. Like people did take off on the last plane. People did.
I'm not saying that didn't happen, but I'm saying that video is super weird.
Sometimes video just looks like shit.
Have you ever seen an anti-Asian crash? Have you ever seen that video?
Yeah, listen, one thing at a time. Okay, well, this is a cargo plane, right? So it's an enormous plane. Looks, and it doesn't have any windows, so there's that.
Well, the windows at the top, the black ones.
Well, that's for the pilots, bro. But the rest of the plane is all solid. So it's a cargo, looks like a giant cargo ship. And these people are trying to climb in. Like, look at this, man. They're trying to get inside that cargo ship. That is nuts, man. And the thing is moving along on the ground. Yeah, you can see. That's a regular cargo ship, bro. That's a giant military cargo ship. But it's weird. These guys are like laughing and cheering. Yeah. It just looks weird to me. But like the whole thing was crazy. First of all, they felt like they defeated America and sent them home. So there was that. And then there was the fact that we left behind all kinds of crazy shit. Black Hawk helicopters, tanks. And then they do parades where they parade down the street with all of our shit.
I mean, you get into Afghanistan. It's the same thing, the reason we went into Vietnam, which was nobody knows that about Vietnam. Everyone thinks about stopping communism. If you watch the Fog of War, he says like they were never going to, Vietnam hated China. They were never going to work together. But you sell it as, we got to stop communism. Now you go in and you get all the poppy fields, the Golden Triangle.
Well, the most transparent of that was when Fox News had Geraldo Rivera talking to one of the generals on the ground. Yeah, it was like, sir, one of the military leaders, general, why do you have military people guarding the heroin fields? It's like, well, we need to get the trust of the farmers. You want our side against terrorists. They're like literally like fucking U.S. armed soldiers guarding drugs. And then the production goes through the roof.
Yep.
And it becomes like 94% of the world's heroin is produced in.
Or where we go in Iraq, the first things we go to are the museums.
We're
grabbing artifacts.
Anunnaki shit.
Who knows what's in the mass starting type shit? 100%. They think that's the weapon of mass destruction they were talking about. Was the Stargate in Iraq? that was a weapon of mass. I thought it was a gate. I thought it was a gateway. Go to that's what they're talking about. Well, they want control. That would be the weapon of mass destruction. Go into the future, get some awesome weapons, come back, fuck everybody up. Like everybody watching a movie about like the Revolutionary War, running around with muskets. You just imagine, bro, imagine just storming in there with a tank, just fucking everybody. They don't even know what a tank is. Yeah, just helicopters, shooting them at helicopters like, you know. That's what you think of when you think of like modern weaponry. Now imagine applying that times 1,000 years, getting that modern weaponry, bringing it back to this timeline. Do you think that you can travel back and forth through timelines, or do you think once you travel once you're stuck there? What if you travel back to a time there's no time machine? You might be fucked.
Yeah. Or it's like, you know, you see movies about the solid time where like you gotta go exactly to the place, get it right, or you go to a dimension you don't even know what it is.
What was that article you just pulled up, Jamie? Iraqi Stargate conspiracy, a modern perspective on an ancient mystery within that building. Bro, what were they doing? 4,100-year-old massive tiered shrine lined with giant staircases. How weird.
Dude, our timeline is way more interesting than anyone even understands.
It really is. It really is when you get into ancient history. Yeah, it's just so strange, especially when you read their stories and, you know, like all the Anunnaki, Nephilim stuff, and then you see the buildings they were creating.
Or the doors that are so huge, or the steps that are too big for people to go up.
Put it back on channel. It says, mysterious military bases near ancient sites. U.S. established military zones near ancient Mesopotamian ruins, such as Ur, how do you say that? Nineveh and Babylon. Some speculate this was to prevent independent researchers from accessing the sites. Control the information. The alleged time warp incident. Some claim that strange time anomalies and electromagnetic disturbances were reported by soldiers in Iraq, further supporting the idea of an active portal or advanced technology buried underground. Is there any scientific basis for a Stargate in Iraq? How could they be? Lack of physical evidence, no concrete proof. You don't have access. Mythological misinterpretations, sparing texts describe the Anunnaki as deities, but scholars believe these are mythological representations rather than historical accounts of extraterrestrial beings. Okay, but that's just someone's opinion. And scholars are notoriously poopy pants when it comes to they don't like to change their opinions on shit. No confirmed technology retrieval despite years of military presence in Iraq. No official reports have suggested that any advanced technology was discovered. But if it was, where would it go? Defense contractors, right? The same thing is like the UFOs. Like if they really did have a crash UFO, and I'm in the middle of a great book, Richard Dolan has a, let me find the name of this so I don't fuck it up. It is UFOs for the 21st century mind. I can't fucking there's a lot of stuff in there that I'd never considered before. A lot of them, when they were talking about the crashed UFOs, they did a bunch of like high altitude explosions of nuclear bombs in the 1950s. They like just shot them up 150 miles in the sky and blew them up. They did it a bunch of times. Like, you could have easily fucked up a UFO if they didn't know you were doing that. They had no reason to believe. They're just hovering there watching Earth. And all of a sudden,
it's interesting to me because you remember when we had the balloon?
What is this, Jim?
These are CIA reports. I don't know how accurate they are, but it's a report nonetheless. Creation date 2016, documentary release date is 98. Read the first paragraph. I think if you can.
It's hard to read. It's weird. Where should I read it from?
Third line, weather problem was something about
whether rainstorms will be a problem in the southern area in 3 to 5 days. Some heavy equipment movement is anticipated in near term in Kuwait. Within 1 to 3 days, Iraq will launch missiles into Saudi Arabia areas. Frontline troops will not advance. Future potential strikes may occur in areas B,
Where Iraq Army will have 2 special weapons, some type of quote interference device that causes electronic or mechanical to quote freeze up, some type of energetic beam type of device that may be located in the sand area, see figure 1.
Whoa.
Preemptive action is not anticipated until February 91, so first attack may occur any time from Kuwait. Whatever energetic beam under the sand apparatus. See activity in the vicinity. Back just let this is a straight based document pop up.
Is this a legit document? Yeah, who knows, right?
This is a FOIA document.
Hello? When?
Comes from Stargate collection.
It's such an interest. Also, if I had a print in paper, some shit that's like super top secret that no one's supposed to know that we have, I would say Iraq has it, so we could use it on them. Yeah, and say, oh yeah, Iraq had some beam weapon. Yeah, that was it. And it was destroyed. We destroyed it. Especially if you're putting in a paper where you know people could read it later on because of the FOIA request. Well, I probably didn't anticipate that, right? But then on top of that, it's like, I mean, they overestimated the Iraq Army's capabilities as it is, right? Like, that was one of the things about it. It's like they were always saying, like Hicks had a joke about it. It's the 4th largest army in the world. It's like, yeah, well, after the first 2, there's a real big drop off. Yeah, for sure. Salvation Army's number 3. I loved it, man. But that was a great joke about that because, like, that was a cakewalk, that first Iraq war. Just they went in, fucked everything up. The war was over really quick. So, I mean, imagine how disgusting a human being you have to be to invade another country, find secrets that changes the way human beings would view our history. Yeah. And the history of technology that has existed here, like completely remaps the entire landscape, and they're going to hide it. Yeah, well, that's the whole Vatican library. Like, what's in there? I want to know what's in there. Do you see that Tibetan one? No. Oh, it's crazy. There's this ancient Tibetan library, and there's this video of this guy walking past these texts. It's fucking thousands of years old, these texts. And they're all in these bound books on these shelves that nobody's touching. See if you can find why is anyone read by that? What's in there? What about the Library of Alexandria, which all the secrets of Egypt were in there? All the probably depictions of how they built the pyramids, who did it, when it happened, erasing or whether or not they found them already built. That's a real possibility. Claim of 10,000-year-old Tibet library, find not one paper it's written on. But there is some sort of a Tibet library. I'm not saying it's 10,000 years old, but I think it's 1,000 years old. There was a library of these ancient books. Is that real? Is that bullshit? That's bullshit. Oh, okay. That's not exactly the one that I saw, but it was just like that, but it wasn't.
Yeah, I probably took that photo and animated it. Now it's been going around a lot.
Oh, no. Yeah, but this is like at least a year ago. What I had seen. But it might have been bullshit then. It might have been a different kind of bullshit, not AI. AI bullshit's going to make everything impossible.
Have you ever heard that most wars are about erasing history? Like most of them, like a lot of wars are about erasing our history, going in there and destroy areas that have like a connection to the past. And that's a big part of World War II, was just destroy all this old history so nobody learns about it. And knock it all down and rebuild it.
There's a video of 40 scriptures, but I don't know what they are.
I think this is exactly the video that I saw.
It's so crazy.
Okay, so this is a Tibetan Buddhist library, and this is how old this thing is. They're pretty rare, though. But it's just kind of freaking thing. Even reading a piece of paper that was handwritten by someone 1,000 years ago. What's that, Joe? Oh, yeah.
Put it 10,000 books.
Imagine if they decipher it, it's all foreign. It's all just,
Then she took on 5 guys.
it's all just like 50 Shades of Grey, written over and over and over again.
It's crazy out there, man. What's going on in the world right now is nuts. It's just like, I think something
or Shabbat Sefer
I think what's going on in Gaza is crazy. I think prophesized that. So I want to tell you about this. So I have about 8 guys from high school that I'm on a text thread all the time. We talk all the time. It's kind of where I got my ability to kill hecklers because we just shit talked each other forever. Like we stopped fighting at one age and we just started annihilating each other. So then it's just like natural to me. Like what's trauma as a kid sometimes becomes your strength as an adult. So I got really good at that. Every time I fly home, they just light me up. It feels so good, right? So I go to college. My friend Tony, he goes to Alfred. He comes back. He gets religion, right? And he is. And every summer I go home from college, he would sit down. We'd talk spirituality. He'd always tell me things he learned. Well, one time, like in the late '90s, they bring me out to their church is having a band. Guys in the church are in the band. And hand to God, dude. They're singing songs about in the late '90s about 2 towers coming down. Hand to God, I remember hearing that going, that's kind of crazy. And then 9/11 happens. I go, well, that's some prophecy. So Tony always tells build the World Trade Center towers.
Spiritually or physically
It took a long time. When did they build them? When would they officially open?
Open spouts.
60s.
Religious youth movement.
And dude, there's a great video I have on Instagram that breaks down all 9/11. It's just animation. It's so fucking good, dude. So do you think that those planes were remote controlled? I would take it. I would take they were missiles that look like planes over passenger planes. Yes, because. So you think that they disguised a missile to make it look like a plane? Yeah, you saw the way that it was flying. Yeah, it flew like bang. You can't fly like that. But if you talk to pilots, it's impossible to go at that speed in a passenger plane that low, that fast. It's just, and you talk to people who, you talk to pilots, they say they could never have done that. There is technology for them to take over the plane because it's supposed to stop a hijack. They can take over the plane and conjure it from the flight. That's definitely possible. But I think they were military missile planes, if that's what hit the planes. If that's what hit.
So what happens to the actual planes themselves under your theory?
I mean, everything could be just a story laid down. I think the story of the 19 hijackers is just another layer of deceit. You know, that they set a foundation for this story they want us to buy.
Yeah, but Sam, the people did die and the planes did crash.
I'm not saying they did. I mean,
it doesn't make any sense because it looks like a plane. It flies like a plane. It leaves the exact airport. They track it. They know where it's going. It flies to the
study
town.
Operation Northwood. They clearly tell you what they're going to do.
I know that.
Which is what they fly.
I know that Operation Northwoods, they had a drone plane and they were going to blow it up and blame the Cubans. I know that. So what that tells us is they had drone planes in 1963, which is kind of crazy, right? That is kind of crazy. And that was signed by the Joint Chiefs of Staff and vetoed by Kennedy.
Yeah.
But why would you think it's a missile and not just a drone?
It's possible it's a drone plane, but I think it's going to be
flying like a plane. Like, what makes more sense to me is that they took over a plane and remote control whoever they is, whether it's the terrorists or whatever demonic entities, took over the remote control plane and flew that motherfucker into those towers.
I don't necessarily know. I mean, yeah, that's definitely possible.
That makes more sense. The thing that didn't make sense to me was like the box cutter thing is weird. Because just a mass of people, you're taking a chance. There's not some big guys on the plane that are gonna overwhelm you. You're gonna get access to everything with box cutters. Maybe you would. Maybe if with the right plane, you know. But with the wrong plane, I can see you getting fucked up by a group of horde men. Yeah, you know, if you gotta see it on the planes out,
People acting crazy, all the guys jumping up.
You can just catch the wrong fucking plane. Like the fact that you would just take a chance like that your plan involved being able to control people with box cutters. There's only a few of you, right? How many guys were on each plane?
Yeah. I mean, there's what, 4 planes, there's 19 hijackers. I mean, break it up into 4 or 5 guys every plane.
It's hard.
And then like there's just numerology.
Like flat guys with lasers is harder.
You study the numerology in 9/11. It's all else for probably occult rituals, the plane numbers, how many floors, how many feet the Pentagon is.
You go deeper in the rabbit holes than I like to go. I like to go like 3/4 of the way down. I go, yeah, this sucks. And then I get out of there.
Yeah, I know,
I
but
go all the way to the bottom, which I don't know is always accurate.
it's the world's ran by sorcerers. And once you start to realize that, everything's a rich man's trick.
Listen, just because the guy who's the head of the World Economic Forum looks like a wizard, just because he dresses like a wizard in a fucking Hobbit movie, doesn't mean he's into the dark arts.
Studying Michael Church's
Dresses exactly like how I would dress,
except for when he's at
if I was in the dark arts.
Have you ever seen him at the beach?
Club at the beach?
Yeah.
No.
You've never seen that? You're not going to believe he's going to say, no, you're not. No, he's not. He's in a, what? He's in a bride lingerie in the hat.
No.
Yes.
Listen.
He's like, oh, dude, it looks exactly like, you're not going to believe it, but I totally think that's it.
This is one of them images that you found online, because I think I've seen this one. And I said, oh, that's
He's in a Dick Cage. I think he's walking in a Dick Cage. Come on, look at him, dude. Tell me that's not him. Tell me that's not him.
No, but I'm
Dude,
saying,
you're that weird in weird shit.
it's a fake photo, I thought.
What? What do you mean?
How
do you know?
You
You just looked at it. Reuters says. Okay, then if Reuters says, because they
Okay, let me see the photo. Let me see that photo.
That's it right there. Oh, that's pixelated, dude. You find a good picture of him that looks exactly like
Bro,
that guy is into the weird. You're the head of WEF, but you're into the weirdest shit.
yeah, but he's not gonna go up.
Come on, dude.
No.
Yeah, he is.
That looks like a younger
Okay,
guy.
look at that. You're telling me that guy. That guy's not the exact same guy.
No, it does not look like him. That guy's a different chin, jaw structure. Go to the other guy. That's different. This guy has a lot more jowls. No, he has a lot more jowls. He looks a lot older. This guy looks like a 60-year-old freak. He looks like an 80-year-old.
Look at Derek. He's young.
No, he's not young in any of these photos. But in that photo, that's a different guy. That's a different human. Someone's just being funny. Like, that ain't him either.
Imagine your doppelganger is that weird and that gay, and there's just pictures of him doing weird shit on you.
Yeah, one of my favorite characters in the Bible Chronicles was that one bald-headed guy with lipstick that was stealing women's clothes.
Oh, that guy. Like, who would have thought someone who dresses like that would be fucking weird? Not only steals the clothes, wears the clothes to like giant events.
Yes.
Where people get one lady's like, that's my dress.
But she's a designer. It was a one-off. It was a one-off dress. Like, it had to be her dress. This guy would just steal luggage. But imagine, like, seeing that guy and going, he's got shit together. He should be in front of the government.
Be like, you know what this security system needs? Trans. That's what was his job. What's that guy's job? I had something to do with the FAA or something like that. That's some crazy
That
shit.
Rachel Levine. Oh, she was another one. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
Craziness.
Well, that's what I always say. Like, it's like everyone about Trump right now and all the stuff going on with him. I mean, the difference between Trump's cabinet and Kamala Harris's cabinet is Trump's all caused the neocons, and Kamala Harris would be BLM, the fat feminists, and trans. That would be the difference between the standing behind them. It's all the same shit. It's two wings of the same coin. Now, I like Trump more than I like Kamala. These people are just absolutely ridiculous. Thinking it would be anything different.
It's a completely corrupted system. It's
100%
completely corrupted, and no one in like 6 months, whatever Trump's been in by now, or 4 years, or even 8 years, is going to totally untangle it.
No, it's so deep, and it's at every single level. Every single level, dude. And that's what the internet did. Took our eyes off the here. Took our eyes off. Look at that guy. I
bet it'd be a great podcast.
I actually go, that guy should be in the U.S. government.
That's what I've been saying. That's what I've been saying. We'll take a plea deal. What's that? Oh yeah, that's why I want to run the power. Check out that windmill, son. Look at that, dude. It's just, and then sending him to represent us at all these like international conferences. I wouldn't care if he was good at his job and didn't steal women's clothes. I wouldn't care. But if you want to show up for work, I'm gonna just wear a job. Yeah, but yeah, I don't want either one of those things. But I mean, if you just show up and you work hard, but you want to wear a dress, like okay, like wearing dresses. I don't care. Like why would I care? I'm wearing shorts. Yeah, it's kind of the same. It's not much different. There's a little piece of cloth that tucks under your tape. Yeah, so much different than a skirt. I would wear pajamas if people would let me. I'll go out. I've worked a job and you had a regular job and you wore pajamas. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, he's a weird one. Sam wears pajamas to do stand up. Isn't it weird that like they expect certain jobs, like they expect if you wear a suit, you're gonna behave differently. Yeah, more professional. I've got a suit on. I can't be bothered with normal talk. Right? Like, if you showed up in shorts and a t-shirt, like, Mike's not even serious. Look at him. He's dressed like a fucking idiot. Yeah. Like, you dress a certain way. They think of you as a different kind of 100%. So, I was watching this video the other day, and it was about how actors way back in the day looked so much older. Oh, yeah. Like, the guy from All in the Family was 46. And then actors today are 56 look like they're kids. Yeah. And they were talking about it because everyone smoked all the time. And they all wore like suits and proper clothes, and maybe no one worked out. Yeah, no one worked out. Yeah, no one. So when you hit 46, it was like, ugh. Yeah, we're, as a nation, we're getting fatter and fatter, but there's also a segment that is getting more jacked and jacked. The jiu-jitsu guys, the CrossFit guys, the Thai boxing dudes, they're all getting more and more fucking shredded than ever. Yes, there are a lot of fat people, but there's also, in my opinion, way more in shape people too, because they're just more people. I would agree there's more in shape people now than ever before, but I think the average person is in worse shape. The average. There's like outliers, people that work out all the time, and there's more of those than ever before, but we're getting fucking poisoned. Our food is terrible. This is one of the more never. The RFK Jr. thing is one of the most important things of this administration. I thought, get in there and find out. How do these companies have this grip on what they're putting in the American diet? How do these companies have this grip on what medications they're making sure that you take every year? And how many, they're not responsible at all for the adverse effects. And this is crazy. Like, him getting in there and just trying to at least untangle some of that fucking evil octopus mess. Just all the different tacticals of control. The fact that they're telling you, we know these dyes cause cancer, you can't use them anywhere else in the world, but we have to use them here. We're a company. Yeah, that's crazy. And it's the same company that makes stuff that they send to Canada that does other dyes. It's nuts. It's crazy. Or how, I saw Ian Carroll talk about this, how they have a drug that causes hair loss, and then the same company sells you stuff that'll help your hair grow back. Yeah, well, there's companies right now that are working on drugs that help people that have heart inflammation, myocarditis, issues with heart repair. There's a particular NBA legend, and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, during the whole COVID stuff, was like he was going after LeBron James really hard about not getting the shot. And now when I listen, because I'm old, I still listen to sports talk radio, he's doing commercials for heart problems. Like, that's the craziest storyline I've ever seen in my life. The guy who was guilting everybody. And this was a guy who was a civil rights leader who's doing commercials for heart problems in one way. Like, what are the commercials? Heart failure. Can you look up what Kareem Abdul-Jabbar heart commercials? He's talking about how he's AFib. He is. Yes. But this was a guy who was full on in the civil rights movement, who would have a great understanding of the black community's relationship with pharmaceutical companies and what, that famous thing where they let everybody have syphilis forever, and then they sent black nurses to convince them, AFib. So he was a guy who was pushing everybody. Oh, dude, that's so crazy. It's with Pfizer too. And he was a guy who was pushing everybody to get the jab. He was like really going after LeBron James, who didn't want to do it. And then now he's doing these commercials, which is so crazy to me. But did he have that before he got jabbed? I never heard of that. It's possible, but I never heard of it. But it's crazy. He's on both sides of that. Yeah. It is kind of crazy, but a lot of older people got real scared. That's one of the things that happened. A lot of old people, when COVID came around, got real scared and they wanted to believe that the pharmaceutical drug companies had an answer. They didn't want to hear any nonsense from the anti-vaxxers. Well, you saw they rolled it out, right? Like it started with China, and we saw these videos of people falling down, even though it never happened when everybody got COVID here until what? They got the jab, right? And then we started seeing people, you know? So, do you watch how they slow roll these psyops out? The crazy thing is watching the compilation of all the newscasters. Oh, doing that? How about when they see something and they freak out and then they fall down? That's the weirdest thing. It's all weird. It's all weird. It's weird that we all watch it in real time. The Heather McDonald video. I mean, it's almost like the universe had a script, right? The Heather McDonald video in particular, she's like, I got all the jab. Yeah, but I mean, it was nuts. It was like the perfect punchline at the right time. You know, if you want to have evidence of a simulation like that seems fake, that's so crazy. She caught on camera, crazy. And then she falls back, and you know something's going on because she doesn't try to brace herself. Bro, it was so bad. I feel for her. Well, that was a bad fall, man. Scary fall. But it's just crazy how it lined up that way. And crazy how it brought to you by Pfizer. You see those commercials, I mean, those compilations, rather, of all the different newscasters falling over. It's like, wow. And no one got suspicious other than these weirdos online. All the no newscasters got suspicious. No media people got suspicious. New York Times that gets suspicious. Soccer players are dropping dead. What's going on? Healthy athletes having heart attacks. Yeah, how many people are just having heart attacks for 18 years old, which never happened before? What the fuck is going on? And no one wants to admit that they made a terrible mistake and that they got duped. So they continue to do the work of the people that duped them. They're like, they got bit by the vampire. They try to bite other people. It's weird. Yeah. And have you ever heard that? This is a really weird conspiracy. No, from you? No fucking way, Sam. I don't believe you. The Chinese population. Have you ever looked into that? Oh, that the population is actually a lot lower than you said it is. Yes. And that there's all this data that kind of lines up, like the amount of funeral homes have quadrupled. China's lied about the amount. They made all these. They listed all these fake kids going to school that aren't really going to school. And the weird one is the amount of salt that they've imported from Japan has gone down to half. So all these people go to China, all these guys, tourist vloggers, and they're like, "There's nobody around. There's nobody here. Where is everybody?" This is because if you go to India, right, we saw them. How many people they pack in there to see that Atari graphic land on the moon? Look how many people are in there. But you see this over and over again. People go to China, they're like, "There's nobody around here." Well, I think there's parts of it that are very unpopulated. But you know what has always been the weirdest conspiracy for me with China is the Great Wall. How where it faces, the turrets where they shoot arrows from, that's facing inward. Inward, not outward. Not like to guard people from going over the wall that way. It's the other way. Yeah, it was like, okay, who designed this? What are you doing? What are you trying to accomplish? Why would you have it turn towards the country? China, right? So that like China, that doesn't even make any sense. Yeah, it's kind of like when you look at like I don't know, like a camp, right? Or a prison. The people they want to keep in, they put all the wire and stuff this way so you can't call out. Yeah. So it's the same thing with that. Did you see how long it is too? It is pretty. What is the full length? I think it's 14,000 miles. Imagine 14,000 miles of stone wall built by hand over hundreds of years, and you have the openings for arrows pointed towards the people. Yeah. Have you ever seen old pictures of how like it being built? No, people building it are like demons and shit like that. It's like very weird. What? Yeah, I was talking about. I've got old drawings. Yeah, of drawings of the Great Wall of China being built. It's almost being built like by demons. You know,
turrets
When a
covered
story
up
has a
all
mystical
sides,
cross-connection between souls, like the
multiple sides,
revolutionary
not just
events.
facing.
But sometimes they're just
That
facing in.
sounds like
Because this guy did a whole video on this whole stretch of the Great Wall where it faces.
Xylophone occasionally
What is
makes
the pick on that one?
specific or cheddar for teaching
Talk about
rhythm.
YouTubers
Rare,
sensationalizing
but
stuff.
appears in some schools.
Okay.
Xylem referenced in Galactic agriculture texts when explaining tree
Well,
growth.
the thing is, it's also, again,
Xenophobia
14,000 miles,
mentioned
right?
in Jewish sociology literature regarding treatment of non-Jews.
So some of it probably.
Territories change.
Their observation is a critical
Sometimes,
blend for someone who
you
just
see that because,
copies,
like, I'm
others without
Armenian. I'm
depth
from
and
the
observance.
village of Vaughn. I'm
Not
Russian.
possibly for Jason,
And
the
at
third
that time,
patriarch of
it was in
Jewish
Turkey.
people.
Bro, look at this.
Central in Torah and Hasidic
13,170 miles.
teachings.
That's so crazy. How
The
long would it
Alexander
take
Hebrew for native
for
ascent
you
and
to
come.
build that?
Unless I are inserted in and birthday promise on holidays, Rothschild'S.
Ever. Imagine if you live forever and like Sam,
Also,
you can live forever, but you have to rebuild the Great Wall of China. But if you do, don't worry, you'll live forever. It's going to take you a long time, but once you're done, you'll be free.
Does it say how
You'll
long
live forever.
Yeah,
Yeah, you do it.
No, I don't want to live forever.
You
know? No, I don't think we're meant to live forever. I think we're meant to come here, finish a task, wrap it up.
Yeah, I think so too.
And this whole thing about extending life forever sounds miserable.
It is weird that all these techno people are about to grasp the ability to do something that has never been done before. It's very strange. Like if you can change a human body and you can enter some sort of chip into that person's brain that gives them entire access to the internet instantaneously, telepathic language, who knows what kind of ability to control electronic devices and all kinds of different things. And someone gets to decide whether or not that happens to the human race. Yeah, because once it happens, you're not putting that cord back on the bottle. It's out, and it's going to give an advantage to people. So everyone's going to want to do it. You don't want to be a regular meat gape when all these fucking geniuses are around here reading your PIN number from your mind.
They're doing that. They're doing that with babies now. They can test IQs already. They're doing genetic tests because these really rich people want super smart kids. So they're making sure that the IQ of the baby is at a super high level.
There's also a thing in China they did where they altered the baby's genes to make them smarter. Yeah, we're going to have genetically modified human beings for sure. And that's not already here. I mean, they're going to be like Thor. Everyone's going to look like Thor. Everyone's going to look like, fill in the blank. Whatever you're into.
There's too much tits and ass on the internet.
It's going to be amazing. It's going to be such a good time. There's going to be no sixes.
Yeah.
It's just going to be, initially it'll be adopted by the rich. Then it'll just be like cell phones. In the beginning, fucking Mike Douglas had that big ass fucking stupid thing on the beach in Rio. Now that's a joke, right? Now everybody has a phone. You go to the jungle, people have phones.
Dude, there's fat homeless people with iPhones. iPhones. Like, that's why we're going to have a revolution when you have fat homeless people with iPhones. Like,
And they have no money. And they're still fat.
yeah, and they're living the best life. That's how comfortable it is. We're just comfortable enough not to get upset.
Sam Tripoli, I gotta wrap this up. I love you to death. I don't agree with everything you said, though. I want to tell everybody.
I'm always right. Last thing I want to tell you is that Gaza, Europe will go in and regulate it, and that is the prediction I want to give you. That is
Europe's going to regulate Gaza.
Yes.
That's prophesized.
Yes, and then it's basically going to be into. It's been prophesized there will be a war between the pagans and the lost tribes, and you go through this.
Where did someone go to research this further?
Let me just tell you this. I'll give you the name of it.
I gotta pee. We gotta wrap this up. Just tell me what it is.
I just got to know that I might pee for 5 minutes. Okay, I appreciate you, dude. I'll give you the name right now. Here we go. You can go to the Living Church of God. It's YouTube at Tomorrow's World. It's all been prophesied. England, the United States, and Israel versus the pagans. The pagans will be led like before the Assyrians, who are now Germany.
If it turns out to be true, I'll bring you back.
That'll be my third prediction I've got right. I love you so much. Thank you so much.
Always going to see you, but always doing it. All right, bye, everybody.
Of the Jewish people, the land, and also after meeting the name. Yitzchak Hebrew for Isaac, one of the patriarchs. Yisra Hebrew for May Remember. Memorial prayer for the dead, recited on Yom Kippur and festivals. Yom Hebrew for individual. In Chasidat, refers to one soul as unique mission. Yogi Hebrew slang for great, or nice. Yom Kippur Hebrew for Day of Atonement. Holiest day of the year, fasting and repentance. Yom Tov Hebrew for good day. Refers to biblical Jewish festivals Pesach, Shavuos, Sukkot, Rosh Hashanah. Yom Teruah Hebrew for day of blowing the shofar. Biblical name for Rosh Hashanah. Yom Tov Yiddish pronunciation of Yom Tov. Yossi common nickname for Yusuf. Yovel Hebrew for Jubilee. 50th year cycle of release. Yud 11, Nisan Shabbat 8 marking the Rebbe's birthday 11th of Nisan. Yud Shabbat 8 marking the passing of the previous Rebbe and the start of the Rebbe's leadership. Yud Kislev Rosh Hashanah of Chassidus. Celebration of the altar Rebbe's release from prison in 1798. Younger men Yiddish for married men studying Torah usually in Kolel. Young late plural of the Internet. Young married scholars. Yundif Geld Yiddish for holiday money, usually Hanukkah Geld coins or gifts. Yush Yiddish slang pejorative for Jesus. Used dismissively in Jewish tradition. Zaid Yiddish for grandfather. Often used affectionately for older Chassidim. Zachar Hebrew for remember. Refers to mitzvah like remembering the Malach, Shabbos, or the Exodus. Zachis Zecha Hebrew for merit. In Chassidic speech. In the Zechis of Mitzvah. Zadik T Zadik Hebrew for righteous one. In Shabbat, a Rebbe is considered a T Zadik, one who channels divine light to others. Zadik Yesod Elam Hebrew for a righteous one is the foundation of the world. From Proverbs, heavily emphasized in Chassidus. Zayd in Hebrew for the letter Z seventh letter. Al Sabru for weapon. Zayd in Binagar Hebrew date of Moshe Rabbi's birth and passing, observed with special customs. Zecher El Turban Hebrew for remembrance of the destruction. Customs like leaving a square, unpainted in a house or breaking a glass at a wedding. Zechira Hebrew for remembrance. Related to Zachar commandments. Zechis those Hebrew for merit of the forefathers. Often cited in prayers. Zech Hebrew for this. Comment in verses, e.g. Zecheli Bihenku. This is my God and I will glorify him. Nigezan Yiddish for be well. Common farewell phrase. Nivir Gezan Yiddish slang for be healthy for me, affectionate. Frank Yiddish slang meaning go be sick, say jokingly or dismissively. Nizich Yiddish for watch yourself. Zecher Hebrew for remembrance. Famous pronunciation debate in Parshat Zachar whether to say Zecher or Zecher Amalek. Zeman Hebrew for time. In Palacha, refers to time-bound mitzvah or Zemani Palachic times. Zemani Hebrew for times. Used for Palachic calendars. Zeman Tefillah Zeman Kriyas Shiva, etc. Zeviros Zemiros Zevir Hebrew Yiddish for songs. Refers to Shabbos table songs. Zemer Hebrew for song. A single Shabbos table hymn. Zibur Hebrew for community or congregation. Used in Tefillah BT Zibur praying with a Torah. Silver Yiddish slang for silver. Often used as nickname or jokingly for something flashy. Zimin Hebrew for invitation. The introduction to communal birthday comes on when three or more having it together. Zimzim Hebrew for contraction. Kabbalistic concept of God concealing his light to allow creation. Zion Hebrew for Jerusalem or the land of Israel. Zionism modern movement for Jewish return to Eretz Yisrael. sometimes debated in Shabbat and broader Judaism. Ziyara Hebrew Aramaic for visit. Refers to pilgrimage to graves of Tzaddikim. Zivug Hebrew for pairing or match. Refers to marriage or mystical unions. Ziman Sivan Hebrew for the time of our joy. Another name for Sukkot. Ziman Turk Heber for the time of our freedom. Another name for Pesach. Ziman Matan Torah Hebrew for the time of beginning of our Torah. Name for Shavuot. Ziman Teza Hebrew for this time. Appears in blessings like Shech Chirian and Kiyamanu Bibiganu Lesman Teza. Ziman the Roman halachic term for rabbinically ordained time obligations. Zacha Hebrew for merits. Someone who earns merit through mitzvah. Zohar Hebrew for splendor. Foundational Kabbalistic text, central in Shabbat thought. Zomheim Hebrew Yiddish for elder. Term of respect for elderly and for sages. Zol Gezant Jain Yiddish, blessing meaning may he and be healthy. Zora Hebrew for winnowing. One of the 39 Melachit forbidden labors on Shabbos. Zora Hebrew for sowing planting. One of the 39 Melachit on Shabbos. Zerizes Hebrew for alacrity zeal. Chassidic and Musser term. Moving mitzvah quickly and with energy. Zulat Hebrew for, except for other than. Found in liturgy like on Bilbado, Zulaticha I Belofi. Zusha Yiddish diminutive nickname for names like Meshulam Zusha. Famous Chassidic Tzaddik. Rag Zusha of Anipoli. Zaya acronym for Hebrew Zecher Yitzhak, literature made the memory of the righteous be a blessing. Said after mentioning Tzaddikim. Abel Hevel Hebrew for bread for vapor. Second son of Adam and Eve. Known for offering up pleasing sacrifice to God, murdered by his brother Cain. Genesis 4. Represents innocence and the fleeting nature of life. Abraham Hebrew for father of many. Originally Abraham exalted father. Forefather of the Israelite nation, central covenantal figure Genesis 12:25. Considered a patriarch in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Absalom Hebrew for father of peace. Son of King David who rebelled against him to Samuel 13:18. Famous for his beauty and tragic downfall killed after leading a revolt. Adam Hebrew for man or earth, from Adam and ground. First human created by God Genesis 2. Symbol of humanity, responsibility, and the fall. Acheron Aaron Hebrew for mountain of strength or possibly Egyptian origin. Brother of Moses and Miriam. First high priest Cohen Gadol. Helped lead the Exodus, spokesman for Moses' Exodus. Number. Ahasuerus Achashverosh Hebrew rendering of Persian K.H. Sharsha Xerxes. King in the book of Esther, husband of King Esther, central in the third story. Amalek Hebrew for dweller in a valley or people that live. Descendant of Esau Genesis 36:12. Enemy nation of Israel, symbol of perpetual opposition to God and Israel. Famous Hebrew for burden or carry. Prophet 8th century BC, author of the book of Amos. Known for calls to justice and righteousness. Asa Hebrew for healer or physician. King of Judah 1 Kings 15. Remembered for religious reforms and reliance on God, thought-altering later. Asher Hebrew for happy or blessed. Son of Jacob and Zilpah, founder of tribe of Asher Genesis 30:13. His descendants settled in northern Israel. Balaam Bilam Hebrew form of name, possibly meaning not of the people Dinar. Non-Israelite prophet in Numbers 22. 24. Hired to curse Israel but compelled to bless them. Known for the talking donkey episode. Bar in Hebrew for lightning. Military leader under the prophetess Deborah, Judges 4. 5. Helped defeat Canaanite General Sisera. Bathsheba, Hebrew for daughter of Behold for daughter of 7. Wife of Uriah, later of King David, and mother of Solomon to Samuel 11. Central in David's moral failure, but also in the Davidic lineage. Benjamin, Hebrew for son of the right hand or son of the south. Youngest son of Jacob and Rachel. His descendants formed the tribe of Benjamin, Genesis 35. Known as Hebrew for in him his strength. Wealthy man of Bethlehem who marries Ruth and Ruth. Ancestor of King David and symbol of kindness and redemption. Cain in Hebrew possibly meaning acquired or smith. Firstborn son of Adam and Eve. Known for murdering Abel, Genesis 4, archetype of jealousy and fratricide. Caleb, Hebrew for dog, symbol of loyalty or wholehearted. One of the spies sent by Moses. Stood firm in faith and inherited from Numbers 13. 14, Joshua 14. Cyrus Korash, Persian name meaning son or throne. King of Persia who allowed Jews to return and rebuild the temple, Ezra 1. Considered a divinely appointed figure in Isaiah. Daniel, Hebrew for good is my judge. Prophet and statesman in Babylonian exile, 6 CBG. Known for interpreting dreams, the lion's den, and apocalyptic visions, Book of Daniel. David, Hebrew for beloved. Second King of Israel, c. 1000 BG. United the tribes, made Jerusalem capital, wrote many psalms. Central figure in Jewish and Messianic tradition. Deborah, Hebrew for deep. Prophetess and judge who led Israel to victory over Canaan under Sisera, Judges 4. 5. Symbol of leadership and wisdom. Delilah, Hebrew possibly delicate or nice. Woman who betrayed Samson to the Philistines, Judges 16. Symbol of seduction and betrayal. Dinah, Hebrew for judge or vindicated. Daughter of Jacob and Genesis 34. Central to the story of Shechem. Elijah, Hebrew for my God is the WH. Prophet in 9c. B.G. Ruhos, Baal worship, called down fire, on Mount Carmel, ascended to heaven in a fiery chariot, 1 Kings 17. 2 Kings 2. Elisha, Hebrew for my God is salvation. Successor of Elijah. Performed miracles, healed Naaman, multiplied oil and food, 2 Kings 2. 13. Eliezer, Hebrew for God is my help. Abraham's trusted servant, Genesis 15. 2. Possibly the name exorbitant in Genesis 24 who seeks Rebekah for Isaac. Also later figures with same name. Ephraim, Hebrew quadruple. Son of Joseph and Messina, ancestor of tribe of Ephraim, Genesis 41. 52. Central northern tribe in Israel. Esau, Hebrew meaning hairy or rough. Elder twin of Jacob, ancestor of Edom, Genesis 25. Sold his birthright for stew. Symbol of worldliness versus Jacob's spirituality. Esther, Hadassah, Persian star or Hebrew Myrtle, Hadassah. Queen of Persia, heroine of current story, Book of Esther. Saved the Jews from Haman's plot. Eve, Chava, Hebrew for life or living one. First woman, created as partner to Adam, Genesis 2. 4. Mother of all humanity. Ezra, Hebrew for help. Priest and scribe who Ledish returned from Babylon and re-established Torah observance, Book of Ezra. Gad, Hebrew for fortune or truth. son of Jacob and Bilhah, ancestor of tribe of Gad, Genesis 30. 11. Tribe settled east of the Jordan. Gideon, Jerubbaal, Hebrew for viewer or cutter. Judge who delivered Israel from Midian with only 300 men, Judges 6. 8. Called Jerubbaal for pulling down Baal as altar. Goliath, Philistine name, possibly meaning exile. Giant warrior slain by David with a sling, 1 Samuel 17. Archetype of arrogance defeated by faith. Hagar, possibly Egyptian for fugitive or stranger. Egyptian maidservant of Sarah. Lord Ishmael with Abraham, Genesis 16:21. Ancestor of Aaron tribes. Famous Persian name. Agagite villain of Book of Esther. Planned genocide Haphuz, defeated through Esther and Mordecai. Central villain of Purim. Hannah, Hebrew for grace or favor. Mother of Prophet Samuel, 1 Samuel 1. 2. Known for her heartfelt prayer at Shiloh. Hezekiah Chisda Hebrew for my strength, ICWH. King of Judah 8 CBG, known for religious reforms, resisting Assyria, and miraculous healing to Kings 18. 20. Hosea Pasha, Hebrew for salvation. Prophet 8 CBG, author of Book of Hosea. His marriage to Gomer symbolized God's relationship with Israel. Isaac Yitzchak, Hebrew for he will laugh or laughter. Son of Abraham and Sarah, second patriarch. Found in the Shekinah, Genesis 22. Father of Jacob and Esau. Yishmael, Hebrew for God will hear. Son of Abraham and Hagar. Ancestor of Aaron tribes. His story reflects divine care for outcasts, Genesis 16:21. Israel, Jacob grew for one who struggles with God. Jacob renamed Israel after wrestling with an angel, Genesis 32. Patriarch, father of 12 tribes. Issachar, Hebrew for there is reward. Son of Jacob and Leah, ancestor of tribe of Issachar, Genesis 30. 18. Tribe associated with Torah study. Jabez Gibbons, Hebrew for sorrow or pain. Minor biblical figure who prayed for God's blessing, 1 Chronicles 4. 9. 10. Jacob Yaakov, Hebrew for heel grabber or supplanter. Patriarch, son of Isaac, twin of Esau. Father of 12 tribes. Renamed Israel, Genesis 25. 49. Jer, Hebrew for he will enlighten. A judge of Israel, Judges 10. 3. 5. Also unminor figures share this name. Japheth, Hebrew for expansion. Son of Noah, ancestor of Indo-European nations, Genesis 10. Jeremiah, Yirmiyahu, Hebrew for WH exalts, or appointed by WH. Prophet during final days of Judah 7. 6 CBG. Wrote Book of Jeremiah and Lamentations. Jericho, not a person but relevant, Hebrew for fragrant for moon city. First city conquered by Joshua. Walls fell by God's miracle, Joshua 6. Jericho, Hebrew for Ethiopian priest. First king of the northern kingdom 10 CBG, introduced golden calves, 1 Kings 12. Jerubbaal, Gideon, Hebrew for led Baal to 10. Alternate name of Gideon. See Gideon above. Jesse, Yishai, Hebrew for give. Father of King David, 1 Samuel 16. His lineage is central to Messianic hope. Job, Hebrew meaning debated enemy, persecuted, or returning. Protagonist of Book of Job, tested by suffering but remains faithful. Joel, Hebrew for WH is God. Prophet, author of Book of Joel. Preached repentance and foretold the day of the Lord. John Yochanan for God is gracious. Several post-biblical figures, but not in Hebrew Bible proper. Jonah Yana Hebrew for dove. Prophet swallowed me a great fish, later preached to Nineveh book of Jonah. Symbol of repentance. Jonathan Yonatan Hebrew for WH has given. Son of King Saul, royal friend of David 1 Samuel. Died in battle against Philistines. Joseph Yosef Hebrew for Mahiat. Son of Jacob and Rachel. Sold into slavery, rose to power in Egypt, saved family from famine Genesis 37. 50. Joshua Yehoshua Hebrew for WH is salvation. Successor of Moses, led conquest of Canaan book of Joshua. Josiah Yoshiyahu Hebrew for WH heals. King of Judah 7 CBG. Instituted major religious reforms to Kings 22. 23. Judah Yehudah Hebrew for praise. Fourth son of Jacob and Leah, ancestor of tribe of Judah, Davidic dynasty, and Messianic line. Leah Hebrew for weary. First wife of Jacob, mother of 6 tribes and Dinah Genesis 29. 30. Law Hebrew for covering for Baal. Nephew of Abraham, lived in Sodom, rescued before destruction Genesis 13. 19. Malachi Hebrew for my messenger. Last of the 12 minor prophets 5th CBG. Author of Book of Malachi. Manasseh Menashe Hebrew for causing to forget. Son of Joseph, ancestor of tribe of Manasseh Genesis 41. 51. Also King Manasseh of Judah to Kings 21. Miriam Hebrew for bitter or beloved. Sister of Moses and Aaron. Prophetess, led women in song after crossing the sea Exodus 15. Mordecai possibly from Persian heart of his my warrior. Hero of Purim, uncle guardian of Esther book of Esther. Moses Moshe Hebrew from Egyptians of or drawn out. Greatest prophet, led Exodus prodigic, received Torah at Sinai, guided Israelites 40 years. Naomi Hebrew for pleasant. Mother-in-law of Ruth. Later called Mara bitter after hardships book of Ruth. Nathan Hebrew for he gave. Prophet during raid not David, confronted him over Bathsheba to Samuel 12. Nebuchadnezzar Akkadian name meaning Nabu protect the crown. Babylonian king who destroyed the first temple 586 BC. Nehemiah Hebrew for comforted by WH. Leader who rebuilt Jerusalem's walls after Babylonian exile, book of Nehemiah. Noah note Hebrew forest for comfort. Built the ark, survived the flood, ancestor of all post-flood humanity Genesis 6. 9. Obadiah Hebrew for servant of WH. Prophet, author of Book of Obadiah, shortest book in the Bible. Pharaoh Egyptian title 14th great house. Opposed Moses during Exodus 1. 14. Pinchas Hebrew for oracle or Egyptian origin of Nubian. Grandson of Aaron. Zealous priest who stopped plague by slaying sinners Numbers 25. Rachel Hebrew for Yukibale sheep. Beloved wife of Jacob, mother of Joseph and Benjamin. Symbol of maternal, sorrow and in Genesis 29. 35. Jeremiah 31. 15. Rapid possibly Hebrew West Semitic for broad or spacious. Woman of Jericho who sheltered Israelite spies. Later an ancestor of King David Joshua 2. Matthew 1. 5. Rebecca Rivka had referred to Kai or Vine. Wife of Isaac, mother of Jacob and Esau. Played key role in securing blessing for Jacob Genesis 24. 27. Rehoboth, Richmond, Hebrew for the people have enlarged. Son of Solomon, king of Judah during split of the United Monarchy 1 Kings 12. Reuben, Hebrew for seed, Hussam. Firstborn of Jacob and Leah, founder of tribe of Reuben, Genesis 29. 32. Lost firstborn rights due to misconduct, Genesis 35. 22. Ruth, Hebrew for friendship. Moabite woman who converted to Judaism, married Boaz, and became great-grandmother of King David, book of Ruth. Samson, Shimshon, Hebrew for little son. Judge of Israel, known for immense strength. Defeated Philistines but fell due to Delilah, Judges 13. 16. Samuel, Sh. Newell, Hebrew for heard by God. Prophet, judge, and anointer of Saul and David 1 Samuel. Central figure in transition to monarchy. Saul, Shaul, Hebrew for asked for. First king of Israel, chosen by God through Samuel. Ultimately lost favor for disobedience 1 Samuel 9. 31. Senator of Akkadian name Sidmukh God has replaced brothers. Assyrian king who besieged Jerusalem in 701 BC, but failed to Kings 18. 19. Seth Hebrew for appointed or granted. Son of Adam and Eve, given in place of Abel, Genesis 4. 25. Ancestor of Noah. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, Babylonian names given to Canaania, Mishael, and Azariah. Survived being thrown into fiery furnace for refusing idolatry, Daniel 3. Shimei, Hebrew for my fame. Relative of Saul who cursed David during his flight from Absalom to Samuel 16. Shipra, Hebrew for beautiful or fair. One of 2 midwives who defied Pharaoh's order to kill Hebrew infants, Exodus 1. Shulamite, female figure in Song of Songs. Possibly meaning peaceful from Shalom. Symbol of love and beauty. Simeon, Shino, Hebrew for herd. Second son of Jacob and Leah, ancestor of tribe of Simeon, Genesis 29. 33. Solomon, Shlomo, Hebrew for peaceful. Son of David, third king of Israel. Built first temple, famed for wisdom, 1 Kings 1. 11. Tamar, Hebrew for date palm. Daughter-in-law of Judah who secured her rights by bold action, Genesis 38. Also daughter of David to Samuel 13. Terah, Hebrew for delay or station. Father of Abraham, Namor, and Haran. Migrated from Berto on Canaan, Genesis 11. Tiglath-Pileser, Akkadian name, trust in the son of Asherah temple. Assyrian king who exiled Israelites in 18 CBG to Kings 15. Uriah, Hebrew for WH is my life. Hittite warrior in David's army, husband of Bathsheba. Betrayed and killed by David to Samuel 11. Uzziah, Azariah, Hebrew for my strength is EWH. King of Judah 8 CBG. Prospered until punished with leprosy to Kings 15. Zechariah, Hebrew for WH remembers. Prophet, author of book of Zechariah 6 CBG. Also name of several kings and priests. Zebulun, Hebrew for dwelling or honor. Son of Jacob and Leah, founder of tribe of Zebulun, Genesis 30. 20. Zedekiah Tzidkiah, Hebrew for EWH is my righteousness. Last king of Judah before Babylonian exile, to Kings 24. 25. Zephaniah, Hebrew for EWH Hashidin. Prophet, author of book of Zephaniah 7, CBG. Zerubbabel, Hebrew for sown in Babylon. Leader of Jewish returnees from exile, rebuild temple foundations, Ezra 3. Haggai 1. Ziphon, Hebrew for bird. Midianite wife of Moses, mother of his sons. Exodus 2, 4. Zophar, Hebrew for chirping or leaping. One of Job's best friends who debated from Job 11. Genesis, Hebrew name. Bereshit, in the beginning. Number. First book. Covers creation through he descent into Egypt. Across. Timeline. Creation till 3760 BC in Jewish reckoning through death of Joseph till 1450 BC. Exodus, Hebrew name. Shema, names. Number. Second book. Israelite slavery, plagues, Exodus, Sinai, Tabernacle. Across. Timeline. Till 1450. 1310 BC. Leviticus, Hebrew name. Vayikra and Paul. Number. Third book. Priestly laws, sacrifices, purity, holiness code. Across. Timeline. Till 1310 BC at Sinai. Numbers, Hebrew name. Bamidbar in the wilderness. Number. Fourth book. Census, wanderings, rebellions, Balaam. Across. Timeline. Till 1310. 1270 to BC, 40 years in desert. Deuteronomy, Hebrew name. Devarim, words. Number. Fifth book. Moses' farewell speeches, Shema, blessings, curses, Moses' death. Across. Timeline. Till 1270 to BC, plagues of Moab. Joshua, Hebrew name. Yehoshua, the Lord is salvation. Number. Sixth book. Conquest and division of Canaan. Across. Timeline. Till 1272. 1245 BC. Judges, Hebrew name. Shoftim, Judges. Number. Seventh book. Cycles of sin, aggression, and deliverance. Across. Timeline. Till 1245. 1000 BC. Samuel, Hebrew name. Sh. Rule, his name listed. Number. 8th book. Rise of monarchy, Saul, and David. Across. Timeline. Till 1070. 970 BC. Kings, Hebrew name. Melachim, kings. Number. 9th book. Solomon, divided kingdom, prophets, exile. Across. Timeline. Till 970. 586 BC, First Temple period. Isaiah, Hebrew name. Yeshayahu, the Lord is salvation. Number. 10th book. Prophecies of judgment and hope. Across. Timeline. Till 740. 700 BC, Assyrian era. Jeremiah, Hebrew name. Yirmiyahu, the Lord will uplift. Number. 11th book. Prophecies before and during Babylonian exile. Across. Timeline. Till 626. 586 BC. Ezekiel, Hebrew name. Yechezkel, God strengthens. Number. 12th book. Excellent prophet with visions of restoration. Across. Timeline. Till 593. 571 BC, Babylonian exile. The 12 minor prophets, Hebrew name. Asar 12. Number. 13th book. Collection of 12 prophets, spanning till 750. 450 BC, covering the Syrian, Babylonian, and Persian periods. Psalms, Hebrew name. Temple praises. Number. 14th book. Prayers and hymns attributed to David and others. Across. Timeline. Till 1400 BC. Proverbs Hebrew name. Mishlai parables. Number. 15th book. Wisdom sayings, mostly attributed to Solomon. Across. Timeline. Till 950. 700 BC. Job Hebrew name. Ideal persecuted. Number. 16th book. Wisdom literature on suffering. Across. Timeline. Debated, possibly till 1500 BC. Song of Songs Hebrew name. Shir Hashir and Song of Songs. Number. 17th teenage book. Love poetry, allegory of God and Israel. Across. Timeline. Till 950 BC attributed to Solomon. Root Hebrew name. Run Companion Friend. Number. 18th book. Story of Ruth's loyalty and ancestry of David. Across. Timeline. Till 1100 BC Judges era. Lamentations Hebrew name. Ika Hawalas. Number. 19th book. Chodom's morning destruction of Jerusalem. Across. Timeline. Till 586 BC. Ecclesiastes Hebrew name. Philip Assembler Preacher. Number. 20th book. Reflections on meaning of life, attributed to Solomon. Across. Timeline. Till 950 BC. Esther Hebrew name. Esther Star Hidden. Number. 21st book. Story of Purim in Persia. Across. Timeline. Till 480. 460 BC reign of Xerxes and Ahasuerus. Daniel Hebrew name. Daniel God is my judge. Number. 22nd book. Narratives and apocalyptic visions in Babylon. Across. Timeline. Till 600. 530 BC. Ezra. Nehemiah Hebrew names. Ezra helped and Nehemiah comforted by God. Number. 23rd book. Returns from exile, Templar rebuilds, reforms. Across. Timeline. Till 538. 400 BC. Chronicles Hebrew name. Divrei Hayamim words of the days. Number. 2048 book. Retelling of Israel as history from Adam to Cyrus Midri. Across. Timeline. Written till 400 BC, covering events till 1538 BC. Abramson patronymic, son of Abraham. Hebrew Abram exalted father Abraham, father of many nations, Gen. 17. 5. Origin. Hebrew adapted into Yiddish German form. Ackerman occupational, German Yiddish for plowman or farmer. Prominal High German Acker equals field. Not specifically Jewish, but adopted by Jews in German-speaking lands. Adler German Yiddish meaning eagle. Chosen as an ornamental name for strength and majesty. Sometimes also linked to rabbinic families. Ulfern Alperovich derived from Yiddish German Alp mountain, i.e. from the mountains. In Slavic areas, suffix "-age equals "-". Ashkenazi Hebrew. German. Used to designate Jews from Ashkenaz, medieval Hebrew term for Germany. Appears in rabbinic writings, e.g. Rabbi Yitzhak ben Asher Halevi, Ashkenazi. Auerbach place derived from towns called Auerbach in Germany. Bach equals stream in German. Bacharach place derived from the German town Bacharach on the Rhine. Jewish families often took the town name when leaving. Marriage acronym in Hebrew Yiddish. Ben Rabbi SH. Equals son of Rabbi name beginning with SH, e.g. Shlomo. Ruth. Hebrew Ben equals son. Baron German Yiddish for nobleman, Baron. Some Jews adopted this when governments forced surnames in 1819. See Austria, Germany. Balin Blitzen from Yiddish female name, Baal beautiful, from Slavic Bella equals wife. Patronymic. Son of Baal. Berenson patronymic son of Bern. Bern Yiddish for bear was often paired with a Hebrew name not same meaning. Berliner geographic from Berlin. Jews took it when migrating. Bernstein German Yiddish, Hamburg. Ornamental surname, popular after 1787 surname decrees in Prussia. Block place derived from Block Blao towns in Central Europe. Sometimes used for a person with all completes in German blind equals pale. Blue German Yiddish, flower. Ornamental, associated with beauty. Bonbon German Yiddish bomb equals tree. Used symbolically or as ornamental. Brody place derived from Brody Galicia, Ukraine, a major Jewish center. Canton variant of Cohen. Hebrew Cohen equals priest, descendants of Aaron. Priestly families. Cantor from Latin cantor singer, via Yiddish German. Refers to synagogue Chezon cantor. Kaplan German Yiddish chaplain, but in Jewish usage often linked to rabbis or Levites. Cohen ancient Hebrew name equals priest. Descendants of Aaron X. 28. One of the oldest hereditary surnames in the world. Danzig from the city of Danzig now Dansk, Poland. Jews often named after towns they lived in or left. Deutsch German Yiddish from German. Used for Jews who had migrated eastward. Rapist from the city of Trier Groves in French. German. From Trier. Drucker German Yiddish occupational name, printer. Common in early modern Jewish communities S. Prague, Amsterdam. Everson from Hebrew ever biblical ancestor of Abraham, Gen. 10. 24. Root equals the other side, crossing over. Patronymic equals son of ever. Edelman German Yiddish, nobleman. Sometimes ornamental. Eisenberg German Yiddish Iron Mountain. Ornamental. Elkanah Hebrew Elkanah equals God has acquired created Isaac. 1. Patronymic surnames formed from this. Epstein from Epstein, a town in Germany. Widely spread rabbinic family name. Harvard Yiddish German occupational name equals dyer of cloth. Feigenbaum German Yiddish fig tree. Ornamental name, symbolic of prosperity. Feldman German Yiddish occupational name, fieldman farmer. Finkelstein German Yiddish, sparkstone flint. Ornamental. Fisher German Yiddish occupational equals fisherman. Not originally Jewish but adopted. Frankel diminutive of Frank, i.e. person from Franconia region of Germany. Friedman German Yiddish, man of peace from free equals peace or free man. Widely adopted. Geller from Yiddish German gel equals yellow, pale, or blonde. Sometimes applied as a nickname for appearance. Vershuni Vershman patronymic, from Hebrew Vershon son of Levi, X. 6. 16. Name means expelled sojourner. Variants common in Ashkenazic communities. Ginsberg from the town of Günzburg in Bavaria. often attached to rabbinic families. Goldberg German Yiddish, Gold Mountain. Ornamental surname. Goldman German Yiddish, man of gold. Often symbolic of prosperity. Goldstein German Yiddish, goldstone. Ornamental. Gottlieb German Yiddish, beloved of God. Sometimes parallel to Hebrew name Yedidia. Greenberg German Yiddish, Green Mountain. Ornamental surname. Grossman German Yiddish, large or great. Sometimes athlete's nickname. Grunberg German Yiddish, Green or Green Mountain. Ornamental. Heilbronn from Heilbronn, a town in Germany. Common rabbinic surname. Hamburger place name from Hamburg. Hammerstein German, Hammerstone. Ornamental or place-based. Heller place derived from Heller town in Germany or from Hell equals like bride. Herzbergsman from Yiddish Herzer equals heart. Sometimes parallel to Hebrew name Zagmuel, since Hirsch was paired with Zek. Herzog German Yiddish, who. Adopted in surname degrees. Hirsch Yiddish German for deer. Paired with Hebrew names Vidir Mazel. Horowitz from Horowitz, Czech Republic. Rabbinic family name. Isaacson Hitzkowitz patronymic, son of Isaac. Hebrew Yitzchak equals he will laugh Jen. 17. 19. Name for Sarah S. Laughter. One of the oldest biblical names. Israel's from biblical patriarch Jacob, renamed Israel he who struggles with God, Jen. 32. 28. Used as given and later surname. Jacobson Yankelevich patronymic, son of Jacob. Hebrew Yaakov equals heel holder or supplanter Jen. 25. 26. A central biblical patriarch. Jonas Yonason from Hebrew Yana equals dove. Biblical prophet in a book of Jonah. Symbol of peace and divine vision. Josephson Yosilowitz patronymic, son of Joseph. Hebrew Yosef equals, he will have Jen. 30. 24. Joseph son of Jacob became viceroy of Egypt. Joshua Hebrew Yehoshua equals God saves. Biblical successor to Moses, conqueror of Canaan. Often used as surname in patronymic form. Young German Yiddish equals young. Sometimes used affectionately for a young scholar. Young equals married yeshiva student. Kaganman variant of Cohen, meaning priest. Indicates priestly descent from Aaron. Common in Eastern Europe. Kahane Kahana Arabic form of Cohen, same priestly root. Chaplain German Yiddish, chaplain. Among Jews, often used for Levite or rabbi. CATS acronym for Hebrew Cohen Tzedek equals righteous priest. Indicates priestly lineage. Kaufman German Yiddish occupational name, merchant, trader. Kalman from Yiddish diminutive of Kalano's Greek good name. Rooted in rabbinic tradition. Klein German Yiddish, small, little. Nickname term surname. Fuller German Yiddish, button or knock. Occupational button maker or descriptive. Conphone variant of Cohen, priestly. Stokelman German Yiddish equals headman or buyer. Occupational. Ford Fell German Yiddish, grain or grain field. Occupational ornamental. Krakauer place name, from Krakow, Poland. Kral from German Kram equals crooked, or possibly place-based. Kruger German, jug organ keeper. Occupational. Kugelman nickname from Yiddish Kugel pudding casserole. Sometimes affectionate surname. Lamb German Yiddish, lamb. Often paired with fruit name Peace be here. Landau from the city of Landau, Germany. Rabbinic family name. Landsman Yiddish for countryman, meaning someone from the same hometown or region. Lasker Lasky from Last Poland. Laser Lazarus Lazarson from Hebrew Elazar equals God has help. Biblical priest son of Aaron, Num. 3. 32. Lebowitz Leibowitz patronymic, son of Leib. Leib Yiddish equals line and paired with Hebrew area. Levi Levin Levinsky Ludinson tribal name. From Levi, son of Jacob. Meaning equals detached, joint gen. 29. 34. Denotes Levite lineage. Lieberman German Yiddish, beloved man. Sometimes that held for Hebrew Yedidia beloved of God. Linder Lindemann German, from Lind equals linden tree. Ornamental. Lippman Witzkai Lipton from Yiddish name, Lippman, linked to Hebrew from Greek Hebus equals bride. Lode Lowenstein German Yiddish, lion. Often parallel to Hebrew area or Judah. Luria place name from Luria, Italy or Lviv, Ukraine. Prominent rabbinic family e.g. Ari, Rabbi Isaac Luria, father of Lurianic Kabbalah. Mandelbaum German Yiddish, almond for almond tree. Ornamental. In Hebrew, shape equals, almond, symbol of watchfulness term. 1. 11. Markovich patronymic, son of Mark. Mark derives from Latin Marcus from Mars, god of war. Adopted in Slavic Jewish communities. Marmorstein German, marble stone. Ornamental. Mendelssohn Mendelowitz patronymic, son of Mendel, a diminutive of Menachem equals comforter of messianic name. Cf. Lamb. 1. 16. Meyer Mayovitz patronymic, son of Mir. Hebrew Mir equals one who gives life. A rabbinic given name from Talmudic sage Rabbi Mir. Milkman German Yiddish, milk for milkman. Occupational. Milstein Builder German Yiddish, miller, one who grinds grain. Occupational. Minster name from Mainz, Germany. Versky place name from near Belarus, site of famed yeshiva. Mizrahi Hebrew, Eastern. Refers to Jews from the Middle East, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, etc. Moritz be German, Yiddish form of Moritz, from Latin Moritz equals Boer, dark skin. Nachmanovich Nachmanides patronymic son of Nachman. Hebrew Nachman equals comforter. Famous. Ramban Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman. Nadelman German Yiddish, needle or needle maker. Occupational. Nagler German Yiddish, nail or nail maker. Occupational. Newman German Yiddish, new man, newcomer to town. Nussbaum German Yiddish, nut, tree walnut. Ornamental. Oppenheimer place name from Oppenheim, Germany. Famous banking family rivals of Rothschild'S. Bornstein German, eagle stone. Ornamental. Ostrovsky place name, from Ostrov Slavic for island. Paulgil Paulgro patronymic from Hebrew Paulgil equals God is my deliverance. Appears into Sam. 3. 15. For in Hebrew equals breakthrough. Son of Judah and Tamar Jen. 38. 29. Ancestor of King David. Perlman Perlstein German Yiddish, pearl. Ornamental. Peppermint German Yiddish, pepper. Occupational ornamental. Pinsky Pinsker place name from Pinsk Belarus. Polonsky place name from Poland. Portnoy Russian Yiddish, Taylor. Occupational. Rabbi Rabinovich, patronymic, son of Rabbi. From Hebrew Rab equals master, teacher. Rachman enough fruit. Aramaic Rachman equals merciful, compassionate. Rappaport from Porto, Italy. Rabbinic family name. Reichman German, rich or wealthy. Reiner Reigns German Yiddish, pure, clean. Resnick Russian Yiddish, culture. Occupational. Rosenthal German Yiddish, rose mountain valley of roses. Ornamental. Rosenzweig German, rose branch. Ornamental. Rosenberg German, red mountain. Place-based ornamental. Rubenstein German Yiddish, ruby gemstone. Ornamental. Sacha Hebrew Sakar equals wages, reward. Also Slavic surname forms. Sandler Sandelson German Yiddish, shoemaker. Occupational. Sapphire German Hebrew, sapphire. Ornamental. Sasha Hebrew joy, happiness. Famous Magnani family. Schechter Yiddish, ritual slaughterer. From Hebrew Shashake. Shipper German, ship. Occupational or ornamental. Schlesinger place name, from Suliza Schlessi. Schmitz SH Vidman German, Smith, metal worker. Occupational. Schneider SH Mader German Yiddish, tailor. Occupational. Schwartz German Yiddish, black, dark. Descriptive. Siegel acronym Siemens with Kemuna equals assistant to the priests. Shapiro Spirit from Spader, Germany. Prominent rabbinic family. Schulman German Yiddish, synagogue man, or caretaker of a shul. Singer German Yiddish, singer. Sometimes tied to liturgical cantor. Solomon Zalman patronymic, son of Solomon. Hebrew Shlomo equals peaceful from Shalom. Biblical King Solomon. Serpent from female given name Sarah equals princess. Spiegel German Yiddish mirror. Ornamental. Steinberg Steinman German, Yiddish, stone mountain, etc. Ornamental. Sternberg German Yiddish, star. Ornamental. Strassman German, street or river. Place-based. Tannenbaum German, fir, tree, Christmas tree in German, but for Jews just ornamental. Teitelbaum German date palm tree. Prominent Hasidic family Safar. Tischler German Yiddish, carpenter. Occupational. Trachtenberg place name from Trachtenberg, Poland. Ulmen German, man from Ulm city in Germany. Unger German place name, from Hungary. Vogelman German Yiddish, bird. Ornamental or nickname. Volkovitz Slavic, rule. Often linked to Hebrew Zek. Walden German, forest man. Wild from wild German towns. Weinberg Weinstein German, Yiddish wine mountain, wine man, wine stone. Ornamental. Wiener from Vienna Wien. Weisweich German Yiddish, white. Descriptive. Wertheimer place name, Wertheim, Germany. Prominent rabbinic family. Wiesel German, weasel. Famous. Elie Wiesel. Rollman German, well-being, prosperity. Wallowitz German Yiddish, roll. Commonly paired with Hebrew Zek. Jacobson patronymic, son of Jacob. Hebrew Yaakov equals sunlander or heel grabber. Yitzchak Isaac's patronymic, son of Isaac. Hebrew Yitzchak equals he will laugh. Yana Jonas in Hebrew Yana equals dove. Prophet Jonah. Zaxman from Hebrew initials, Zaratodish Shemo equals his name is Holy Seed. Often rabbinic. Zeitlin German Yiddish, little time or from Zayt equals olive. Possibly from Hebrew Zayt equals olive. Ziligman Yiddish, blessed, happy. Paired with Hebrew name Asher. Zalman variant of Solomon Shlomo equals peace. Zilberman Silverstein German Yiddish, silver man, silver stone. Ornamental. Zuckerman German Yiddish, sugar man. Computational or ornamental. These legal from Hebrew Tisbi equals near Gazelle song of songs. Sometimes paired with Yiddish Hirsch. Zagelmeyer, a Jewish compound surname. Zagel is a pet form of Bezalel Hebrew word is the shadow of God, the chief artisan of the Mishkan tabernacle, known for his divinely inspired craftsmanship. Meir is from Hebrew ear illuminated, one who gives light. Combined, the name conveys Bezalel enlightened. Symbolizing divine wisdom paired with spiritual illumination. Barak, the first tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, blessings, prayers, Shemamina, grace after meals, rules of worship. Amoraic discussions c. 300 g. 64 folios. Shabbat, second tractate of Babylonian Talmud, laws of Shabbat. 39 categories of labor, prohibited allowed activities, rituals. Amoraic period. 157 folios. Arabic third tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, laws of Arab joining domains, carrying on Shabbat. Amoraic period. 105 folios. Chesapeake fourth tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, laws of Passover. Shabbat's removal, Korban Pesach, Seder night. Amoraic period. 121 folios. Shecholin fifth tractate. Babri Lax Gemara, studied by Yerushalmi half shekel temple tax, finances, communal offerings. Yerushalmi edition use. 22 folios. Yuma sixth tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, temple service on Yom Kippur, fasting, repentance. 88 folios. Sukkah seventh tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, Sukkot. Sukkah construction, Lulav, Etred, festival rituals. 56 folios. Baita Yaakov 8th tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, laws of work and food preparation on Yaakov verses. Shabbat. 40 folios. Rosh Hashanah 9th tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, New Year festival, calendar sanctification, shofar. 35 folios. Siddur 10th tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, public fasts, prayers for rain, tragedies and commemorations. 31 folios. Megillah 11th tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, reading the Megillah, synagogue laws. 32 folios. Notes taken 12th tractate of the Babylonian Talmud, Kol Hamon laws, warning, excommunication. 29 folios.
Since we are here,
Join
my day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
So I actually had, when I was stationed at Portland Air National Guard, my job there was an airfield manager, so I would interface quite a lot with the F-15 pilots at the unit. And so there had been an airspace incursion that had taken place when I was still at the time with the Guard. And I remember kind of talking to some of the pilots about it, and I was like, what was that? And they're like, we can't really talk about it. No one really wanted to address it. And so, from what I gathered, that had been likely a UAP. And so that kind of was my perspective. I also grew up in the generation of the X-Files and, I remember 94 Independence Day. So, like, for me specifically, I didn't look at it with, like, a crazy lens of perspective. I'm like, you never know what will be what's out there, essentially.
Why did you assume that if it's a top secret incursion that you can talk about that it wasn't just military craft from another country?
Because of the way that he was discussing it. So he had been, he didn't like, from what I gathered, get taken off flight status. He was like, I really can't discuss it. Couldn't really like identify it essentially, and it had outperformed them. And so that was my first, from a military perspective, kind of experience with someone who basically, there's a stigma within the flight community. Do you want to lose your security clearance? Is there this level of crazy that people kind of brand that will stick with you for your career?
But doesn't he have instrumentation on his jet?
Well, at the time, right? So an older platform, but he really didn't want to even talk about it. And I bring that up because now with our investigation and the task force that I run, actually the reason why the task force was formed was because of the event that happened at Edwards Air Force Base, where both myself, Representative Matt Gates, and Representative Tim Burchett actually had responded and gone to investigate multiple Air Force pilots that had come forward in regards to UAP incidences that had occurred. They were alleging that the Air Force was covering it up. Yes, that was that, and like I'm happy to go into detail on that one, but what I will tell you is the stuff that I saw at Eglin, how the military responded, me being a former service member, and then ultimately what I saw with the pushback of the military not even wanting to share with Congress information, which is a big problem because when you have Congress that's supposed to be the advocate voice for the American people, the oversight body, and you're being denied access not just from a base commander but high level of the Pentagon, even Secretary of Defense, it's a problem.
Do you think that it's possible that these are U.S. vehicles that are top secret?
I definitely think that there's a level of advanced technology that the U.S. government has, and I think that tech can be housed within the defense contract realm, and of course some information can be classified, but I can also tell you, and this might sound crazy, but based on our investigations and stuff that we've seen, okay, there is definitely something that I would rival what we know currently with physics, and a tech that potentially is out there that we don't have the ability to reproduce, because it would basically be like dropping a cell phone right off back during the time of maybe for caveman. So like we just don't have the tech to develop yet. What I can also tell you is based on our interviews, and this has been something that you can go back and watch with the congressional hearings, but I was actually able to ask them, I said, what are these things? And they keep saying interdimensional, and then when you talk about the interdimensional aspect of, are these things pre-existing, maybe outside of what we currently know as our own dimension, that stuff can kind of all sound crazy, but at the end of the day, my job as an investigator is to receive all the information, decipher it, and then ultimately from a congressional aspect, if you do have contractors that are withholding information or operating outside of the purview of the federal government, I mean, there's budgetary issues, but there's definitely something that I can tell you with confidence that exists that we don't know how to explain currently.
So when you say that it operates outside of our understanding of physics, what specifically are you saying? What happened?
To I guess break it down in simple terms is that I think that some of the tech that exists, that whenever these things have, these energy things have, can what they call them interdimensional things. I think they can actually operate through the time spaces that we currently have. And that's not something that I came up with on my own. That's based on stuff that we've seen. That's based on information that we've been told. And then also too, I think that there's this historical aspect of, this gets into the deeper theories and concepts of religion, and I think that the history that we currently know, and that kind of spins off into another topic of, you have the modern day Bible, you have this aspect of Bibles that are books of the Bible that have been removed that explain and kind of touch on these topics. And I think that we're in a time and age where you have such a vast amount of information that we have access to via social media, via your cell phone, via the internet. And so it's really changing the way that we understand, the origins of life and the spiritual reality that we know.
When you say interdimensional beings, and they know that these are interdimensional beings, how do they know that?
Based on testimony would be based on witnesses that have come forward, but what I can tell you is that they've seen things, and what I can tell you without getting into classified conversations is that there have been incidences that I believe where very credible people have reported that there have been movement outside of time and space. Have I seen a portal? But no. Have I seen a spaceship? Personally, no. Have I seen evidence of this? Yes. Have I seen photo documentation of aircraft that I believe were not made by mankind? Yes. Is there historical significance to this? Yes. Is there multiple events that go back to, I would argue, maybe even before the time of Christ that documented this in text? Yes. So do I believe that the government has access to certain technology? Yes, to a certain extent, and I believe that certain contractors potentially have back-engineered this tech. I think that that's what can explain the advancements that we're seeing, but I also believe that this is a dangerous level of hidden information for the American people, because if you have an aspect of the federal government, which I can tell you, with 2 other members of Congress were denied access to information at Eglin Air Force Base pertaining to whistleblowers because of the fact that we can get into that story of what happened at Eglin in a second, but we were denied access and told that we don't have the security clearance or immediate authority on a special access program. That's a problem, because I'm supposed to represent and be an investigative body, and you have then people who are unelected that are operating basically in secrecy, and that's a problem. That's a big problem.
So how do these people have the authority to do that?
I think it's been decades of classified secret information, and also this aspect of the intelligence community that's been empowered. And it's kind of serendipitous with timing, because when you talk about the intelligence communities and what they've done essentially to the trust in this country with the American people, and this goes all the way back even into JFK, with how they basically have operated outside of the purview of Congress, and basically to an extent have gone rogue until recently. You're seeing a big push-pull to try to rein in these intelligence agencies currently.
So, I want to bring it back to evidence. You said that you've seen evidence. But what kind of evidence have you seen?
I have seen photos. I have seen.
What is your photo?
So I was in a skiff, and I can't discuss all that was in the skiff, but what I can tell you is based on the photos that I've seen, I'm very confident that there's things out there that have not been created by people.
It seems crazy that people have access to information that shows that there's something outside of us that's more intelligent, that's more capable than we are. And they hide it from everybody else.
What I can tell you is that when you have thousands upon thousands of people around the planet at one time that have reported something, to say that those people are crazy, to say that, the whole concept of even just asking the question that you might not necessarily be psychologically sound, that itself, that's a disinformation campaign to get people to shut up about it, and that's a problem. We know that the U.S. government has not exactly been clean, and a lot of what they've done with the American people, specifically to the topic of UFOs.
Which makes you think that it's probably because there's something there. If you think about the motivation they had with Project Blue Book, when J. Allen was running Project Blue Book, the specific intention was to discredit all stories.
And he ended up ultimately, though, after all his investigations becoming, someone was like, I think there's something here, but that's true. By the way, a lot of people might not necessarily go onto Google and look up that information, but you can actually look up the declassified reports from Project Blue Book. What's also interesting, though, is when we're talking about tech, right, the ability for this tech, being that it exists, to change dependence for entire governments on things like fossil fuel, etc. It's look, I think everyone has a moral obligation to do what they think is right. Okay, and so if you're in a position of power and you see something wrong and you're not addressing it, I think, this in itself, getting the truth out there for people to decide for themselves. I'm not telling you what to believe. I'm just telling you in our investigations and what we are pushing for in regards to transparency. I would like to see the federal government roll out some of the stuff that we've been given access to, because I think that information belongs in the hands of the American people. And it's not even just the U.S. government. I mean, there's other countries around the world that have done certain things like this. Now, look, I've had a lot of crazy people show up at my office and say, I've heard it all. Yeah, I've been to Mars, have a chip in my brain, all this stuff. We had this one guy that showed up that was trying to give us a USB. He's like, put this in your computer. It's going to kill me. But it's run away. And I'm not putting that in my computer. But based on our investigations, what I will tell you is, there's been 2 members of Congress that are actually helping to lead out these investigations with me. And the reason I say that is because up until last Congress, if you even said the word UAP or UFO, people actually told us that if we went forward with these investigations, that we would ruin our political careers. And so, we're in the mindset of, why won't we ask these questions? And also, too, if no one wants to touch it, there has to be something here, right? And so, in these investigations, I mean, the amount of people that will come up to us, very successful people, to multiple members of Congress that believe the same thing, it's definitely changed in regards to the stigma that used to exist about disclosure and all this. And so what we're trying to do currently was, there's a big documentary that was filmed about a year and a half ago. We're trying to get a screening up on Capitol Hill. But look, I think a lot of people say, well, this is a distraction from everything else happening in the country right now. And all I'm simply trying to say is, it's not a distraction. The people that are kind of having to divulge all this information, you have an intelligence community, Tulsi Gabbard, Radcliffe, Kash Patel, they have been truly, in regards to our other investigations, extremely transparent in wanting to get this information out. But it doesn't mean that within these intelligence communities there isn't pushback. And so part of the reason why the task force was formed, pertaining to things like UAP, pertaining to things like the Jeffrey Epstein stuff, pertaining to things like the JFK, MLK, and RFK investigations, is because even though we don't hold declassification authority, what we're trying to do is push these agencies and be, if you will, the pit bull, the attack dog on trying to get this information released. And to a lot of these agencies' credits, they've been extremely transparent, and we have gotten one specifically on the JFK stuff, and we're still looking to declassify and ask specifically on the UAP topic.
What would be the rationale for keeping a photograph of a known absolute not of this world craft from the American people, from the world? Why would anybody think that would be a smart thing to do, is to limit the access of that information to a very small amount of people?
I think that part of the fear is that you have advisors that think that, the American core humanity might not be able to handle it, right? There's this protective complex, but then also too, I think when you are talking about these things, for a lot of people, I think that it kind of can rock your world a little bit in regards to where you stand in a faith perspective, and then also too, an aspect of, how do you even begin to explain that? And all I'm going to say is, look, and we can go into certain books that were removed from what we know as the modern day Bible, but I read through the book of Enoch multiple times, and I'm not saying that these things are angels. Okay, that's not at all what I'm saying. But what I am saying is that, depending on where you are in regards to your whole perspective on whether or not God exists, I believe in God and evolution. There has to have been, and there's admissions that there was other creations that God made, but that we were the most prized creation. And so I think that this can open up a bigger topic of discussion. What I will say is that what's been interesting is, and I've had a mass array of people that have come in, right? We have people that come in and claim that you can use this ability to basically dog whistle these things in from a psychic ability.
Yeah, I've heard people say that.
And I think that there's something there. Otherwise, they wouldn't necessarily be able to provide some of the video evidence that we have. But then that also brings up the question of if these things are interdimensional, which we've had witnesses testify to members of Congress, and that was all publicly out there. that would then bring up the whole, well, this is really transcending dimension, the power of what you say, thought, all of that. And then, you can look into our own government's declassified documents that the CIA had on different experiments. I mean, you can literally, last week I was going through, actually on Friday night, just for my son now, and I was going through some of the declassified, you can go to CIA.gov/reading room and you can see all the declassified documents. And so, I believe it's called Stargate. It was talking about, the basically psychological experiments where they were trying to basically remote view and all that. Why would our own government be looking into that if there wasn't something there? And so I'm appreciative to all that information being publicly out there, but I think this whole idea of stigma of trying to make it sound crazy when people actually have these questions, that needs to stop, which is why the task force is in existence, and then also too, they need to release information.
If I was going to play devil's advocate, I would say that the government would look into that to find out if there's anything there. And that would probably take a long time if they're really being careful. So if I was going to fund the program, if someone told me that there's some people in Russia that can remote view military sites in America, I'd be like, are you sure? They're like, yeah, there's a technique involved. We do the technique, and we want to fund some sort of study to see if we can do it. I'm like, let's go. What do you need? Because maybe it's real. So I don't buy that they wouldn't spend money on it unless it's real. I say they would spend money on it to find out if you're really looking out for national security, right? You've got 300 plus million people that you're responsible for. You gotta dot your I's and cross your T's, and like if I'm good at my job and I'm not a maniac, I'm gonna go make this some shit I don't know.
Well, there's looking into it, and then there's expanding, right? And so if you look at all those declassified files, you can pull up, and this is just wild, but there's one where I was looking through, and they had basically, the Coast Guard had called in, there was a ship that they had been given information on that was running drugs, and so they called in one of their remote viewers, and they're trying to get coordinates of the ship and actually basically locate these things. And actually just laughing because I was reading this off the website and they're talking about something like, imagine you're trying to run drugs and then all of a sudden you have some weirdo and like and they're like, just because of coordinates, feed him stuff.
Yeah, I don't know if they write things down or type them out or what, but I talked to Al put off about it. They said they used it to very specifically find the location of a downed Russian craft within like a couple kilometers, which is nuts. If you think about the area where this thing crashed, it's a remote wilderness in the middle of nowhere. Russia hadn't found it yet. Apparently, we found it first, according to Hal Puthoff. It's just because I haven't done it, and because I don't know that it's real, doesn't mean it's not real. This is a problem. People think they don't want to get duped, and they don't want to look stupid, and they don't want to look naive, and so they dismiss things. They dismiss that there might be frequencies that you don't tune into all the time, and someone might get really good at that, and they might be able to see things remotely. This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. I think we can all agree that eating highly processed food for every meal isn't optimal. So why is processed food the status quo for dog food? Because that's what kibble is, an ultra-processed food. But a healthy alternative exists, the Farmer's Dog. They make fresh food for dogs. What does it look like? Real meat and vegetables that are gently cooked to retain vital nutrients and help avoid any of the bad stuff that comes with ultra-processing. And it's not just random ingredients thrown together. Their food is formulated by on-staff, board-certified vet nutritionists. These people are experts on dog nutrition, and they're all in on fresh food. The Farmer's Dog also does something unique. They portion out the food to your dog's nutritional needs. This ensures that you don't overfeed them, making weight management easy. Research shows that dogs kept at a healthy weight can live up to 2.5 years longer. Head to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan to get 50% off your first box, plus free shipping. This offer is for new customers only.
Well, I think that this gets into the bigger discussion of what do we know, right? Going back to some of these books that were moved. There's a good podcast right now called The Autistic Tips, and it talks about how some non-speaking or non-verbal autistic kids actually are exhibiting telepathy. Yeah, the telepathy tics. Non-verbal autistic kids are exhibiting telepathy. this concept, again, if you were to talk about it 20 years ago, people will call you crazy, but, I think based on what we're seeing now, based on the fact that our own government's looked into it, based on the stuff that you were saying, I mean, you can find all this information publicly available and it's out there, and I think that there's something to it. And so, we're seeing, and we've heard, this is in non-classified settings, we've heard from people that have come forward that are saying, we're being able to, via meditation, we're essentially like downloading information, we can communicate with these things. Granted, when I'm sitting in my congressional office and I'm hearing this, I take it with a grain of salt because we do get a lot of crazy people, but when you have people that are high-level executives, very successful, clean-cut, not on drugs, they're coming in and they're telling you this stuff, and then, you're kind of cross-referencing it with various people in intelligence agencies. I think that there's something there we need to be at least open to hearing the discussion and the argument for these things.
For sure. I mean, like I said, there's a photo out there. I think you owe humanity a service. You're supposed to release that photograph. There's no reason why a small group of people in the government should have conclusive evidence that aliens are real. That's crazy.
And there's an overclassification aspect of this too, right? Like if you're serving in the military and you're taking a photo on your personal device or a video on your personal device, that shouldn't be the purview of the federal government in either which way. I mean, there's been a lot of fake stuff put out there, but the stuff that is legitimate that we are seeing, the stuff that we had people testify to in our congressional hearings, I mean, that's not a joke. And what's even more interesting to this is that I was actually able to talk to David Grush, who now is actually working with the task force to kind of chase down a lot of these leads in regards to some of these contractors that allegedly have this intent, right? So in talking with him, again, not in a skiff, we were able to actually flesh out that prior to him testifying that he actually received very real